的直摇丝其实就代表我们吉阳小分队，他对于赵远洲来讲，其实就是家的感受。他离开大荒以后，他就已经没有了所谓的英雄家，这5人对他来讲其实是一个真正家的感觉。
鸡腰丝对于文潇来说是一个像家的地方，因为文潇他从小一直是没有家的人，把他送到了鸡腰丝成为翻译大队长，所以他也把鸡腰丝当作是自己的一个家。
它是卓一晨的一个家，所有的故事呢也就从鸡腰丝开始，我们组成一个鸡腰丝小团队，所以这里是我们当归离这些人的一个家吧。团魂可以说是团魂所在。
他原本是其实是鸡腰丝对立面宠物营工作的，鸡腰丝他的人情味会更重一些。然后呢，他在那里可能碰到了他人生真正意义上的朋友。
吉奥斯对白酒来说是一个上班打卡的地方，很开心、很活泼的一个氛围。
对英来说是一个特别温馨的地方，因为这是给了他肯定的地方。
赵远洲其实是一个比较偏军师一样的这种类型，他是在这个过程中半开玩笑、半升级打怪的方式，然后陪着身边这一帮人去完成任务。赵远洲跟每个人物其实都有不一样的相似，比如说他跟小卓就是有一些亦敌亦友。赵远洲对于文潇，他是一种很说不清的爱。在某种程度，其实他们两个性格上有很接近的地方，两个人一个眼神可能就全懂对方的意思。当赵远洲想要求死的时候，文潇给他的温暖是最多的，他让赵远洲有了重新想要活下去的动力。
吉腰小队最初是由很多性格各异的人组成的，一开始互相也不熟悉。那文潇他发挥了一个粘合剂的作用，因为他很理解别人，共情别人，让他们去消除彼此之间的隔阂。大家眼里赵远洲是一个极恶之妖，但是文潇始终在每一次赵远洲戾气失控的关头，他都选择相信赵远洲。我觉得就是因为16岁的时候在大荒这段羁绊，让他会相信朱燕哥哥是一个很善良的妖。文潇的师傅死后，赵远洲把文潇送到鸡腰丝，文潇才认识的卓一晨。他和卓一晨也是在这8年里面一起长大，有很深厚的那种青梅竹马的感情吧，或者是命友情。
小队长卓一晨，他跟每个人基本上也都有过一段故事的发生，然后也有过一些渊源。其中比较特殊的一个就是跟白酒的这个羁绊，我感觉是挺神奇的。一个小孩儿，他的偶像就是卓一晨，就一天到晚缠着他。一开始不太理解，不感兴趣，当慢慢的就是养成了一个习惯之后，就是他的铃铛啊，慢慢也就默许了这些东西的存在，认可了小九这个人。
也算是武力值担当吧，比较擅长的是弓箭，他的一个主要的武器。
从见到裴姐姐的第一面起，他很佩服裴姐姐，武力值非常高。作为一名女性，她拥有不输古代男性的那一种气概，在古代的女子中是很少见。
来，哎，喝什么酒啊，小白？
白酒在吉奥斯担当是气氛组。是一个治疗一个撒药，大队大家也是照顾白酒、互相包容的一个故事。我也是因为小说喝很久，后面就慢慢的变成了哥弟的感情，然后就可能因为是我们虽然平时互相吵嘴，但是他已经就是跟你是一个很好的一个友情的一个基础。
你以为是白酒吧？有可能是小罗大人没有开玩笑，其实是白酒。我下山就是出山的第一面见到的就是他，并且就他的那个心理年龄可能跟我的心理年龄是属于一个层面的，所以说我们可能会是好朋友。对我来说，这几个小伙伴都是特别重要。那么我想对这5小伙伴一块儿说一句话，就把它视为一个集体，这个集体叫做 family， 家人，生活。
吃产店，
这里才是真正的一家人。 is Messi. Away from 2, 3, 4.
The world's best player shows us just what he's about to get. Is this on? Oh, great. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my secret life. Everything is just put together right now. Perfect. This here is testing stage that ensures your safety during your ride. They are currently debugging the Now it goes. Boy, it is powerful and agile. That's make you want to give it a go. Only have to care for inception when equipment be ready for release. All of this equipment will help you achieve victory. Get ready. Join us now. Disfruta del juego.
past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Ball Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shines particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the grand finals in second place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang gak kenal dengan nama Bigetron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue to support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
This round, winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQM!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're currently tuning in to the official broadcast of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022, and we're currently tuning in to day number 2, or should I say, the last day of the last chance qualifiers, featuring 16 teams and only 5 will move forward to the main event, which will happen early next year. And of course, joining me right here is none other than Mafioso from Team A7. You guys know this, they're currently in second place, so you guys had an amazing performance yesterday. One winner chicken dinner. And of course, you guys stopped a little bit on game number 2, but so far, overall, number 2, right? So are you confident that you'll be playing well today? And how is the team looking right now?
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, 4 teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier placed 3rd in the 2020 PWI East League.
A gente está muito confiante hoje, porque a gente vem trabalhando muito para trazer um bom resultado aqui nessa Last Chance. Então, hoje a gente vai fazer o mesmo jogo de ontem e acredito que hoje vai ter mais vitória do que o jogo de ontem.
So, yeah, they are very confident for the game today because they be like playing hard like for the last chance, and they will try like to do the same game as yesterday, but like with more wins for today.
Wow, there are more wins for today. That is definitely something that we look forward to. And of course, of all the 3 maps that we'll be playing for the day itself, which one is your team most confident and comfortable with? And what problems do you face on the other 2 maps? Or are you just really good at all the maps?
While also setting records for
Então,
most
tipo,
chicken
dos 3
dinners,
mapas,
most
qual é o melhor mapa
eliminations,
para o vosso
and
time?
more. They
E
were
qual é o
not only
problema que
facing
vocês
competitors
enfrentam
from the SEA
nos
region,
dois
but
mapas?
from all
Ou se
over the
vocês
world.
vão de bem de todos os
Everyone
mapas?
was talking about VPE and
Acredito que o nosso melhor mapa é Arangel e os nossos 2 piores são São Roque e Miramar. São Roque devido ao nosso spot, que é no centro do mapa e muitos times caem ao redor, pode travar a gente. E Miramar devido à nossa rotação atrasada, que os spots são bem no norte do mapa.
So like for them, Arangel is like the best map for them, but like Sandhawk and they have a problem because they land in the middle, and then all the other teams like are around them, so it's very hard like to spot all of them. And for the last map, like they always go like for the north, so sometimes they lose like some time doing like the translation, so they will lose time to get to the center.
Great, amazing analytics of what they feel as a team right here. And of course, how are your teams plan to stay in position 5? Of course, we know that the top 5 will move forward to the main event of PMGC. So are you guys going to be playing more aggressive? Are you guys going to play safe? Tell us, what is your plan for today?
Então, qual é o plano para o jogo de hoje? Vão jogar mais agressivos para continuar no top 10 ou vão fazer um jogo mais assim retardado?
No jogo de hoje a gente vai jogar no mesmo estilo de jogo para garantir o top 1. A gente quer o top 5, mas a gente quer o top 1, ficar em primeiro lugar, vai ser muito gratificante pra gente. Então a gente não vai evitar de trocar tiro, se a gente tiver que matar, a gente vai matar. E espero vocês aí na busca desse top 1.
So for them, of course, like they'll play like the same game, but even for him, it's like they'll be like more aggressive today, because of course they want to be in top 5, but they want to finish like today like as the top 1 team.
Wow, they're not stopping at number 2. That sounds very, very positive coming from Team A7. Now, last question right here. Now, if the teams are hearing this, anything you want to say to all the other 50 teams competing here at the last 10 qualifiers for PMGC?
Então, como última pergunta, ele tipo quer dizer, qual é a mensagem que você quer enviar para os 15 outros times que estão aqui jogando o PMGC?
A mensagem que eu queria enviar é que para eles tomar cuidado com a gente está muito confiante, a gente vem treinando bastante, estudado bastante eles, e hoje a gente vai mostrar o poder da nossa bala.
So the message for all the teams is like for all them to be careful, because they'll be like studying all the different like 15 teams here, and for them to be like very careful, because if they see them, they'll be shooting at them.
Be careful, ladies and gentlemen. A7 is coming for you. Thank you so much, Mafioso, for that amazing interview. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kickstart match number 1 in a few short moments. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this. But of course, with the host and analyst, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Take care, guys.
2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SEA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When Miraculous December comes, the Frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vitendi.
It is the final day
of
action
The underground area of the Lucky
PUBG
Ice
Mobile
Tower
Global
is also worth exploring.
2022
Make
last
use of the
chance
two-story
stage.
layout
The
to
end
experience
of
a
our next 6
completely new
matches.
battle experience.
5 teams
Sound the
will
bell
join
in
the
the
rest.
Lucky Ice
We've
Tower,
already
and you can
qualified
even
through.
summon
It's the
rewards.
biggest event of the year,
Additionally, the
kicking
village
off
also
in
has a snow
January.
rail, which can help you
It's
quickly
a
move
lot
around
of
and
money
gather
on
supplies.
the line, a
It
lot of
allows
pride
you
on
to
the line, and
navigate
of course the
flexibly
title of
between
being the
different areas of
number
the
1
village,
team
and also
in the
swiftly
world.
relocate to
I'm your host, Jason
advantageous
Kaplan, and we
positions
have
during
the cutie
battles
boys
for your
next to me
team
of
to
Maxman and
counterattack
Sans
more
to break
effectively.
everything down that's
Of
been
course, you should
happening
always
yesterday,
remain
which
vigilant
was
to
an
avoid
extremely
becoming the
exciting
target of
day.
an ambush.
And of course, it's
What's
coming
more,
today.
the village
Cutie
also
number
features
1,
a
that's you,
special
Maxman.
2-seat
How's things
vehicle,
going
the
to be going for
Reindeer.
you?
It's also a great choice for transportation.
But I'm feeling
It allows you to
fantastic,
swiftly
Jason. I'm
move
feeling
all over the
amazing.
map.
And you know,
Battles,
good day
we've
yesterday.
also
I would also have to
prepared
say
festive and practical battle
unexpected
equipment for you.
day
The
yesterday because the teams
Snowball
are at the
Blaster
top.
and
I did not expect to be at the top. Like all the favorites, a lot of the favorites are still in the middle, somewhat even at the bottom.
When you
So
aim it at the ground
who
or a
knows
building,
who's
it
going to
can
be the
create
top
a
5?
snow
I have
pile
no clue.
cover
It's going
for
to
you.
be up in the
When
air.
used on enemies, you can temporarily
It really
transform
is.
them
It
into
really is going to be up in the air, and especially with the. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of pressure on the last teams currently representing their regions going into the tournament as well. So looking towards Enigma Galaxy, the last Arabian, the Titan as well, the last African representative, Damwon Kia, the last Korean representative, or South Korean representative. So a lot of pressure on these teams, and only 6 chances to prove themselves now. Yeah, 6 chances, and that's pretty much happening. With what are the culmination of what happened yesterday, the positions they set themselves in. But you know what, you at home, they need your support. Fanvote is going to be ending today in just a few hours of time, so make sure you're watching within the eSports Center and use those tokens to vote for your favorite teams. I believe S2G was still number 1 last time I checked. We might have a change happening over the course of today. Maybe D or S-Max get on board.
When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map,
I'm not
don't
going to lie,
be
but
rushed to leave.
you're not going to give it a look box. That's to my home team eventually, right?
Oh, now they're your home team when they're doing all right.
Hey, I always hope, okay, but my expectations were a little bit all over the place, okay, but I am Team Narvala today.
Shatter the ice.
Well, you know where my fan vote went, Max?
Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has
made a
engulfed
collaboration
some
with
red
professional
zones on the map,
esports
and
players.
the
You
falling
can play
snow will
PUBG
bring
Mobile
about
in
many
90
interesting
hertz
effects.
experience stream
Players within a
system
snow
and
blast
multiple
zone will be
boards for intensive
transformed into a
gaming
lively
and
snow pile
streaming.
if they're hit by the snow.
Sense
If the
from
snow
where your
lands
vote
on the
go?
ground, a snow pile
My
cover will be
vote went for
created.
Max Pat because he's an amazing analyst and he's dressed very nice today.
In this world of wonder,
I'm here to counteract some of this.
Sean, maybe we get one of them in here for Sandstorm. Also, a big shout out here to Kuala for Big Suck and Tell. Our world is your playground while the players getting to stay at
We've also added a snowy
relax
village
at. By chill and relax, I mean none of that because they're sitting there intensely.
Additionally, we've
doing
also
all the
made some
VODs from
updates and
yesterday
improvements to
and trying to
gameplay
prepare
devices,
what's on the
game
line
parameter
today
settings, and the
when they
editor.
can do that.
For more details, please follow the official PUBG mobile community.
In-game free
We'll
PUBG
continue
mobile items,
introducing the
premium
latest
content, of
WoW
course, the other
content to
benefits,
everyone.
Prime gaming as well. But as we move forward here,
As for
Max,
classic
I'm a
mode,
little bit
we've also
worried
made
for some
some
of these teams,
improvements
to be
to
perfectly honest. I know they say this
firearms,
quite a lot.
creation mode,
For
emotes,
me is the
settings, and more.
fact they don't
First,
have
we've
any of the
enhanced the
Maserati skins
designated
just yet.
marksman
They'll be available
rifles.
till the 31st
Some
of December
DMRs can
here,
be
which you can
equipped
get
with
what
a
played
full auto
in
mod
game.
to fire in
I don't
full
know.
auto.
I mean, that's
We've
a
also
pretty
improved the
sweet car.
attributes and handling of some
Pretty damn
vehicles to
good. And you
enhance
know
your
what? If
driving
anything,
experience.
it's
We've
guaranteed to
also
make
added a
top
new
5
garage mechanic.
I was
From
told
now on,
officially
you
that
can
if
choose
you
your
have a
dream
Maserati
ride
skin
during
in-game,
matches.
you'll get
Meanwhile,
official
we've
extra
also
style
added a custom
points, okay,
SFX
added to
adjustment
the mix.
feature. You
So
can
I
adjust
want
the
you to get
volume of
extra
some
style
sound
points.
effects to whatever best suits you.
And as we know,
As
style
for
points is
creation
the
mode, we'll be
tiebreaker
introducing some
between
quick view
after
features for
chicken
watching
dinners,
the
place of
victory
points,
dance and fireworks displays,
eliminations,
and the new
how
Frozen
big your
Kingdom
roster
themed
is, who's the
performance in
tallest
order to
team,
provide players with
who
more
can eat the
possibilities
most
for
pierogies,
creative
stuff like
content.
that. But you guys at
Furthermore,
home
we've
should be following
expanded the
us on
emote
social
backpack.
media.
Now you can
All the
equip
official
more
PUBG
emotes
Mobile
before
esports
entering the
channels.
battleground.
But here
That's
we
a
go.
wrap for
These
the
are the
main
teams that
content in this new
participated. You
version.
missed out on
In
yesterday.
addition,
Well, you
new
missed out,
content will
honestly,
be
on a
added to
crazy
the
day of
popularity
action. A
battle
lot of
event,
unexpected
Metro
twists
Royale,
and turns.
and season rewards.
But here,
for more details,
see a couple
follow
of
our
teams.
official
I mean,
PUBG mobile
this is maybe the highest
Snow
we've seen
battle
some of
is
the
coming
teams.
to
LGD,
town.
for instance,
Winner,
the second
chicken
place.
dinner.
Yesterday, I think, is going to be the real page turner, the In one that everyone's going to 2020, look back on. well, the eyes Axer, of most unfortunately, PUBG Mobile couldn't play that viewers last were match. focused on It was Southeast Asia as well as other regions. There was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA. That in itself is a great story. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. With this team, among DRS, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. All their top power, which had previously won first place in the 2020 PMWL
It's
West
possible.
League.
It's still there.
Breakthrough
The hope is that, like, literally, if BTR qualify, I'm going to lose it. I'll be so hyped to see them if the Grand Finals landed in Jakarta. It doesn't get any better than that. It will be the best PMGC and the best PMGC Grand Finals.
The region would grow into an even stronger
Sandstorm. Maxman did
the
say
EU
off
region
air
seems
yesterday
to have endless potential.
that if BTR
They always have a
qualified
number of
for
astonishingly
Jakarta,
talented
he
newcomers.
is shaving
In the
his
2021
eyebrows.
PMWI, in addition to the veteran team,
You know what? Now I
taking
really want to
second place,
qualify
the
and
newly
go
reorganized
straight
team
up
in
into
2021,
first
Next Ria.
Looking right now at DRS and Inco, these two teams, I'm just
surprisingly won third place.
DRS and Inco have been absolutely sensational. DRS for sure. Yesterday, by the way, was the best performance that we have seen from DRS in the PMGC. 81 total points, 32 eliminations. Not once have they been eliminated in the bottom parts of the leaderboard. Every single time they've been in the top 7, with 4 of those games in the top 4. They're doing exceptionally well and not what I expected compared to the performance that we've seen before. So definitely going to be on the lookout for them in these games.
Yeah, and I think Max, like, if we look at DRS, and obviously we've seen them around for multiple years in a row, I didn't really have them this high on my radar or this high on my rankings when I look at the rest of the teams they're competing against. But I am pleasantly surprised, but I do worry going into today, can they replicate that performance? In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. But first of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the grand finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like STG and Next Ria finished 4th and 6th, respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
Super aggressive mode. Start clearing zone after zone after
2021
zone and
yılında
taking
Dünya
as much
Şampiyonası istediğimiz yıl
as much space in the
başlamıştı.
circle as they
Çünkü
possibly
West
can.
aşamasında
It is a
3
team that can
takımımızı
now
birden
convert chicken
ilk
dinners. I mean,
6'ya
we saw it
sokmayı başardık
yesterday
ve
in that, what
büyük
was that game
finallere
number 4?
3
10
takımımızı
eliminations and a
göndermiştik.
chicken dinner, followed up with a
STG
4th
4.
place, a
olarak
3rd
buraya
place on
katılmak
game 2. They got a
kazanmıştı
2nd
ve
place. They just
kadrosunda
keep
Rick7,
getting
Timber,
these top 5
Kalse, Saylas
finishes.
gibi isimler
And
vardı.
when you have such a
Büyük
short
finallerde
tournament
ne
and 2
yapacağını
days of
çok
play,
fazla
that
kestiremiyorduk
might just be enough
temsilcilerimizin.
to
Çünkü
remain in that
dünyadaki
top 5.
takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz STG 4. olmayı başardı. Nexia 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdir.
Let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC.
I don't have to speak for the segment. I don't think so.
Could win 3 consecutive championships. A team that was not originally a favorite
several
to win
reasons.
was about to become the
Besiktas,
focus
they
on
managed to get
stage.
themselves a chicken dinner dinner yesterday, but
consistently in the first 2 days of competition,
were in the bottom
always
four.
maintained
so
a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds.
We've seen them
and in the last round,
dinner,
secured the championship with 15
but
elimination
which
points.
HVP are we going to be seeing? The one that drops north side of George, gets a decent amount of points, like we've seen in days 1, 2, and 3 of the group stage, or are we going to be seeing the one where they drop on the west side of Philippines?
They finally broke through and made history.
No points whatsoever. And Inko,
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. SG kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine iki takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Firefox. Maalesef iki takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren SG sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. Üçüncü gün geldiğinde SG güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
They really are.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams.
HVVP, especially if they go for secondary drops, they just a little bit slower to get in like the flow of things, and they just get gate-kept so often. I think they had 3-4 games in a row yesterday where they just get gate-kept, and they just could not get any strong position. I think if they just speed things up a little bit, they'll be there. Because technically the entry points are good, just a bit slow. So if they speed things up, I think we can see the new HVVP we see it.
Among others from EU,
I've also successfully been able to realize that as well. I haven't been able to figure
they all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023.
It wouldn't be a PMGC
there are
in my
many
eyes
questions surrounding PMGC there.
There's also a couple of other
successfully
teams.
defend their championship.
We've got
will another EU
Vampire
team lift the
Esports
trophy?
15th place.
Could it even be
Didn't
a
expect
team
that
unexpected to
happen.
win it all?
We've seen from them in
Let's
the past.
witness it together.
The Galaxy in 13th place, Besiktas in 12th place, LGD in 11th, and even Reject Damwon 10th and 9th respectively. There's a lot of these big name teams and big players that we've seen just over the course of this event alone that just haven't been able to perform in that first day. I mean, sometimes it can come down to there's a lot of pressure on the teams. It can come down to not having the international experience in these tournaments, and it can also come down to the fact that we have the best teams in the world, and there's bound to be some teams that are not going to be able to perform on that level, but sometimes we do get surprised with, for example, like you mentioned, LGD, they had a strong start in the
welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it.
Can't do anything?
New competition. Ladder competition.
Well,
the
I'm not going to answer that
Popularity
question, but you know
Annual
what?
Gala
Maybe our
event will be
casters can
utilizing a new
answer
ladder
that
promotion
question, or just
system.
the gameplay alone
Players'
answer it.
initial
Because
ladder
we head
grade
over
will
to
be
our
determined by
commentators
their
to
battle
kick off
points
our
at the
first
end of the
match
first
here
round.
of the day.
Ladders are divided
one
into
of
6
6
grades.
remaining
Triple
matches
S,
here in our last
Double
chance
S,
stage.
S,
John Allen and
A,
Blake.
B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion
we are
rules.
over the midway hump.
Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle
we will
period.
not be
For
stopping.
rounds
There
1 to
are
9,
no breaks
the ladder
on this
results are
train
settled at the end of every
We're
round's battle.
drawing
Apart from
to a
ladder grade
close
C,
here in the
each
last
ladder has
chance
100
stages.
spots, with the
These
top
teams,
20 promoted,
they're
the
trying to
middle
hang on
60
for dear
retained,
life.
and the bottom 20
They are
demoted.
100%. I mean,
If
there's
you're
not
trying
many
to move
places
up the
you can
ranks,
hang on.
be sure to stay
Some of
within
these
your
teams are on the
ladder's
outside of
within
the train
threshold
as
or
well, so
higher
it's getting
before each
real
round is settled.
windy out there.
Additionally,
There's a
ladder
tunnel
grades can
coming
only be
in, so
promoted or
duck their heads,
demoted by
make
1
sure
grade
that
at a time,
they can make
so
their
your
way
performance in
through
the assigned
these
round is
last 6
crucial.
matches. There
Be
is
sure
some
not to
teams
miss it.
that I worry about
Final
massively.
showdown.
I'm looking it down towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Based on the
Vampire
rankings
Esports
from the
25
previous
points
9
back
rounds,
in time.
round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Off their chicken dinner yesterday, which saw them up and into 5th place at the end of the day, just about pipping out Bigotron on a tiebreaker, with, of course, that chicken dinner being the driving factor. So it is still very, very close towards the top of those tables. Very, very hotly contested by quite a lot of teams. As you were saying before, Vampire Esports are big time. They will need that step up, but we've seen them from them before. They can have that sort of gumption, and they have had those pop-off there.
Looking at this playing pattern, it's very awkward
honestly. Down towards the south side, doesn't give a lot of people the opportunity to get up towards the northern edge of the map. VP is going to drop out towards Primorsk. It's going to be difficult for HVVP to get up towards North George. They're going to go to their secondary drop down towards Sosnovka. Now, yesterday, we saw they had a much bigger improvement when they were able to get into those circles early on. This might not afford them that same kind of chance, but a lot of times when they're playing on the northwestern edge anyway, it is a long haul down towards the eastern side of the map where we've seen a lot of these circles drop. A western circle could work out for them here. Similarly for VPE, who are improving their gameplay from the center side, especially on that Miramar where they took a very central position. But this circle basically favors absolutely everybody. Anyone can get towards this spot nice and easily. It does keep the majority of this bottom part of the map in, which does make things a little bit harder for anyone towards that Sosnovka military base in the first place. Getting across those bridges is going to be a little bit more difficult considering some complications in terms of gatekeeping going on.
Kalau perbedaannya menurut kita sih dari segi adaptif di tim-tim global ini ya, karena dari segi adaptif atau adaptasi mereka sangat-sangat kuat lah. Jadi mereka nggak ada patokan mau gameplay gimana, jadi mereka menyesuaikan dari segi gameplay.
Okay, if you ask me the difference between PMSL and PMGC, most of the team at this PMGC, they know how to adapt with the situation. They don't have like one specific play style or they want to play passive or aggressive. No, they're not doing that. They just adapt with the situation and improvise from there.
100% worth it as well.
So I guess that's the biggest challenge for them as well then.
100%
and now, based on yesterday's matches, are there any adjustments? Since today is your last day playing as well, you have to wait for tomorrow. Will there be any adjustment for your team to just make it for the next stage and get a better result?
Oke, jadi buat hari ini adalah hari terakhir buat Alter Ego sendiri. Apakah menurut kamu sendiri ada sesuatu lah yang kamu rasa bisa nggak kamu lolos ke Survivor Stage nanti? Gitu.
Like Zessi does manage to pop the reload there. Knew that these vehicles were going to be contested. I didn't realize it would be full squads contesting for a couple of these vehicles. Looks like that backup did come through. Inco lose one, I think Besiktas also losing one. They will be able to res there as well. So both of these teams fully disengaging from this area and figuring out where they're going to want to go further forward. They both now have three players alive.
For me, from Alter Ego, we want to do our best. We already touched up our mistake. We already learned from the past. And yes,
two games
of course,
have made up the majority of these 54 points.
Green
that is
and versus
slightly
Red. But then Red is going to play in tomorrow, so I think
it makes me
we're
very
going to
happy.
perform
In fact,
really
that
well.
tomorrow,
So
December 5th,
not going to
we'll
qualify
be seeing
easily to
2022
the last
PMGC
chance.
special crates
Now, I'm going to
releasing all
touch
the way
it
through to
for a
January
bit
8th, so
more.
make sure you
Since
get
you
hands
mentioned
on
about
those
your
whilst you still
mistakes
can.
yesterday, and it's so hard to
But
actually
it's all
identify
back
your
on
mistake in a
this
very
one
short
right
time.
now, this
Can you
match,
state out
this
some of the
day
mistakes that's
in
quite
particular,
major for your
where
team?
we'll be finding
Ya,
out
kamu
exactly which
ngomong-ngomong
top
kamu ada
5
ngomong
teams will be
tentang
heading through the grand finals.
permasalahan yang terjadi lah,
Honestly,
mistake
it is
terjadi.
getting
Bisa
a
nggak kamu
little bit
cerita
scary as
sedikit
we're seeing
aja
a much
apa
more
salah satu contoh
we have much more
mistake-mistake yang
info to
terjadi
go off
di
from yesterday.
kemarin
And
hari?
again, like I was saying, Inco, two
Mistake
matches make
yang
up
kemarin
the vast share of those
terjadi sih
54
kita
points they have.
belum
Now
expect
they
sama
could take a similar approach today, where
Semenan ya.
they get two
Jadi
games
benar-benar
and
dari
they're very
semua
happy,
map
seem
kita
so secure
benar-benar
towards that
dekat
top
sama
5.
dia dan
However, this is
lumayan
now the
mengganggu
adaptation day.
gameplay
This is
kita
where
lah.
teams have figured out
So the
what's
thing
going
that
on,
I don't
what works,
expect
and they
is
will
the
have
play
looked
style
at
from
yesterday. They will have
Sem9.
looked at
So that's the
Inco's
mistake that we
rotational
learned
paths,
back
where
then
they're
is
finding
because
these
of our draw
easy
spot
positions to get
in
towards
every
the
map
circle,
is
where they're
quite
sending central as
near
well,
with Sem9
and
and
maybe
yeah,
even
we
looking
don't.
to cut those
You don't
rotations off,
expect
or
these
even
things
pick
gonna
them up for
happen,
their
and yes,
own.
it's gonna.
And Inco,
They
although
give
very
us
good in the
so much
macro,
trouble.
I mean, that's the unexpected to be happening on the global stage, definitely now. You mentioned about Sem9. Are they one of your greatest threat when it comes to this stage, or will there be somebody else so far?
Kamu ngomong Sem9 nih, kamu ngomong Sem9. Apakah Sem9 itu salah satu tim yang kamu ngerasa PR terbesar kamu, ataupun ada tim-tim yang lain?
Enggak sih, karena emang kemarin iseng aja, kita nggak expect dia bakalan main se-iseng itu.
Okay, so basically it's not really Sem9 is our biggest threat, but then we just don't expect they're gonna play like that.
Okay, we might have more surprises for today, by the way. With tight points among the teams, and you still have a great chance to make it to the last chance stage. What's your focus to improve your rankings there, since today is your last stage? And what do you think is the most important outcome for today's game?
Okay, jadi kalau kita lihat dari point system, poin kalian itu tidaklah terlalu jauh untuk kamu lolos ke ke last chance. Jadi apakah fokus terbesar yang kamu mau fokusin hari ini supaya kamu bisa lolos ke last chance?
Kita lebih memaksimalin tiap game sih. Jadi kalau tiap game kita mendapatkan hasil yang bagus, poin juga bakalan ikutan bagus juga. Jadi kita fokus game per game.
Okay, so basically we're gonna focus on each game. We're gonna focus on our first game first. It's because of I believe if we focus in
on each game,
go for. It's
the point will come afterward. So we're just going to do our best in every single map so that we're going to maximize our point.
I agree, it's one step at a time, one thing at a time as well. But we're done here on stage live. We're going to toss it back to the casters. Good luck, all the best for all the teams out there competing, especially when it comes to Green Group. Today will be the last day performing, and next day they have to just wait it out. We're just going to toss it back to the casters. Casters, take it away.
Both these teams will have to be a little bit careful.
Bacon time at the bottom of the tables right now. Get Central.
Well, as you heard there, Potato, Altigo, and all the teams from Group Green, this is your last chance.
Well, I'd say Central, they're sort of on the outside of the centre pack right now, but it's a pretty solid compound as well. Like, nice sightlines out nearby to them.
On the dust to break everything happening,
obviously, a lot of rotational opportunity ahead of them, but with how tightly packed the centre is, it might be curtailed that little bit. Misery. Spots Game Lord rotating past.
Yes, they did.
Spots rolling on into compound as well. Spots crashing in. Spots the hop out as well. Spray is not going to be good for the first knock, and actually traded off Narvalo, able to get that flash down.
That is not the issue for them. Yesterday, the issue for them in 4 games out of the 6 was unnecessary risks. You think back to the Sandbox.
Misery's usually very good at that, which is catching players off guard, but I think that he was a little bit all over the place there, panicking slightly. Maybe holding a singular angle could be good, but I think he was attempting to keep
first game on Erangel, where they're coming late to the circle, they're trying to go for a central spot. You're too late. Try and play edge instead. Again, another unnecessary risk. And then finally, 7-9 on Erangel being able to take them out when they're trying to find cars. Right? So all of these unnecessary risks that they're taking could be easily mitigated if they're just playing a bit more mature PUBG Mobile and trying to play a bit more of a control style.
H3P now finally making their move out
before we
towards that
some more analysis here,
side.
I know you're just
over the western bridge at the moment.
Remind you guys
DRS left this position earlier on. They will have to move through them at some point, but the GT's in the way, so there's a lot of spots to be hidden in.
Lovely device. Make sure you check out TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 to find out some stuff behind the scenes, hopefully some interviews, hopefully anything for you guys to watch. And of course, we do post about the event. Make sure you use the hashtag as well. But Max, as you heard, Colors breakdown Ultra Ego. There's another team out there we really have to focus our attention on. A team who had a special invite into
a little bit quieter now, but I imagine just on the southwest side of those Yas9 fields,
I don't know if I want to talk about
a little bit. I think we saw obviously the roll up from Game Lord on that side.
Sure, I mean, Gladiators we expect more, right? I still believe in the Gladiators cheese. They're going to cheese until the very end here, Jason. They're going to maybe qualify to the survival stage, to the last chance, should I say.
Losing a couple of players, not ideal. Again, this is why most teams will shift really central early on.
And
I think it's acceptable to play very center on that first zone shift just because you're expecting a circle like this to occur, and then people can start to play edge from here on out. But getting a central spot early gives you a very high chance of getting in towards that area. Game Lord deciding to move a little bit further in, clear out maybe one of these teams. The BTR have to be quick with it now. Obviously getting shunting out of that top 5 placement, 51 points tiebreaker on the chicken dinner. Going down here at the start of the day would not be good for them. So when they goes through the window, it's absolutely perfect. He couldn't be going down first.
Oh, another one in through the window. 2 nades, 2 knocks. It's Jed Foster, a third nade through. They will be able to find an answer a little bit as the M249, a lot of bullets, but not going to be able to find the second knock onto Victor. Narvalo does fall, but Megatron swept aside Game Lord. They're Bane right now. Very central of the circle as well, and a powerful garage.
Constantly get more days, more games on the board. They're great at assimilating information. All of their teams, all of the teams that qualify.
Exactly, John, that pushes them up past Titans.
I'm hoping for Duxan to
nicely with 53 points, just behind Inco at the moment, by 2 points overall. That's 4th place.
We did doing a very good job so far. Yes, a lot of these points really want to hammer home about Gladiators here.
Almost saved by Narvalo.
My attention actually are over towards potentially Intel Gaming, because obviously they've seen their brethren teams Alpha 7
yesterday. Either way, if you look at that,
Influence Rage perform pretty well. I'm curious to see if they can rise up and be another Brazilian strong power team. But also, and Hyper, because the roster they ended up fielding in Group Red wasn't the roster they ended up fielding in Americas, or the team they ended up fielding in North America PMPL.
These 4 eliminations,
to be fair,
first take on the circle,
was surprised to see them do so well in the group, considering defense kind of been out of the team for a while now. They have, and then also have a lot of pressure coming their way from North America in general, considering they're our only representative. And
no real compound for them, though, so Game Lord still have this really strong compound towards the center of the circle. High ground play around with, there's walls around here too, which makes the crash a little bit more uncomfortable. I think maybe BTR just had to be a little bit quicker with those nades, and for Game Lord getting up like that with barely any smokes and then just nading through the window, that shouldn't really happen
Brazil right now, because Inference Rage are just running away with it.
Afraid after
as you said already, talking about Inco, Jason, they have already played at this stage. Nenebich in particular, one of my favorite players of the region, so I would like to see them potentially climb up. But that would be too many Brazilian teams in this position,
but the rotation paths from here, they'll be much more familiar with. Obviously, normally going in for North George, so
I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, still lots of cars down the way. But we can see comparison here. Mad Bulls, obviously, the Galaxy and Mad Bulls obviously struggling when it came to placement points, able to put up a ton of eliminations and obviously double chicken dinners as well. We can see just obviously the performance that came to group stage quite different.
Pushing in from that south side will be behind
Galaxy,
DRS to their side.
Like
that is a nasty shift flag. It's hard north, but it keeps a lot of both sides of the river in, and they're going to be difficult choices to be made in the future.
I think for A7 this is really nice for them. I think the fact that they were all the way on this northeast side, they were looking like they were going to be able to find a way in towards the circle. Set us up a little bit further towards Rozhok, and then even goes further north on that side, gives Alpha 7 an excellent opportunity to pump those scores up and really secure their position towards that top 5 head through towards the BMGC. It's been very rare that we've not seen Alpha 7 go through to BMGC, but already I think that's 2 knocks either side, but we've rejected the back as well. This could be horrendous stuff. A second knock for Mythic over onto Meku, and 2 players are down. It's all on Tixie to hold the front here. Rejector coming through, as you say, a third party. Matic and Tixie now for the squad. Carrillo on the corner, will find a nade in his way. Tixie gets one back as well, and a lovely little shot through the window. Needs to hold for a second, but a third player for HBVP falls down. It's Matic rolling up the sequence there, and they're out. Both Alpha 7 and HBVP try and crash the same compound flank.
Yeah.
And it goes to hell for HBVP. Reject move in and look for the third party as well. It's just that speed that is on the side of A7. They're further towards that northeast. They can get inside that compound early. Both teams had the same idea, and you can't fault them for it. It's a really strong compound over towards that Yaz Bridge crossing, so if this headed further towards that western side, this would be providing anyone that picks it up now a huge opportunity to gatekeep a lot of teams. Inco heads towards the bridge with 3 players. They're going to hold down there for the time being. Reject hope to get in on that fight. Either way, for HBVP, it's just a little bit too slow, and I think that when you're trying to crash a compound like that, you have to be really quick, very dominant. For Alpha 7, it was less of a problem for them because it's a very long rotate for some of these teams to head over Yasnaya, past the lake, round the side, and they have a huge amount of sidelines to see that one happening. HBVP, they have to be a little bit more aware, which is why they leave it sooner in the back. Either way, huge job to Alpha 7. Very good team fight Group Green and pick up the compound and get those angles
I have a bit of a grim outlook for Group Green in my opinion.
Now they can start to really get some more points and get a cracking game on board with 78 points already accrued. They might look to overtake DRS on this game.
Ultra was the top out of those 6 teams with 22 points, and that's kind of why I focused on them a little bit in my VOD review from day to day, because I do feel like Ultra Ego is the one that can try and get out of that rut that Group Green put themselves in yesterday, because it is their last chance today. So much so that I do believe that Ultra Ego will make some big changes coming in today, like for example, I think that they're going to go north on Tranmere because N-Hyper goes down towards Camp Charlie, which was a backup drop since they moved away from the Northwest Island, for example.
So we'll see if that actually pans out here today. Difficult cross down towards Alpha 7's position. A lot of open ground here over towards this pizza wedge, essentially.
I will say this, I'm 100%
another difficult circle,
but one thing we can't forget about is that the difference between 16
but you really do wonder where this circle's going to end up.
But obviously, if you're Melise here in the situation, that's when we're doubling your points. But it's not that big of a gap at the moment, so it's really going to come down to those potential 1, 2, 3 points that whether you're into the last chance or your unfortunate TMGC run will be done. So it's still extremely close, but yeah, it is kind of eye-opening match as you look at Group 3 just struggling down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, actually, I got a few numbers right now.
Group Yellow on average have everybody else trying to make their way across, as can Inco, unfortunately, though. Alpha 7 move on out. It's over the top, entirely low, Becca at the back.
There's room for them
will be able to stay alive here. Another nade on in to try and pick up the flush. Rez is very tricky there. Down 1, trying to get across the bridge, shut down.
An impact on the leaderboards, and after
Kalaris in esports,
this is the worst scenario to be in. You just got to stay
split 2 and 2. The other 2 players on the east side of Rozhok.
The most insane situation to be in because you just cannot have the impact you're hoping for.
No, for sure. It's a terrifying prospect actually. Kind of
North shore for Vampire already.
I think that
they're in one of those towers,
right
but
now
they're going to have to move further in.
17 points yesterday. Compare that to the group stage that they have, which is 188 points in total.
It's a hard cross here. I think Schweppes is playing this very, very well, knowing that this probably is off angle to make an XI8.
Because
BZM goes down to Enigma Galaxy. There's a lot of eyes on this position. Ghost is the only one left remaining over towards Drossop side, but should be shortly returning to the fold.
Some uncharacteristic numbers that came out from yesterday. Procedure, for example, only 10 eliminations across 6 games. This is a team that can get that in one game, no problem, considering what we saw from them in the group stage. So
stays
my
alive,
eyes are
however.
Also on them, aside from Alter
Rob
Ego.
Victor and Akashi to back Novallo up on the hillside. They know there's more players here. They know they have to push further north.
100%. I completely agree, and unfortunately just got seen out of them and
Smoke's
the Twins,
being
but you know what,
down
obviously
for
rotating
Game
groups.
Lord to
I think for
isolate
me,
sight
as you kind of mentioned, right, like we have
channel
rotating
towards
groups,
the
it
Enigma Galaxy fight.
doesn't favor some of the teams, but for me, PMGC is always about finding the best all-around team. There's so many
launching them back on over. No one going down just yet. The rest of down one trying to get across. Not going to be shot at just yet, but everybody's turned their attention that way now. As Vampire have to be on the swivel, actually managing to get all the way across. Down one gaming will stay alive for now. Reiji shots over towards Alpha 7.
You got to be good all around.
They're still peppering away at Enigma Galaxy, very soon. Right on the south.
But one team I did want to focus on, just really quickly, because I want to throw this out there in case it happens. Influence rate.
They know they have some good
You're so far in the lead, there should be no chance you're ever going to fall into the bottom 8. Do you start to hot drop on some team's potential? Start to kind of put yourself in rotational paths of some of the teams.
Does not want to expose himself for too long.
Maybe Mad Bulls is a better case
currently
situation.
26 points, 28 after those two elims.
And prevent them from
quite far
potentially
down towards the bottom of the lobby.
Influence rate
Put some more points on the board today.
We always theorize this, and it pretty much
little
never
roll up
happens,
coming through from Game Lord.
I want to
now
see
last
it.
standing
You
for
want to
Enigma
see it, okay,
Galaxy,
but other
but
teams going to take that
shot
risk.
down
I'm
as
not
well.
quite sure.
Victor and Rob's active. They want to try and create some cover, but their teammates are getting shot out in the meantime. They're not in the next circle, and IHC have moved in front of them.
I mean,
with the chaos that they were involved
just play the half of the day,
Enigma
just
Galaxy.
chill, normal.
Godless,
then if you want to see how it happens, I think the earlier you do it,
teammates
the
will
more
fall. Two players now left standing for Game Lord on the south side, and a tricky rotation ahead of them. Likely they're going to have to move north of the river, and IHC have got the shots. They split one-on-one in the vehicles. Reloads there. The back player actually going to be able to get to the coastline. Likely to get across, but still somehow squeaking it through. Forward position.
I have a thought. I do think
taken away from them, however.
I mean, considering that I think that the performance will continue
inside the water himself. Chunksy did go down to a shot coming through from Besiktas all the way on that eastern side. They'll have to move further in. Inco once again find themselves a very troublesome spot, but a spot that they have lived in.
Rotational paths from something like Yasnaya going up against kind of Rozok. Sometimes those can potentially clash from time to time, and Erangel is the most, as we all do our little things.
Very rough play
I
from
want to be
earlier. Now everyone realizes
I think that could be a target. If they were going to do something, I don't know whether they will.
Down, through, down, traded off for just the one. They turn around the corners though, they got the DBSs at close range. I think there were several going off there. There's at least 2 on the roster. Vampire keeping the shotguns in hand.
You're limited in games, you have a better chance of qualifying through. But let's see what's going to break down. We're heading to our first match today with Sandhawk.
Position, trying to get as many reses through as possible before they start to make that grand dash. Becker just taking shots. Inco already up to 3 eliminations so far from the waters below. Sharks.
It was cool. I like
for a little bit more to chew.
We're in school blank. We want to get our opinions.
Because
even me and you were speculating with theory crafting. It's sick, man. This week's going to be so damn good. Like the quality of games yesterday was great. If that carries on, I'm
really struggling here. Inco doing a stellar job. 3 eliminations so far. Forest should be spotted. DRS in the meantime, southwest side. Vampire at their back, looking to move up. Schwepp does
final day today before heading towards tomorrow. Everyone gets 2 days of play
should be resable here for Vampire. 4 eliminations already on the game.
Some of the players, some of the teams in Group Green are in real danger right now.
Delta, either player going down.
You do Alliance, they look happy, they look ready to go.
Sightlines away from
very
Vampire.
Excited to get things
on their approach on the southwest side. The blue zone moving in. Shots from Ravenclaw as they crest the ridge. The back line not safe. Rules repositioning.
Significantly well. Obviously not getting in towards that direct invite.
Go for the spray that he wants to find, but the nade over the top could be on the money. It's the only one he's got in the pocket. Looks like it's on target. Maybe a little bit short there. Will fall just in front of the rock that Delta hides behind. Schwepp swings out wide. Yanti shots over to Reject. They are caught in a trap right now. DRS need to stay strong.
Good teams in some of these other groups
push for a lot of
definitely deserve more praise.
VP's not making this easy.
I think that's what the
they're remaining outside the sidelines from the guys of Reject.
Looking back on it,
but DRS, they just have to push for this team in front.
Green-tinted goggles.
Enigma Galaxy do go down, but Shiktas still going pretty strong on that eastern side.
Right? Even Reject Tokyo could be lumped in without how well
being pulled apart here by the nades.
Reject, but since coming into this, well, hang on a minute, hold that thought. If Dark drops are happening, like, what's going on here? Straight into the action. Is that Madballs under pressure already?
It's Inco versus Madballs here. We saw this versus Madballs in the very first day of their group versus Falcons. They
pretty much where that position is going to be, but Killer finds another one. Oh, he's drifted over. He didn't get it. Okay, fair enough. I didn't realise the rear axle was only a 90% HP hit, but either way, Vampire taking a knock back over the stone. Got the smoke out, has that cover to play around, but got the thread the needle nonetheless. IHC pick up the elimination. Vampire, they had a good fight there, but it
pressure
crashing down right at the end.
Even back in regulation of Group Green, they were being tested for control.
On the rollout
are the ones that are starting to show up here, though. Early damage done. Fleek down by the DBS. Another knock coming in blank, bit of a trade, but now we're seeing them both be severed. Lots of damage across either squad.
Currently a four-man squad did take down one of the players coming through from Alpha 7 who was trying to control the river itself in the meantime.
Zerich
Very
desperately
slowly
trying
but
to
surely
hold his
made
own.
their way into
trying to head
position. I
down the
like that
stairs.
play from
Nice
Titans.
little peek out coming through from Inco.
Meantime,
Only one Mad Ball
in the
left
water.
remaining,
Inco
but it's
still
Tulika,
dominating
who's
from
having a
this side.
fantastic day yesterday.
It
Not
was one of those
about to
pushes
let
where it's
this
like,
game
this
slip
might
out
not
of his
work out for
hands.
us
He's
for the
only
first
got one
10 minutes,
teammate
but
left to
trust
bring
me,
up, but a huge
we
amount of
will
damage
get some
onto
points from this
Squash.
position if we just
Last
maintain
player alive,
our
Tulika.
lives. At
Can
some
he
point,
clutch
this is
this
going to
out?
become hugely contested, and people would be sending
Is it
themselves
going
in
to be
3 points for us in the vehicles.
Used car salesman drops down for Squash, seeing
players
if he
near
can
the river
clear his way
committed
through
to
as
it
the
just
bullets
yet,
come
actually just
flying.
finding a
Tulika
spot
calls
right
for the
near
backup
the edge
of
of the
his
circle
teammates,
right now.
rotating further over, so he's
So
got
for
room to
Vampire,
try
they
and
have
pick
8
him up
eliminations,
later,
so
if
placement
possible.
points that they can
Doesn't
rack up
peek
now
off
is
the back of the
there's a
bait
lot
of the
of
movement either, so Squash still
ragtag
holding.
teams in the
Frozen
river.
expires, and it's all on
they can just
Tulika
stay
for
alive
good.
and
No
not get
chance of
caught
getting
up
his
in it.
teammates back.
They can
So
ladder up
worst case
easily
scenario
6 to
has
7
happened here.
team
Even
places
if
here.
either one of these solos get away and give up the final
taking shots,
elim,
this guy
you have
really
crippled
performed
yourself
very
coming
well
into the opening
through the
game
stage.
today. And this
A
is
little
it,
bit
they've
of
got to
a
roll with the punches
slower
now.
performance coming through on the
Galaxy
survival
also
stage,
had a
but
little
has
peek
made
in
it
here
in.
with Ralph
Still
off in
had
the
some really
distance
big
alongside
moments.
of his teammate. So
Seems like
this
he's still
fight
being
is not
that
going to go
front man
well
for the squad.
either
Those
way
sixes
for
really
both
caught my eye
squads
recently
right
as
now.
this backstop
Tulika is
member
on the
was able to get
broadside,
some
will
very
be spotted
interesting
almost
little angles,
immediately.
some
This
peaks that coming
shotgun
through. He
that
opened up
Squash
the
has
fight
found
here over
himself
towards Alpha
alongside
7,
with the
allowing them to get into a
SK-12 that he's
position on the
currently
circle.
holding
And
on
Titans
to.
haven't
It
pushed
is
their
just
luck
stressful
actually.
to
They
deal
go
with
for the
now
full-on crash
for
over towards Alpha
Tulika
7. They
indeed.
just found a
One
compound
shot
to play
will
from.
be enough to
Decided
take
this is
him
better
down
for them
unless
to
he's
stay
at
up as 4
distance.
rather than
But for
risking
the
the
Mad
full-on
Bulls,
fight.
it's still
Going
sort of
with
an
this
important
circle
fight
with
to
the
win
bank
out
in
on,
play.
right? You
Although
do
it's
not
very
want to be
risky and
losing
horribly
your spot
dangerous,
in
this type
ruins.
of
You
terrain,
don't want
they're more than
people
likely
to be
going to live for a
feeling
long
like you're
while
an
just
easy
sticking as
prey
4 as
come
opposed to going
towards
for a full-on
that
brawl.
direct invite towards the PMGC, that global championship.
Trying to
So
survive
for anyone watching,
as long as
all the
possible.
other teams are already qualified. You know, Mad Bulls
in the
have to
buggy,
put on a
we'll
bit
be
of
able
a
to bandage
performance
up.
here, a bit of a display.
Get a little bit of healing done. Staying alive for
Goodbye.
now. That south side, you can see just all of the teams who went to the river as a last chance. LGD finally having to leave their stronghold. Besiktas ready and waiting to receive.
Takes out the
They
final
won't
player
find not
there
just
from
yet. 2
Inco.
players active. YZ and Suki.
Difficult stuff ahead now.
Suki already on the high ground.
Himself.
He's still in the
Moving
next
forward
circle.
Here, Jackie.
And playing around that bridge.
That is a rough way.
They know where that
to
is.
start
The nade
this
over the
off,
top
though.
from Zessi.
You know, we're coming into it
finds
thinking
the high ground knock, and
time to
LGD
speculate, give a bit
join
of
the
a lay
teams
of the land, if you will,
in the
for our
river crawl.
viewers at home.
Just
we
picking
got
up more and more
Jason's
points here. I mean,
favourite, just what he
Ravenloft
ordered,
is in
you know,
such a
fresh
powerful
from the
position.
oven there.
Yeah, even
the
as a
hot
solo
drop
from this spot on the
specialty.
side, doesn't have to take many fights coming
just
through
walking
from
away with
Reject,
just
but
the
what
one
he
man
can
as well.
do
The
is
worst
certainly
case
pick up some
scenario,
good
really
points down
blank, and
towards
then
the
a
river.
third party to
Might
steal
not get a
that
huge
last
amount of placement points here, but any
wrap that
team
up
that
in a
he
neat
can
little
remove
package.
is
If
good
that
news for
isn't a
him.
little taster of the
Still
sort
has
of
cover from the rock, but
we're going to be
Besiktas
seeing
will have
today,
clean lines of
then
sight to this
I don't
direction
know what would be.
as soon as they step up, but they're more than likely going to
Yeah,
commit
I mean,
to just going north
some
of the
these
river.
teams, some of these squads, right?
On
it
this
was kind
next
of
circle,
interesting
they have 30
because we were
seconds to
sort of
play.
speculating
The question is,
to
what
hot
will
drop.
they do
In
with the
end,
position they've been
they
given?
have
Zesty
to,
actually
but
looks for a
it's
swim
Info
across.
who does
Ravenclaw
engage that.
steps
I
up for
think
more.
Maybe not
What's
the greatest thing to happen. I
Just
mean,
ducking
we were
back
talking about
behind,
how,
and yeah, there we go.
here on
Besiktas.
Sandhawk, you do
As soon as he takes those shots, they go down. And it's 10th place for Vampire, which is really unfortunate.
You're only going to see one of it anyway.
9 eliminations.
You don't want to go
on the
heavy
cards. We'll
on these
up
games.
a little bit on the
Tixie
tables,
all
but
by his
they could have
lonesome.
got so much
no one
more.
else
There's
to
9
help him.
teams still
Got a
remaining.
DBS
And I'm very, very certain that it's going to be
here of Quest.
much fewer than that.
not very long.
Straight around the corner.
And with a lot of the teams already have fair few points towards the top of the lobby, feeling very healthy. Over the game lord currently, I believe that is now around
like a very aggressive bunny
no, it's Victor this time around putting down shift.
At least hits onto a one.
Game lord's going to live for a little bit longer
as well.
Basically
just offering themselves up as sacrifice there. Those are some freebies for Gladiators. You get the response in as well for the situation.
Already,
you know, everyone back on their feet. You're going to be happy with that.
The work
yeah, you're going to be really, really pleased with the fact that Tixie's able to hold his own on this compound. It is typically where Tixie does play as well over towards this eastern side.
So for them, they're getting their big game in, securing themselves towards the top of the lobby nice and early on, giving themselves that buffer. It's a very relaxed little last chance here for Inko.
One player is on
this
his
is where
lonesome.
Inko
Backup doesn't
really
come
put the
half
hurt
as
on
quick
and
enough
sweep up a lot of these points. 8 eliminations already. I imagine they're going to be able to see 3 or 4 more in the next couple of minutes. Shots over towards Alpha 7 as Reggie backs them off the wall.
13 points.
They've been held in this compound for so long. Blank. Remember, this is the compound that they fought HVVP for. Both teams wanted to crash it.
Plays we saw from
and the fact that Alpha 7 are alive, this deep in a really strong position,
is going to be able to get into
just
this
makes you wonder what HVVP could have done with it as well.
Next year is going to be a really good year for Al Haji, no matter what team he's on.
This could be a big nade, bro.
I think they've done well at least.
Really big, actually.
Kind of
Why said
it finds Inko. Becca maybe being dismounted there is going to look for the result of Vitali, but another nade to follow. The could look a little bit too short there. Why said lets it go a little bit longer. This one though could prove to be a little bit more brutal, but the bounce off the rock
we can still be talking
would
about
be too long anyway.
At least for me was
impressive. In the
like
Arsenal, jump out wide.
YZ
actually tucks back into cover. Besiktas are there with nades as well. Vitali goes down again. Becca low. Besiktas on the other side of the river.
Was raw misery. Back on screens here though. Evos instant
5 limbs down for LGD.
Looking to try and build themselves.
He's doing a very good job. I think he's realised that, you know what, he's not getting a high place, but what he can do is get a lot of limbs here. Squash moves out the water. This is a full-on challenge between him and YZZ. See what you can get done here. Raging. Raciocio goes down. Squash actually knocked as well.
Yeah, it's a nice little fight there from Pasija Evos versus Enhyper, leaving them down to one player.
Alpha 7 the only team in cover right now. And they have been given this one after their first initial rotation.
I mean, they were doing extremely well over in
be able to control all the crossing and Titan know it. They want this compound, they want to take it back into control. 4 players alive for Titan, the only team at full power. Mafioso struggling to find an opening knock over to the squad, finally able to thread that needle.
He's just misery now,
Puncher
coming
falls
up against
first,
some of the
6
players
on the sidelines as well. Up and into the fray. There's too many angles for him to deal with those. Carrillo unleashes the Groza. Looks for the flush.
What more can he get done?
Over onto Puncher.
Bullets
the rest
down
of the duo just staying at the back here for Titan. 2 players now alive. Alpha 7 on 3. As everybody from the river finally getting cut down. Inko eliminated. Down 1 down. 4 teams remaining now. Black.
Move on the go here as well.
What a hold there from LGD though. YZZ still going. Trying to ruin the chances. Son HP has to drop in towards the water himself. Most likely will get knocked out here. And LGD, which is YZZ himself, owning the bank, taking all the cash from the vault there and putting it in the elimination points bracket. Looks great news for him. 10 eliminations, yeah.
A truer test of them.
LGD will go down there, but 3rd place, 10 eliminations, a 20-point game for LGD.
Even CEO later, there
will indeed, but Alpha 7, 3
players,
players,
one-man army.
With the one.
I don't feel like he was as quick
to
the mark yesterday.
Figure that he could be in here. They've got to imagine he's in the tower. Now he's enveloped by the blue.
Would like to
wants to bounce a nade off the wall at the last second.
Yeah,
but
I mean for the Turkish squad, it's just
even
that.
The point doesn't go to Alpha 7, but they get the chicken dinner nonetheless. And play from a super strong compound. Hard fought for them at the start, but they kept everybody else at bay.
Cut the legs out from underneath them.
They did a good
job of it in terms of
I really like
theory,
this though, because
right?
it
In
completely
theory, where they
ties
were
into
playing, it was all
what Revo's been talking
then
about.
They were going down to these
towards the
engagements.
beginning of the game,
always able to win it out very cleanly with 4-man
they were
squad
struggling
going
a little bit
onwards and
get
just clearing
towards the
from
centre of the
there.
circle,
And
playing
they
on that
ended up just losing games
edge a
very
lot of
early on.
times.
And this
They're
kind
an
of the risk with
just
playing
like
edge a lot of times.
HVP.
Whilst
However, they
you're
were
holding out and
they want to
guarding
get a little
those
bit
edge
more
sides,
aggressive with their
if you get into an
positioning, get into a spot
engagement
where they
there,
find
you
it
lose it. Right, there's not much chance of getting very much further into the game. For other teams that like to leapfrog from edge and then send towards kind of a middling position between the centre of the circle
this time around,
and
it's a case of we have to fight HVP
you have
for this
much
spot.
more
We're going to
chance to
send
get
directly
further
in
into the
there,
game
and we will just challenge out any of the team for his position, because it is the game-winning spot, and HVP and both Alpha 7 understood that it could have gone either way.
This morning,
and it is so unfortunate that
mixing up the
HVP
time
didn't win that fight, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. Alpha 7 with the chicken dinner take them up and into the first spot.
Absolutely swinging, and I think in this format you have to, whereas other teams sort of got in their own heads a bit.
Yeah, that was one of the big focal points umming and ahhing over about how you can see the difference. Let's say a team like Influence Ray, who came out just playing their style, just absolutely giving it, right? Any opportunity they had to just swing on a fight, play confident, going into an engagement basically saying, we've already won this, just thinking about the points being in their pocket. You're going to have so much more of a better time of it going into giving so much respect to teams, overthinking these situations, and we've seen that change. A lot of our squads from Group Green, it feels like their play styles have kind of flip-flopped more so than anything. What we were seeing during that regular point. This is an interesting one, actually kind of ties into that. You can see here,
well, off the 7, they came out with the interview saying, if you come near us, we're going to shoot you down. And HUVP, unfortunately, was one of the recipients of this one. As they close out the game, get themselves even further into top 5. And I believe even in first place now, gentlemen. This is a fantastic showing out of Alpha 7
when they felt
as they look to join
early in a compound. This is where we saw some of the better games from Region.
Normally in the interviews, I'm not going to lie, we hear them say, oh, if we see you, we're going to like chase you down, we're going to take your compound. I don't typically believe it. I do now. They just barely saw Pixel moving of HVVP in a really good compound at that. Like, it was a better rotation from HVVP, a lot quicker. But the fact that Alpha 7 just sent it while the team was split was perfect timing from Alpha 7, and then you just can't breach it because the compound, it's hard to leave, but it's even harder to breach right Sandstorm, and that defense was just on point.
Potentially Nick and Alex
the hard way, true.
Just swinging wide of this.
Yeah, they really did. But what we saw from Mythic in that last game, completely wiping out the HVVP lineup.
Very well known.
I asked this before the game, and I'm going to ask it now. Do you think they might have done better if they dropped, or at least close enough to North George, tried to rotate there? Would have been a quicker rotation to that compound. That might have actually been the difference in them arriving earlier than Alpha 7.
Reject is playing
might have been the biggest difference that they needed. And at this point of the game, making that mistake, not getting a single elim either, not securing a single point, is definitely going to hurt HVVP.
Now the nades can start to come through. There's a lot of damage off the back there. In the
meantime,
Duxan does take
but a couple
down
of individual plays we're going to have to mention here as well. YZZ from LGD, the last surviving player from the teams out of water.
On the nades for Alter Ego, looking to see
first of all, I mean, obviously the confidence that goes in to be able to pull off that kind of situation and knowing your limits and knowing what you need to do. But I feel like at the end, to be fair to him, Victor kind of saved him from Gaylord as he knocked 2 players
reset in terms of the defense.
Pretty much. Like, the situation is really out there. It's hard to predict what's going to be happening. We just picked up the pieces. And I think the weapon choice for him in that situation was really good. He was playing the BP Bison, which, as we know, has got a lot of ammo in that clip, and he can just keep spraying down as they just come out of the water. He can just keep spraying, keep the pressure on, and it's going to be really hard to make it over to the mainland. So, yeah, good weapon usage, and YZZ. I mean, they had a good game initially, but making it across that river as a 4-man team is just so hard.
Well, you got Alliance on the move.
For Alpha 7, 23. LGD, though, 20 points. I mean, if we talk about those individual points scored, we talked about was Navarro getting himself 10. I think YZZ has just been able to catch up quite a bit here. Because that gets LGD so close to being in top 5
around the map where
I wonder how close it is. I'm hyped to look at the overall rankings,
but this is a game that's going to put them in good standing. What's not going to put a few of the teams in good standing, of course, we talked about HVVP, but BTR losing that fight almost instantly to the hands of a Game Lord. That's going to put Game Lord in a great position, and it's fantastic for Game Lord too, because before this game, Game Lord went 8 plus 49 points. BTR were just barely above them in 6th place.
Circle moves very hard towards that north side. Now that is a little bit of grace given towards MBE Sports. They can use that to their advantage. You do Alliance, they take a knock in flat, and a quick heal goes over towards
at the time. So we see a lot of movement still happening here, potentially a lot of movement happening when it comes to our fan vote leaderboard. Remember, I said STG was first place yesterday, and they're going to be still first place today. However, the Galaxy getting fit, maybe the only way that we're going to see the Galaxy get a top 5 today.
How are 4 rivals higher?
I don't know how 4 rivals
started
are
off
higher.
5th, then they were 4th, I think, yesterday, and now they're 3rd. Like, are they going to...
Are they coming for STG's spot? Is that the question? I mean, we're running out of days. That's it. Today's the last day. We're done.
Now,
just 5 more games left.
Poser has a nade in hand. We'll send it over towards Nessa, but these fumbling a lot during these days.
I thought Sense was going to be a little angry at me for what I said
found so far. Really good stuff from there. I think this is interesting.
What am I going to defend? You give me a reason to defend them. From what I've seen in these games,
just coming these games,
they don't deserve to get into the top 5. They're just not showing what they're made of. of. It's not the same performance from last year's BMGC. They were sticking to the heel strat on Sandhawk yesterday as well, so there's not much left to give them at this point.
Into a bit of a groove now.
We know there is left to give from you guys at home. Your thoughts, the viewer survey that's currently happening over in the YouTube chat. You guys can fill it out and give your feedback on the show, feedback on the talent. Maybe you want me next year to bully Maxman even more. Let us know your thoughts, and I'll make that happen.
They weren't quite sure which fight they wanted to set their gaze on, but now they've been thrust into
Let's take a look though at what's really important. Excuse me, today, the overall rank. Top 5 is what it's all about, and we have seen some movement. Alpha 7 sneaking away in first place. We can see Titan Game as well has moved up the game lord. 2 points behind top 5, and even LGD now just 10 points behind top 5.
Meanwhile, that's the thing, right? When you have only 12 matches to perform to be in the top 5 position, every single game you could have a completely different ranking for these teams. Top 5 teams remain the exact same, just the placements are a little bit different, but I've seen HVP slip down a little bit. And down 1-2, like 2 teams that I thought, yeah, they're going to be top 5, should be pretty easy. Struggling a little bit, and Vampire had a good start, but they got KK'd by Reject really hard this game.
Which is a really
still 19-point difference from that 5th place spot all the way towards 12, so even teams like Besiktas have a chance to bring it back, but again, these teams at the very bottom of the leaderboard, they need to start bringing it early on in the day, so they need to bring it in game 8, game 9, of course, in Miramar and Sandhawk. If they're not able to perform in these 2 games, then the last 2 games of the day, we're just going to be focused on the top 5 teams and maybe up to 8, who is going to be challenging for those top 5 spots.
Strange and weird circumstance that we see Gladiators get the majority of their points done on Sandhawk. As we know, they are horrid at this map. This is a map that they do not find a lot of success on, but already they're up to 7 eliminations. With 4 players alive,
with
this is starting to be
IA,
a
these
really
guys,
good
I mean,
run
they
for
showed
them.
us something special on the very last day of survival stage, but we're not seeing any of that in today's games. They were very late on their rotation coming up from the military base, and when we saw them going into Zone 2, I believe Zone 3, 2 or 3 of the players had like 3 bandages and no stims. They were running out of meds, so those late rotations are hurting them a lot. Bacon, one of the top performing teams on Erangel as well. We didn't see them do anything in the last game, didn't see them do anything in day 1, so the reason I'm focusing on these teams, they're at the very bottom, and they need to perform, and they need to do it now, otherwise their journey is done in the
breakfast this morning.
We're looking at your picks, Maxman. I see a certain team in there that you said you would not predict at all today, or at least as a team to watch. LGD, interesting.
It's not my pick. You told me to pick it for you, Jason. I took it for you. Did we do that some Vampire? I was going to say I proved we didn't record anything.
Yeah, they desperately do.
Right now, LGD, I mean, they were in a position that was not great before this game. They were in 11th position, and it was said right also that they only have a certain amount of games where they can potentially hope to be back in a race. Thanks to the performance of YZZ, they're still in a position where they can compete. They're still clearly in a position where they can be in the top 5, and as we know, Jason, they are really good at playing on Miramar. So if they can get themselves maybe their very first chicken dinner of the last chance on this game, this would put them, normally push them up even in top 5.
Very much
top 5 obviously would make them extremely happy, but the problem is they're running out of matches to do so. There's a lot of other teams gunning out for that position as well. So we're head on over to our commentators though. You know what, for Maxman, you can throw it over. Throw it on over to John Allen and Blake.
It's just Paragin now.
John Allen and Blake, take it away.
Down. He is able to get in, but this is more of a survival game for them. Great circle here for the Gladiators. The last
Imagine
minute
being so lame that you have to get Maxman to do your throws for you. What is
the deadline
going on?
You know,
I particularly liked when he stumbled trying to get Max to throw to us in the first place.
That's how it always goes with Gladiators, man. I sympathise them with a lot, Blank. I'm the same. Unless the deadline's there, it's not getting done. And that's the way they play.
And we'll have to sit back here and watch for 30 minutes
as
some of the best teams of the world are
more
going to get cut out.
And like you're saying, zone-wise as well, they're in a good position to make playoffs. The one awkward encounter in the dead centre as well is Reject Tokyo, now basically being the Reject duo, with all of FaZe in full force around them as well. So not really what you want to be. There's flat sharing going on, and that's illegal. It's called sublet. FaZe are going to clap back onto DX as well, finding a way to peek through the windows and assault onto Paragin. That's an unlucky knock.
We've seen in a long time.
I think right now, even though he's able to get Lamborghini up,
finding those members that can
this little high ground the Gladiators currently have
which is
control over,
so
fortuitous that they got the circle on this side. Coming off that high ground is very difficult. We're trying to milk it for as much as they can here, stay on this top side. But it's MB Esports coming in to try and challenge. So now, Gladiators need to be ready for this one. Kitsune luckily is in position as the DBS, only able to find one though, and that's not quite enough. The rest of the team instantly needs to improvise off the back of this. Sek and Mondo are down, so it's a decent start. The nades start pouring in, and it's a nice nade on the backside towards Fistboy. Just Akaze left remaining, and Gladiators quickly clean them up there. Up to 12 eliminations now, Jackie. A fantastic start. Tixie's flying through the air. Matic is on the support.
Ever had. With Northern Circle as well, it has been chaotic.
Perfection put together so precisely from Gladiators right now. That was beautiful. The nade work to defend after the crash was on point.
We've seen a Northwestern Circle before blanked. It was HVD's game.
The peak down the hill, beautiful connection on the aim skill as well.
We've seen, well, not only in just this tournament, back in Group Green as well. There was this Hard Northern Circle. They won that as well. Hard Northern Circles on Miramar are an HVDP speciality.
They shut them down, but they've now had the same done to them. Peek out from Sarah Biceps,
I feel like this
and
is
with
a
a
team
smooth
that
right hook,
so
he's
disappointed
wiped them
not to
off
see
the
in the
face of the
PUBGC
battleground.
finals in
3
Jakarta.
squads remain.
It wouldn't feel quite right
currently on the
to not
outside
have
edge
them
right
there.
now. It's
And they're
FaZe
currently
with
in
a
9th
very
place.
strong
We shut
position.
it down now.
Rodrigo
Inco
still
far
need to
ahead.
work their way in as
Well,
well,
I mean,
but they went out
this is what I'm
earlier
saying.
on.
There's so many
Reject
teams that we would lose
holding on.
that you would be hesitant to
Good
see
game
not go
for them,
through.
but the
And the thing is
Gladiators,
in the top 5,
more points
all of these
would be
teams, I would
absolutely
100%
gorgeous
support
for
them
them
going
here.
through
If they
the
can
grand
win out
finals.
this game,
I would also be
they'll send
100%
themselves
sad
tumbling towards that top side, the lobby, after
just one
Reject,
match,
BPE, 20 points,
Nigma,
realistically,
Bacon Time,
get themselves
Besiktas.
25
There's so
after
many
this, they'll
teams
be
here.
very,
Name the
very
whole
safe.
table.
It'll give them a
Honestly, the
buffer.
whole,
they
all
still
of
will
them.
need
I
to put
would
in
be
the
so
work
sad to
after
see
the
all
rest
of
of the
them.
day,
Every time someone
but
puts
they'll
themselves
be
up
in
into the
so
finalist
much better
position
stead. And
towards
taking
that
that
top
pressure
5,
set
I'm
off
happy.
yourself
I'm happy
this
for
early
them. I'm also sad
in
for
the
whoever
day.
drops down. It's terrifying.
Nice.
In the meantime, you could be very happy at home because you will be
Taking the
rewarded
pressure off
with a PUBGC
themselves,
special crate
applying
from
it to
2022,
Reject
and that
Tokyo.
releases
Problem is, though,
tomorrow.
it's
It's
not
an
gonna
early
turn them
Christmas
into
gift,
diamonds.
guys.
It
Don't you
seems
worry.
like they will
And it
instead
doesn't
just
end on
buckle
Christmas Day either. It goes
under
all the way
the
through
pressure.
January 8th. So if you missed it, you were spending time with family.
FaZe,
Maybe you were trying to put
as
that phone
Gladiators
down
encroach
at those
further on the
meals that
compound,
you spending
closing
with
in
all your
on
friends
them,
and family as
using
well.
their utility to try and blow Lufa out of the equation made
Realise that the
after May
2022
barreling
special
through
crate is still
to win
here.
from FaZe on the stairway
Second
as
quarter of the
well.
party,
And that
Vogue,
connects.
get your
Semeku
PUBGC
left
crate
black
going
and
on.
blue
Thinking
down on
they
his
don't
last
know
legs
they've
now
got PUBGC
as they
crate.
first onto him. Gladiators with only a duo
They're one step
remaining
behind
blank.
you, don't worry.
I think regardless what happens there, I think
You are
Gladiators
pretty
were
happy with
fairly
that.
pleased
Exactly.
with this result, right? Meku was always left behind to try and help the rest of the team get further up. Now it's Matic in a 1v3 scenario.
See,
It's going to be
like
very difficult for him to pull this type of thing off. Goes to the pre-fire as the circle starts to push all these players in. Has an idea of where they're swinging. This rock is really nice to play around, but on his end, he's on the prowl, and it will be found by the rest of the team. Mormon finishes off Matic. Regardless, FaZe picks himself a nice win from a very easy rotate on that north side, but for Gladiators, that could have been a lot more for them. Either way, I think it was around about 15 eliminations they finished that game with the 6 points on top of it. 21 points is just a very, very nice start for them. And you know what? Jason might have been right to bring them up at the start of the day.
See them safe.
It's
9-point
crazy,
game,
isn't it?
that's
we sit
underneath
there,
the average that you would
Jason
need to be
brings out
hitting
all his
to make towards
storylines
that
that you
top
think are never
5.
going to
Currently,
happen.
they're
And I think
right
we
on
hit
the
the
cusp
mark
of
for
63.
3 out of 3.
And
Jason predictions all in
hesitant
one
to
game.
let
He's
it
doing well
spread.
today,
Getting
Glenn.
a
He's
lot of
doing
points
well.
every single game
Oh,
here
look
on
at the
forward
dance.
towards the
He's
start of last
happy.
chance.
He's pleased with that one. I mean, starting off
for
the day
them.
with
The
a
boat has
win
been
here
patched
for
up. The
Mela
ref
is
looks a lot
really,
more
really nice
safe
for him.
and
He's got his hot
secure.
water bottle in hand.
And I think the
Well,
game does have a
he
chance
can
now to
hate
get
the
to
next
the
level.
This is why FaZe are winning. No, they're bringing the heat here. They're warm, exactly.
very
Glenn.
early.
That's
what they do.
madness. They got
They
the
are now
moves inside
to the
and outside of the
northwest of Water Treatment,
battleground,
pretty much slap
and
bang
they
in the
got the
centre of
chicken
the
dinner
circle,
to boot as
on
well.
this
Can't turn your nose
position.
up at that one, but I think we
Be
do have
joining
to
the
give
likes
a
of
little
Game
bit
Lord
of
in that
eyesight
middle
over
set.
towards Gladiators. Looking
Galaxy
at the
as
stats
well
in terms of
crunching
what
up
they
on the
got
south
up to
side of
that
Crater
one as
Field.
well.
Down
That's a
one
big
game, a
game
little
for
bit
them,
behind
right?
on the
They're
queue.
actually fragging as well,
Alpha
Blank,
7,
which I think makes the world
pushing
a
in from the
difference in
northeastern side,
sense of
Torrejonado right
confidence.
now.
What we were
Currently
talking
on the
about
east
way back at
cut
the
of the
start of the
circle.
game. At least now,
And
having
we'll be
a high
pushing
elim
in from that
game,
eastern
it should
edge.
perk you
A
up
lot
a
of
little
teams
bit. You're not going to
looking
feel
to
so
start to move
somber
in,
throughout the rest
especially
of the day.
teams on the southeast.
I mean, the
DRS,
teamwork looked
chief
really
amongst
good
them,
there
Puerto
from the
Paraíso,
Gladiators towards
currently
the end.
still being looted
And
up by
that's
them.
what you want to see overall. In the meantime, we're going to send
It's been a
you
long
back
run for
over
them
to
to
the
get
other
towards the
team
circle itself.
over on the deck.
Interesting stats towards the end of the day was the amount of smoke usage. We saw
Death team, the best team here. Like FaZe could get their victory on the board here, starting things off strong for Group Red. But to be honest, there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of working parts in this one that allowed quite a few other teams to have some decent results.
Terrifying.
Max, I know you didn't want to talk about it at the start of the day, but I'm going to make you talk about it now.
Which is nice.
It's G Gladiators.
Okay, you know what? They got himself some minutes. I can give you that much, Jason.
Making it to a compound underneath Game Lord. Again, very central, very early. 6 minutes into the game on Miramar as well to get to a central position. That's really quite snappy. It means you would have left your looting location in that 5th minute.
Even if you rotate late, you can make it through
late as well. I mean,
you're going to be
minimally looted, so a lot of teams getting out of the way. But look at that, level 3 helmet, level 2 vest, level 2 backpack.
15 eliminations on the board.
They
needed those points because they were in a tough spot before, and they already doubled their points. They had 20 points before this match.
HVP on the other hand up towards La Cobrilla decided not to head down towards Crater Fields as of yet. With this being further out towards that eastern side, I think that
more of a safer
HVP
this is their
more
last
of a
day of
priority
play overall.
Right now.
But another team we have to dive into here is Reject
towards
in
that first 7
because the
minutes,
position they had,
nice
we were
geared,
watching
rather
the
than trying to take that ridge side, which requires a lot of time and
Reject decided to do as his own trying to center up on FaZe
too.
So I think that they were trying to make the game-winning play, right? Like with some of their movements. They start in Trifecta, they had a 2-2 and they go to the compound, which in our region we see always as a focus point for some of these circles mid-Sandhawk. Now, they realized other egos coming in behind them, they made a ridiculous blitz through, it was risky, but they actually got a lot of points, 8 points in total, that's by the by. Reject here from this point on, tries to leave this compound and go north towards FaZe. I think they already took one elimination off of FaZe, so they knew that they were weakened, in a weakened state, but it was very slow, very unsuccessful.
Everyone's aware that this is happening now, and will be hesitant not to be looking up towards this guy, towards those eagle purchase that HVP
but it realized at least they got high up in this game.
Changing up the pace, changing up the game is essential for HVP. One of the changes that they've made is actually Tixie's position is a lot further west currently than it usually is. Playing on the west Crater Fields, normally he's playing on the east or at most to the west side of like the middle of the 2 craters, right, in those ridge lines. Maybe that's something that they've learned from yesterday's games against Bacon Time, pushing in on the back. Bacon Time won't be filling in that area right now, but IHC might. Besiktas up and into a scrap with LGD as we tune back on in to the east side of the circle near Cruz de Valle.
That's the cool thing, there's so many ways to play it that
disengage LGD.
Right.
Not going to lose a player, but
yeah, I get what you're saying, like a symbiotic relationship in that
early on into the game is not ideal. A tumble on 2 players, but Junksy not able to capitalize. The bullet's not quite going to fill the mag enough. MVM takes up the mantle, and there goes the vehicle. 2 knocks of Besiktas.
You know,
going to be careening all the way down to 1 player alive.
Yeah, when you see that type of thing where it is still open ground and LGD is able to reposition very quickly into good spots, they are heavily accurate in these games. It's difficult to get away from the sidelines of them. They're rather, instead of trying to pop you out the vehicle, they'll just simple this in. They saw the smoke and they realized that the Thunder was going to come
They're pretty much safe into the
last
last chance for Inco, though. At least them trying to scrape by as many points as possible. I think they got
very similar positions to what they saw yesterday on that game where HVP won the Miramar. However, this is much more beneficial towards them.
Don't forget
very nice
the best part of that fight here.
Start to take shots out towards anyone on that western side, and now HVP A7 forced to play those outer edges. It's so interesting to see this dynamic between A7 and HVP because they do tend to engage in combat quite early on. It is currently the weird factor right now is that no one's really challenging A7. IHC on the other hand coming through La Cobrilla right now, and HVP will have to be set up for something like that.
Cool, it's fair enough. There's only one of these maps per day.
To move further in and transferring over the north, they'll know that this is the HVVP zone, right? So now they're going to have their wits about them. Reject up and into the fight with Aegon XIA playing on the south chunk of the central area here. IQ opens up with a knock onto Duello. Reject now active with 3. IQ cooking a nade. Spots Reiji around the corner. Repositions away from the nade. Doesn't take any damage for it. Molotov from Reiji to slow that corner down. Looking for the rest. They need to hold off on the other side of the building, but Vampire over the top of the hill have got these third-party sightlines. It's going to make it really hard for Reject to do anything other than fight forwards towards Aegon XIA. The res did come through, so they are back to full 4, but they'll need some healing done if they want to have a chance.
Bring that up just really quickly.
Yeah, again, they're playing really risky PUBG Mobile. Like, going for these wide rotates, going up against Quarry, which is a very difficult place to transition away from. They have to bomb it through to try and make something happen. If they'd have come in from the north, it might have been an easier time, but they did alright right, but it's, again, very risky PUBG Mobile here.
Over
high
towards
risk, potentially high reward for Altigo, who desperately need every single point they possibly can in our final 5 matches. It's time to head into our second match of the day.
Slow it down
for
a little bit, wait it out, try and get those stims on board, and go again when they feel the time is right. But the moment where they are very central,
this is good. This is
always
my favourite.
currently on a 2-2 split at the moment.
They
were central, games, right, where they're trying to hold out 2 zones. Could be dangerous for them.
This lobby's already looking kind of wild.
Towards that area, 8-7 on the other hand, towards 4-3.
Yeah, I think
very
the
high
guys on this touch on a really important point here is that for some of these teams, you know, specifically what Kalash talked about really interested me in the sense that, you know, Reject, they go for the game-winning play at the end of the day.
And they have good sightlines down towards DRS too, so they'll have to be very worried about this one. Hard shift down towards the south side.
Know that this is their last day of play to get in towards that survival stage, not be in the bottom
now a little bit unplayable with that fielded area over towards the east. The currently LGD are holding it.
You don't really know what mark you're aiming for, right? You don't know where that bullseye lies because no one is on that top, that 16th position where it's just fixed. And you can think to yourself, we only need to get this amount of points to get in. So you have to push it to the max every single game. And I think that some teams are realizing, I would say too late at this point.
I think after probably, I would say moving into the last 3 games, we'll be able to start discounting teams at the bottom of the tables, but for now it is still possible.
Yesterday, I think Manpulse took their fate into their own very quickly, as did Influence Rage.
Pretty strong couple of buildings here to hold out the teams on the northwest.
The last chance phase at this point.
It is really nice to work from.
Something
There's
ridiculous.
a lot of open ground. Some of these areas
I think for some of the teams, maybe it's coming through too late. You need a little bit of luck today. You need to really hit your shots. You need to be making strong rotations.
Outside the circle, we'll have to move in.
Just maybe you're to bump those points up just enough. I think that instant elimination at the start of the day there on Sandhawk versus a team that most people regard as not the greatest Sandhawk team or really knock their confidence in a big way.
Shots coming through, trades off Vavian first to fall, but it is back and forth. LGD lose 2. A blow dealt to the Korean squad, but it is given back twofold, and Forest peeks out. Lovely little spray there on Tasuki. Last player for LGD. Going on into the fight, looking for a knock, and we'll be able to find it. YZ as well. Last time survivor on the previous map, looking for more here as well, and he takes down all of that one. LGD ruined the chances for Korean squads.
No, it's not going to be.
It is unfortunate. They'll be moving forwards with just the one player. 5 eliminations racked on up. That is disaster
as well. Is the fact that was 1 point.
Game Mod just get decimated by AHC. Just move in as a 4-man squad, and Game Mod cannot hold back the tide that is AHC. They wash over them. We'll leave that compound clean of any Game Mod players remaining. Titans down towards the southeast, playing on the high ground, down towards the eastern side. Very interesting end towards this Miramar, honestly. Hacienda del Patron still in awkward terrain down towards that south side. BTR holding there currently.
I don't know, it's quite a curious way to start off the day, really, in terms of some of the teams that we saw playing well. It's a bit more unexpected for me. After what we saw from Gladiators,
I think they've been given a lot of chances where they can get those chicken dinners being some good spots, but unable with the players they currently have to bring that firepower to the table.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Reload and that was a tire spin out
there. They do, man. They really want to kind of like rope you into the idea that it's not going to happen. And then, they make all the fans book their tickets last
slow down this aggression. Nick Galaxy for sure would have taken them down if Godless had moved with this rotation for the rest of the squad, but over the top they go. They want to challenge the fight, but it's bad because Lords launched an aid over their way.
The best they can do now is try and repeat that as much as possible today, because obviously they've left themselves with no other chances to accumulate points. So if you're leaving it up to another team to decide your fate, that's the rough part.
Needs to stay alive in the spot to allow them the chance here. Icy, low HP, nade over the top, going to continue to come through from Lord. Nades find 2 from Nick Galaxy. Icy and Alex doing a lot of work there, but a Molotov actually burning Alex away. That might tick him. Can he get the first aid off? Yep, the fire will go out as well.
Don't go for this 2-2 split between Lipovka as well as Mansion itself. It's not
ready for it. The amount of teams that
saw you yesterday.
It's been very important there from the sidelines for Meku coming in with HVP, looking to finish up this fight on the third party, but gets turned away there. Godless tries to get out of dodge in the UAZ, very low. Freak also finishing off Meku from the sidelines.
this is not the way they wanted it to go. This could have been a perfect opportunity for that third party, but losing a member on the process, not ideal. However, they had to punch their way into the circle somewhere, and this is probably the best place to do it on the top of the third party.
Do not expect that player out in the blue. Meku goes down to a fortunate circumstance there for HVVP. They'll be aware of it now. Freak still low, still ticking away. Zone 4, so the zone will start to out-heal the meds.
Like everyone's sort of passed
the over to Alex from Tixie is good news. HVVP continue their bid for this hillside. Remember, this is the Northwestern Circle. This is the circles that HVVP should specialize in. Shots over their way, getting taken away. Lord dismounted as well. Heals come through, looking for Kitsune.
Very astutely
roams the hillside further. Freak disengages. He's moved on up and out of that blue zone position.
Dropping towards Pachinki.
The flush comes through. HVVP 2 eliminations to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good opportunity. Learning from that last game in the case of, look, if we need to punch in somewhere, we need that battering ram to do it. We cannot have two players behind us watching out towards that circle, towards the zone. So they wait until it closes a little bit more before sending outwards. I think that you don't expect free count the blue, like you say, in which case they do lose a player in that process. It's absolutely fine in my opinion, but now at least they have a position to move in towards the circle. Yes, Aegon and Reject are in front of them. There's definite possibility to pick up a position that Freak's currently playing in over on that western side, and it's better than nothing.
When it's behind that big ridge line as well to the west of Aegon XA, you can see that's exactly where they'll go. It's fully covered, and they can play on the other side of the circle. Ghost, if Tixie had got down there, that would be disaster, so definitely necessary for that one. A nade over the top, not going to land in the building. Will have spotted the arc, and Tixie going a little bit closer to him. Matic somehow lands that nade across the road. Nick Galaxy take the double. HVVP up to 3 eliminations now. They can control this side, but Godless from IHC is still there. He's still in the shack. That proved so dangerous for Nick Galaxy.
Versus Nick Galaxy, trying to win out on that hot drop.
When you hear that third party, you don't see an instant flush on the second. You should know that there's at least one other player hovering around this area, but HVVP, again, this is a solved scenario right now where they're on that western side. They have too much to worry about. I think for Alpha 7, this is going to be a very difficult push down from that northeast edge unless they get the circle shit up towards them, which they do. It's a lot easier now for their side. HVVP have to continue onwards. Their march is made a little bit more difficult by the murky swamps of that IA position as well as Reject in front of them. It's going to be difficult to get through there, and it might just be a case of waiting it out. Matic knows the position of Godless, just waiting for him to peek up for just a little bit. He has to move out of this position, so for HVVP should be another secure elimination unless the players from IA can pick this up away from them.
Limping away with one player left if they needed to, or even conceding basically an entire run on one of our games of Erangel just to guarantee that drop.
HVVP can swing down to the south side of the ridgeline, but then they're directly challenging
we really did
Bigatron's
risk it, you know, back then. Now it's a little bit of a different kettle of fish.
Southwest side of the circle.
Bigatron plays. So good to see
the improvement there for them at the moment. They have been playing near
willing to even give up
the urban environment near those buildings, and it's very unlikely the team's going to be rotating in behind them. They can just chill out for a minute.
Every time we
will need to figure out where to go from here.
It feels like it's Rosemary that's just taking
bullets
from
difficult
miles
now
away.
to get past this position.
For the way
looking for Godless, an ideal scenario, pick up that elimination that they think where to move next. I mean, crashing down towards IH spot, not the greatest of ideas. We're heading further down towards the south. There is warehouses down there. Finally, he goes down to Inko. Very long distance shot.
I think this
Inko, by the way, that early rotation from Inko still very much paying off. It's working out yet again.
Into the game, but when you're dropping over towards Mansion and then split dropping in the Popper as well, and you know that Procedure dropped towards
and they went for a 2-2 split at the beginning as well. I mean, they lost a player,
you're sort of playing with fire at that point.
Secured two positions around the map. VPE tried to pick up the other, in which case they immediately regrouped towards that northern side. So they're securing positions within the map at the moment. Yes, it's not the most central position, but it is somewhere to play from. You have teams like DRS, Titans, BTR, all with difficult decisions ahead of them trying to move downwards. I do respect the hell out of A7's current predicament, because they're up towards this northeast side. They've already sent 2 players up playing as front men for them, trying to allow the rest of A7 to get through. They send up in the vehicle, and slowly but surely, they have just pulled each other towards this ridge side under the cover of each player. So sending one towards the ridge side in Korea, getting Mythic up there next, and then allowing the rest of the team to move to them with the cover of those two players in that position. So a very, very slow, tactical, but successful push
they want to live out this game a little bit longer.
It's likely though with this ridge line right in front of them, giving them the majority of their cover right now, they're going to have to fight Vampire or choose to go for Inko instead. So it is a squad fight in their very near future flank. Could be very, very tricky. Aegon Exlet and Reject have been sharing this compound as well on the western side for a long, long time.
To find themselves.
I mean, they both just realised that this is a strong spot, and it would be unideal at this point in time with the amount of low ground and flat grounds around them to go for a fight. Very easy third party on the cards for them. DRS trying to pick up a position behind the guys from A7. Rules gets there, will be dispatched.
Unsure about that rotation. They knew Alpha 7 were up on that cliffside, and it was a completely bare knuckle push.
The mass migrations
straight over towards it. Luckily, they do get knocked back over their way, but DRS have lost 2 in the process. 2 of their players going down. There's only Gianti on the reses. Delta still on this hillside. I think the one that is really resible in this scenario, Alpha 7, unfortunately losing Mafioso, so they are going to be nerfed down to 3.
We've got the pull-ups from
they pick up a point for it, but
down towards the
compound losing players when that squad fight is so close on the doorstep.
Tasty blank. That was a 3-pointer straight onto the head of
ACR. To pick up some big points
certainly
here. Very
painful. In the
meantime,
meantime,
nice high ground to play around with. A lot of buildings to cover,
both
to
teams
hold
were
on
rotating
to,
in,
but
so
also
some pretty decent shots I assume were being made from inside the vehicle itself. Very much a turret going through right now from Enigma Galaxy all in one vehicle. Slightly dangerous, but it's worked out for them so far. With Inko taking one knock and the flush off the back of that.
Bacon Times kind of isolate and consolidate their forces onto one spot. DRS moves up, and A7 so far taking a lot of damage from them despite getting the initial knock over their side.
But surrounded
DRS
by
have had them on broadside with very little cover for a long, long time, and now Alpha 7 are feeling that punishment, that pressure pushing on in. Revo takes the challenge, hits the drop shot for one. Carrillo wants to try and keep the squad alive as it's only now him and Revo standing, but only the one for DRS as well. Gianti falls back, regroups with a nade coming over the top. That's a Molotov to slow things down, and a nade sent back their way. I think that's coming in from Inko across the way, or even Vampire just over that ridgeline. The res gets off for Gianti. Revo stays alive as well. But now can Carrillo find what he's looking for? Can he get that knock? Because they're all grouped up. Vampire as well could find it.
So unlucky.
If they launch the nade in the right direction, Vampire just slowing this fight down, making it so hard, lines them up, hits the deck, cannot stay exposed for too long, and it's Inko to take shots over towards DRS as well. Look at the fire coming in over the heads of Alpha 7, suppressing DRS, and there's the nade they were looking for. Revo takes down DRS, now they can turn their attention to Inko.
The second place team going head-to-head with A7 at the moment does get dispatched. A really good regroup, and this is where now Bacon Time have to consolidate. The hill that I was talking about, the Titans have to push up towards. They're one of the 4-man teams in the lobby. This is a push they can make. It's a little bit difficult, but they are held short here. Sending smokes up towards that top side as well as nades to clear the positions close by. In the meantime, HVP taking shots down towards BTR, trying to close out this rotation down towards the southwest and open up a spot for them to move in. One not found at the moment, BTR in dire straits at the moment with no real space to move through.
You know that you do alliance with them being in this compound. They're not like to move
of that ridgeline that they've been given. They know where BTR now, but Matt's moving slowly, speeds up a little bit as soon as those bullets start to land. Zuxi traded off as Tixie's on the ball. Liquid looking for answering shots, but Tixie does get knocked in the process.
Fight against one another.
They cannot afford to lose another player here if they want to have a big game blank. Tixie will need to be rezzed. Kitsune right nearby, but Tixie caught out. The smoke covering off the answering spray from Matty to keep their heads down. And Bigatron not going to fall just yet. Oh, just about. Going to survive behind that. The vehicle does go up, but the reses are starting to come through for Bigatron. They're keeping themselves alive. And the circle moves away. They'll have to go further. And in 40 seconds, that will shrink.
Tokyo firing off the warning
very difficult push here for Bigatron. The major thing that's keeping them in this one is having 4 players alive. They've got a lot of squad members who really take these angles off of them. Matic though hitting some nasty shots. A great headshot down the way. Really putting the herd down towards Bigatron, and they're hesitating. The foot is exposed, and Matic tries to take some more shots. Eking either way of which, but that will be them over.
Battle back as well. FaZe constantly just taking damage from either side now. now. Lots of HP being licked off them as well. So this could start getting a bit rough for FaZe, Blank, if they can't find a way to calm this one down.
Yeah, and Hyper has got so many angles on you.
First, probably out of the teams to their northern side after they've dealt with Bigatron.
Inside the building.
Still have cover to work with.
FaZe have sort of set themselves up in a
10 teams remaining. Gen Foster steps up for a second, but instantly answered by the guys from HVP. Damage sent over towards Zuxi in the back. And realistically, this team coming through very strong with the mini 14s with DMRs. It's a very individual and unique playstyle coming through from them. Zuxi goes down, HV up to 5 eliminations so far, make that 6. As Matic actually takes down players coming through from Aegon IA, in fact.
Very, very nice. Aegon XIA trying to third party onto this engagement, and they're being turned away at the door. 10 eliminations for HVVP. What the hell just happened? Did they wipe out Aegon XIA? I think they did. They didn't even take a knock over their way either. Now Reject have taken that opportunity to leave, to move forwards. HVVP crunching on in. Everybody's popping off now. Bacon time, 2 players down. Right in that central position. High ground compound. Very, very valuable. Titans have the numbers advantage. Vampire rolling up in the northern side. And look at the teams that are starting to fall blank. The teams going down and the teams above HVVP. 12 eliminations on the game right now. And Squash, last player standing for Inco to remove potentially another player from the teams above them. Tight from the south side. Their only real competition here now.
Locking both FaZe and them to their
bloodbath on this northern side. Finally, HVVP turn up the heat. They make it work and they're turning their attention to Reject. 13 eliminations. Vampire looking across the ridge. Inco down. And yet more teams fall ahead of them.
Actually, indeed, go down.
This is cataclysmic performance coming through from HVP. And they just ruin a lot of these other squads' chances. They have that position. IA crashed directly on top of them. Remember, they had 4 players. And HVP sent them packing. And now they have great sightlines over to everyone in this area of the map who are all squashed into a tiny space. Have to fight off against one another. Sure, there's really not much cover whatsoever for the guys from HVP with them making this happen. We've got a nice little bit of a resupply on Aegon IA before they had to move forward a little bit more.
Very aggressive, very
DMRs,
tunnel
M4s
vision in the way that they played
very
it.
well for HVP on these long-range fights, these long-range engagements where some of these people in the lobby, they're prioritizing having the DBSs, having the UMPs over the DMRs themselves, but a few nasty little headshots coming from the guys from Matic as well.
I guess FaZe were in fact just a present for Gladiators, because they've given them one additional point there and given us some nice showmanship.
Hits the branches, they're getting cover from it. Reject goes for the spray to light it up, and Matic goes down. Vampire are taking their turn as well.
Nice shots there from
the batting post, but with 13 eliminations, if they could just survive long enough, they've done so much to put a dent in that gap, and the teams ahead of them
as fast as possible.
Like flies,
nice rotation procedure, Evos. They do
laid low, and now just one player. The IGL Kitsune for HVVP stays alive.
Maybe got a little bit further ahead instead of being stopped off there by the random player from FaZe.
Realistically, HVP should have gone down 10 minutes ago. But it was such a difficult push for them. They had hardly anything to work with. The fact they've got this far with this amount of eliminations is actually gargantuous for their side, up towards 6th place now. But like you say, they just need to survive a little bit longer. Besiktas at a single player, Reject down to 2. There is a high chance that both these teams go out fairly soon. With VP understanding they have to move out this way too. We're on nice zone. This will just pull further in.
Move off from the back of it. There's going to be some good nades, and
Kitsune does not spot the player off towards his left. 2 teams that you would have expected to be in those top 5 at the start of
engaging with the
last chance phase, but right now
he was ready for that
store on their tournament.
Instantly spots
5 eliminations for Vampire, 4 players alive. It's good for them. But Bacon time suffering a little bit heavily. As Titan roll on up into the door.
From absolutely
HVVP eliminated 6th place, 13 eliminations. It's a whole load of points for them. They'll be happy with that. And Titan roll on through.
A nice understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, here we see MBE starting to dive in and assault inside the
2 players active. All the silence there, but they are just going to get torn through. Titan move on. 3 players alive for Titan, but 4 for Vampire. And they're looking to turn it up. Titan getting cut out as well. Pieces over but they make it into top 3. As Reject now with a duo. Vampire with 4. They've been holding behind this ridgeline for so long. But now they're going to move on out. They execute on their final strategy.
There, but his quest coming in over towards Reject. They're holding on as best they can. The crash is just not working out. Luther immediately gets inside. They want to keep hold of all 4 members here. They know they've got a strong position to be working with. Duello
you can see the
moves
elation in this squad from the bottom of the tables.
Finally, it's over, and 60 will pick up an elimination over towards Vahidan.
There is only so long that you can stumble before you either fall down or find your footing. VPE have found it here on that game of Miramar. 4 players still alive. This is much more the standard type of playstyle we've seen from VPE, getting back in towards the mix, putting up a big performance, which has not happened in a little while, whereas we kind of expect it from this guy, being one of the best players on the squad. I am pleased with that result coming from VPE. They took that central position, and you know what's really interesting about it is the fact that HVP that moves over towards that northwest side, they hold on that ridge, they dominate from that ridge. But we saw VPE get a very good result from the exact same position they took yesterday. They moved further towards the east, and VPE are able to translate from that spot. So very well done to Vampire there. Most players getting a very even result of damage and eliminations. So a great game overall for VPE. But is it enough at this point?
A lot of movement going on now as well. A bit of reshuffling. There's a ton of commotion down here. So everyone's kind of ringing the proverbial dinner bell, if you will. And it's starting to bait in the rotators. The man them that want to pull
eliminations
up
of the game. A lot of teams ahead of them going down early, pushing up for that 5th place bubble, pushing up to be in that PMGC finals.
Meanwhile, Melise engaging on Alter Ego. That was big.
Them to be able to stay alive in this tournament, you expect them to be going there. They expect it of themselves. Both of those 2 rosters
tucked away
putting in the
shift. For the time being. Smoke's been dropped down by Melise Esports. They don't want to get caught off on the side here. In the meantime, Becker on his lonesome trying to take down the rest of DXavier. Does find at least Levi here, which is fairly impressive indeed. CEO later off in the wing. He's looking to see if he can spot any of the players here in the Lepofka. Alter Ego, they drop in the Lepofka itself. This is where they've resided for a very, very long time now, looking to potentially get a little bit more out of it. But Melise have them surrounded. Reject once again, surviving their position, have to move forward. They know that UDO Alliance are behind them.
UDO, what can they do in a spot like this, playing on a hillside? Max adjusting the crosshair, paranoid about the smoke expiring to his left, but wants to prioritize the correct angle. Hoping they can get some shots off onto Reject. Once they expose themselves, they've got a 3-prong smoke wall.
See what that win meant to Vampire Esports here, getting them back in the running for top 5, potentially keep that door open to get into the PMGC Grand Finals. 27 points here picked up from the team.
On that as well as he drove.
Fantastic performance, but honestly, there was, like we were saying before, Max, when we were watching the match, there was so much happening. HVP as well, having a slaughter in that last match in the matter of about 7 seconds.
We were talking about it during that game, Jason, that for Vampire Esports, if they want to be able to catch up, they need a chicken dinner was like, no, at least 10 eliminations. They a little bit outdo that, 27 points on the game. And this just gives them, I think, a glimmer of hope they desperately needed. Because things were looking so grim for them before this match, but those mini 14 fight stands, which is amazing for Flukev and Stone. Like, these guys on point, of course, Schweppes being just always going to
towards the Lepofka.
Yeah, it wasn't just that, by the way. It was also the fact that a lot of the teams in the middle of the leaderboard are also getting eliminated. Teams from the bottom are performing, so now it's going to be very, very close. But Matic and what he did to IA, what he did to Reject, what he did to this entire lobby this game, even holding on to or closing on BTR, not allowing him to move for such a long time. So much damage from him, so many elims. Very great game for HVP. But if I'm being honest, this is the second time that we're seeing them on Miramar get gifted the first, second kind of zone. A lot of pressure is alleviated from their shoulders. So I want to see them perform like you mentioned before, Maxman. I want to see them perform the same way Inco would if they weren't gifted the zone. Where is that performance from HVP?
I do have to agree, but in general, I think that this is them willing to be just a little bit quicker on their rotations, even in zones where they're very familiar with. And I think that that's just a great change to what we saw from them yesterday. And man, they eliminated there you go, 2 teams in a matter of like 10 seconds. Like they just flipped the switch in that game and just went super aggressive. So good from HVP. We'll see if they can keep it up in the next match.
Well, you know what, Maxman? I'm going to flip the switch here. Instead of doing a break,
he's engaging with it. It's a nice first nade. Got the lineup on the second as well, Blank. The nades alone could be enough to deal with them.
Man, the long arm on Sara is looking good, but nasty shots coming in from Nakaze through the smoke, takes down a fair few of them. Now Duello left the challenge versus Nakaze off in the distance. Nice shot on the edge, but quickly cleans them all up. And what a clean finish there from Nakaze at the end. It looked like it was all done and dusted for the squad, but fantastically well held out by Nakaze. Gladiators still at 4 players alive, but one of the final teams to be on this northern edge alongside them and NB Esports. Mad Bulls up to 5 eliminations, Gladiators up to 8. They're doing good here. You asked about a bit of a repeat. We even heard about the dinner belt. So far, Gladiators have been hitting us with some nice mashed potatoes at the moment. These rotates have been clean.
Whatever they're cooking up today, Blank, it looks like it is fresh, not frozen. Nothing being reused here. Ooh, turning up the heat though as the kitchen metaphor continues. Have to get out of that one. Melise set ablaze, couldn't handle it. Kiss You dropped as the M4 will give him the damage.
Welcome back, everyone. As again, we finished off our second match of the day, but we still have 4 to come, but only 4 matches left to go.
Players out that are inside of these
the top 5
buildings
teams
now,
at the
but
end of the day will be going through into the PMGC Grand Finals, where other teams are already waiting to participate.
Getting a little bit sheepish. Constant damage being fired out by Gladiators, sure. Of course,
we'll be on Sandhack and remind you guys once again about Sonic Spirit 1-4 Experience stream, which was made in collaboration with professional esports players. You get 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile
with only
Experience stream, total cooling system, and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. I learned yesterday not to throw that over to Max and Sandstorm because they don't remember the last word for some reason, but one thing they do remember is how awesome Prime Gaming is. You can get exclusive in-game free PUBG Mobile items as well as additional content beyond that.
Some horrid messages on one another's doors right now. People just aren't picking up the newspaper. They're turning the Amazon delivery guy away.
I don't know how that works.
Not be handing that through the post box to their next door neighbor at all.
Let's take a look at our overalls. Let's see where we're currently standing here. Alpha 7 going to be first place at 103 points, and we have seen Tight move up to 3rd, but there hasn't been a shift at the moment in our top 5. However, HVP, Vampire Esports, Game Lord, they're coming. The problem was Game Lord got 0
up to 9 eliminations.
Oh, they're coming. It's Vampire Esports now. Vampire started off the day in 15th position right now, Samsung. Now in 7th position, just at the door of making it potentially in that top 5 position. One of the just even average game would be enough, but we know the competition towards the top is just so tough right now. The teams are taking it down. One another, tough position to be in, but
flies over the top and Sixty's there on a Kaze.
It is looking grim at the very bottom for Bacon, Egon IE, and for Enigma Galaxy, but for Damwon Kia, it is about 15 points for them. But realistically, we're looking at LGD, even Besiktas, 56 points, 10-point difference from them, and 5th place. But realistically, 5th and 6th place, I think, are the one, or 5th and 4th place, are the ones that are going to be open to, let's say, competition or contest right now for the top 5 spots. Alpha, DRS, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to take their spots away with only 4 games left to go, and the way that Alpha's been looking, and the way that DRS has been playing very passive early on, just making sure to survive into the later stages of the game.
Maku's going to be a sacrifice in this
going to be very interesting to see these last games for sure.
Great lines of sight over towards Duxan, providing very difficult terrain for Duxan to deal with. They step out of the way of the bullets from Kitsune as well as Tixie and Matic. They step directly into the bullets from Maku, who's very much safe on this outer edge. Luckily, Zipian is able to get some shots back over towards Kitsune, but it's just Maku and Tixie lighting them
up. A little bit of a cop-out answer, but I gotta respect it.
It feels like if you sever
I feel like if I pick any team outside the top 5 right now, I'm just going to bring bad luck to them right now. I've done it for BTR, I've done it for Game Lord, it's going to end right now.
So the Elims can keep on coming as well, but maybe it will go in favour of Mad Bulls as Alter Ego wanted to try and Ego challenge, but they go
looking over towards you though, Sandstorm,
Cinderblock shoes on that one as Melise third party.
HVP, because I want to see them perform again without the zone giving them a huge advantage at the very beginning, and especially when we're looking towards Sandhawk.
Now
these guys need to perform a little bit better.
To close down
looking towards the rest of the team's Titan, just consistency is there for them towards the end of day 1 and slowly getting themselves in those top 4, top 5 positions multiple times. So pretty good for Titan and DRS. Keep up that passive play in the early stages of the game. Get yourself in a nice cozy position towards the end, and you should be perfectly fine and ready for the grand finals.
Just needs to hit these shots now, but it's so
here have learned that HVP will get a Northwestern Island zone. Let's see if it's going to work out for him, though, as we head over to our commentators and kickoff.
Gets taken down. Meku left remaining for the squad, but honestly, with the amount of damage that Gladiator's been able to do, they've just been looking for those eliminations. We talked about this early on as well, Jackie, in the sense that elimination is desperately what you need. This is what you can confirm in these games. This is what you know you can handle.
Blank won't be able to hear me as I was saying that, but you guys on stream will have been able to hear what I was talking about. After this game, Blank, I was saying that we're going to be starting to see teams cut off from the top 5 bubble spots.
That is correct, John. Thank you for consolidating that into a nice, concise point for me to understand and then reply to, which I will do right now. We are, yes, 100% going to be seeing some of these teams being put off towards the bottom side. I think for Liquid Galaxy, IA, Bacon Time, they do not have a good performance here. That sits around about 50 points. It's going to be very difficult over the next 3 matches. At the end of the day, you do have an edge. The battle of attrition is in your camp. Certainly possible themselves up for a chicken dinner, and particularly with the way that the lobby currently is.
This is going to be a very, very important game for them. You know, 3 eliminations is not ideal. You go out this with a second place, 6 points, 9 points total. It doesn't feel great, but you're able to get your chicken dinner off the back of this in a 1-2v3. You know, 13 points on this match feels really decent coming into the rest of the day. With the blue pushing in, it is very, very ideal for them. But the map just looks so absolutely clean today. They looked it yesterday as well, and they picked themselves up yet another chicken dinner. That is 3 in the space of 2 days.
That's huge from Mad Balls.
HVP currently third highest eliminations in the lobby.
Seeing from them,
44 for Alpha 7 and IHC on 41.
And also now, Blank, it goes back to our point
so
about
they have
the fact
definitely
that you
had an
don't want
impact.
to leave it up to another team to decide your fate in the survival stage. You want to make as many points as possible
style,
in the limited number of games
placement
you
points,
have to play. And that's what
that
Mad Balls are
tiebreaker position
doing in droves.
Yeah, it's a stressful game for Mad Balls as well. Not an easy one. You can see that they're not super excited about this because it's more of a relief than anything. They're able to pull off that chicken dinner.
Right now,
playing within the
needing to put up a good
there was
performance.
so much infight in that area, getting
right on the edge of being knocked out here.
Very wise move for them.
Things looked very dire for them. I think they were down towards that 15th place position at the start of the day. Now up towards 7th at the moment, which is incredible to see for them.
And it's sort of
62 points, looking to get up towards
things got dicey as soon as they started to see the circle move towards the
north side. It's going to be hard to dismount DRS, but with Alpha 7 taking 103 points, putting that buffer between them and second place quite high. First team to reach triple digits here in the last chance. There is a lot of opportunity for other teams to leapfrog underneath some of these guys like Titans, IHC, Inco, DRS, who have yet to find those big games consistent like we're seeing from A7 at the moment.
You know, I don't know if it happened at the hotel breakfast or where it was.
And if you're one of the teams that is looking to chase that bubble, you're very happy to see Alpha 7 earning
really nice PUBG Mobile today.
Right? You're looking for them to take those points away from the other top contenders, unless all of those other guys are finishing in 4th, 5th, 3rd places, that sort of area. At the same time, you're happy that Alpha 7 are taking a big chunk away from you. It's unlikely that you're going to get up to that first position or challenge for it. But you just want to have that bubble reduced as low as possible so that when you have a pop-up game,
that's like the number one Gladiator fan ever. But we have to say, it wouldn't be Gladiators if they didn't show up
heads up towards the northwest side.
needed to kind of advance on through
not happy yet, though. I think with this kind of circle, we've seen a lot of times to help it towards that eastern side, making that crossing from the northwest infinitely more difficult. I think with the way that we see this lineup from Besiktas, A7, Reject down towards down 1, which almost makes this semicircle that encloses around the northwest island. It's so hard for VP and HVP to leave that island without having to take some very early fights in this game. And we know with the way that we've extended how long these games actually last for. We used to see Sandhawks finish around 21 minutes sometime in very hectic scenarios. Now we're usually looking at a 26-minute mark where the game comes to a close. So very interesting stuff in terms of the amount of time that you have to spend getting through a lot of these engagements, and it's no longer a case where you get through that one engagement and then you can just kind of wait out towards the end of the game. Those 5 minutes may seem like a very short amount of time. When you get to those final circles, 5 minutes can be the difference between a 10th place and a 2nd place.
Very early move from Reject up to get that crossing.
honestly,
players already all the way over there. Duello still as a backstop.
I was going Doolally in this game, if I'm honest.
This is a central lobby and slap bang in the center. He's on that northwestern island. Game Lord
do you see
rotating around the northern side with a boat.
And for teams
like
to try and
make landfall to the west.
Through that, as you say, we've got doing really
west
well
of
in terms of the eliminations and then going
on the north side of that island.
Never mind. Madpool's winning off
the rest of it a very wide berth,
the rocks of north of Lipovka and in Lipovka.
They're not going to take any sort of chances whatsoever.
Well, obviously, the
Projectors are holding on that northern side, but they are moving down south towards that bridge.
Smoke well, as he coined it,
Vampire
to get through safely was something to be
try and
seen.
control that crossing. They've allowed reject in on the south side into one of the strong compounds on the northwestern island, underneath those cliffs that HVVP
what are they doing?
You got really close.
Yeah, getting here early is a little bit of a Hail Mary, honestly. It's one of those positions that gives you a lot of comfortability. And Inco were looking for this as well, it seems. You know, hoping to sit out the majority of the game, and with Reject already being in that position, goodness me, now Inco's in a really tough spot because this entire macro decision, this entire push from them gets sent away, and they're left feeling a little bit questionable where they want to go next. That confusion starts to set in. Where do we head towards? Which positions can we take on the map that haven't already been taken? I think this is where it gets very, very different for Inco, considering a lot of teams have made that analysis, watched the VODs from yesterday, done their homework, and realised that Inco were just finding good spots in the circle early on in the game, which could work out towards the end game, and then just sitting there. And more often than not, they're finding those spots. You see that confusion really coming back to bite them because they are just circling, and there's no longer anywhere for them to go.
Well, not to mention, you also pointed out too when we were watching that Gladiators is probably the only team that can
smell the cordite on the breeze underneath.
But they were about at that 400-meter distance mark away, so potentially not seeing them. Obviously, Melise was in the boat, potentially not looking towards them, and we even saw Kiss
get any sort of information, probably more valuable at this stage than the eliminations. Because HVVP already have a high expected value point scoring position.
What's going on next door?
Have to see where the next circle does go, but
anyway. I'm done.
At the moment, it is very much in their favor. Game Lord made that landfall on the northwestern point of the island west of Hutton, and they are now land fallen.
Gliding down the slopes in a snowboard,
finding squash, and again, Reject exerting a lot of control for getting here very, very early.
Snowmen as well. Make sure
yeah, it's literally the Inco play, and it's funny to see it come back to bite them because you have this singular play where it's worked out so many times because other teams have not been going for the same rotate. As soon as another team takes up that position, Inco is just completely floundered by that. I genuinely don't think that they knew what to do after a team was in that position. They had no backup plan, to say the least, and hoping that that would just take them all the way. And this is the one thing that I was worried about, the one thing that I thought would cause problems in future for Inco, and it's certainly starting to rack up now as they're not finding those points. Again, 54 at the start of the day, able to get 12 points on the day after getting quite a lot of eliminations from that bankside position over on Erangel, but it's not really brought them up to speed with some of the other squads towards the top of the lobby, like Titans, who have made a really good run for it, trying to secure their place in that grand finals.
Also, last but not least, before we head to a break here,
if you remember, Frank, we were talking about where the bubble is looking to be at the end of the day.
Show off your victories with PMGC.
We were looking at how many points were able to be earned in the survival stage, where they all played.
And we all know who people are voting for. Max is all aboard the Gladiator train,
but where we're looking at that bubble being is on that 10-point average line. At the moment, a lot of teams are falling quite far beneath that at this stage, so we might have a reduced bubble at this point. But Blank, tell me about this shift, because it is quite dramatic.
It really is quite horrible. This is what I was talking about earlier, where HVP and BPE still worry for themselves when you see a shift like that. Zone 2 is always the hardest shift that we are going to see, so it could really go anywhere a lot of times within this circle. Heads hard up towards that northeastern side with Sixers on that bridge. Now, a lot of teams at the moment, again, prioritizing those central spots, have almost ruined themselves by taking these positions down towards the south side of the mountain. I think you're going to be struggling for a lot of them. Titans, on the other hand, who have yet to move, actually secure themselves a good spot within the lobby if they move in the next couple of minutes, purely because there's so much open space on this eastern side. It could be west, it could be east, but if you're on the western side, you're in a world of hurt anyway with the amount of teams already here.
The Inco duo sending as fast as they can towards the water and trying to potentially play underneath that bridge. That worked out for them in the last game, so why not? They have managed to pull up on that west side of the bridge that connects to the Northwest Island and the mainland.
But luckily for you, we don't have to talk about them too much more because it looks like with the points they've got.
It really is. I'm surprised they even got that far, to be fair, as a duo. But once again, Vampire play on the hill to the northeast side of the HVVP mountain. This time around, HVVP moved in nice and early to get a little bit of a foothold to give them a route in. Last time we saw them come into conflict, IHC take a fight with LGD, and actually Alex controlling the roll-up nut really beautifully there as a solo outpost for IHC.
Maybe? I think it depends on the playing
look
path.
for these flushes as well. Really good stuff. But when we've seen Vampire contest on that little mound to the northeast side of HVVP, we've seen them not move early enough, and HVVP haven't learned that lesson.
Jackie and Blake.
Absolutely, I think getting up towards this position gives you a lot of high ground control. I think for HVVP, at the moment, you know, those elimination counts are really giving them the majority of the points that they need. And I think it's this point in time where this circle isn't always going to favour us, but what we can do is we can shift from this mental playstyle of, look, we have the circle itself, so let's just continue to sweep and play that 2-2 position. When they don't get the circle like this, I think they just have to completely start thinking about, right, we have to go into full elimination mode and start bringing out the big guns and just taking as many shots as possible. Because if we can clear out teams, we're technically clearing out space, and I like that from HVP. IHC rolling up, pretty much completely destroying the rest of LGD, who were at 60 points and they were bringing it back. But after this unfortunate loss, going down in 16th place now, which happens more often not for LGD, a very streaky team. Some games they look like the best team in the lobby, and maybe even the best team out of PMGC. Then other games they look like this, where it just feels like they're not even part of the conversation, and that's a really difficult thing for me to analyse on the desk, the actual desk to analyse over on their side, as well as for you guys at home, because it feels like if you want to cheer for LGD, sometimes you're cheering for an LGD that seems completely different from the norm. It's odd to see, and I think I'd like to see LGD bring it back into that position where they're performing similarly every single time. However, at this rate, I don't think they're getting towards the grand finals.
You're doing pretty well right now.
Onto the bridge. Somehow, Blank, Inco are in a central position. Okay, it's just one of the facts of the universe. That if there's a circle, it's very, very likely that Inco are right in that middle spot. But Nick the Galaxy move around the north side and scout out towards underneath that bridge. And actually, with Inco swimming across, trying to make it to the other side, that can be difficult. Vampire this time around, however, are going to control that approach. It didn't work out for their control over Inco, but Nick the Galaxy will feel the brunt of that pain. Ralph spotted, shot down, Reject have certainly started
to pump things in.
HVP even got involved in that engagement as well, taking shots down that way. VP though in a good spot at the moment, like you said though.
But we're definitely
he has the vehicle underneath. Try and keep these players off him.
The most
he's pulling out the day. That is mean. That is really mean. Like a little,
and then they went
a little exclamation mark above his head. Alpha 7.
They're doing that again here.
IHC to knock a piece. 2 4-man squads.
I think that they've
so far though, Godless getting knocked 2. That's them down to just 2 players.
It's not going too
continuing
hot
on that streak. 2 for 2.
Love
to see this fight right now. I mean, it is all going off. I mean, IHC really like to get some points, and purely taking out A7 out of the way means that a lot of those points being ripped away from the top of the lobby. IHC could probably secure a little bit of a better position towards that top side of the top 5.
You just have to play out these matches.
Time with a strong position as well.
I was going to touch on Alter Ego. I'm not going to.
Vampire had their turn. HVVP had their turn. It is Bacon time's turn to step up from the group green heavy hitters.
We'll wait. We'll wait and see.
Demolishing on this south side, like ruin Alpha 7's chance.
I think we've kind of beaten the horse on that.
Don't want to let IHC be getting these points if you're chasing for that bubble either, because they are much more within reach than Alpha 7 are.
It is a shame.
You do want to root for them. DRS
like, especially
rolling across the top of the bridge.
Nobody else had this idea
as well. It seems like nobody else had a good idea either. Into the
and how they were looking
into the back
like
of the
they
pickup.
were playing.
They'll be playing with the cover.
I was expecting
I like that line.
We
gotta go underneath the bridge.
To go from strength
just like,
to strength.
why don't we
so they
just
were definitely
use the bridge
struggling today. What have they got up the chops? Anything hidden? Anything else? Maybe we'll see if it's going to come out. It's probably the best time to do it, right? You're kind of leaving yourself with very limited chances. We've got 3 games.
That's not how I see Bridges in particular. However, Inco seems to find success off the back of that approach anyway. Alpha 7, though, with 2 players, actually taking down more from IHC. Once again, another 2 for 2.
We'll find out. We'll see where we go.
And holding on, another knock comes through on that side. That's VP.
It's been fun to watch,
getting involved.
Which is nice to say. Even if they don't look exactly
to be able to get up in there for the vault, but now there's 2 players down on the inside. Alpha 7 holding off against IHC. First knock is close, but there's 2 players still on the inside to handle. Rio gets the spray down, needs the weapon swap, a sliver of HP on the inside, just jittering around the corner. Nervous now, but Fancy Feet win out the day. Falls back, doesn't go for the flushes, doesn't get greedy, and sticks the res. He knows that the last player from IHC will not be able to get this res off the board. So close, so he'll be able to play on the 2 players. Rio stays alive, gets Revo back into the fight, repositions Godless around the side, a DPS, a nade around the corner, looks to just slow things down, or certainly give him a little bit of fear. It's an off angle coming through from Aegon XIA, and Carrillo keeps Alpha 7 at the top of the table. I do not believe what I've just seen. Alpha 7, that's an insane haul from them, but now IA looking to get involved, but again, Revo, Carrillo, you cannot count either of these guys out. UZM spots the player crossing, nades going through the doorway, trying to keep Revo under pressure. This splits them up, might not be able to take that 2v1, the crossfire, so it will be forced, but a load of damage pouring through.
Should just be studied, right?
Another test for Alpha 7. This time Aegon XIA, Revo has the bulk of the health right now, and Carrillo is down. They're taking it in turns, and nades towards the back are going to make it even harder. Revo split from his teammate right now.
So the more they can stake their claim on
he looks for the challenge. First knock, taken down. Excellent start. Needs to find another. Looks for the spray. Crosses the doorway, and he falls down. Aegon XIA proved to be just a little bit too much. You can't really blame them coming off the back of that fight. The circle shifted down south, so now Aegon XIA with a brilliant compound. HVVP controlling the hillside on that western edge of it. Down 1 trying to challenge, but in the meantime, Game Lord and Besiktas trying to lead from H10.
I mean, that's a good one to give off, you know, definitely would increase your protection
also laid bare there. Hits the deck.
I just say it to myself.
The helmet bouncing off the wood there.
Don't mess with me.
Makes the resounding sound of defeat on that side. PTR similarly Zuxi gets 6. Misery's already down, but Titan's in a worse spot. But Nade pouring over the top of Jim Foster. Cannot handle the amount of firepower coming out from Titans. 2 players down. PTR trying to activate now with Liquid 1 and 2 shots, 2 knocks. Liquid has to worry about his left flank though, because Teak is there. Spray down, and he will be able to find a knock over onto one of the forward players from Bigatron. There's a res going on in the backside, and Teak is pushing up. Zuxi wants to stick this one, knows that Teak might commit, but hang on a minute, he pushes over. Titan take down Bigatron, and Zuxi caught unawares there. You've got to wonder what was going through their mind. You take the challenge, you know Teak's pushing, but Titan stay alive on 2.
Yeah,
this is one of those speed plays
where
either commit to one decision.
Oh,
you know what is that? Out in the water.
That's illegal.
With the loot crate, a small island with a compound down towards the southeast. Maybe Titans want to pick that up. I don't know how close anyone can get towards that position. Nenebete might be able to swing his way down.
Certainly towards that bottom side of the lobby, we're looking at N Hyper, you do Alliance. Nick McGallick's
are going to cut it for them. Titans
disappointing
so far. HVP looks to move up towards down 1's position. They got ahead of them nice and early, but Nade's still pouring through. Fabian moves down, knows he has to get off this top side, considering this is no longer an ideal spot for either of these teams.
We'll talk about it now, is that some of the rotates feel extremely greedy. I think that last match, most of the teams on that south side realised that, look, if we're on the edge already, I mean, they were rotating in.
Maybe thought it was a little bit deeper there, but there's quite a lot of shallows in this river. You have to be very careful when trying to move forwards on it. HVVP moving forwards towards down 1 now as the circle pushes them into this engagement. Sung close to the rock. Needs to hold off against at least one of these players. Kitsune swings out wide. HVVP cannot afford to lose a player at this stage. They need to keep it together now. Getting the damage in. Kitsune goes low on the wide deep swing. Sung will be falling. Forest now last player standing for down 1 as HVVP just about holding it together. Will be caught out, and now they can move further down, but Kitsune is bleeding going out. Down one eliminated. The chase is on. HVVP, they're up in 5th now, Black.
The fact that none of them actually went down is a huge shout for the performance going forward. Reject, though, still spotting up towards that way. Duello looking towards that position. IA, 6 eliminations so far. Looking to take down Duello. That nade should do the trick. Takes him down. 7 eliminations for IA. Maku taking a huge amount of damage from VPE. But watching them as they walk down this side is completely barren. Open ground for them. 9 eliminations for Vampires. Looking to set themselves up towards that top side of the lobby already.
Felt like HVVP just played this a little bit too slowly, and now they're paying the price for it. 2 first aids as actually Fluke does go down and repositions Stoned, looking for that cross. We'll have another first aid, but the drop down will take him down. Ravenclaw's there watching, and Matic will be the last player alive for HVVP. Has to just go for a shot, try and pick up an elimination if you can. It would be great, but Schweb, he escapes the first set of spray, but needs to go for the reload, and he's spotted by Ravenclaw.
We love to see.
Unfortunate for HVVP to not pick that up, but Vampire are going to be really slowed down by that. They'll lose a lot of scouting power, and they'll lose the potential to go closer to this. Bacon Time, by the way, still alive. They are swimming across now and getting off to the shoreline. There's Shirty, and because Vampire were losing players blank, that sightline was denied and allows them an opening. Still not so bad for Vampire. They're realistically the only ones with a strong position here other than I8 who are looking to put up a big performance this game and set themselves up towards that 6th to 9th place bracket where there's a chance to get towards that top 5. They will need another big game third, but we've seen them do it before. UCM gets towards the coast, Stone's trying to take shots, 10 eliminations for Vampire, 4 players still on board, and already we said they're in the top 5 and they're looking to put up more points on this game, which might even see them up towards maybe even top 2 if the RS go out soon.
And I think for anyone in this location,
taking shots over the Bacon, so I'm trying to stop their landfall, but there's always that foothold that they've got in already. Shirty, bomb style, they just want to stay alive at this stage. They cannot afford to go down this early
right now for
in this one. 7 teams remaining.
This is something that we
going down at this point, we're to cut them out the top 5 entirely.
At the start, doing great. You know, happy days for
Vampire really striking out, not only for the top 5, Black, maybe looking to try and jump up to compete with Alpha 7 after this one.
Absolutely, this is what I'm talking about, is that with the amount of eliminations here on Sandhawk and so many more available eliminations for them, this could be a gigantic game for these lads.
Reject taking a lot of knocks their own. Gladiators barely surviving themselves, good amount of damage. Maku's on the side, tries to swing out, lovely nade, will take down Maku, and now it's just Matic to try and hold down the door.
Being close to these players,
well, that's a nice trade actually, and he's played
everyone
it smart.
Just chilling
set himself
on
up
this
so
side, forced to take a breather, but they will have to move
onto Maku with it, but instead engages towards Matic. Matic's basically as good as gone here. No HP, nothing to defend himself with.
3 players
all off the back
now
of
have to pick up as many eliminations as possible. Deny them from VPE, but a great start from Vampire.
That's unlucky.
They sink the bangs in.
Vampire need to push though.
Coming true, Blank.
They are the ones outside of the zone right now. Are they going to take the coastline? They're playing off some of the very little pieces of hard cover. There's quite a lot of trees which cut off a lot of angles.
This is
more
more the Gladiators we're used to. You know,
Vampire are going to use that. They're going to put these nades over the top as Fluke enters nade range. A lot of damage said. Ghost taking the knock at that. Shirty going to go over to Shirty. From that coast side, he did move up. Orb style on the forefront as well. Able to take shots from behind this rock. He's not in the zone, sure, but he's going to play spoiler to all of this engagement. Bacon Time, 4 eliminations now on the game. Shirty moves out wide. What's the challenge? 5 eliminations on the game. Schweb falls as well. And Shirty moves into position. Fluke behind the rock. Cannot step out because IQ's there. And the blue zone's pushing Vampire in. AQ,
quite frankly, had already had
maybe going down to Shirty here. Gone a different way into the next circle. Bacon Time start to go up on the coastline. IQ down, and Fluke now takes the challenge. Shirty's there, and the Mike Cruising gets a good spray. Takes down the 4th position for Bacon Time as 3 teams remain. 6 eliminations, but Orb Styles here as well. Looking for Schweb in the back line. Ice gets up into the fray, but gets knocked back immediately. Shirty is down and into position. Comes Chianti from DRS. A last stand for DRS towards those top 5 positions as he crawls on forwards. Vampire down to 1. DRS on 1. And Bacon Time looking for the rest. But can they get shut down? No, the nade is not loosed. A 2-player potential, but Fluke in a 1v1 standoff.
There.
Maybe pick up his players, more likely to peak out too soon.
Chase at the minute.
Circle will move both these players in. I think that Baker Time have more time to play with here. Shirties gets back up on his feet. That is a great volley. Will push them out to the side, but it's not quite enough. Doesn't do the damage. And there's a nade coming back their way. Another Molotov for Fluka gets sent. But the nade doesn't hit. That was so important. You've got to hit that nade. Shirty behind the tree has the cover. 5 first aids will be able to heal. There's a nade in the pocket for Fluke. He needs to get it off here. Noise is low. Healing off in the backline, but we'll be able to get it off. Peeks out wide. Shirty goes down. Fluke for a challenge and Vampire fall. It's Bacon time. We said they needed it now, Blank, and they fire out from the water. They emerge victorious against Vampire, who are weaving their brutal thread through the cloth of fate. But this time around, it was not to be. Still a big game for both of them. Bacon Time absolutely drenched coming out from this game, but the heat rises from them. You can see the steam pouring off the heads because that was a firecracker again coming through from them. The fact they were able to live out for so long and hear the shooting and take that opportunity to get to the coastal side, understanding exactly where that hard cover was. That is very good knowledge of the game there coming through on Sandhawk, picking up that match. VPE furious with that result. Those extra 3 points for the chicken dinner could have set them in a secure position towards the top. I am astounded by that game. It could not have been more difficult for a lot of these teams. HVP also, again, that slow playstyle, that careful playstyle that has rewarded them so much in the past, which is coming back to bite them on these absolutely hectic circles.
Might take shots towards you. If we see it again on that next match from Enigma Galaxy, where they make a random rotate like that and start losing players out the back of the vehicle,
they've died to it twice.
I would be
on that very specific rotation. They just haven't been able to figure out how to play it, it seems, but
don't sense an adjustment.
Have to get a little bit further. What a way for Bacon Time to close things down as well, with a pretty healthy elimination count as well coming through. 31 points at the start of the game. They'll have a whole lot more than that now.
Right? I don't really think there is enough adjustments that could be made to really change things around quick enough. That's the problem. It feels like we're already getting to that point where the fine line land of squads that haven't already accumulated points, especially on the green, right, with how tomorrow's going to go, you know, even being there to make a case for yourself, just having to sit pretty and sit on the laurels and the points you've already accumulated. Definitely for a good majority of our squads now, we're seeing that they haven't been able to cut the mustard, haven't been able to really build enough points, but there's been a bit of a change, positively, for a few of them. At the minute though, we'll see how things go right here, right now. We'll stick to the facts that we're being given. Again, Reject Tokyo look to try and get themselves a bit more center to try and set up early. Release are also on the move down, but most likely have to bypass their way through Team X. Roadside setup from MB as well, as they've got contact. Inko taking damage from quite far away.
I really don't know how to start the segment here, gentlemen, because that was the wonkiest zone, the wonkiest finish out of Bacon Time, but it's a delicious finish nonetheless. 25 points for the team, desperately needed them.
They're going to play this one.
Besides the fact that them getting points they needed, what about Vampire Esports? You get 25. Agon IE, you get 13. Titan, you get 12, and DRS get 11 out to the board.
Sort of unwilling to give up this position on the eastern side.
I think, Jason, it's fair to say that we're going to have some new teams potentially in the top 5. I mean, mainly looking at Vampire Esports. Of course, they have a new potential top 5 contender right now, but Bacon Time really stands to. I would say if they did not get this game right here, I think that they would be 100% out. But this one does add a question mark.
By the vehicle,
can they?
Not out yet. Becker continues to take shots,
but this maybe opens up a door for them to make
there and
it does, yeah, and it's not just that. Again, we have to look at the teams in the middle of the pack and seeing how they're performing. But putting up Noise's stats up against Fluke. Fluke almost managed to do it towards the end there. I'm surprised that he didn't use the nade a little bit early on.
Trying to get the
he might have been able to just take out the last members of Bacon before the revive even came through. But still, very well played for Vampire to secure this amount of points in these games so far. We've seen them end the day one with 25 points. One whole day with 25 points, and now they get those in just the one game. So it is a sensational comeback from them, and they should definitely be in the top 5 now. But can they hold on?
try and reset the utility they've got to work with, so they're going to be content.
Left to go today. The job's not done quite yet for all these teams.
He's been pretty damn quick with his scouting. He's been able to take some point man positions and look to get the damage out early. Again here, setting his focus towards the bridge. Wants to put pressure on Squash, who's so low outside the play zone as well.
To add into
that, single bullet he was hoping for, try and make that elimination.
Free in-game PUBG Mobile rewards, some premium content, not to mention all the rewards that Prime Gaming has as well. So that's one way you can
got a read on him.
But they can't do it just yet. They still have the final matches to come. But what I'm mostly curious about is when we get to those overall standings. Because teams, they have to have an idea of where they're currently in the rankings. They have to know how many points they need or can afford to lose. And right now, we have seen Vampire break through 4th place, moving out Inko out of top 5.
And it's so unfortunate too, because Inko had a good game plan. It was, we're just going to go play center, we're going to get a good position. Unfortunately, the center was on Northwest Island. I don't know what that means when you're on Northwest
incredible hold
HVVP.
versus the other squad.
They learned that with the hard way.
Takes down Vitali, looks for another.
So yeah, Inko a little bit of a tough game this time around. We'll see if they can adapt. But Vampire finally able to breach in his top 5 position. It is looking great. But
so a 2-point average for
it is so close towards the top between all of these teams. Quest at the end, these top 5 teams could be
game than they have any others, and that's saying something considering we still have 12 teams alive.
Yeah, I mean, if you look towards the second page of the leaderboard, Besiktas, LGD still definitely have a chance in making it towards the top 5. And again, it's just the one team that they can actually compete with, because when you look at 4th place, there's a 30+ point difference between them, or around 27 to 30 point difference. So it's going to require them to have a performance this game and then get another big performance in the next game, which of course is going to be very unlikely for a lot of these teams. But for Nigma, for Egon IE, and for mostly for these two, definitely 100%. Unless we're seeing triple chicken dinners from one of these teams, I don't think they're going to make it, and it's pretty sure that they're not going to be in the top 5 for now.
Back on the move as well, looking to set themselves up.
That's kind of
the
scary.
smokes will be cast out bit by bit. Redface looking like he wants
not
to try
looking good here. I mean, as you're just talking Sandstorm about needing to have 2 or 3 chicken dinners in a row. Bigatron need at least one, I would say,
pretty easy to clean up versus what remains.
They're starting to fall by the wayside here. And it seems like Alpha 7, IHC, DRS, Titan, they're looking to lock in their position even further. But if you're Alpha 7, you should know in the back of your mind, one more win, and we're through.
Inko, of course,
one more really good game, we're
through.
through.
Make it here,
and they can almost taste
getting a little bit
PUBG.
bullied. Similar
like?
sort of things
I don't
have been
know.
happening
But they can
to
taste
Alter Ego. Again,
like really
pressure applied on the Fnatic from the side. At least
just trying to imagine
where
what
possible. He's got to scurry off. Got to reset on this one now.
Again, we're in a weird direction right now.
Save us. I understand ice cream is your favorite
Holds on the spray for quite a while, but at least does find the shots over towards Lamborghini, laying him low outside the circle, delay them a lot, making this very uncomfortable for the squad of DXH to make it in.
Okay, so let's go with the LGD pick
shots over
first of all
towards
here,
FaZe. We're
Maxman. You
currently
did say earlier on you wouldn't pick them.
a very, very small shack at the moment. The shots even out of spec here on that.
It's not been working out. I didn't pick them. They're not able to perform, and I agree, especially with what Blank was bringing up during that game, which is sometimes they can look like one of the best teams in this PMGC period, and sometimes it just seems like
a lot of history on this team,
and it feels like that's what we see from them right now.
Would be very excited to
we
see
had that
this
glimmer of
team
hope from them yesterday.
The PMGC
now
Grand
just
Final.
Nothing to show for it, and unfortunately, it seems like the further we go into this game, the more desperate it feels like they're trying to play, and it's just
28
points.
That won't cut the bacon just yet. They need a little bit more on board, and with this very central position they currently hold on to. This is a fantastic game to rack up some big elimination points, to rack up themselves a good amount of
I would say this game would be their last opportunity. They need to get 15 points plus in this game in order to have a chance in the last 2 matches. If they don't, I think they're going to be out. When we're looking at IHC, they started off day 1 pretty strong. They had their first game with a 2nd place, 10 elims. You look at their last game as well, 2nd place, 9 elims. But other than that, it's just been a performance that's all over the place. And we're not seeing anything good from IHC throughout the first 3 games of today. And something definitely needs to change. For Inko, long story short, you guys started off strong. You even qualified through the strongest group in Group Green with a difference of 2 points, and now they're barely holding on to staying in that top 5 spot, so they need to kind of adapt a little bit, and we're going on the Wrangle, one of the strongest maps, so I'm hoping for a good performance from them.
Meanwhile, the building
is time to head into our next match of the day here with John Blake.
Didn't even see that one, Blank. Swings round the corner, hits him, takes him off his legs.
Hello.
Did you know,
I said Blank
turns for the back door as well.
Read
this quite well, Blank. flank. He's been peeked from the window, takes half HP off him.
Now,
just waiting now on the off angle, tries to back nade whilst his teammates are fighting tooth for nail. Nade's going down. Who else wants a piece of this fight?
What is this? There's 3 teams on the same compound. Regioso sends out the side into the vehicle, get himself some better angles. He's fighting for his life at this point in time.
No, I wouldn't say so anymore.
Hoxie's half HP, and Regioso's out on the edge. Surely he spots Junie, but he doesn't inside the smoke. And now Duxan have another battle to get through. Need to get more players back on their feet, but they're falling so quickly. Just Hoxie and Junie left alive. Junie, a veteran of these high-scale tournaments, but Nasa moving at the best opportune time. Will pick themselves up 9 eliminations off the back of this bad boy. Two players left alive, but on the southern edge, this is pretty decent stuff.
And I will maybe put this down to the fact that they've had so many sub-ins,
that one was a lot easier.
Not being able to have
lay down
is hampering them a little bit because they seem to have different ideas of what they want to do at moments in the game.
Beautiful fight though in the compound, man. Even in the way that Tokyo tried to play it with rejects bouncing back and forth, right? We saw OCO, smart heads up players at least. Even though they go down in the fight, you can see the gun skill, the mechanics there were out in full force. Nice intense compound crash though leads us into the rest of the game. FaZe again continue applying pressure. Chao's been overwhelmed, gets bitten to pieces. As actually Evos are able to steal away the final tag onto that to get in the extra elim for their troubles. Para Jin though will be put down in the ground as he's picked off by FaZe. Now starting to make their move into the center, getting themselves closer and closer, and just trying to play off whatever geometry will actually provide some sort of protection for them.
Certainly a chance for them, but requires these chicken dinners. And remember, they've been given a fair few chances for them. On Sandok,
and he's got contact on Star. Quick flick there,
had some fantastic compounds,
but
unable to convert that into a big win.
Yeah, very nice little shot there and pick up from FaZe. This is a really difficult area of the map to play, honestly. You see a lot of teams play this one out. You realistically just have the tower here. There's a slight dip as we head down. It's almost unnoticeable, but it does give FaZe a significant advantage, in which case they can take shots over towards the Xavier. The difficulty is the fact that so much of the western side of the circle still in play here. The Procedure Evos have a massive advantage. Despite that, FaZe is not letting that up. And it's so surprising we're not seeing Procedure Evos take a little quick peek over towards this eastern side. See if they can pick themselves up some more eliminations. Right now, they're currently running on 12, placement point 16 elims. This is a game where you want to pump those elims up, even if it means you get yourself a second place, but I can see why they wouldn't want to give up the gas station here.
They're rolling over those numbers every single match, even when it seems very unlikely for that to happen. They're still grabbing those points. Remember to follow us on our social channels as well, guys, because we'll keep you up to date with anything that's coming through in the future, including certain rewards, any kind of crates that might be releasing, even on new and additional packages that we're adding to the game, and also when and where we'll be seeing that PMGC take that place.
There it is. Open opportunity for this one to swing into the favour of Evos now, though.
Do not want to challenge this.
Connection across.
LGD in particular seem to be fighting quite a lot, quite early.
Spray his way in, gets the tap off that we needed to see.
In quite a few of the games,
control still firmly in their favour.
Somewhat problematic going on there for you. I think you're just getting a bit choked up about these final games. It's very emotional. I realise that, John. 100% some of our favourite teams might be going home here, but similarly some of our favourite teams might be going through. So we can be jubilant as well as sad at the same time. Absolutely fine. I'm not sure how we pull that off. Once at our face, a frown, side a smile, pull off the full two-face action.
There's actually a bit of a chance here to just be a fawn in the side. If you're not cleared, you're so far back down towards the ridge. As FaZe come pushing up, you could
western
try
side
and
on
get
the
stuck
circle
into it, especially if the timing works for the push down from Spec and they draw his attention.
Potato Hill, probably
Lots of small nuances on this one, but the big focal point is just the fact that Evos are in a great position to try and command the game.
Reject still dropping down towards Rosov.
So Chloe just goes down. Link's fine. Spec, he makes a rotate
able to stretch out towards Sunken.
Now up to
down
5
one, playing in the apartment.
Looking for a little bit more. And they have to push for more here because, you know, a 5 elimination game
get as looted as
with
possible.
a chicken dinner,
no one too
it's
close
alright.
by.
15 elims, 15 points, sorry, total is decent.
Sharing
but,
Yasnaya
pumping that as hard as you can here. They know they want
this is one of the few circles we've actually seen head over towards this western side so heavily before.
And not looking to give this game up. Another amazing nade on the predict over towards G-Fan. And Redface is just sending these over and over again. Another one will take down GK first. Now just FSS left alive. It will be Red Face to stand out for this one. One knock goes over towards Luxy with the 5 eliminations on board. Nade sent over the top over towards FaZe. One of the final teams alongside with Oliolio over to UDO Alliance. Looking for that second place placement point steal.
Coming through from BTR, LGD, and
Besiktas. This is where you've just got to shut things down.
Although they have made similar rotations before and been quite successful with it. In the meantime, HVP, this might be a slightly more difficult rotation for them. I know I said the DRS like to move away from that position on the western bridge quite early, but this gives them a chance to stick around here for maybe a little bit longer. Though with the way the circle's been panning out here, with the central play from a lot of these teams, we expect DRS to maybe head up, pick one of these nice compounds early on, just purely with the amount of useless compounds in this area and the amount of high priority compounds in this area.
They want to grab Link, have some additional numbers in this battle to play with. Quick pop heal as well. Nice peek up. Beautiful damage done with the AR. Switches to the DBS and wants to go full frontal blank. He's getting in their faces.
What is going on? Already we see another knock come through with the DBS. Misery left alive and he's taking damage here and there. Able to clutch it out. But UDO Alliance is still in the wings here, Jackie.
Also in Mills of power at the moment. So honestly, still feeling pretty good about them. I mean, they can move through.
They're low.
Reject
now would be the time to strike.
Side.
Once the players are down, they're knocked. They're on their
very
last
typical
legs.
position for them. A
Doesn't
great spot for them to
kind
of ladder out on this game, try and climb up those rankings just a little bit. Considering they are so far down that we did say this is kind of a point in time where we feel like that is them just confirmed knocked out. Again, it would require a 30-point game to sit them steady with 10th place. The longer this goes on, the more numbers you're going to have to fight against. So UDO Alliance, the chance of this one being clutched now far harder. Again, falling into a position where they should be a guaranteed chicken dinner for Evo. Top 5.
Man, that could have been a chicken dinner there for UDO Alliance.
Such a late juncture, 9 points behind that bubble.
Confidence to try and go in and bruise the pride there of Prestige Evos. He's got 2 nades in hand. There's no utility on the side of Prestige Evo so far, but that might change once they start to lose some of these crates that surround and litter the battlefield. No meds available for Misery other than those stims available for him. Might go for a quick scout in the vehicle. So far this game, Luxy is absolutely putting some mega work for them. 5 eliminations so far. First initial nade sent out. After that, there is another sent over the top.
Down one, close by, like you say.
Found, but not a lot.
Picked up a position on the map that they could find fairly easily.
There isn't going to be too much.
Just move directly to it this time. They're not thwarted by any of the teams that have already picked out that compound for them. So again, we don't get that flustering, we don't get that panic come through from Inco, which kind of spelt their doom on that last match. In the meantime, Alpha 7 do make that rotate that we were mentioning before, up towards Severny side over the top of Yasnaya. It was a tight rotation, but they nail it there, right through that hoop, despite the flames on all sides.
Spot where exactly he is. They're playing a more fragmented system, just looking for the trade. There's the contact, it seems. Bullets being spammed into the smoke. Just a bit of a pre-fire rather than actually locating where he is just yet. Longevity on this one being played out though, Blank. Fair play to him. You've got the time to work with. You want to make it as awkward as possible. See what he can get done
as well.
Yeah, I mean, the mistake was made way early, and this should definitely be a Prestige Evo's win. But the thing is, as soon as you see the teams go down to 2 and the amount of knocks that came from the elimination field, Olio should just be sending in, looking for elimination points.
Not necessarily always getting
all the points, getting all the success off, but that'll be all it is as Red Face finishes them off in a 21-point game there for Prestige Evos, which will make them feel a lot more secure in their standing, right? But yeah, I definitely think that Olio could have got
what they've aimed to do, and they found those spots, and it's resulted in wins, it's resulted in a lot of players as well. East of spots Revo towards that blue side,
I think it's like
gets knocked out here, very unlikely to be brought back in towards the fall, has to hit the first aid kit.
You just fly.
Blue's not doing a chunk
because
of damage at the moment.
The same either way.
Back up, get the stims, and get moving. That will slow down the guys from A7, but they've got something to say about this.
People are looking at this rotation and thinking, hang on a minute, Alpha 7 did really well by rotating over the north of the lake, so let's all do it. 4 teams to move through that area.
Going into a fight like that where you know they've just had
that great for any of them,
no matter what,
Bigatron's probably ahead of the curve on it, we'll be able to get ahead.
Basically in a 1v1 with a half HP player.
Most likely going to have to push south south of the river. They see that. They're moving into Rozhok North.
You can see the excitement here, though. Evos looking very vocal. Luxy telling the story
finally hits here. Inco will have to move for a bunch of teams. Pachinki, a little bit of a soft spot in the circle.
Procedure Evos playing a great game there. You know, had a good setup.
A lot of these rotations will have to go through similar areas, towards that northern side or down towards the south.
Yeah, it's awesome
really going to be seeing a lot of traffic jams coming through. Besiktas still on their rotate downwards now after 7 left out in the cold as they've got a long way to go on this one. Chumsy still in the back for LGD towards Severny.
Returning to form.
Trying to regroup the rest of the team in YCZ as well as Suki.
It really was that Luxy sort of was overshadowed by the likes of Rise.
Similar performance we've seen before towards the top of the tables.
But look at this.
Again, now looking back down towards the circle itself. Game Lord, I8, DRS, all in Central Sports, HVP, just now making their move through. And a huge chunk of this ground split off by Quarry as well as the fielded area down towards that south side. It will be difficult to play this circle. A lot of open space, more than likely going to see a lot of teams struggling towards that end game in positions that we never want to see you in, which is lay down on the floor in the middle of the field, maybe behind a hay bale, which is your only open element making it through the game.
As Procedure Evos held down gas station, looking fantastic whilst doing it here, Max.
Yep, and able to weather the storm with
12th position even after that chicken
like
dinner.
You had, of course, N-Hyper going downhill across the road, trying to go for the engage, which, of course, you are in this location. It's very easy to abuse with that third-person perspective. You can just jump,
well, that's what I'm saying. It's so surprising to me that they've been able to find this rotate, and it's not been challenged whatsoever.
I really thought that was going to be
I think that this is...
It's down to
at this point, it can't be luck, right?
Go for the res and get rid of
the final
it's
not luck, no, but this is the type of thing. Well, they're lucky in a way that no one's taken this at this point in time. So many teams had a lot of available time to get in towards the position.
Oftentimes we see the gas station as having a little bit of a vulnerability, right? Because there is that small little gap underneath the walls. However, they did a great job of zoning people away from even having angles on that little gap.
Already much further towards circle than them. I mean, they were up towards school
21 points go their way.
about 3 minutes
for the
ago,
most
and now
part,
they make their way down. No one takes shots at them
gas
to get into the
station,
spot.
kind of
This is
moved a
not
little bit to
something
the
that they'll get
east,
away
but
with if they
eventually just
head
started
towards the
blasting
PMGC
everything
Grand
anyway
Finals.
for
This
those
position
south
should be
rotates.
taken up by that point
It's a really big game for them as
crashing
well.
onto it, it will require a fight to get in. I don't think we've seen many times Nico have to take any kind of crashes, any kind of engagements for their compounds, and when they do, it really does not work out well for them.
I thought at the time was going to be gas station.
This hillside that's in the middle, surrounded by fields, is only going to compound the issue of it being a central lobby. Right? All of these teams focus generally on getting quite central, and the fact that there's so much, there's essentially a ring of difficult to play terrain around the centre is just going to make things a little bit faster. A knockover towards the forward point from HVVP, who are still wildly split, is going to force a fast response from Kitsune.
in this match.
No, indeed.
Back up towards the high ground is not a bad spot whatsoever, and now with this high ground play around with Quarry, they can look down to a lot of these teams with maybe out in the open, providing some good sidelines their way. Game Lord again also on a really nice compound towards the roadside, and we're moving further away from that nasty bit of fielded area down towards the southeast, which makes things a lot easier for these teams. It's going to be a bit more tactical, a lot more compound play.
I think when it gets down to that 4v1, 3v1 scenario at the end, it's very difficult for him to make that call
hit the helmets off, reduce supply count for a lot of these teams, which most likely will be moving from a lot of these spots. Inco directly in the centre. You wonder if VP are going to try and move down or maybe take some shots towards their position, because they are deadly neighbours to have, because they're not likely to help you in an engagement once it pops off. They're certainly happy to wander on up.
If you did know that was a misplay, but as you said, I don't think he had the information that it was a full squad. So if he did know, then unfortunately it could have been the good
northern side.
Still a second place, so a good match.
Lost a little bit of momentum early to an early pick.
For UDU Alliance.
Hello, Jason.
And they're still on 3.
I was actually just doing my impression.
They got some buildings, which is more than could be said for quite a few of these players. HVP getting back together.
But I think this game though was mostly just about the teams
really watching out on their back.
Getting those points under
in the meantime, LGD taking shots.
Obviously, this is their last day of play as well, so they really have to
Mythic takes shots over to LGD's compounds on the north side of the next circle. This is their backstop area. Alpha 7 looking to sweep in on this northwestern edge.
And Nazir, which I mean, 9 eliminations, that's a good start. I think for me, for a team like that, it's a confidence booster.
Not the most amazing spot for HVP down towards Quarry, but the high ground is nice for the time being. Nades coming through from BTR over towards LGD. We said that this team had to have a good performance here. YZ, bit of a clutch Maestro, looking to take it to him.
We'll be able to find one, but the next knock is just too much to bear. Both of the players here down, and now it's just the forward outpost Suki for the squad. Bigatron
just start sweeping and start
moving in and backfilling on LGD, picking up those pieces. But Mafioso sending out wide. Will have heard these gunshots.
On the east edge of that
how they can capitalize. So they move ahead. Do they try a third party? What are they going to do?
With the remaining members of Alliance,
there's a good chance here for taking up Suki's position. BTR being able to catch them on their rotate would be really nice. Leo's already looking for one of those knocks which they can aggressively push on top of. You can see which compounds he's scouting to. Tixi gets a shot down towards Regiocio, who moves out very wide here. More than likely will not be able to be picked back up again by the reject squad, which allows perhaps a future rotation from HVP up towards that northern side to gain a little bit more space, maybe just be a bit more towards the central side of the lobby.
It's a treat blank,
comfortable rotation for Bacon time
so far today.
They just move their way in through about 4 or 5 different teams. Look at that. How have they managed to get through? I was going to say unscathed, but Noise does get knocked out in the open. Vampire picked that one up. The hillsides on the southwest stay in. The circle does shrink HVVP on 4 players. 2 players from Reject down the hill from them. Reject, 4 players alive, sure, but you can't turn that slowly in front of Kitsune. He will be able to line those shots up. The players on your left, though, Kitsune, you need to be worried about. Has to reposition, wants to either get the flush now or look to regroup with the rest of the HVVP squad who are looking to move forwards. They want to crouch in on the position.
Okay.
A7's coming down now as well to get joined in on this engagement outside in the blue. Outside the circle.
Another rotation gone wrong.
HVB's been very cautious about any of these third parties. Regroup and Meku is very good that they held him in that position for a long time, allowed them to have that anchor point to come through to. Suki is put down immediately, and LGD's hopes to get towards that grand finals, getting ever slimmer as we go through 2 more games now. We'd have to have a killer LGD performance to get towards that top side. Titans also taking shots there. I think that's from one of the remaining members up towards that hillside, down towards the south.
Too aggressive, so I've been very excited to see the development coming through from Tulika in particular.
Good test for them, surely. But not one they want to take at the moment.
He really is, and I think
they might not have much choice. They are swinging in. They're fully committed now. Luxy caught out there, but Mythic's position known. They can start to put nades in on this forward position. You can see Liquid and Misery immediately pushing through. Gen Foster on the off angle to catch those rotates out, but could go down. It could be disastrous. Carrillo lights them up, looks for 2, and he stays alive. Carrillo Forte yet again staying in the mix of it, clutching it out for Alpha 7 on a crucial part of the push. Turns around and Mythic helps him out there. Gem Foster dealt with. Bigatron find out all about it. Why are Alpha 7 at the top? This is why the Luxy might just have one last throw of it.
We still have this
one last pitch towards the backlines. Carrillo has the nade though. There's the shot now for Besiktas third
they're going to
party.
be happy with.
It might be just over now for BTR. 57 points, 2 more matches. The current performance as well. I mean, you can almost expect LGD to start flying out of control towards the end of the day, but for BTR, we have not seen that similar kind of jump up in performance throughout the day. Nigma Galaxy almost looking to end their run now. It's looking very bad for them.
They could surprise some of these teams.
Left
maybe
now.
We'll see what happens if they just
at the bottom
keep
of the table.
Basic. So
2 eliminations on the game. 34
really
points if they fall at this stage. Aegon and Clay pushing into their compound. IHC on the far side. Lord.
It's not easy
in the middle,
to pick up these
and will
points,
fall
and
last.
For us,
that is Nigma Galaxy out of this game and most likely the tournament.
The way they wanted to,
I think at this point in time
we drops over towards
say that Nigma Galaxy will not be making it through
but I think this is
to the grand finals.
This
they have been getting to each and individual stage by a hair's breadth as well. I mean, it's a congratulations they get this far, but I do think that at some point it did have to come all crushing down around them, purely just with the gameplay we've seen from them out this entire time. Kitsune Matic still far away from the team, looking up towards Alpha 7 and Reject's spot. I mean, it would still be a 2-2. I think that at the moment, HPV are really trying to clear this western side as best as possible.
With Alpha 7 on 2, with Reject a little bit diminished as well on 3. Probably really quite reasonable. Besiktas have the third party angle, and if they can clear this area,
seems like the phones are going down.
Really solid for this next circle shift.
It would be gorgeous for them. They still have to deal with Alpha 7, and they never go down easy here. Finally,
on this one
player is removed, just Mythic remaining. HVB do not want to lose another player in this instance.
Going down to 3 would really diminish the amount of power that they can bring towards the end game of this circle. With so many teams coming from
we're in a horrible situation, guys. Can we just control?
It's going to be a really good game for them. IHC out in 5th place. At risk of being overtaken by HVP now with the strong position they hold on the eastern side, western side of the circle.
Considering how quickly we got that rematch going through as well.
Really not ideal, but you've got Inco, Game Lord, Besiktas, Reject, all also looking to leapfrog you. So not only could HVP do so, with the rest of the lobby as well.
No, exactly.
Difficult
Honestly,
to hold on to short.
Unless we roll the dice,
just how far HVP can go on their strike. Again, Dixie moves forwards. Will have seen Mythic going on in. But Mythic has a nade of his own, puts it right on the target, just about sidestepped by Dixie. Opens the door, he's out the front, and there's the light up. You're not going to survive there. Not on a wide peak, not when you've got shots coming in from the high ground as well. Dixie shuts down.
There's not been a lot of time with the player.
Really good response there from them. Now they can start to focus up towards Reject spot. Perhaps even Besiktas, who are trying to move down from that northern side and clear out this space. Down 1. Felt like you go further, but they have slipped and slipped and slipped. Down towards 14th place now, 54 points.
Yeah, very spooky.
I have the power to win any chicken.
It's a team in their prime as well, Blank. They have had really solid results over the course of this year. And they have been just increasing in pace, but
that's what they need. That's what they need.
This final juncture. Down 1 though, still taking the fight against Game Lord.
We need to start getting some
more of them alive. Valor swinging around wide as they move up towards Aegon XIA.
Shooting out some bolts of lightning
losing
from your
Rob's
fingers
early though, and in the blue zone as it closes. You're not going to get him back up. Now Valo knocks down as well. Game Lord getting slowed up. 8th position. There's 65 points to Olympus Blank. This is a team that is competing right now, and they're in a fight with 2 others. Aegon XIA, they're further out to the blue, but Titans are ahead of them, and they're taking the shots, landing them where they need to. Akashi, last standing for Game Lord.
Rough day from rough span of
Akashi
days,
has
really,
to make this happen.
Like at least the mental fortitude is
the Akashi assassin, as we used to call him, surviving so long into these games, picking up individual eliminations where they could, but honestly, I think for Game Lord, there's been a strange occurrence of events at the moment where the players just not remained as high as it used to be.
I think we got the dance.
They certainly were better than this in the past. I don't think it's a case of the lobby getting better. I just think Game Lord has
okay, I thought I was going in a different direction.
Worse over time. Sad to see, considering how cool of a team they were. They still have a chance though. 67 points at the end of this game.
I enjoyed
2 more matches to play. Aegon XA up towards that top side. 7 eliminations so far. 3 players up.
Players on that team. Mello,
one needs Rezig. This could be a big game for them. They certainly need it.
They've done some really good stuff in the past. We got Nigma Galaxy on screen at the moment.
Themselves up, but the target was 16th place there, not 5th.
One of their major issues, they don't find enough vehicles, which feels like, you know,
Grand Canyon to be jealous.
It feels like you're failing at the first aspect of
Inco
PUBG
moving
Mobile. And that feels bad to say,
see the circle change pace.
That's like
no one's taking shots at them either. They just vacate.
Go from there.
Ghostly there.
The way to word it,
no one even assumes what's happening. VPE could have taken shots, but they don't. They move up towards that crate. I think there are shots coming through now from them. HVP locked in combat between Reject. Besiktas on this western side. They control a lot of space. It's an incredible ridge side for them to play from. But there being so many teams on this edge, it is difficult. Inco suffers some damage.
Let's get some more vehicles. Let's get some more dinosaur juice from the
staring down Reject for so long.
Just get on moving, because 4 vehicles better than 1 vehicle. I don't feel like I need to say that.
Protected from HVP, but not from Besiktas.
But 20 seconds before we get back into our 4th
match. The car, the only thing keeping them safe from teams across the way.
Because I
Betis spotted yet again. Aegon XIA, they leave 1 player forwards. And the rest are left to deal.
I do love the idea
with Titan down the hill, 2 players alive. Ghost lights up 1 and it's traded off by Teeth. Laid low behind the tree, does manage to get a heal off. Stands up and takes care of Titan.
Mannequins at this point in time. We don't exist.
Very difficult to get Ghost back on his feet, but for IA, 9 eliminations is good so far. Titans out. 3rd place, at risk of being leapfrogged by a couple of teams underneath them. Inco so far down to 2 members. Squash being removed, only 2 eliminations. Sure, they've got some central positions, but haven't done too much of it. Besiktas stands up. Good shots come back from Becca. But now just Vitali.
That's the numbers coming into play. Vitali, you say just Vitali on a tear through the ranks of Besiktas.
Let's find out. Playing path
who are somehow struggling here.
Way nice
finally might be able to get a cheeky little angle, but worried about off angles.
Down
dizzies himself a little bit, takes shots over a different way. Nade from Stone over towards Aegon XIA. IQ taken down on the forefront. 5 eliminations for Vampire now in 4th place on the tables. 4 out of the 5 top 5 teams have been eliminated at this stage, Blank. So again, it is that chase on up. With Inko falling, Besiktas, HVVP, the big chasers here.
To do the same thing
And Besiktas 10 eliminations so far. It's been a great game from them, but taking a couple of knocks. Have to restabilize now. Aegon XIA down in 6th place, 9 eliminations. That's good enough for now. And again, a really big run required for Aegon XIA, a big sprint. We've seen it before. I don't want to jinx them because I feel like it could happen again. Given the opportunity, VPE moves up. HVP very, very patient with this game. And Besiktas to take most of the damage, but also most of the eliminations. At this point, there is a chance where these two teams, Besiktas and HVP, are competing for similar spots within the tables.
A little bit of water.
Reject have been holding in this tower for so long, and finally it's coming to bear. Alive into the top 5 with Vampire down to 2 as Reiji continues to light things up. A nade over the top from Kitsune as well as they fight behind the tower with Besiktas. The next circle about to pop as well and will dictate quite a lot of the pace of this next phase. Right over the top, directly on target, a little bit close, but gets one of them, sends another over the top. Schweppes is trying to eliminate that final player, moves up and round, but exposed by a lot of teams. The nades aren't going far enough, but 2 left remaining. Sends this one a little bit higher. Where's it bounce? Much further towards them. 2 down, now just 1 out. Has to move into the sightlines of Sung. And 1 staying alive at the top 5, racking up points, but they're being pinched away by teams across the road. The circle shrinks away from the teams up the top though, and everybody's going to have to move. So we'll have to push forwards as well. Who's going to get there first? Besiktas go down the mountain. They are now in the position where they took down the players. What is
big orb in the sky? I do not understand.
And we'll play behind the car that they burnt out before. HVP trying to move around them as well. As Sung finally falls to a nade answer from Vampire, but they're on 2 in the field. Smart decision from Besiktas, because they're going to try and get the resupply from the members of Inko that went down. Getting nades at this stage of the game is extremely important, and Inko was nowhere near anyone close enough to actually send their nades through. But being in the buildings for a while and not using much utility, that could be really big for Besiktas. Although they have kind of put themselves in an awkward spot within the circle, HVP currently in, Besiktas still have to go further. VPE, again, a good performance, looking to secure their position towards the top side of the tables and get into that grand final. A really good sprint from them today. A massive resupply as well coming through for Schweppes, a full, fresh level 3
had an opportunity
and an AUG as well on the back. Really powerful set. Reiji goes down to Besiktas, who are on 11 eliminations right now, Blank. Meku tries to get past the sightlines of the scope and somehow staying alive. Matic gets the challenge, stays alive as well. And now HVVP have a little bit of high ground to play with. For the first time, reject are not a factor now. Besiktas need to be worried. Vampire out the open, they've weathered so much here, and all of these teams are competing for top 5 spots now, Blank. They've done so much, and we're probably going to see all 3 of them in the top 5. The question is, in what order? Incredibly surprisingly good spot here for VPE. Vampire playing from the field inside. The hay bale, I mentioned it earlier. A hope in hell and a hay bale to work with. You might just need to pull out the pitchfork and start shoveling away to get a little bit of a ditch inside of this side of the circle. Hunker down, play from there. Besiktas currently doing exactly that. And Tixi just looking for the shot towards VPE. They can open up onto a knock and life becomes so much easier. Matic is going to send wide, see if he can find himself a better position.
I mean, it definitely
tries to bait out these shots to allow Tixi to hit them.
Towards the top side of Everest.
No, there's a player behind this crate. They've been scouting this out for a long time.
Get his level 3 in hiking.
Once those positions are zeroed in, the power diminishes greatly. Because Meku is going to absolutely know where Vampires sit right now. Matic is, as you say, baiting out the shots, launches Tixi into the sky. You've got to be careful with that.
Back up to full HP here.
You do not want to be shut down because these players can hit shots like that. They are nutty.
Sort of resume operations after taking that initial knock there from G-Fan.
Big game here and 11 eliminations so far. If they clean this out
really does suffer
with a chicken dinner too.
Consequences.
Besiktas
getting too aggressive in this location.
Incredibly strong
just
spot.
2 players now.
A lot of our big teams finally putting their names on the leaderboards.
On screens here.
Pinning it in there towards the grand finals.
right at the end.
BX,
It's a little bit dicey.
A little bit less uncontested
this is the time you want
in
to step
terms
up,
of fighting
start
for
jumping
common drop
above a lot of
spots.
these
They've been
teams
willing
just
to actually
fell off,
mold themselves
aren't able to keep the gas burning in the tank.
Work around some of our other teams.
The surprise entry here for me is Besiktas. To be honest, this is a team that I had fairly closely to discounted, especially given their performance in the regionals. Getting in here to the last chance, did not expect to be them in the conversation for the top 5 spots and a qualification to the grand finals in Jakarta.
Avoid Quest's onslaught.
Here they are, fighting
really
and fighting hard. They're on a
a
hefty elimination count, and the shots start to come through. This fight between Besiktas and HVVP, that has to come through, and Zessi goes down first. There is a nade being cooked though, and they need to fade off, and a Joy lights them up. 2 players fall, and HVVP might be drawn short here, but Meku can drop these smokes. Can Peace get the nades on, or can Schweppes light it up as well? Kitsune behind the buggy. The burn is there.
Of all places,
struggling, should be able to get one res. Tixie crawling forwards in the meantime behind cover of smoke. The res goes through just on the edge.
Gets taken down
steps
by
up
FaZe.
one more res as well. Can they get back to full force? No, they can't, but they still have 3. More than anyone else in the lobby, but Meku gets taken down by Stone, and the shots are not there to answer. They're covered off with the smoke from Besiktas, and Joy spotted, but Matic gets the knock. Looks for the flush as well, picks up the point. We'll be able to find it. Who's getting it? But Stone is spotted as well out in the open, and HVVP are striking hard. Peace there behind the vehicle, they know where he is, but 2 players active for HVVP. Peace tries to hold it on outflank. Eliminations, Stoned, Schweppes finish off the final player from Besiktas, only find themselves in 3rd place. Unlikely he's going to make it through, but HVVP have done an astonishingly good job with the smokes. The Cloud has kept them safe for so long, and that will take them to greater heights there, towards the sky, and in the top of the leaderboard. What a good job from HVVP, a really tough spot to play from, with so many teams around them, making it difficult. I think for Vampire, they had a chokehold of that lobby for a long time, but it's definitely those smokes coming out from HVP. Not only did they deny the sightlines from Vampire Esports, they set themselves up on the right side of the ridge, they control that side of the ridge for so long as well, just in case they have to play out this end game, which allows them to take shots towards Besiktas, hide back, get those reses right at the end. It's very, very well done, and hugely intellectual. I really like that end game from them.
So Rotate's now going to be a bit of an easier piece of the puzzle.
We were still expecting to see Vampire and HVVP
so you do have a potential here where you're going to have quite a few
at the bottom of the table
actually,
but here they are,
Nassar pushing further down. They might actually get a bit of a read on this one.
It's just some very purposeful gameplay coming through from both these teams to allow them to get this far into the match. The fact that Vampire takes a pretty horrible spot over there, but sees those loot crates, that is what is the big game changer for them. And I mean, it's making the best out of a bad situation, and that's what HVP and Vampire have done today to get towards the top.
Seem to be edging closer towards FaZe after hearing the dinner bell being rung.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of teams that had a lot of these engagements happening earlier. Like Jackie has decided that they're not going to move across the bridges. They're going to get stuck in over towards the grid side on the western edge. And I think that has made for a very interesting western side of the circle with a lot of these teams opportunities not to push forward. Quest, I think that was a rundown over towards Alter Ego that was found there with a hot shot. Looper looks over towards Junico, will find the initial shot on the DBS, backing off just slightly, now looking for Zerich, who is holding his own as best as he can here.
Felt like that one was a little bit sloppy to get the final pick up there in the end, but they're still fighting for it, still looking to close things out. Frozen fragmented from the rest of the squad, peeks out through the smoke. Ooh, look at the nade lineup on that as well. Couple seconds slower on the getaway, and he could have been eating that nade. Would have absolutely ruined him. Luckily, Mad Balls will still hold on with just one man. Frozen,
HVVP, another chicken dinner to add to their tally, and another 25 points to boot. A massive game for this team who
Meanwhile,
still has
Lord
yet
puts
to
some
be
bullets down
secured
range
into
as
an
well.
organization,
Just
though, after
keeping the
this week they'll be able to get
pressure
one for the finals of
Rejects
PUBGC, because
in
that's
the
the
thick
track
of
they're
it
currently
now,
on here to
with
make.
players
Gentlemen, a
surrounding them
fantastic
from
game.
most angles
The field
here.
finish was
Does
very
fall back
interesting, I think we should say, is Vampire unfortunately being shot. Basically, it felt like every angle by every team. We even see Vampire getting 21 points, Besiktas 22, even Aegon IA esports 13. This has to shift up the standings quite a bit.
Both of them down.
It really has. And Vampire, like, they got himself right now a chicken dinner with 12 elims, a second place with 13 elims in the previous 2 games, and now they got himself another second place with double-digit eliminations coming their way.
36 points.
I don't know what changed happened between yesterday and today, but I'm loving it, and it seems like when they just get into that late game position, they still have 4 players alive, they just overwhelm the lobby at some point in time, unless you have Sun, which is a field finish. Yeah, gonna have the Snake, it's gonna be an issue of course, but if Sung is not there, chances are with those 4 players they get the chicken dinner, so I'm loving this new Vampire. They're looking so streaky
really do
today.
need to get a move on at this
Alright, we're going to head to a short break, but we kind of wrap our heads around what just happened. But when we come back, we're going to finish breaking down this last match and get you ready to go for our quite dominant,
a lot of smart maneuvers going around. This is very scrappy, I would say, in terms of the fighting that's been going on.
That does sum it up pretty accurately. It's been a very, very scrappy affair. Close quarters combat doing the aggressive maneuver here from Puerto Rico, kicking the doors, running on in, and finding the pickups with both barrels there. Stereo connection onto Quest, so they're taken down. Gladiators are close by, close enough that maybe their ears are perking up and thinking about the potential, but they might have their heads a bit more screwed on, thinking about the longevity of the game here, rather than trying to get involved with potential dribs and drabs of E-lane points. Reject Tokyo still looking like they've got confidence as well. They've got a good setup in terms of the position, but they haven't really cascaded it back. They've still been controlling the outer ridge here towards the hillside after not wanting to give it up when Madball's pushed in and applied a bit of pressure onto them, trying to keep control of the land they've found. Lord seems to have taken a bullet to the back of their head there, though, down on his last legs for the meantime. Quick head count of our squads. You can see that a fair few of them have already lost players.
Xperia stream made in collaboration with professional Maxman
the only
esport players. Yes, it is. You get 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile with Xperia streams, total cooling system, and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Don't worry, I was going to test you on that one, Sandstorm.
I was ready though!
But welcome back, everyone, as we finished off again our 4th match of our final day of play here. Let's take a look at our overalls and see how things might have shifted up. We are going to see a big shift in what? Vampire Esports coming for that first place.
A very strong spot, and you're right.
Are you kidding me? This is mad. This is a team that started with 25 points, and they're 4 points away from first in 4 games. Where was this, Vampire? Where was this before? Why did you have to give us a heart attack before seeing this performance from you? DRS, they're still keeping up the consistency. Good for them to remain in the top 5. Only 1 point ahead of Titan, but HVVP breaking in and getting to 94 points, and now we're seeing the margin increasing a little bit between qualifying and not. Only 12 points between Besiktas and HVVP. That game was pure gold for Besiktas Esports.
Besiktas currently the only team from Turkey that has not qualified. They could potentially make it right here if they keep on this kind of streak. And on the second page, I mean, as we said, Jason, we're going to start to cut out teams and all the teams at the bottom here. I would even have to say potentially even LGD are looking like they're pretty much out of the picture with their performance, and just a team that's not been able to showcase what they have been able to do at their peak in this PMGC, and now they just kind of fell off. Damwon is not looking too good too. Maybe Sun's performance kept things relevant for the team a little bit, but if you're on the second page at this point with 2 games remaining, you're going to need a chicken dinner. Otherwise, it's not going to go your way.
Bigatron, Bacon Time, they need to really step up here. I mean, this last 2 matches to go, right? You have to have at least a chicken dinner in one of them, potentially just 2, or at least a game with a ton of eliminations. We know both teams are capable of it. As we head over to Miramar, knowing that other teams are playing safe, other teams are playing even more carefree, realizing they have to have a big game themselves. But I feel like the strategy of the lobby does change quite a bit as we get towards the very end of events like this. Take a look at your guys' teams to watch.
Meanwhile,
Melis explain why you went
to try and make their move over the bridge at some point here, with the zone pushing
almost both of you, as we have the reject pick coming in last second here out of Sandstorm. So talk about the reject pick first.
Reject have been, I mean, we've said it multiple times, all we see from them is a flash in the pan, one great game, and then they just completely disappear. Which surprised me considering that they're one of the strongest teams obviously from the region. And I expected them to do a lot more throughout the games. They might surprise us with something here, but I just picked them because I want to focus on them and maybe see something. I'm not asking for a chicken dinner, I'm just asking for something from Reject. Besiktas, the last game that they got, definitely good for them. They have something to build off of, and IHC, we're seeing the consistency, but it's downhill, unfortunately. They were in the top 5, and now they're not. They have 2 more games to stay in, so what happened, IHC? Where's your performance gone? Where are those limits? Where are those points? You need them again.
More good games for them to see them feeling a little bit safer into the lobby at the end of the day. 59
the thing is, they're still getting themselves some decent eliminations. The thing is, they're not getting into the late game ever. Like, they get themselves first game, 3 eliminations, then 6 eliminations, then 5, like, which is decent. It's a decent average to have. They just go out in 11th place, 13th place, 15th place, and I think the main issue with that is that they just trying to take fights to stay relevant in the overall rankings by getting these big elimination games where you're just using a player here, a player there, and then you have your vampires or your HVPs that still have 4 players alive at the very end. You're going to hit that wall eventually, and it's just not going to work out. So sure, taking fights is good, but you need to keep those players alive to really aim for that top 3 apples.
Alright, well, here we go, gentlemen. 2 matches left to go, separating all these teams of a chance in the PUBGC finals. Throwing it over to our casters here so we can dive right in.
Back out, swinging up against Group Yellow and see what they
not just any Miramar, the last Miramar on the cards for, well, 11 of these teams, quite frankly. We are going to be saying goodbye to 11 of them after the Erangel that is still yet to come blank. We are not going to be happy to do it, but it's going to be exciting to do so.
Yeah, it's very difficult for us to make a decision like of where these players should end up. I think that everyone's really tried very hard throughout the entirety of the survival stage, as well as the last chance. I don't think there's a single team that has dropped really low down, I think, over the Enigma Galaxy, really. But again, they've had their group, in which case they had to really push it all the way to the end, and then the survival stage, where it's another one of those really big pushes to get towards the end as well. I think that they've been really stretching where their limit lies, and I think that anyone who is a fan of that team can be proud of them for that fact. But at this point in time, it is now pretty much impossible for them to make it through in towards the top 5 with the profit gain that's probably going to come through from a lot of these teams. HVP get a quick drop up towards the top of the lead straight away. It's the team that's right on the edge at the moment. 94 points for them in 5th place. Beneath them is Besiktas with a 12-point gap between 5th and 6th. That is quite large in terms of points if HVP are able to score some in this game, but again, very doable. Unfortunately, Besiktas is a team that sometimes does well, sometimes gets these big points, but oftentimes we're seeing lose players early in the game and not make it all the way through. It would be a shame for the Turkish fans to see this team go home when they have done so well before. However, we have very strong
to get the reses in and reset on the fight. Doors wide open, head taken clean off as Squash. He goes out of the situation. Star comes sprinting in, and this fight
on the Miramar. 11 of 12.
Wait, there's no point in the occur to Spec to just use the first aid kit in his inventory at all. Like, what was he doing jumping down with 10 HP? Didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And with that, Nenebetse might be able to finish up a lot of these players coming through from NASA. A total misplay, in my opinion, from what was an incredible opening fight there.
It feels like at this stage they might just be cut out. 34 points behind the bubble at this stage. They need to make up that difference. And when you've got the teams fighting so heavily for those spots at the top as well, it's likely that that bubble is just going to move too far away from you. You're expecting it.
Reject still pushing
we were expecting it certainly at the start of today
37 if you add
to
the
be around that
120 and I think you know what, they've had a decent day today.
So for LGD, they would need to double their points in the next 2 games. That's 2 30-point games. Very unlikely that they can see that.
It's really difficult to hit. You're also hoping now that teams in that top 5 bracket don't get good games going forward. They're getting these 0.2 point games, which at this point in time where you're at that top 5, there's a little bit of mental pressure relieved, but it's a case of now you're just looking for those consistent points. Before for some of these teams like Vampire, there was a case of we have to step it up. We have to get some massive games going forward. We cannot afford not to go for these crashes because we need the elimination count to see ourselves fine towards the top, but now they can just think about getting some
Has the
standard
DBS as well.
10-point games.
He could clean out the building here, Blank.
Easy
if he can
scenario
find his
getting
way
towards
in.
the grand
Nice
finals.
nade to at
2
least
matches
defend.
remain though, and
Smoke
anything
canisters
can
go
happen
up
with
as
this
well.
sprint format,
Blocks the
especially
passing
where
and the
we have
eye
so
line,
many
but
good
could be
teams coming
exposed
from these
to
regions. You
Kuchenko
can
from the
see
back.
that we have so many good
Rejects
teams.
have
Just
taken
the way
command
that
of the gas
the points
station
are
for now.
distributed. We have a very even distribution going
Nade
downwards all the way from first place. Bacon time though, finding one from down one.
For him. Looks to send another one over the
now.
top. Has a general idea of where he is. Great nade from
Yosio
will
has a
finish it off
chance
and
to
Pazija
get towards that
Evos
top
goes down.
side.
Now remember,
Again, very
this
similar
is
to LGD.
the position where Pazija Evos won the game from last match. And I think for Reject, they understand that. They're like, look, we'll take it off your hands, no problem. Quick push in, picks up a lot of eliminations
requires you
off
to
the
have a
back.
very
Some
weird
really nice
entrance
shots
towards the
DBS.
circle.
And that's
then
confidence
also
we want to
one
see
of those
from
odd
Reject a
finishes
lot
where you almost
earlier on. The
guarantee a
UDO
win from the
Alliance is
position you
starting
have.
to get a bit better for them. Each and every
Pretty much,
single
I would say
game, their
11th
averages
down,
aren't
going
looking too
down
bad
in the
at all.
first 5
25
teams
point per game.
is a
Yes,
death
it's not
sentence to your run.
championship level of averages, but
Even if
for
Enigma
some of the
Galaxies
teams
is
who
already
really have
pretty
not
much dead
done
on
that at
arrival
all,
at
I
this
would say
stage.
this is a promising start.
So
for
if you're
UDO
down 1
Alliance.
LGD, Bacon Time BTR, Aegon XI8, you fall early in this game,
They've
that's
not been
going to be
looking
it.
too
There's
bad
no way that
in
you're going
some
to be
of
able
the
to make
fights
it on
they've
up.
been able to find
With the
themselves
speed at
in
which
today.
teams are
We've seen
streaking
some
out
smart
at the top.
decision making, even at
One of
least
those teams,
keeping games
HVVP,
going when they're low
moving
in
into
terms of
5th
stock,
place.
low in terms of
They were
manpower.
denied a direct
The
qualification
UDO
spot. They were
Alliance, pretty
right
good
at the
job
top.
at
They were
least being a thorn
powerful
in the
in
side of
Group
some other
Green, one of the
teams.
hardest
What
groups
can they get done here,
that
though?
comes through. But here they
Potentially a
are,
position where,
struggling
there is a
to
chance
maintain
you
that
could
spot in
chalk
the
this
5th
one
place.
up as a
I'd
W,
expect them
as
to
a
be a
chicken
direct
dinner,
qualifier,
if
to be
you
honest.
play
I didn't
your
even expect to
cards
see them in the survival
correctly.
stage, in the last
Frozen,
chance stage.
still just trying
But
to
here they
keep
are.
his attention drawn in the direction
God, they've been
of
given a run
Reject
for it.
Tokyo.
The last
Rejects
day
are
of
now
gameplay,
getting
though, the
themselves
last day of
situated
work,
inside of the vehicles,
then they can take a little
driving
break
seats
over the
at the
holidays,
ready and start
come
to
back
set
to
their
Jakarta,
focus
as long
on
as
the
they can
new
stay in the top
zone.
5.
Everyone's going to want to move their way further
Practice
forward.
will be important, though.
With a good
No
spread
real
of it
time
as well.
off
They'll
for
have
these
nice
guys.
control to
Constant
work
analysis,
off with.
constant work.
MBE,
A little bit of time off, though,
on
is
the
required.
snipe
100%,
with a mini
especially after
14,
survival stage.
firing off the
chance
warning
where
shots, makes
things
his
can get out of
presence
control
known,
so
but no actual
quickly.
connection. And he has given an inkling
HVP
across the
over in
EU as
green.
well of his
I think
position
that,
now.
not getting in for as a direct qualifier is maybe a little bit more excusable considering the amount of powerhouses that were in that lobby. It was difficult to keep up with some of those teams putting in an incredible amount of work towards that top side. But now in survival stage, the last chance, some of these teams might be weary, a little bit tired.
Fairly defensible position
It's
as
30
well
matches over 5 days.
MBE Sports off in the
LGD
distance.
rocking up on HVP's position. Only 2 players here. They have to be quick with these shots. MBM has to go down here. Tixie's running for it.
Very, very fast push. Spots an ankle, sees the player, gets the knock, but answered. A shot through the way, but there's a backup from Matic, who's low though, and needs to stay alive. Flush 1 goes through. Suki around the corner, takes the second player, and HVVP drawn short here by LGD. The Chinese team cuts
like an aggressive
the CIS squad in half.
The boardwalk, just wanting to
Who's one
steal
player
away
for it?
their set of chips.
Not a good start
and they take
for
that one down
HVVP.
instantly. Not
Not at all. I think this is a good opportunity taken by LGD,
good
though.
setup in terms of the positioning.
Heading straight towards the
maybe
position,
get a
understanding
few
that
shots
Tixie's
off
been out here on his own a
Reject
fair few
Tokyo.
times. They get
And
1
they're the ones
point off the
that
back
wanna
of
gun
that.
for the
Now they're looking for a
longevity
high
on this.
placing.
Both squads with 4
Maku,
players alive.
Kitsune,
But Mapples
send
is
up.
just Frozen.
Try and hold
And
out
keep
these
in mind,
players.
Frozen's team, they were picked
MBM,
off
smokes
by
are going
Reject quite
down.
some time
DMR
ago.
with
He
the
was hoping to get
resupply
revenge,
from
but
both
he'll
Tixie
find
and
nothing
Matic.
for his troubles.
Fortunate turn of
as
events
you
for
connect onto
HVP,
him, and they
their match is going to be infinitely harder because of this. Remember, they're in 5th place. Besiktas could jump up. Really, they're only saved right now by that 12-point margin
softening them up now.
between them and
Confidence
Besiktas.
is there.
IHC
This
could have a
could
good
be
game.
where
Inco
they
could have a
start to
good
rev
game.
their engines for the dive.
Yeah, looking to move
Terrifying
in
being on
towards
that
it. I
5th
like
place.
this spread coming through from UDO Alliance. So aggressive. The distance, though, Sara is able to pick up one from MB Esports. They have to immediately get on that res there if they want to get something done off the back of it. They might just send in over towards MB Esports as well, claim a little bit more space. Cluck also getting involved, realizing that MB Esports looks a little bit weakened off the back of that one. Olio with this position on top of the rooftops is so unbelievably strong though, Jackie. Gives them so much advantage going into the future. Reject were able to get a little bit further around, but more and more shots keep pouring over their way. MB Esports and Mondo up front with one nade left remaining, but fully kitted out here with the MG3.
Towards the end of the day where you've only got one Miramar, one Erangel left remaining. I think that is very, very cruel. But also, that's what you have to do. When you get to the last two matches, with there being no more of these matches left and no more of these maps left for the last chance, pulling out something a little bit interesting.
at least
a little bit unexpected is exactly what you need to maybe get yourself a head start. But with LGD now down to 3 players, HVP, those 2 players did put up a good fight versus them.
Have to give up the goose on him, fragmenting their numbers
a little bit
even
awkward
more.
for them, but 2 elims,
this setup from Yudu is still looking so powerful.
And they have lost a player.
Every time there's a peak,
well, you
they have the geometry to defend themselves whilst dealing damage. They've got set up so if there is contact, someone else can help out as well. They could play for trades pretty efficiently from this.
HVVP, sure, they're down to 2, but they've got an elimination, and if they can keep trucking, if they can get 8 points this game, would be phenomenal as a result, just to keep them in that running for the final game.
But with how they're playing it,
with Besiktas currently, you can see them down towards that southeast side, moving up towards Impala. DRS completely in their way, could put them down in their tracks,
Olio on this
which would be massively good for HVP to remain in that 5th place spot. So now it's on Besiktas. Can they step up? Can they perform versus this crash coming in towards DRS's position? A very, very important fight for them, because they can open that up. They have a lot of space now down towards the south side where the circle has landed to play from. There's really not a lot of space in the circle.
Getting Olio off from that rooftop
east
gives
side
them
of
much more
so much fielded area there.
Even footing. The fact that he's
a lot
able
of
to
teams
take prioritizing
this northeastern side of the circle itself, pick up some high ground positions and play
the rest of his teammates going forward. It's causing so much problems. He's finally off it now.
IHC, another team on the chase right now, currently playing west
towards the rest of their squad.
Near Graveyard, coming towards La Bendita now.
Here in the
DRS will have spotted Zessi moving through. Rules is getting into position to take shots out that way as well. Doesn't quite know where the buggy pulled up. Should be able to scout that out. Zessi certainly giving his position away as Rules careens over the hillside. The rest of Besiktas yet to be able to back this position up. But Peace is going to commit Sun HP and enjoy bringing up the rear as well. But half HP leaves them a little bit diminished in this fight. What they'll need to do is get inside the compound, get inside of Impala, and try and heal on up. With the circle shrinking as it is, it's all about staying safe.
Turning onto this one, they just leave themselves laying there in the open.
Do have eyes on.
Can't really retaliate too easily, and they're just being farmed blank. The nades go in again for the easy cleanup, and they're taken out of commission, wiped off the face of the battleground there, leaving it into the final fight.
Earlier, were able to get out of dodge fairly quickly.
I think for you to Alliance, honestly, when you're in that situation and you are
remaining hidden on the rotates, BTR up on high, realise that this is the game for them.
Unfortunately for them, Olio have been sent forward with a blinding 7 in the back pocket. The circle moves over towards the north side, and Reject's going to have to play a very tough game.
Get towards their home ground
remaining either, so getting up will require them to get at least a knock. Lufa's not able to make it happen. Now just 2 players left alive versus Yudu's 4, and they're going to send in on the approach. Is this going to be their downfall, or will this be where they win? Olio continues to send in some massive nades. He's been so important this entire game. The nade goes off, Reject will go out, and Yudu Alliance, despite only getting the second that last game, Olio not going in for the 1v1, definitely makes up for things here on this Arango.
Swapping out the twins, but
you do take
hasn't really gained them any momentum.
Blank as they're pulling off another one coming out. So
is unfortunate, but
you're going to be happy with that.
Not be able to make it to their home ground.
Things are looking a lot better already. They were a team that
trying to play this one out.
They were kind of nipping at heels and at least keeping themselves in a good position. Now it actually seems comfortable to think, you know, if they can maintain this Blank for their day 2 tomorrow as well, alongside potentially the next 2 games we have coming up, then Alliance are actually in a much better position than it felt like potentially they were going to be coming into this. So looking good in the survival stage right now.
On the underneath, HVP currently holding that compound towards the south. I think the Galaxy might want to try and crash that one.
Olio again, 1,088 damage done,
position.
84 damage received. I think their set on that was very nice as well. Towards that
it would be probably the most impact that Big Galaxy could have on this lobby is taking down the remnants of HVVP at this stage.
Just holding out MBE Sports that entire time.
Taking a horse out of the race in this game for that 5th place spot, but Inco wants to move closer to the centre, as they always will do. Reject will be looking to hold them out for it though. Squash goes down early and shots over the way.
But yeah, really impressive from Yudu Alliance.
Reject on their hold. Becca lobs a nade around the side, Vitali falls and Reject get yet another opener into the fight. And Inco really coming apart at the seams here. However, Nenebete is trading off towards the last players.
Over to the desk.
I'm going to just flood on through. Cope holding the door frame, back out 1, 2, hang on a minute, he's turned the tides a little bit here. One player standing on both of these squads now, as Ragey just looks for the flushes, looks to pick up the team, they're playing it calm.
We have to
know
keep in
that
mind
they need to keep things strong for
entire
Reject
day,
if they want a chance here, but Becca has other ideas. Inko moving through, trying to stall the reses, and on the inside he takes a lot of damage. Reggie falls, and Becca gets off the 1v3 for Inko to stay alive. Reject eliminated. Goodness me, that is disastrous, and in the meantime as well, Bigatron have fallen, bringing an end to their campaign.
That's almost over there. Inko, Becca really bringing it back. What a play from him from the outside. Reject falling apart at Becca's hands.
Around the corner, you're going to get completely
What a play.
wrecked. So 24 points on this one.
Inko happy, Nenebete really bringing up the rear for them throughout the days, but Becca has been a stand-up in his own right.
There you go, that's the sound for that one.
Thank you.
Even though we've
That
not
will
really properly seen it. Yeah, they were laughing
actually,
together after
79
that
points,
victory.
now
They were like,
tied with
we've seen this circle before, and we got to adapt from the previous game whilst doing it. I mean, they were holding strong up in the north, right?
Maybe all the points they get on this game.
So much room with this to be able to then head south that I think they actually really did, no joke, take learnings from the previous game and apply them here.
They're not
I mean, they dropped more than Stolber, right? No one is going to be on this game in this lobby stopping that kind of rotation. No one is in between their drop location and the spot where their game ends, so it's not going to be
grinding out those points.
And yeah,
they've had one chicken dinner so far this tournament.
Game earlier on match
They've still just kept up that pace. Probably the most consistent, I would say, out of these top 5 current holders.
If I want to take the
quietly
conversation
brilliant
another way,
team.
Kolaris, is Reject.
Don't
knew
bring
how
anything
strong this time around the procedure
absolutely insane
gas
to
station
the party,
actually was
but what
like,
they do bring
how
is just consistency,
crashed
like you
just
say.
like 5 minutes
Very
earlier in this
difficult
match, maybe win the
to
game.
not see them towards that end game.
Yeah, and they hit it with
I think grinding is definitely the best way to put it. I mean, they never get off that wheel.
And really gave Procedure no time to be able to react
HVP,
to said attack.
she's still in the
Yeah,
circle.
so for Reject,
the potential
I love the
to
decisive
maybe
nature
get
of
some
that.
more
I
points
love
in this
just
game from
the
this position.
very,
Again, very
small
difficult for
window.
any
You're
of these
giving
teams
your
to
opponents
move
be able
through.
to react to an
Open ground
assault
all
oncoming
around
here
them.
from the Japanese team.
YZ, I think he
real quick, you
tries to
see
scout
in
that building.
21st place quest, they have
anchor point.
only 2
The rest of
matches left to
LGD
go
to move
before
up
they're
towards
done
Titans.
in the entire
Six takes a
survival
lot of
stage.
damage.
They want
Zesty
to have
tries
any
to
sort of
finish him
chance.
off.
They have to come up big in these last 2 games.
Shots
Otherwise, that's going to be one of our
from
teams
Besiktas.
confirmed going to be out. But Enigma Galaxy, man, Max,
crucial team to be
place.
taking shots at as well.
Have not been able to get anything going
96
so far.
points, only now 1 point
Jackie
ahead of
and Blank were talking about
HVVP
it
with the
also
elimination
during
that they
games,
were
and
able to
I
claim.
did come up with that, kind of conclusion myself also is that
starting
they're
to
just struggling
close
to
that
get
gap
past,
as well.
and
They're
because of
12
that,
points
you're
behind
very vulnerable to
HVVP,
teams
sure,
that
but
are gonna be on your
now
path
with
to the
83,
circle, and that's
they're
just
only
been
13
happening.
points
Certainly
behind
time
Titan.
for Enigma Galaxy losing Coops, losing
Gates
Lord,
were
losing
pretty
Freak, and
firmly
then you
shut at the
just
start
don't
of this
have the
game,
players
but
to really
now
that possible win. So yeah, they just
start to come off the hinges just a little bit now. Icy
very easy, but if they get
takes down Killer. Suki take that elimination away. Happy days. YZZ also taking some big sprays over that way. DRS will regroup.
I do want to give a special shout out to also
position.
2 different players that we
The
haven't really
Vampires
touched on just yet. Spec from Nasser. Coming in
have
massive
been on a
top of that
streak
building
today, on a
we saw
massive tear.
Inko
In fact,
crash on
Blank,
top of them.
they
Somehow
started
with the
today on
Vector, he was
25
able to just
points.
hold
The
on,
Vampire,
but then
15th
eventually on the other
place.
side, able to close
Now
things out
up
and
on
save his
108.
team. Well, save
They managed
himself
to get
at least and get the
83
wipe
points
off Nasser.
today.
That was just a really cool little
And
battle.
as I've
between
reminded
those two
people
individual
before,
players.
Down One
Good
currently hold the
knocks,
record for the
from
highest
Vector
single-day
kind of
scoring
finish
in
things off.
this
And
stage
again,
of the tournament,
cooking grenades
with
to be able to
86
just throw them
back
at the
in the
exact
survival
right time
stage.
to really cause a lot
See
of
them
problems
actually quite
for
close
his
towards the
opponents
top
here
here.
as he's
They're
playing.
definitely going to be
Mitchell was doing
capable of
something
taking
that
that
was very
home.
interesting.
3
He was
points stand
taking
between
Nate,
Vampire and that record.
Nades also during this entire match. He was just
What a
like,
way to challenge for the
taking
top
the
spot.
pin out
Bacon
and
time as well.
yeah,
Shots
that
over
was
onto
kind of
Besiktas,
scaring
who are the
because
chasing
it
team
started to
for
go
the bubble.
for the res, and because of that, he was
Really
able to
dangerous here for
make them linger
Besiktas
as
right
a
now.
solo
Losing your
in the fight.
opportunity
So
during this
it's very
game
small details
after
like that,
just
but
about
then
making
if
the
it- as
circle
an
would be
individual, we also
disastrous
saw it
for
last
them.
time.
Good start though with the
Like,
DBS.
Alex
Oh,
Off,
cut down
one of the best
though
players
as a
in this
trade
league.
comes through for Shirty.
And
Low
it's
HP on the
great to see
back
him
lines
as
and
well
Zesty
come back
needs to
into his
equalise,
zone.
but
We
he's
first
not
saw
going to be
him
able
come
to
into
get
the
the
scene
angle
back
just
in
yet.
D4,
Bacon time
over
want the
like
res,
2-3
trying to
years
keep
ago,
up as 4. 2
when I was
eliminations
actually
so
working
far
on
on the
it,
cards.
more
Besiktas
consistently.
want
But
to
guys,
lose
we
the
are gonna
nades.
head to short
Res
break
comes
shortly.
through, and the
Before
reposition
then,
can come
reminder,
out for
once again,
Bacon time.
the Infinix
They're going to
1810
fold it
Pro
back,
gets
try and
picked
get
up
this heal
forward for
and
Professor
stay
East
safe,
Coast. You guys
consistent.
dominate
They've got
got the point. They don't need to overcommit.
Not to mention, you can play in the new Frost
Machictas are just
Festival
locked in this spot.
Mobile.
So hard to crawl out from the smoke as it starts to cloister for them just a little bit. They try and send away, but Ice is here.
We also do
to clean up the pieces.
Gala kicking off between the November 15th.
Terror, they flee.
You guys can play in 10
to get out of there.
matches.
if they want a chance to keep this run going.
And why
this is good news for HVVP.
As well, with the Zonda
but a topple out in the open. All leaves the car upside down, need to get back on the road quickly, but they slow all the way down. Becker's there, launches the nade over, they're going slow, can he hit it? Has to go for the trade, he stood up against Reject. Now Besiktas, the new challenge, but he's spotted in the vehicle. Will take a lot of shots successfully as well, but Becker is holding out well. A lot of damage to the Besiktas squad, but they're taking it as good as they give. Becker will fall down and only to the inside. Besiktas try and stay alive. Becker will be eliminated for Inco. They started the day in the top 5, but now they are towards the middle pack and will not be happy about it. One game left in their campaign, and Enjoy stays alive for Besiktas to keep their running.
Moving the vehicle, very important here. Make sure you can't get away from that spot. Pretty much it's a matter of time for Besiktas at this point. 2 points found with 13 teams remaining. He goes out very shortly. That run, that chase is going to be ever harder. And IHC, the new contenders, to pull HVP out from the top of the tables, but they need a big game to make it happen. But 4 players still alive. It's looking pretty good for them.
Lot of the teams
and we are
at the
moving
top here,
into
still in the game.
Miramar. 2 of them back to back, to be precise, to finish off the
HVP,
second
the most
day
in danger right
of the
now.
Survival stage. Blank,
well,
it has
are
been
in the
a bit of a journey we've already been on, mate. The Aaron girls, the initial Sandhawk as well. All of them have had a bit of a different flavour.
All eyes on Enjoy at the moment. HVP, they need to make a run out.
After these
could potentially even just look to take some shots towards some teams rotating in towards the circle. Maybe hit up towards the north. That's always an option. For them, their rotation very difficult. The reason we talk about it so much right now is because for HVP, survival is very much essential for them if they want to remain in that top 5 spot, because IHC currently is chasing. They're on the outside of the circle, though. We'll have to move towards Aegon XI8. Either way, if IHC go down now, though, and HVP go down shortly afterwards, it would still be pretty much okay, because it'd be a full reset on the point scoring.
HVP are making their break. They're both in the same vehicle, Blank. They might be right up towards Enjoy, but they've drawn short a little bit. They hop out and they are still alive, taking shots over to them. Not really anyone at this stage, but IHC move through, open up well onto the engagement, and Ghost, the only player standing, finds Alex, and Teammate actually, I think, got the flush there, so the point potentially denied to IHC.
Leaving us.
They get another knock onto the other players. Another knock comes through. 2 nades from Ghost. Icy wants to put one out the window back into the shack, but did they spot the cross? They will have heard it now. The footsteps are there. Peeks out wide for a little bit of an engagement, but fades away to the other side of the building. Catches them lacking. Icy takes a little bit of a tag. 2 players for IHC. And Aegon XI8 towards the bottom of the tables yet again. Fighting strong right at the end. He wants the flush. He wants the point. And IHC are going to be unhappy about it. Cuts another one. Finds the shots over through the window and has one more to do, but can't quite find it. Could have been disaster striking for IHC, but now they can regroup on the south side of the circle. HVP are ahead of them and have managed to get into the circle as well. Crucial fights for a lot of these teams. HVP so close, the team is currently chasing them. IHC getting their members back for their feet, but they will be extremely low in the process. Becker, he got the vehicle real deep in towards that shack. So important for them. I mean, it's keeping Enjoy nice and safe. He's playing the same strat, nade in hand.
It's going to be
waiting for any clashes that come their way.
It's going to be fierce going into this Miramar. This is our first of 2 for Group Green. We'll end their run here in the survival stage and see just how many points that they have been able to put up and get in. Currently, Quest is one of the teams very much in danger at this point in time.
HVP would love
10 matches
DRS to go down right now.
17 points, currently in 21st place. It is going to take a gargantuan effort from them in these last 2 matches.
The second comes through, and that's actually from IHC.
I just don't think it's
leaving
Kitsune
solo, but he's in the next circle.
To be confirmed gone over in that
so far,
IHC of the
really good job from them, and not many other teams to challenge them out too much.
Unless something absolutely insane
DRS
can
up towards Vampire's spot. You
get
get a nasty surprise here. The nades come over the top. DBS as well, and Vampire on a massive breakout today, looking for a little bit more.
We did have
DRS, those 3 points that they need to equalize. Stone catches it on the wide swing, but a lovely little peek in and out. Brings Vampire down a little bit more even into the engagement. Delta, a lot of damage sent back his way, but the knock is good. Stone is there. Ravenclaw took a lot of damage in the meantime, but there's a third party. Enigma Galaxy pinching these points away where they can. Vampire did not manage to get that elimination. DRS, however, still down to 2, and this is good news for HVVP as well, because it means that if they stay alive, they get a couple more placement points blank. Kitsune could ladder them up over DRS and push DRS out of the top 5, even if they go down soon.
Some of them actually having a good
day. In the meantime, IHC taking some nasty damage coming through from Bacon Time on their cross.
Not the best playing path for
one player in Godless sent up towards the Vampire compound.
That one, but honestly,
currently
for the best,
embroiled in combat with the guys from
getting a little bit
DRS.
It's like being in a sauna.
Very good today, but 2 players remaining. Looking too hot for them, and Bacon Time also suffering a lot of damage. I think more than likely you will see IHC start to move up towards a position where they will
have to wait it out
be taken out.
HVP down in sauna in the morning looking a little bit mummified, but in the meantime,
margin, only 1 point found, 95 points. Besiktas in that position that Enjoy has. It's very hard to dismount him without getting close. I think he will live out for a long, long while until the circle pushes him out from that position itself.
Difficult to get down towards
Damn one might look to try and crash into the position in the next phase.
On the cards here, we do have MB Esports up towards L-Pot, so in the meantime, Gladiators playing towards their preferred drop spot in
playing 2 and 1. One towards the third party with the engagement of DRS and Vampire.
South side, outside,
but the fact that DRS are taking heavy L's right now in this engagement is good news for HVVP fans.
Who are over towards
DRS moving on through. Godless spots it. Doesn't actually manage to find the first shots onto Delta. That looked a little bit shaky. Godless gets it done, and that is DRS out. 10 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 10th place coming on through. That keeps HVVP and DRS very, very close. 95 to 97 right now, so very much a battle for the bubble. Titans are going to fall as well. It stays alive, and IHC might leapfrog all 3 of those teams blank with a good game here.
Have put up
move up all the way to the top and they can keep it moving.
Overshadows
keep the candle burning. Enigma Galaxy looking down towards the guys from Alpha 7 who roll up, look to solidify that position towards the top of the tables. 8 eliminations so far for them on a really good game. On that side of the map, just been crushing it. Bacon Time as well, maybe going out here and ending their run in the last chance. Down 1, also have dice towards them.
Came into it with initially with kind of the idea of Group Green being the
Galaxy on the north side. 34 points, 1 elimination right now. There's no way they're going to get into the top 5, but might ruin the chances for a lot of other people. That Enjoy might last for a little bit longer. Aided through the window, 7th place, 2 elims for Besiktas. That'll leave them down a little bit lower, but how far can IHC go right now? They have 9 eliminations.
As silly as it is to say, is when we're actually
going to truly understand 97 points for DRS is the marker for them. They're currently on 80.
We've seen these standings definitely get
with the placement points that they can rack up as well, with the center of the circle position that they have. Potential, it could be a 3rd place position for IHC.
The region as well throughout the course of the entirety.
Definitely doable for them. IHC really needed this, and I think that they have played a good game over in survival stage, as well as here.
Had the best
day back into the fold. Really good moments coming through from this team. Looking for more now from them. Schweppes gets knocked. 10 eliminations now for IHC. Really taking it to the limit for the Mongolian team.
I'm kind of expecting a bit more from maybe
pushing up to try and join
Amiga Galaxies as well, but just feel like there could have been a little bit more to be done.
Those PMGC Grand Finals. Revo opens up towards down 1. This, of course, an important engagement for the top spot as well, but Enigma Galaxy rolling up to Game Lord. Akashi holding on the inside.
That one
just
will
covering off that door frame. Ralph down first.
Backed up by his
Galaxy
teammates,
continue to try and bombard in. Valo cut down by Ravenclaw from Vampire on the south side. 8 eliminations from Alpha 7 opens the gap between them and Vampire. But if they go down here, it would be very, very tricky for them to get much further. Vampire have taken a knock. They want a third party. This trades back and forth between Game Lord and Enigma Galaxy as Akashi pushes on out, looks to push through the smoke, has to be on the swivel, finds 1-for-1 yet again, and the trades are even once more. Two players down on both sides in this compound. Freak and Victor the next challenge to go through, and Victor wins it out. No trade is there. We'll go for the flush immediately as well, leaving them the first
with some
full hit going on in, but Vampire can start to descend. Alpha 7 on the other side. The top two teams in the lobby taking their toll. 10 eliminations for IHC on the south side as well. And the teams from the top of this hill will have to push down towards them.
Coming into the survival stage.
It is just the sounds of wings flapping.
41 points. It's not too bad.
Buffeting the rest of these teams back.
They have certainly
Victor still going strong though for Game Lord. 5 eliminations found. Narvalo
safety of the
still knocked here. Lord last remaining member for Enigma Galaxy. IHC down below. Vampire
being pushed
would look to finish this one in first place. A very unlikely first place entry too. Like you said, John, it's been a gargantuan point scoring day for them today.
Feels like
into the final game of the day. I'm going to need to get out my abacus
blank.
I'm going to need to keep track of things.
Blank, I'd still be
really hard.
Yeah, I want to leave it up to someone else, right?
To call who's going to be able to take it. It's all on the last game, really.
Consistent growth of points, always
themselves
going.
amongst it.
Such a hard task.
With the placement points they've got, I think they've already leapfrogged over HVVP, top 5 now. So
you can see already with the posturing.
Placement points starting to ramp up very quickly.
Even yesterday.
And with down one going down soon, surely.
A level playing field. There wasn't
I think we get some cheeky shots over to IHC's position. Game Lord potentially also soon to fall. Narvalo cut down. Last player standing. Victor
to warn off other squads.
The Game Lord.
Defensive gameplay at the minute.
Keep themselves up. IHC spot yet another point. 11 eliminations now.
And force other teams to feel
they can turn their attention to Vampire, but they still have this backstab potential.
Very aggressive.
Game Lord fall.
Guerrilla strong together mentality of just trying to overwhelm opposition
massively
by
unwilling
as a pack.
to let up on that first spot. They light up IHC. No knocks found though.
Cool.
And Carrillo sent backwards from Zol.
Basically leaving yourself with no chances to get points today.
The building that held Enjoy now giving Forest Sanctuary.
As well. So big pressure.
Mythic out wide on the angle.
Shift needs
not really peek into it.
Shift though
sees the crate in there, probably desperate to see what he can find in there, unless it's already been resupplied out of the smoke.
As quick as
to cover off Mythic's angle. Vampire. What? 3-0? 3-0? 4K nade? Pops a joking me? Where did that come from? I have no idea what. Okay, well, here we go. Nade over towards Forest with Vampire out of the mix. Forest has to push out wide and gets cut down. IHC, they're definitely going to be in that third place. But can they catch Vampire? Vampire didn't have the highest elimination count of the placement points they had. It wasn't out of the question, but it would need all of these points to go over. A full 4 eliminations come through. 16 eliminations on the cards for Alpha 7. With that 4K nade from Revo, we're definitely going to need a replay on that. Into the fight now. 4 versus 3. IHC fighting for the spot. A nade over the top is good. Mythic will fall, and that's the off angle. Crucially found. Revo in for a second. Ziol up for the challenge, and 2 of the players fall from IHC. Alex now with a 1 versus 2 against Alpha 7. Top fraggers in the lobby. Mythic flushed. Looking for more. Carrillo in for the challenge. Around the side of the tree. Alex will not be able to find him, but he gets the flush onto Revo. The blue zone pushing. Carrillo biding his time, getting the heal. They're slurping up those points as well. Out to the open, needs the challenge, waits for Carrillo to peek. Can he get the win on the knock? Will he be able to find the second player peeking? No, Carrillo just is able to step out, get the spray, and Alpha 7 take the chicken dinner. In the penultimate game, the final Miramar. Specialists at this map, they show us why, but what a run from IHC.
You can see how Revo is so happy about that game. He was dominant. I mean, I'd be doing that as well. Straight feeling like the carry after that nade was thrown.
Definitely a facelift.
Decimating the guys from Vampire, bits and pieces of them flying all over Miramar at the end. But Alpha 7, they take a massive amount of points, should put them on top. 1,500, 1,600 damage for Revo. In the second to last match to do that as well, 1,100 for Mafio, so this has been a ridiculous game for these two lads. But for IHC, that's the big storyline that we're looking at. Getting a massive amount of points on that one was very good for them as well, because they were just securing points where they could. They knew they had to get rid of down one as fast as possible, as they wanted to get further up in the rankings. That's going to see them massively secure towards the grand finals. It'll be really difficult to remove them from that one. But now we have probably 6 teams with 90 points apiece, very close to one another in the leaderboards, and it could be 3rd, 4th and 5th interchangeable from
many different squads.
Absolutely.
Alpha 7,
with that final fight as well, have tied the record with Aegon XIA. 19 eliminations on the game. What a way to claim the top of the tables. I mean, they still have 1 game left to go, but with Vampire going down a lot lower, and them being in the mix and more worried probably about getting eliminated than anything else, might not be possible for Vampire to jump up in this final game. We'll have to wait and see though. We're looking at Vampire, DRS, Titan, HVVP, AHC Esports, and on the outside you've got Besiktas all looking for those other 4 spots.
Too far a lot of times, which is something that's very rare to see in these edge-style teams. I think sometimes all or nothing for some of these squads, but these esports certainly have been plagued by that curse a few times so far already. But it's been pleasing to see UDO Alliance being able to really show a masterclass of how to do this one in the survival stage. For some of these teams, of course, that normal side moving through, munching away, but a little bit open area down towards Sarah at the moment. Also, a bit of a horrid position to play. I think Lichtenberg is quite happy over towards the north side of Sarah right now with relative safety, being able to have a good outlook over towards some of these players that are down towards the northern edge on the low ground at the moment. Reject still just holding on to the central position though, and I think that them, again, it's just nice to see them play much more like usual phase. I want to see a really big game out of this team actually. They're quite central as well, currently challenging Reject out for their spot, and I think Mella's really proven his worth on this squad, but I don't want to see as much scrappy like we're going to get 7 eliminations on this match and go down in 7th place. I'd like to see
that had to have been one of the most awesome finishes we've seen so far today. I think Vampire Esports were knocking on the door of Alpha 7, and well, Revo had an answer for him. It was a grenade in the face of all 4 players, knocking them out, getting them 34 points on the match. A ridiculous game here for Alpha 7, and they've almost solidified, if they haven't already, their place at #1 here at the end of the last chance tournament.
It was a no-look grenade too. Just threw it and he just turned his back like, yeah, easy, cool. It just felt like a movie right now. He just put that in slow-mo, goes up an entire new diehard. But what an amazing game from Alpha 7 coming in from the eastern side. When I would have to say Sandstorm really silent and just striking when all the teams are fighting outside the compound. They just pick up the pieces, play the high ground position, and then they just unleash absolute hell onto IHC. But IHC, this is a game Sandstorm they needed for a chance to be in top 5, and it's going to be so close in the last game.
Yeah, and this is why I was focusing on IHC and I was focusing on the side of Reject teams that needed to perform in order to have a chance to get to the top 5 in the final game. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for the side of Reject, but IHC did. And Revo with 1.6. That is the most damage we have seen in a single game from one player. The second that we have so far, from what I could find, was top from Godlike Stalwart with 1.4k. But 1,600 damage from Revo is... And the fact that Mafios also has 1,000 damage. What is the entire team's stats? That's my question.
Go back into the water, but Meku is there.
A lot.
Yeah, Meku's been having some really good off-handles.
I don't know what else to say.
Being able to pick up some of
But we
these
see here
eliminations
overall
despite losing
rankings,
one player
IHC
will be
helping
really
solidify the
nice for the
spot with
points totals. They
104.
desperately
But going
need
into the
them
last match
on
here, you
board
can
at this
see
point in time.
HVVP
I think Meku will be fairly happy with this one. They finished off a couple more as well. Hoxie and Zipian go down.
It's
so
coming
3
down to just,
eliminations for their
unfortunately,
trouble
just a
losing.
very few amount of teams here, Max Ben, to see who can make it into top 5.
Xavier off in
And the thing is, even if you're IHC, you're not safe. You're 8 points ahead of HVVP, and they could be teams down below. There can be some competition. Titan Gaming and DRS can have a better performance. I know this is something we tend to repeat a lot as we get closer towards the end, but hot drops are going to be a real potential issue in this game, because now you've got teams in the middle of the pack that are potentially in reach of that top 5. They've got nothing to lose. A big game is all they need to teams. Even like Game Lord, Reject, Damwon, they do a massive hot drop, gives up a huge game. Chances are it could work out. So these teams are going to be on fire this last game. They're going to throw everything they can in this game to potentially make it the grand finals.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the middle of the pack teams. I'm looking towards the bottom of the pack teams. Your Agon, I8, your Bigatron, your Digma. They literally have nothing left to lose here. They could try to spoil the hopes of some other
a bit
teams
more
by dropping on
literally.
top of them, and that's the ones I'm really
lurking on
looking
the
out for.
hillside, hits them with a big surprise.
Definitely not cool. And the thing is, like, I'm looking at the teams that have similar drops. You have the likes of IHC when we're looking towards South George Bull. They have dropped there before. We also know LGD like to be in that similar location as well. HVVP like to drop towards the north side. So that's already 1 point of contention. You also have the likes of Milta when we're looking at Titan DRS. They also have a similar spot baking towards the side of Milta Power. There are too many locations shared by 2, 3, 4 teams. We haven't seen hot drops throughout the games in day 1 and throughout the games of day 2, but this is definitely the moment where it should happen. And we got too many teams to watch out for.
But it's Reject once again.
Well, speaking of teams to watch, let's see who both did choose here for this final game, the last chance stage.
Definitely a good chance
IHC,
it's nice to see Alter Ego as well, actually taking.
I understand all the picks from you guys, to be honest. I think the only one I'm really curious on is like the DRS Titan picks. Walk me through those, Sandstorm.
Basically, they are on the edge. They are tied with 98 points. They're not guaranteed to go as of yet because you have HVVP contesting them and Besiktas. There's only a 10-point difference, 12-point difference. It's possible. The game is in their hands. Them qualifying to the grand finals, it's up to them. It's whether you play slow, you play smart, you play calculated, you don't take any needless fights. The longer you survive, the better it is for you. So as long as you don't make those mistakes, you should be good to go.
Actually, I think it's a really good pick to go for DRS. Because as you know, this is a team that's all about survival, playing hyper-passive in the early game, avoiding fights. So if DRS go on the early game stage, that will be a team potentially targeting them in this match. But knowing them, they're going to avoid it like the plague, just try and make it in that at least top 5 position to secure their spot. I think DRS might be good after this.
A little bit of an avenue.
I'm going to get a little bit worried for some of these teams. We take a look at the player shots. You see Besiktas here. They are within reach of getting through the top 5, but it's if they can close things out here, if they can hopefully have a strong game, even Game Lord here, Navallo. I don't know what kind of match you need to have. Maybe just by yourself, if your teammates go sit it out and take a break here, because maybe you alone will be enough to help carry Game Lord through. But it is tough times. I mean, if you're one of those teams who don't have a chance, it's a little bit depressing here going into the final match of your season of 2022. But at least you can potentially spoil things. Maybe you can move up the rankings for some more earnings as well. But I definitely would not want to be in the shoes of any of these teams.
I mean, you're still clearly aiming for that top 5 position. It's such a tough position to be in, but unfortunately, you cannot let that affect you. You really cannot let that affect you because, as you said, if you're one of the teams in the middle of the pack, you will need a massive game if you want to just barely push yourself in top 5. And on top of that, you need teams like your DRS, your Titan, your IHC to have a really bad last game. What a better way to make them have a bad game? To hot drop them, maybe shut down their rotations early game, and really take the matters in your own hands and see how things are going to go, but it's going to be a wild last game.
Sandstorm, before we go to the casters here, describe how this last match is going to go in one word.
Position and playing the longevity on this one.
All right, take it away here for our last epic match with John Allen.
To play some great PUBG Mobile over the course of the day, Blank. It's felt like the longer we've seen them going, the more
one more chance, and it could not be closer. 4 positions still. Very, well, pretty much uncertain as to who is going to be able to take them. Which teams are going to be left out in the cold. It is winter time.
They know that Inco is fully ready and up for a fight.
Everybody looking to try and keep warm here with the promise of a ticket to Jakarta,
which we can continue to manage.
There's a lot of teams still available to get into this. I mean, I know this is crazy to say, but Reject still have a chance. Damwon still have a chance. Game Lord still have a chance. It just all relies on DRS, Titans, HVP.
Amount of damage, but takes a lot himself.
Besiktas still trying to make their way in towards these final moments of the tournament.
They get away, though.
I think the worrying thing for HVP at the moment is if they are dropping on a tiebreaker in 5th place between DRS or Titans. Their issue is that they've got 51 elimination points. They've also got 45 rank points.
Have got away from the jaws of defeat
maybe not so much of an issue anymore
into the big beasts of Evo,
which will see them winning that tiebreaker out. So DRS Titans
and they're closing in.
Hit those
reaction, but a reaction that will be reverberated through Inco nonetheless. As they get shot by the LMG.
Ridiculous how many teams can challenge out for those top spots. Right now, HVP, they need a good game here on our angle, and they have had some ups and downs here on this map. I'm not finding the best position, getting left out in the cold on the edges, and LGD currently have been giving them some real troubles.
Armed with a nade, everyone's on top of one another now, Blank. So
potentially maybe a little bit of a hot drop scrap, but LGD dropped short and onto the vehicles early, actually fighting off against Bigatron.
Terrain at this point
YZ
where you just
is going to go for this turnaround Liquid,
team,
the slip again.
Just aren't there, so
trying to run to cover. There's backup from Bigatron as well as Misery looks to swing in, pick up his teammate.
Which is why the
Not much point unless you have a gun, but they're going to try and run him right off the road. What is that? Is that a shotgun? I think it's a shotgun in close range. Unlikely. What? Bigatron! No way! They just split apart, but FBM crashes on into the side of Liquid. They get away with the buggy. I thought that was going to go well. Hang on a minute, down one, it's all popping off. Rejects now into a fight as well. Hot drops coming through at the start of the last game of the tournament.
What they're saying is they're
and the placements are going to get a little bit easier if teams are going to start to diminish themselves with wild starts to things. Down one and Reject, both on 74 points, both close to one another.
With it so far, 60 bullets remaining in the magazine. Only needs 5 to deal with the first man nade over the back, tries to reposition, but too little, too late. As his compound gets detonated, and he's down and
will have got res there,
wants to
needs to
ascend
hold
to
on
the
the
heavens
outside.
on this one, though.
Wants the
Nading through the
cuts
window,
down
that's a
through the alley.
Burning
wants the shot on the baby end, but has to fade away. Does fall down on the inside as Divine hops on in. 2 versus 1 now. Pushes up the stairs, knows there's a player in there. Swings in with a microzy and cuts across on a straight. The points coming on through. The punch is there. Bit too bold there, mate. Fabian cuts it out.
From Udo.
You wonder if they've got enough ammo left in the magazine to finish out that engagement. But that one will sit at 4 points gained there.
Potential chance for them as well. FaZe are also looking down this way in the meantime.
HVP sent all the way over towards North George.
Star and Spec looking to finish out this fight, and I love the fact they went into this with the 2 players. Cluck is there though on the side with the Shoddy, and now 1 player remains in Spec, who has a lot to account for here.
It makes it so much easier for HVP. Again, that is if HVP don't fall themselves, because Titans and DRS, I think they've done an excellent job during this last chance to get themselves towards where they are right now. DRS, unfortunately, has been falling slowly but surely, because you do see that consistency coming out from DRS, but you don't see those similar games that IHC, VPE, as well as A7 have shown us over these last 6 matches, which is just unbelievable point scoring in certain games, and having that star power to hit those big matches. 19 elimination game, A7 100% should leave last chance with that grand total prize pool at the top.
Haven't really had to fight too many big battles inside of this one. They have 3 eliminations to their name so far, and they're just waiting for a battle to come to them. The current clash, though, is focused on Quest.
That is a point.
Quest is just easy, and now he's gone.
Point potentially.
Yeah, I think for Quest now we can pretty much say that they're done and dusted. It's not likely they'll be getting into this last
just
chance.
A toe ahead.
So I think that was our last bit of due to that team. I think they've done very well to get here, but
it's one off the triple-digit mark.
Night to them at this point.
Titans, that was important not to fall to that.
This match have had a bit of a struggle day.
Had a chance at the top. We're there for a long, long while. They go for the same strap. Central set us up, set us back, but Brinko for them. It's a big game needed.
This is probably
this can't be one of those matches where they sit central and hope that the game comes to them, because it certainly will not. These teams are hunting for eliminations. You've already seen what Down One have done. Getting Reject confirmed,
moving to stage 7.
To not go through to that grand finals, not have a chance to sit at the top of the top 5 in last chance itself.
Big task ahead of them as well, because there's going to be a lot of different teams that they're currently having to manage. Everyone understands how strong this high ground currently is, and FaZe doesn't want to give it up. I think they would have hoped
stay a little bit too long.
Would have gone down at this point.
Don't move early enough.
Again, this was a match where they had a nice central position. It's one where I wanted to see more of their players make it to the end game and get a
soon
big
they should be looking to leave. Rotate towards the east
by
here
no
on this
means
circle.
is this an easy test at
it's
all.
We brought out the
hard papers for this one.
A long journey ahead towards that eastern side of the map, which has caused some problems in the past.
An awful lot.
So all that knowledge that they've garnered, all that knowledge they've gained,
going to be coming up in the next couple
of moments. The past 2 days has to be brought into this one right now.
No freebies.
Very small point difference between them.
It only gets harder. There's only more pressure on you.
Even they consider themselves above IHC, but right now it's just those 2 teams they're looking to beat.
PUBG Mobile
again, they have to beat everyone underneath them. Besiktas, Inco, Gamebot, Down One.
You really start to feel the reverberations in every play you make. A single mistake is the difference between your legacy and PUBG Mobile. So what have they got for us? Edging further forward. Lufa
a lot of the teams really cut out at this stage. We talked about it a lot in the last game.
You get the
Alliance POV here.
I would say, well, obviously with Reject going down, definitely not going to be making it, but from 12th downwards also, there's no way. There's no way you make this at this stage.
They're trapped behind the rock.
For any of these squads, it's just too much.
Peek from the second. Ventores should be able to close his way
Reject was probably the last squad that could have made it from this lobby. 12 downwards, won't make it through.
Meanwhile, sees the rotation from NVE.
Sadly, we're not able to bring out that monster that we've seen in them before. The Dr. High, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The scenario we get from LGD just does not come out here. Bacon time as well will not be going through despite their incredible performance over in the group stage. By 8.
And Enigma Galaxy at the same
it was a great performance
to
take them as far as they've come, but
this is at an alarming
rate. Dead end for them.
The top side with the DBS finds at least one, but he just has to spray the DBS. Doesn't have enough time to pull out his M4 there, but it will be Enigma Galaxy staying alive there with the 3 players.
Blue zone envelops HVVP on the northwestern side, still yet to move. 7 minutes now.
Will not give them that many
They're really picking through everything in North Georgia Pole.
The game with so many teams still
LGD have already made that break for it. MVM into the ruins on the south side of the river. They don't cross up north. A lot of that
swiftly taking
area getting cut out in this circle.
As of yet, and Lufa's on the top floor.
They'll try and move in on that south side with down one and Reject taking that fight earlier. You were talking about how it made it easier for HVVP. It's going to make it easier for LGD as well. That area on the northern side of that chunk on the south of the river will be a little bit more open, less sidelines to worry about.
Strikes on the first, cleans the man.
Smoothly run through. I mean, we saw a lot of times Reject heading on the west side of Rozok towards Sunken. Obviously, you don't want to go this way at that time just because of where the circle is landing. A7 heading further down towards that south side, towards where the Shiktas currently are playing.
Lufa tried to go for a hell of a play, but he's been slain. Mela replying back with Shotty as well. Good for 2 blank. Could have made that uncomfortable.
Mate, Mela has been an absolute
compound to play from.
Of a player
on that northern edge.
Some unbelievable plays coming through. You know, as soon as he starts tapping that trigger at the speed at which he does,
playing on the island, they'd have to move through.
These players.
It
could be a 1v3.
4 points behind at the start of this game, Titan
but luckily for Reject, they get out of there with
the elimination point that they've got. They are currently, sorry, they were 6 points behind at the start of the game. They're now 5 points behind. They get a squad wipe. They get a placement point. That's going to push them up and over that barrier. And if you're ahead of one other team in this group, confirmed,
luckily Sarah just about lives it.
That you are going to stick it up because unless Besiktas blasts out, there is only that one spot really that could chop and change. At the moment, HVVP have that unfortunate mantle.
The dream for the Japanese side that they'd be able to revitalize themselves in the last 2 games of the day,
as well.
To show up when it matters most, is quickly falling away from them.
But you're hoping the DRS and Titans don't have that good game, but the same way I'm hoping the DRS and Titans do have that good game.
On the aggravating squad.
DRS are on track for it for a very long time, but maybe this is all that they have. Titans and DRS currently so far, majority of the points that they've gained is through placement points alone, not those eliminations.
Lobby as he starts to scuttle his way around the shelf, looking for a
pick up fall early as we've seen them do multiple times.
Downhill puts the shots into MBE.
Suki taken down to a spray from Fluke and not going to find a trade. Oh, there it comes.
Going to expire quite quickly if this keeps up.
Does manage to pick that one up. Vampire lose a player to LGD. LGD went north of the river. I thought they were going to stay on the south side, but they did swing north and actually have slowed HVVP's approach. Give them a lot of cause for concern.
Towards Sarah, drops a Molotov, will reposition him, and Lamborghini would have spotted him if it wasn't for Lord, who mixed it up towards 12 eliminations. DX, the only thing standing between them and a 24-point game now.
Is very important.
Only one nade, one Molotov, a whole bunch of utility on the side of DX. It would be a miracle run now for Enigma Galaxy to finish this one out with the chicken dinner in tow.
Just sitting it out almost.
Don't forget DX's nades. They are so damn good, and this is why they've got so many of them to use. Their comms for the timing on double nades is normally pretty picture perfect, and right now they are blowing Lord to pieces with it. You've got a nice knock off onto Freak, looking to aggress the close on the damage done to Lord already. The shotgun's pulled out. He goes down for keeps, as that one's going to be DX snatching away.
A survival game could be good here for HVVP.
The opening win
here on Miramar.
The option that they have, other than going across the river in the same fashion that LGD did, is swing all the way to the north of Yasnaya, where they might find this Bacon Time fleeing towards them. In fact, they might find them anyway, as Bacon Time getting sent back by Besiktas, currently playing on the east side of Yasnaya Polyana on a 2-2 split with the other duo down south side. Instead, though, HVVP looking to mount up for the bridge. No one on the other side to control them right now. Kitsune will see Bacon Time moving, and Bacon Time will see him as well. Kitsune needs to get back to the rest of the team. Cannot afford to go down here. They cross the bridge, and they know there's teams across the way, but they will hold the gas station, or actually maybe even overshoot it as the circle shrinks down and get a little bit leaning to the east.
They're never really caught off guard in a position.
A lot of positions now already taken up within the circle. HVP again is that slow push, that slow rotate that they really do suffer from, whereas most teams have already found a position within the circle. There is a slight edge towards that northern side that they might be able to play, but LGD in very close vicinity, who are really looking rapid during this game, just taking any fights where they can.
Here as well, off the back of the chicken dinner for
swirling around that tower.
I completely agree with
you. It's in the next circle. Very, very valuable for them.
Where it shows that DX do have a lot of
about 5 or 6 teams who are crucial for these spots, and Vampire getting spotted by Besiktas.
They're looking more like themselves.
Vampire have lost a player already.
3.6k
They're not fully out of danger yet either, Blank.
Fairly similar damage across
pretty unfortunate for them, certainly.
No one's really
if they did go down and if they fell all the way out of the top 5, but
it's just been wonderful to watch them during this entire tournament.
Out of the question.
Yeah,
they could be pushed up on over, but that would require
to see the level of lethality,
I think,
that they
5 20-point games from other teams. 4 20-point games from other teams, right? Which is, I think, unheard of.
Little dustpans. Let's head back over.
Very unlikely to see Smart. I think that the most you'd see 3 teams getting 20 points. Again, that is a couple of teams getting a huge amount of eliminations, some teams getting chicken dinner and very little eliminations towards the end, which is something you realistically only see over towards Sandhawk, Erangel. Typically one team will be the greatest winner of them all, holding one singular location, everyone else suffering at the hands of them. Enigma Galaxy looking to take a dip out of this game fairly early.
Yep, exactly. They needed to
IA
get themselves a big
start
game
to pump up those numbers just a little bit. 13 minutes into the game, Modi, it's a nasty shot towards Blade, the headshot is nice.
But a pincer maneuver comes in from Aegon XI and they establish a crossfire nice and fast. Free class standing, spots Ghost, gets the knock, takes a lot of damage, has to heal it back on up, but in comes UZM, rolls up to this ridgeline yet again. First aid should be popped off there. Free will be able to get it done. An aid from UZM, wants to put it behind the tree. Molotov backs him off his own. Nade to follow it up as well from Free. Enigma Galaxy, they don't want to go down without a fight, but Aegon XI in the meantime picking up the pieces at the back. As UZM has done the job. The distraction is good. They can stay alive as 4. Enigma Galaxy, only the 1 now, and actually UZM thinks better of leaving this entirely.
Other teams around exploited
Scouts out the rest of the hillside.
Enigma Galaxy, but Xavier shows in this lobby
very close to the competition here on top of the rocks.
They could play edge, they can be able to
the tree line. IA should be able to finish them off, but good return fire with the circle coming in. Might be a little bit difficult to pick up the player, but it does stop short now. Circle moves down towards Inco, the magnetic team, which the circle has benefited them so many times. And HVP instantly rotate over towards that eastern side, directly towards Alpha 7, who are an absolute tear during these games. They should know they're in this vicinity. I think taking any engagement with Alpha 7 is danger, considering just how good they are.
Path of least resistance in
Matic
every
rolling
one
around
of
at the
these
back,
situations where they can
thinking about where they want to go. Currently pulled up short across the road from Besiktas. Currently 86 points for Besiktas. They haven't managed to get any eliminations just yet. And they slow things down a little bit. They want to play along this hillside. Kitsune scouting south. No one really ahead of them there. Alpha 7 might have sightlines from the western, from the eastern side of that rotation.
Out of all of this,
what can they do here? Besiktas will have to move in as well. Potentially looking to line up a fight.
They've played 6 games, and all of the teams around them have played 11.
You can understand the amount of pressure they're under.
So I'm going to stick
2
with the
points
Brazilians
would see
for
them
now,
safe.
Well, that's the point I'm getting at, is that Xavier,
that's all they
need in first place, albeit having
2
5
points
matches
can be
influence
an
rage,
absolute
but the fact is,
leap
for me,
and a bound
this isn't
in
a
this
team
final
that's
match where
this isn't a team right
any
now
mistake
that's going to win the
could
global
lead to
championship
absolute
grand finals
disaster.
in
Game Lord
Turkey.
currently
And
shunting out the
the
guys from
question is,
IA.
what do they need to do to improve to potentially
that
take
western
home that
edge.
trophy, or what can they do to take home the trophy?
Kind of what I was saying before about them not being the flashiest of teams. Sometimes when you want to be a CCT, you got to be a bit flashy, right? You got to go out and get those 15, 16, 17,
inside the next circle as well.
Dinners. And right now,
DRS,
I mean, this
a little
has
bit
been
further
so far
southeast,
their
but they
biggest game
have
when
got
it
the
comes
forward
to
position.
These 2 days. But their
all
previous
3 of the teams
victory,
ahead of HVVP.
6 elims, right? Like they know how to,
managed
as Max said, get to those.
Get a little bit of a foot in the door.
You know,
they are the last of the
they're not
chasers.
just blasting everything out of control.
With Besiktas in their way as well. Could not be more metaphoric of the tables themselves.
The top frag of the team, he's been doing really good for himself, getting strong angles.
So difficult.
I just think
anything like this is worth a long consideration.
And
now they rock up, send out as the squadron, fast as they can. Past Besiktas, past Alpha 7, they're getting through the thorns, fairly unscathed here too. BTR is in the way.
I think that would be the
Jen Foster, 3 players alive with him for Bigatron. 7. They haven't been able to hit these shots, and Jen Foster doesn't hit them either. Tixie managed to get it all the way across the road. They know this position. HVVP, they're in the circle. They start to bloom those smokes. How on earth they got across without taking a single point of damage there is incredible. I have no idea how that happened. But either way, couldn't have happened at a better time for them.
They're in 19th place with 11 matches watching out towards the north side of the blue, making sure there's no one coming through there. Besiktas move about. HVP set themselves up to maybe challenge versus this.
The next, Alter Ego, 10th place, 43 points.
Rolling Hillside, Besiktas much more in danger from LGB right now. As in come Titan, this is crucial. Titan need to win this fight to stay alive and keep themselves going. They will do just that, efficiently, effectively. And they'll chase down IHC even further, making them not so certain of themselves. Titan are at 4, 5 eliminations now on the game. A good run for the squad. Vampire, nade from Aegon XAA. Answering, no, not going to find a knockback their way. It's UZM and Blade playing for the squad of Aegon XAA. The shots do look for the flush, but Ravenclaw wants to pick up the points for Vampire themselves.
I think there's
the circle shifts away. It's only IHC of the big 3 of the big set of teams that are in this next circle.
From a lot of the playstyle, you can see Reject getting
so amused. I mean, it's happened time and time again. And somehow Inco is able to grab the circle
59 points over 11
and sit it right down around them.
They had as well, Jackie.
You know, there's a chance here for Inco. There really is. Haven't done so much so far. They do typically wait to the very later parts of the game while they start taking any kind of shots towards anyone else. But they need big eliminations. And sitting still, sitting pretty, looks nice. It doesn't get you the big prizes.
And it's just
again, just these shots just aren't sticking in this final gameplay. LGD, they lose 1.
Really doing very well.
But they will be able to get over with 3.
Very good grasp on the game.
Ahead of Besiktas, it's HVVP.
Right? And I think this feels like a team that's going to go into tomorrow hitting the same kind of numbers. Because we did have this big trend
Titans,
some teams that
lose one on the cross. That's from DRS.
Green, who
2 teams battling out against one another. And look at that, a massive amount of damage comes their way.
And some teams who just really
I think that's down to just 1 player now.
1 player left for Titans. A really important position for them. 5 eliminations on the game. If they go down here, blank, they will set the marker.
I think you do align to...
As Besiktas try and make this mad dash as well. Sun HP cut down out in the open. The outside chance here for the top 5 spots. Down to 2 players now. Zessi tries to drop that smoke. 1 player remains for them.
The better it's looked, and just
as the Titans continue to just stay alive on that 1 that they have.
We've been bringing up a few times.
And they will fall. 5 eliminations in 10th place.
Into just instantly going for the aggression
up
off the
to
back of the team fight with the other 2 teams.
points.
There could have been a timeline where you get another chicken dinner from that as well, but they weren't worried about
HVVP. They've had 2 eliminations, but DRS have had 3.
They played some great games. Following that,
103 points is the marker now in 4th place currently for Titans, but they're out. Kitsune able to lay it down as well. And another 2 points added to the tally for HVVP in crucial fashion, in crucial time.
Up towards the last 8 teams. HVVP just need to go a little bit further now, and the placement points might just see them a little bit ahead. Besiktas still chasing, but 1 player, Inco, directly in the center, but much further to go for them with only the 2 eliminations they've got so far. It is so down to the line right now, and Titans are terrified of what could come next.
luckily they're quite used to
DRS need to fall right now, so should be able to work with soon after
just a
for them
bit,
to be safe.
This does put so many teams close together.
An 8 over Dematic from Alpha 7, tournament leaders.
We are going to
trying to take down
one or two teams.
The squad from the CIS region. Besiktas eliminated, so no chase other than HVVP for this position. But they're down to 3 now, and Alpha 7 are hot on their heels. They're trying to sweep out on this northern side. They're forced into the fight with down 1, and shots from Rebo light them up on the back as well. It could be all drawn short here. Tixi has to hit the deck, and HVVP's run could be over. 4 eliminations. They're on the chase. They're 1 point behind DRS right now. They're on 100 points total. 7th place right now. They need a couple more placements to see themselves over the Titans. Stay alive. All desperate positioning. Every single ridgeline matters now for HVVP as they lose Kitsune.
Shaping up.
And Alpha 7 might just rock up on this position as well. Take a little bit more from them. Look how low Maku is. They need 2 placements, and that would just about do it. But look at the amount of teams that have so many players left on board.
To get some points on the board as well.
Down 1, close to falling. But realistically, HVVP the only ones close by to make that happen.
Could be bad, but we've got the Rocky Rage Roaders over here who managed to get that party bus as high as I've ever seen it.
This is the team that can go down ahead of them.
Serious airtime they got.
This is the chase that they have.
Very
and with the first knock for IHC,
they're
going to be happy to be able to pick up these points on a team that's chasing them.
We're locking so many teams down towards Los Leones on the south side. The circle, the plane pathing so far down towards the south as well.
Not gonna let up.
Teams are
the test
with
HVVP.
Just in case this does end
They've
up being
been shut out
be
so many times
to get towards that central arena. You want to be able to hold
out. They need to stand tall now. They need to stand
too,
strong. No meds for Maku.
To go far out.
I wonder if Tixi can even throw a bandage over. Has got 5 of his own.
Shortly on the next circle.
Might think to do so.
It's going to make it so we have less loot.
But perhaps it's better to just invest in keeping Tixi alive.
Less utility
down.
More rotations.
Has to make the long crawl, but very unlikely they'll happen.
A lot of these teams and teams that desperately
for Alpha
need
7
at the end of the day.
Saving grace for HVP is that maybe soon they'll have to deal with Bacon time.
No, yeah,
they can remove them in a full 4v4. Maybe Tixi can steal away some of these eliminations.
Teams today for the final game, right? This was, I guess if there's the bingo card,
needs these teams to go down. They need to start making moves. Bacon time are going to start to move in as well.
We're dealing with.
Alpha 7 taking knocks from Bacon time across the way. They've been preoccupied with taking Tixi out.
Having a look as well for some of our teams down towards
DRS playing with 2 now on the southeast side. Inco with sightlines over their way. There's a fight raging on the northern edge with Alpha 7. If Alpha 7 go down, Tixi could crawl forwards, but it looks like Bacon time will not be able to do that. IHC are taking a fight as well with down 1. And 3 players on the inside. 5 eliminations, 6 eliminations for Alpha 7. A team has fallen. 6th place now guaranteed for Tixi.
Over the 2 play days.
And DRS could potentially fall. IHC could also go down 1, right at death's door. Tixi just has to go for a bit longer. This guy has always been known as one of the most aggressive, but right now he needs to calm down to control the literal molten iron flowing through his veins.
Honestly, Influence Rage just had such a significant day yesterday.
Stalwart versus this lobby. DRS slowly losing members. Down to just 1 now. This could be it. Get to a top 5. Down 1's close to going out.
Spot away from them, considering DX Xavier, Mad Balls, 90 points.
DRS fall.
Points at the end of the day.
The ladder up is there.
Day 4.
HVVP will be ahead of
them. With Influence Rage.
The anti-flush. Last player now. Delta. For the squad. Titan already, I think, at risk.
Not far behind of what is
with 103 points on the game,
occurring in just
6th place position.
Influence Rage.
It's so close, but I think Titan might have already slipped out blank.
And it was a strong performance.
Tixi's down.
A lot of eliminations found
out in 6th place.
Despite that, they're still in 16th place.
We'll have to find out where it lies at the end of this game. The desk will bring us the information.
Toil away.
But now it's glory on the line for A7. Inco also looking for a big game here. A chaser. Not a lot of eliminations found for them though, John, and that's the big scary thing.
Not done yet. And although that was a strong game for them, it's one of the only
HVVP is really down to the wire for them.
Today.
But they do have the chicken dinners to back it up. The tiebreaker will go their way should it come down to that.
Difficulty hours for themselves, and again, all we can do is
do not want to be risking it like this.
How these teams make their maneuvers, what players want to do with this.
We've almost confirmed our top 5 as well. It is between
go for something a little bit more consistent. Certain teams don't have that luxury of choice.
Everybody else fighting for the gravy.
They've just got to really take it to the max level.
Alpha 7 roll on in, playing spoiler to HVVP's chance.
Go full Rambo in this.
But they might not have been able to do quite enough as the teams in front of them fall. Inko. Vitali goes down, the nade doesn't catch Carrillo. Mafioso on the off angle, looks for Nenebete, has backup, but the shotgun over the wall is good. Hopping back and forth. He's not French, but he's certainly frogging it up in this compound. A hop over, finds the final shot as well, and Nenebete for Inko. Brutal on the approach for Alpha 7.
Inko now at 8 eliminations in a top 3 scenario.
Pay for elimination.
That sits them fairly high here, John. 87 points, third place.
7 points. Keep in mind,
10 points already delivered there. Sat at 97. Inko might even make the jump themselves.
It was all just
that would be crazy with those points. I didn't even consider that blank. That is so pivotal.
Opportunities to play off the back of the gun skill,
and it definitely is possible.
A point score because of that. That's what you need to do, and we've seen prospects like that from a few of our teams. Gladiators have looked a lot more lethal.
I mean, 4 players alive.
To take fights. Marbles
How
have been
doesn't
running
Inko
a lot
go
more.
down?
They had some big point
in
scoring
first place
in terms of their
in this match. IHC would have to absolutely hit a slobber knocker here with some insane shots their way. Vitali checking the bushes.
A lot more room.
But Zol and Godless have to move out into open ground.
Going to win you no fans this late.
Still got a corner.
Sometimes you need that support from the backline.
They
as
still
well,
have
honestly,
it.
To
How
really
unfortunate for HVVP that Inko,
for Gladiators,
team that just sends to the middle.
A lot more lethal coming into these matches, and I think the
given
big
this
thing,
circle
the big
again,
change at least for them,
given this
is
chance,
much faster gameplay, much faster.
They have to play up on the walls as well,
which does lead them to be making a fair few more mistakes, but it also leads to more variance in terms of getting those big matches. Before they
even
did
move out into
Hella, getting more than like 4 eliminations,
decent shots from Squash.
Placement points, which they realised
both teams now waiting for the last zone.
Been a year for them.
IHC has to take the 2v4 of their lives.
Heading sensor, getting these
third place with no more eliminations might not cut it here for Inko, but every single extra point counts, and with the amount of eliminations still available here and 5 extra placement points on top of what they've already gained,
super comfortable with
might just be huge. Tixie had to go for a bit longer.
Bigger benefit for them. But they know they need to bring that playstyle out here in the final day of their group green.
And Inko, like we said, they have the 2 big matches of the day. That's all they need. Efficient.
They realize that they don't want to leave this up to chance like they did last year and just get pushed out in those final moments. Circle does move over towards that eastern side. Mad Bull's fairly happy with this one as they're holding over towards Puerto Paraíso. Quest moved up towards that northwest side and lost Leones as opposed to holding on that eastern
coast. Or actually to jump on over. 25 points would see them at 104, which would be just over. So if they lose, if Delta gets an elimination onto one of IHC, and then IHC
today as well, which has been unfortunate. Feels that
find the last player from IHC finds Delta, they can't do it. They will lose the tiebreaker, but they would get the. Oh, hang on a minute, I can't even run these numbers right now. We'll have to wait for the desk. But there's the shot.
Just watch this game.
The repositioning
Delta
coming in from Reject Tokyo.
On in the next zone will close, and actually, IHC are closer to the center. On the corner that they hold, and Inko will have to leave first.
Smoking. His back's going to be up. Scared about what's going on around him, but they are still alive for now. Engines now starting to burn.
To crawl a bit further out the circle.
Saved by the
will continue.
As that will actually
crunch.
Pluck Gladiators
and then Nenebete moves out towards the smoke.
Perfect timing on that. If it was calculated, that is
Vitali covering.
They've been able to turn the tide on this fight. Gladiators look like they had the drop onto
those vehicles so important. That cover that they now have.
Instead,
it's the only thing they can play around, but the smoke is there. Nenebete, they pick up the 9th elimination now. Godless is soon to fall, and they might have just done it, but in comes Yol. Looks for the flush, looks for the point to stay alive. Squash, is they going to find it? Has a first aid, needs to find it now. 10 eliminations, they've managed to make it. Inko might have done the unimaginable. Have they done enough? Is the barrier going to find themselves there? They're happy, but the table's still in flux.
In the process, in that situation, you just hold the building, right?
Flabbergasted at the two endings from the survival stage and last chance. Inko,
you playing
put in the work towards the end of the day.
But you're playing it as if you're
again, they are magnetic when it comes to these circles.
Really did not enjoy that play
just waited this one out. And Alpha 7, as strong as they are, deny the chances of HVVP with some incredibly good shots, but allow Nenebete, who has been absolutely unbelievably good this entire last chance with the DBS, sends out so many shots there, takes down two players and then can send backwards. Alpha 7 could have shut them down there and then, but Nenebete stands up tall to the big brother Brazilian squad.
Many extra placement points because after this they're done.
And with that, not only if they're able to make it in, that would be both Brazilian teams going through to the final from this last chance stage. Like both Alpha 7 and Inko making it would be absolutely crazy.
Into the lobbies here, each of them getting.
I have no words, John. I have no words. The amount of times that these players, these teams, have pulled something special out the back pocket at the very last minute has been incredible. This is one hell of a PMGC. These things just do not happen. I can't even begin to imagine how HVP is feeling right now. Right on the edge.
Another squad that steps up massively.
I don't even know who's got in, Blank. I could not tell you. The numbers are just too tight. It is all up to this. They might have jumped over Titans. HVP might be a little bit ahead of that. The top 5, I can't wait to find out.
Gotta get them now. So Gladiators, even down to just the duo, need to have a good game of it.
It looks like, hang on a minute, they've just found out. I feel like Inko know. What a way to find out. The celebrations are there. I think that can only mean one thing, Blank. They are going to join their Brazilian teammates
that 16th place
into the PMGC in Jakarta.
Doesn't move that much, right? But with Mavos not playing in, the Xavier not playing in, currently the two heavy hitters so far in this lobby as well, I don't know how much that point back is going to do for you. We will wait and see for tomorrow, but right now the Alter Ego 43 points. Not safe at home here with only one player down, 3 players up. Also not the ideal scenario to see the Ego a little bit further too. Eject 1 more point on board. Currently though, they're more consistent playstyle of trying to get towards that center arena. Play off the back of that one does seem to be working despite the horrid day they had yesterday.
Always shows just how far you can go in these.
The shotgun heard around the world for Nenebete. Inko Gaming might have just qualified through. We saw celebrations, but we haven't seen it locked in just yet on our side. 26 points coming in for them as they fend off Alpha 7 at the very end.
Levi's from the side.
And that might have been enough to qualify them through. Looking at the rest of 17 for Alpha 7, IHC with 15. Let's just take a look at overalls now so we can see who has made it in. And Inko Gaming by over HVVP and Titans have done it.
Confidence now.
If it was tied 2, it would have been won by Inko. Still, they got more placement points. But Inko Gaming, we said it, Jason. It was one game. They had to go for the chicken dinner with a lot of limbs. That was their only opportunity to make it over into the PMGC 2022 Grand Finals, and they keep the dream alive with a central position. And that fight, Nenebete Sandstorm. I mean, peak fiction right here. What's going on?
Inko, one of the teams that qualified by 2 points only, managed to do it again at a qualify by difference of 1 point. What is the story of this team and making it into the next stages of the tournament? My God, HVVP and that last player trying to survive as long as possible. Titan getting eliminated earlier on.
And although they did get those first 2
but having 3,
not sure
they were like what, 3rd place going into this final match, if I'm not mistaken?
Or just
yeah, 4th place at 96. And to fall at the very end. But to be honest, gentlemen, the best part about this is we think back to day one. Sandstorm saying there's no way you can make top 5 here. And they did. They made it by 1 point. But unfortunately, that means Bigatron won't be there to play in front of the home crowd. PMGC 2022 over in January here. But we can see all the teams participating now here in the grand finals. Honestly, this is setting up to be the best PMGC. It's already been the best PMGC, but the best PMGC finals we've ever had.
It's going to be amazing, Jason. I mean, every single team that's qualified in the group stage of course came out like absolutely swinging. The last chance was down to the wire for a lot of these teams. I think that I would... No, mate, I was going to say I would not have it any other way, but there's just so many teams that could have qualified. It was just who was going to make it, no idea, but I definitely am happy with this lineup. And SMG and also Alter Ego are two amazing teams from, of course, Indonesia and, of course, from the PLC team SMG. So I cannot wait. 1 month cannot pass any sooner, Jason. Okay, Christmas, screw that. Get in the grand finals right now. Okay, I don't want my presents.
But this is my question. Why are we waiting a month? Can we not get it started tomorrow? Please. These games are too spicy to wait a month for.
Currently in 6th place, they want to get those numbers up a bit more.
Here's our MVP though, the last chance stage. It's going to be Revo, and why wouldn't it be? I mean, the nade we saw from him over onto Vampire to completely demolish them with just 1 nade alone was amazing. But Alpha 7 in general has also just been almost on a whole other level compared to a lot of the teams we've seen so far in the last chance stage.
Yeah. And hopefully this time, I was just going to say, hopefully this time they'll be able to perform at the highest level possible when they get to the grand finals. Alpha 7 does have a history a little bit when it comes to getting to that final stage of the tournament, getting towards fighting the best of the best, and then just faltering at that last hurdle. But now, having 3 teams from the PEL, having 3 teams from Brazil as well, that is definitely a clash that I've been waiting to see for such a long time, and especially with Influence Chairman as well being there for Brazil. I said it in week 1 that they're going to be one of the contenders for top 5 at the end, so I'm still watching that.
Alright, well gentlemen, that is going to be it for us for now. I'm sorry Max, I'm going to get your point in a second. We have to hear from the guys on stage. They have just qualified through in 5th place by 1 point. Let's hit that on the stage with Ego.
Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture view, as they're also scrapping.
Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is impossible. We're back right here at the main stage of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022, where we have just concluded the 6th and final match of day number 2 and a final day of the final chance qualifiers itself. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I am joining together with Nanabat here from Team Inco Gaming. They just recently finished their final match, and of course, congratulations! You've just made it to the next round itself by having just 1 point difference than the 6th place. So how are you feeling right now?
Então, ele disse que nada é impossível, porque depois do final do sexto jogo vocês conseguiram a classificação por 1 ponto. Então, como está sentindo?
Com a adrenalina lá em cima, muito energizado e muito feliz de ter conquistado essa vaga aí.
They say, like, of course, like, he's very happy. The adrenaline, like, is still high. He still doesn't believe that they made it.
Well, they definitely made it right there. The results already out. And of course, what does it mean for you and your team to advance to the finals this time?
Então, o que significa para você e para o vosso time ir para o final desta vez?
Cara, é um sonho pra gente. É tudo que a gente veio batalhando até chegar aqui e acho que significa é o nosso sonho.
So for them, it's like the dream that came alive because they've been fighting all the way like for this dream, and now the final they can make it.
It's truly a dream come true. And of course, what was your plan before the match? What was going through the team's mind during the last circles of the match itself?
Então, qual é o plano antes do último jogo e o que é na cabeça de vocês durante as últimas círculos do jogo aí?
Rasga pro meio e mata quem tiver na frente.
So he said like he's just like going to the center and kill whoever was in front of him.
I like that a lot. Very simple and straightforward. Go to the middle, go and kill everyone, and just go for the win itself. And of course, last question here. Now you guys are making it to the main event of PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Which teams are you looking forward to defeating in the grand finals and why?
Então, vocês já conseguiram ir para a final? Qual é o time que vocês querem derrotar mesmo na final? Qual dos times vocês querem mesmo derrotar na final?
Acho que todos.
Might have a backstab on it.
It's not like all of the teams.
Pretty good for Quest. The high ground you've got.
All right, there you have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to Inco Gaming for that amazing gameplay right there. And of course, that concludes all the matches we have right here at the last chance qualifiers, the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be passing over to our host and analyst to get a little bit more details about what had transpired throughout the whole competition right here. And of course, we will see you guys in a bit. Take care, everyone.
Stage. It could be the very last game for them here in the survival stage as well, but with so many big squads.
Just like his answer. So which teams are you really looking out for in the main event? And I don't even speak Portuguese, but I knew that word todos. All of them. And I mean, to be fair, right, if you want to be playing in the finals, you have to be one of the best teams in the world, one of the best 16 teams in the world, and they're all going to be there participating. This is going to be tough for all the teams, but at least for Inco and obviously all of our other teams who have qualified today, they get a month. That Maxman and Sandstorm aren't happy about, apparently, to prepare for the event. I would rather give them time to prepare Sandstorm than to make them play tomorrow.
You know what? You're right. I agree, 100%. You need to give, you know what? Yeah, you need to give a chance. True, then you're wrong.
Trying to find some space.
No, I'm just not right. Yeah, give the teams a chance to prepare. Obviously, for these teams, right? They've been playing out the last few weeks as well, trying to prepare for this one. If you were a team in Group Red, well, you basically went into Group Red of having to play. Then you had a couple days off, and you went into the survival stage. Then you had no days off, and you went into the last chance. So there's really no time for those teams to really prepare. It's been a marathon for all of them. But before we do end off the show here, gentlemen, I want to at least give you a chance each to give your final thoughts about how everything went.
Peak Fiction, best PMGC. I think I already said this quite a few times, but really being able to see all these teams go down to the wire to hopefully make it in the top 5 has been just an amazing experience, and it's really hard to put into words seeing how these teams have been able to qualify until the very end. I do think that it's very unfortunate that the hopes of some of the teams have just been shattered on the finish line, mainly looking at HVP. So close yet so far, but you know what, still, all PUBG Mobile coming in next year for them.
He's used all his bullets.
I can't wait for the grand finals.
The secondary hits the shot on the drive-by and snatches it away.
Fire Limbs at lead on this game so far, up to 20
For myself, definitely not what I expected when it came to seeing these being the top 5 teams to qualify to the grand finals, but honestly, roller coaster of emotions. Since week 1 in Group Red, seeing the Group of Death, seeing Group Yellow, and then all of them coming against each other throughout the survival stage and the last chance. Definitely best PUBG Mobile Global Championship today, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the grand finals. And if there's going to be a back-to-back world champion in Nova, or are we going to see a new name?
Yeah, it would be nice to see a new name, but then again, it would be nice to see the triple 3 in a row, which is what triple means. I know. Grand final victory for Nova Esports. We'll obviously have to wait about a month until then. January 6th, when things are going to be kicking off in Jakarta, in Indonesia, to find out who will be number 1. We'll see you guys then. Hope you guys have a great time off, but make sure you're back here.
Being able to stop them now and stop it expanding further into the last game of these 2 groups clashing will do wonders for you if you don't have another game to be played going tomorrow. Evos, or at least just Luxy, the Lurker. He's been making a wide rotate on this. Slowly but surely he's starting to start to step his way up the back and does assault. Hits the first, looking for a follow-up as well, it seems, as he's putting the pressure on the back of Quest. The compound.
For Luxy as well, he knows that any elimination point going forward is so good for him. Drops one off towards the right side of the building. More Molotovs been sent through now, able to pick himself up that flush towards Fakidan. Duxan is now out, 25 points on the day. But for Luxy, it's an important fight. Anywhere he can get further into this game is good for him, but the walls in front of him is going to be very difficult to play off the back of. The option to send away here, but he's sending into very treacherous waters going forward, Jackie.
Oh yeah, you're going to need the Wellington boots, mate. You are going to be knee-high in the murk. Easy firing off shot after shot. Luxy tries to find safe haven behind the tractor. Oh, how's he alive?
He's done, yeah. Even if the bullet didn't hit him, the vehicle would have exploded and taken him out. But still, 4 eliminations. That 1 point he was able to throw up towards Fakidan, and then single placement point as well. That might be the difference between him going out in 16 from his team, as well as just getting a more secure position towards that last chance. So Luxy is doing an absolutely phenomenal job for Procedure Evos. I think all fans of Luxy should be really proud of him going forward. In the meantime, Malice Esports, we were talking about them. They needed a big game. They're in towards one of the final circles. There's 7 teams still left alive, and it's Mad Balls going against DXavier to two of the big dogs in the lobby, currently biting at one another here.
That was a loud bark though, supersonic, as it would detonate the player in front of him. So Levi is now crawling away from the fight he's been thrown into. Zerich bombarding bullets, down to 60 in his reserve as well. So using a lot of that ammunition to just try and suppress and keep them locked in position. Nade cascades across. Zal Haji will be able to blow Fluke away. Haji, does he want to go for this one? He's trying to push further up the hill. Thought he had an opportunity to sweep inland, but FX from so far away shuts down Quest and ends Al Haji before any more madness can continue. So DX are now the next on the chopping block, and Chulika is the chef. Comes in and hatchets his way through him with a DBS.
Big news there for Mad Balls. That almost certainly secures it for them. I mean, 99 points. Even less than that, I think, for Europe, they've been such a good standout for us, as well as Major Pride making it through in the first place. Frozen tries to step his way through, won't make it, but Reject be happy about this. More points on the board for them, up to 5 eliminations on this match. Just Sarah and Luther remaining, two really cool players from the team. Sarah's been giving it his all this entire tournament. See how much further they can get here, but with N-Hyper finding Luther on the frag. A little bit scary. Sarah can't quite go for the res just yet. Needs to find himself an elimination of his own, or at least a knock over towards Nigma Galaxy as the nade is primed in hand.
Freak throws out the nade. Smoke's blocking the pathway. Bit of damage from that one. That's where they instigate. Meanwhile, Melise are also getting stuck into it. Know that this is their dying chance. This is their last game to make some big plays. They're fairly fragmented. 2-1 setup in the way that they've gone for this. You've got a lot of map control. You can attack from either side. Lewis, he takes the close range engagement onto FS. 3 peaks up from the back. Thought he had the drop on Lufa. Oh, the shots are going out. The buckshot not connecting. And in the fight of the shotties, he will lose out. Good for 1, but not enough.
Almost had it there as well. And Hoops does that with the pump shotty as well versus the DBS. Not an easy scenario to be in. Melise Esports looking for that big win, but Tulika, Zerich not done yet. The dynamic duo themselves coming through for the Mad Bulls with 2 horns on the bull itself. Looking to finish out this game here, but Melise Esports, they know how much this game means to them. It might be the difference between a 16th place and a 17th place for Melise Esports, and get a few more eliminations on side, up to 7 right now. And there's an opportunity to get at least 4 more here.
All of these squads right now are going to be gunning for this one. Worth its weight in gold with what it will do for your chances here in the survival stage. All of them need points. All of them need to solidify their chances. For 2 of the teams, it's their last damn attempt. For 1 of them, it's your opening game at the end of the first day. If there could at least be momentum in the camp of Nigma following this, maybe they can reset tomorrow, do a whole lot down more, but we'll have to see how it goes now. Right here, as Tulika tries to kick it off with the shotgun, close range, sees the head, but can't remove it. Repositions, trying to play around Zerich now, a bit scared about the potential punishment that's be coming his way. Remember, this is just a duo for Mad Balls, only 2, as they are fighting a numbers game. Oh, Melise eating nade though, blank. CEO later, as he got a bit too comfortable on this one.
Melise Esports playing a very aggressive lineup versus the front here, trying to absolutely suffocate these 2 teams in front of them. Desperate for this chicken dinner. They know how much it means to them, but they need every single point here. They have to squeeze every ounce of value out of this game. So for Melise Esports, this is them in their dying throes. For Mad Bulls, this is a glorified run towards the end of it. And like you said, for the boys on Nigma Galaxy, this is just an entrance into the conversation with the big dogs towards the top side. Melise Esports will finish off the Mad Bulls. Now just Nigma Galaxy, Freak and Coops to try and remain in this game, get themselves a chicken dinner.
Melise Scorpions are on the move, scuttling their way towards the final few players. They get the angle on Freak, should be an easy spray down. Slays onto him just as CEO later expires.
fires, the chicken dinner is secured, and Melise will grab the final chicken dinner of the day. And their final play, Frank, being so influential, it might just make the difference. Now it's just in the hands of the other teams, but they've done all they can to guarantee bonus points at the end of their games.
Yeah, very tired here. Tighter than a yoga store for the guys on Melise Esports. I mean, they are going to be feeling very relieved after that last game. And I mean, it was now or never. We were saying at the start of the game that Melise Esports has to absolutely pop off them or Quest. I think that's 21 points on the game there. I think they currently had 25 for this one. So up to 46 points. Technically in a better position than Alter Ego, all things considered. Very surprising in that fact. But when it mattered most, Melise Esports are able to count themselves in this last game.
And that's what matters. You know, at the end of the day, everything else that's already happened in yesterday's games and the games earlier on today, right, that's history. That was already written. All they could do is take what was given to them at present, and that's a great game of it. You know, they keep the mental fortitude strong, at least guarantee themselves a lot more points. And I'll be honest with you, Blank, the difference of 25 points versus even breaking through that 40 barrier, that can make the world of difference.
It is just so damn nice at the end of the day because suddenly you're thrown a lifeline. And Melise Esports, we know they have the minute. Like, they're a good team overall. They were excellent in Turkey. Didn't see that same firepower from them throughout this survival stage. That's stressful to watch.
It was indeed. Some stressful games, some crazy plays, and non-stop shenanigans. These are all words that could describe Jason Kaplan as well. So let's head back over to the desk and see what they thought about the explosive games we've had today.
You also forgot about talented, handsome, tall, and all-around good human being here, Jackie. And we're back to the desk with Max Van Card. Keep a straight face. Come on, gentlemen. As we did see, Melise, a team that, of course, you said perfectly, of all the teams that Alter Ego did not want to see do well, was Melise. Was any of these teams at the bottom with 11 matches played, and Melise popped off here?
Yes, the teams that have played now 2 days that were down there, those were the ones that, the teams that were effectively going to end up being on the cusp really did not want performing well. And Melise absolutely knocked it out of the park with this last one. They've been sort of non-existent, right, Max, for the past couple of days worth of their gameplay, but this was, as Frank says, the lifeline that they need. They might end up being a cusp team here. We'll see down the line, but it's the lifeline they need.
Over the course of 11 matches, Kalash, they scored 25 points. They've almost doubled 11 matches worth of points in a singular match with the chicken dinner, the 11 eliminations on top. Kishu in particular, like, fantastic off-angles to make sure you were securing that late game circle to make sure that no players from match and no players surrounding the Galaxy threatening that potential win. That is one of the most important chicken dinners you are going to see at this stage in PUBGC. And as we said, Alter Ego at the bottom of the bottom rankings, they're right after the live Melise win that. Oh man, this is going to be rough.
Yeah, and it bears repeating, actually, the reason we're focusing on them is because they got, what, 44 points now across the 2 days, did Alter Ego. That makes them now the second lowest team that's played 2 days worth of games out of all of the teams. Obviously, the last being Quest, which is guaranteed done. So, Alter Ego is not quite eliminated yet, not quite on the cusp yet. However, everybody else below them has only played 1 day, which is catastrophic for them potentially.
If you're that team now, you're just going to be watching tomorrow. Yeah. If it's Red, please get 60 eliminations this match. Please just get every single win. I would love that, but I mean, there's a lot of chance that we will not see Alter Ego because 11th position right now on the rankings, they could slip down really quickly heading into tomorrow.
You know, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Melise are the Turkish Gladiators, showing up exactly when they need to get to the next stage of the event here. Potentially, like we're saying, right? We still see all the teams on the right-hand side in 13th to 24th place, minus Quest. Only 6 matches played. The problem is, going into tomorrow, as we said before, Group Yellow has had the strongest teams so far in this event. So it's going to be much more difficult here for any of those teams in 17th to 24th place to obviously rise up the ranks here. But it's going to be tough. I mean, if you're Alter Ego, if you're Melise, if you're, I mean, a couple maybe potential other teams out there, you're going to be sweating bullets. Obviously, with these 2 teams in particular, what all is going to happen tomorrow is never a good position to be in for the fate to take completely out of your hands and to sit back.
Even the thing is, I'm even going further than just this stage. Well played. I want to look for the team is fun, top 5 spot right now. Those are the teams that might have a chance to go into the top 5. Doesn't do much for us. Get the point reset.
I'm not sure exactly.
Bonus points. Go and rank up. Challenge one for you. No matter what, just team up with friends.
And we are back on the live stage in the Malaysia Battle Arena for Talanjaya. And with me, we do have, I'm the host by the way, Choo Choo. We have the legendary Nate God. I call him the Nate God myself, which is going to be coming up from FaZe Clan Mela with us joining in. And one of the best Red Group's performance here today. Other than New Alliance, FaZe is also getting the second highest score so far. Now, I have a lot of questions for this team right now. Thai teams used to be one of the greatest team in the world, arguably one of the best in the world. But now you are the only one remaining, which is going to be FaZe Clan in the PMGC stage. Now, can you share with us why is it very challenging for the Thai teams when it comes to this PMGC?
ก็คือว่าตอนนี้ไทยทีมเคยเป็นหนึ่งในทีมที่ดีที่สุดในโลกแต่ณตอนนี้ทีมFaZe Clanเหลืออยู่ทีมเดียวในการแข่งขัน PUBGC ช่วยแชร์ให้เราฟังได้ไหมคะว่าทำไมการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ถึงมีความท้าทายกับทีมไทยเป็นอย่างมาก
ก็ด้วยความที่สไตล์การเล่นที่เปลี่ยนไปจากรอบ C หรือว่าแบบไม่รู้รายการมูฟหรือว่าเล่นผิดจากที่เราคิดไปมากทำให้เราไม่สามารถปรับตัวได้ทันแต่ต้องยอมรับว่าโซนลีกอื่นปรับตัวได้ดีกว่าเราครับ
Is this on?
Ella says because of our internal in our country, they're changing their play, the style. So once they come here, they cannot adapt it like other teams. That's why they like
Also, it's more towards regional change that actually makes a different sort of play in PMGC. It causes quite a bit here. But with the only team coming from Thai region, which is only FaZe Clan right now, do you feel pressure to represent the entire Thai region? And how do you yourself cope with it? And how does the team take it in?
คือตอนนี้เหลือทีมเราอยู่ทีมเดียวในการแข่งขัน PUBGC แล้วเราก็เป็นตัวแทนของประเทศไทยเรามีความรู้สึกกดดันไหมคะในการเล่นครั้งนี้แล้วเรามีการรับมือกับมันยังไง
ก็รู้สึกกดดันบ้างครับก็เพราะว่าเราเป็นทีมไทยที่เหลืออยู่ทีมเดียวด้วยครับก็ต้องแบกความหวังจากทุกคนที่เชียร์ที่เป็นคนไทยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
So for him, he feel a little bit pressure because as one of the Thai team remaining here, then all of everyone like maybe expecting the team to get in.
Don't cry, brother. You can do this. Come on. Okay. Also, when it comes to your playstyle, right? You mentioned about how you changed internally before, and now. If you compare with the group stage, it's such a drastic change between the group stage and the survival stage now for the side of FaZe Clan. What has changed within those days that make it such a good performance now for FaZe Clan?
มันเหมือนกับว่าตอนนี้การเล่นของเราเปลี่ยนแปลงไปอย่างมากจากรอบการแบ่งกลุ่มและรอบsurvival อะไรคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงนั้นที่ทำให้เรามีการพัฒนาการเล่นของเราดีขึ้นมาก
ก็ด้วยความที่ทั้งทีมปรับความเข้าใจกันแล้วก็คุยถึงวิธีการเล่นหลายอย่างครับแล้วก็ด้วยที่ศึกษาแผนด้วยกันครับพอนั่งดูย้อนหลังดูสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละทีมที่ผ่านเข้ารอบไปแล้วก็มาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับทีมตัวเองครับ
Because of all the teams, they communicating with the team and they change, they adapting how to play, how to what they miss and they improve it.
Hopefully they can keep it going because I do understand there's so much pressure, but you know what, just do it. And also speaking of which, there's going to be a lot of your supporters out there. Now the supporters screaming as if you guys can hear this noise. But speaking of which, what do you have to say for all your hardcore fans, including me, for all the fans for Mela and FaZe Clan out there?
ตอนนี้ก็มีแฟนๆที่คอยเชียร์เราอยู่เป็นจำนวนมากอยากจะพูดอะไรถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝ่ายตามเชียร์พวกเราทีมFaZe Clanในวันพรุ่งนี้แล้วก็รอบๆต่อๆไปด้วยนะครับก็ฝ่ายตามเป็นกำลังใจเชียร์ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับ
Please continue to cheer him and supporting him for tomorrow and the next day for this PUBGC.
Just 2 days, not until grand final, no?
After this also.
After this also. Not just within these days, okay? But, you know, things get a bit rowdy here. I think it's a day for us. We're going to wrap things up here on the live stage. We're going to toss it back to the casters, read out the stats and data. Have fun, guys, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders soon. Obviously, the team's shoulders trying to represent Thailand and do the country well. But there's still a long ways to go here. Not only tomorrow's match, but of course they make it into the last chance, and then they get top 5 there, which is going to be insanely difficult considering the caliber of teams we have. But to end things off on the day, Tulika, 23 eliminations, leading the charge to Levi's. We heard Jackie talking about putting in some serious work when it came to damage.
Yeah, and maybe going to have ourselves a Mad Bulls MVP after that one with Tulika. But they've been working a little bit on that consistency, Jason, that we mentioned a bit yesterday. It's still a bit topsy-turvy from time to time. The goal win followed up with a 15th place. But when they get a good game, they get double-digit eliminations pretty much every time. And that is going to be so valuable for also the last chance stage. I think that they might just make it top 5 here. But no, it's not Mad Bulls play, actually. It's a play from UD Alliance. Oh, okay.
Those 2 Aaron Girl games worked out, huh?
Yeah, they had a whopping, 1,000 damage on the one that they actually ended up taking. He had that chance for the potential 1v1 up against Procedure, but obviously it didn't work out for him. I think it's Procedure, right? If I'm mistaken. Yeah. So it's a tough time for obviously a lot of teams out here. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to one of them already, which will be Quest, as they are unfortunately outside the bubble and have 0 matches left to go. But you know what? At least for them, they can still say they're one of the best teams in the world, and they can take all this experience and come back next year, hopefully stronger. Right, Max?
I don't know when it's going to happen, but I'm telling you right now that Al-Hajj one day is going to come in this PMGC or PMWI and it's going to pop off. I don't know when, I don't know which year or decade it's going to happen eventually, Jason. I believe in Al-Hajj.
Do you believe, Taurus?
I'm a half full kind of guy. No, we'll see when it comes to start. They just need to kind of look up their ideas a little bit and get it going. But something you were saying earlier, Jason, though, about FaZe, obviously, we just heard from them in the interview, right? I think you're right on the money with, will this performance get them to the last chance qualifier? Yes, but the last chance qualifier, you cannot bring this same performance there. You can't just wait for circles to come to you and just get a few limbs here and there cheekily to kind of round things out. You need more than that. You need big wins if you want to get top 5 in the lobby that is going to come from that.
Right now, when I'm looking at the leaderboards and teams in the top 5 I'm expecting to go, right now I've got Mad Bulls and Influence Raid. Outside of that, I'd say there's still a lot of room for other teams to compete for that one. Like, it seems like D-Plus could do a better improvement, same for FaZe, Procedure, Evos, etc. That could be up there. So I think that right now, top 5 has still got a few spots that are going to be heavily contested once we head into the last chance.
BTR? Hello, you didn't even mention that.
BTR too, okay. There's too many teams, okay, so just to say there's a lot of teams competing for that spot, Jason, but okay. Do I have to list them out?
No, that's good. That's all we needed from you, Mac. That's all we needed from you guys on the desk. But before we can head off the day and obviously come back tomorrow, once again, our official smartphone provider here at PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro, all of our pros are participating on it because it was born for them. We'll see if they can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're currently tuning in to the official broadcast of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022, and we're currently tuning in to day number 2, or should I say, the last day of the last chance qualifiers, featuring 16 teams and only 5 will move forward to the main event, which will happen early next year. And of course, joining me right here is none other than Mafioso from Team A7. You guys know this, they're currently in 2nd place, so you guys had an amazing performance yesterday. 1 winner and chicken dinner, and of course you guys stopped a little bit on game number 2, but so far overall number 2, right? So are you confident that you'll be playing well today, and how is the team looking right now?
Então, ele parabenizou a equipa por jogo muito bem feito ontem, que estão no top 2 e com uma vitória de chicken dinner. O que vocês vão fazer hoje? Estão confiantes que vão ficar na mesma posição?
A gente está muito confiante hoje, porque a gente vem trabalhando muito para trazer um bom resultado aqui nessa Last Chance. Então hoje a gente vai fazer o mesmo jogo de ontem e acredito que hoje vai ter mais vitória do que o jogo de ontem.
So yeah, they are very confident for the game today because they've been playing hard for the last chance, and they will try to do the same game as yesterday, but with more wins for today.
Wow, more wins for today. That is definitely something that we look forward to. And of course, of all the 3 maps that we'll be playing for the day itself, which one is your team most confident and comfortable with? And what problems do you face on the other two maps? Or are you just really good at all the maps, would you say?
Então, tipo, dos 3 mapas, qual é o melhor mapa para o vosso time? E qual é o problema que vocês enfrentam nos 2 mapas? Ou se vocês vão de bem em todos os mapas?
Acredito que o nosso melhor mapa é Arangel e os nossos 2 piores são São Roque e Miramar. São Roque devido ao nosso spot, que é no centro do mapa e muitos times caem ao redor, pode travar a gente. E Miramar devido à nossa rotação de atrasada, que os spots são bem no norte do mapa.
So like for them, Arangel is like the best map for them, but like San Roque, and they have a problem because they land in the middle, and then all the other teams like are around them, so it's very hard like to fight all of them. And for the last map, like they all go like for the north, so sometimes they lose like some time doing like the translation, so they will lose time to get to the center.
Great, amazing analytics of one. They feel as a team right here. And of course, how are your teams plan to stay in position 5? Of course, we know that the top 5 will move forward to the main event of the MGC. So are you guys going to be playing more aggressive? Are you guys going to play safe? Tell us, what is your plan for today?
Então, qual é o plano para o jogo de hoje? Vão jogar mais agressivos para continuar no top 10 ou vão fazer jogo mais assim retardado?
No jogo de hoje a gente vai jogar no mesmo estilo de jogo. Para garantir o top 1, a gente quer o top 5, mas a gente quer o top 1, ficar em primeiro lugar, vai ser muito gratificante para a gente. Então a gente não vai evitar de trocar tiros, se a gente tiver que matar, a gente vai matar. E espero vocês aí na busca desse top 1.
So for them, of course, like they'll play like the same game, but even for him, it's like they'll be like more aggressive today. Because of course they want to be in top 5, but they want to finish like today like as the top 1 team.
Wow, they're not stopping at number 2. That sounds very, very positive coming from Team A7. Now, last question right here. Now, if the teams are hearing this, anything you want to say to all the other 15 teams competing here at the Last Dance qualifiers for PMTC?
Então, como última pergunta, ele tipo, quer dizer, qual é a mensagem que você quer enviar para os 15 outros times que estão aqui jogando o PMTC?
A mensagem que eu queria enviar é que para eles tomar cuidado com a gente está muito confiante. A gente vem treinado bastante, estudado bastante eles e hoje a gente vai mostrar o poder da nossa bala.
So the message for all the teams is like for them to be careful because they be like studying all the different like 15 teams here and for them to be like very careful because if they see them, they'll be shooting at them.
Wow. Be careful, ladies and gentlemen. A7 is coming for you. Thank you so much, Mafioso, for that amazing interview. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kickstart match number 1 in a few short moments. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this with, of course, with the host and analyst. And we'll see you guys in a bit. Take care, guys.
It is the final day of action here. PUBG Global Championship 2022 last chance stage. At the end of our next 6 matches, only 5 teams will be joining the rest who have already qualified through into the biggest event of the year, kicking off in January. And it's going to be a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line, and of course the title of being the #1 team in the world. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and we have the Cutie Boys next to me of Maxman and Sans. We're going to break everything down that's been happening yesterday, which was an extremely exciting day, and of course it's coming today. Cutie #1, that's you, Maxman. How's this going to be going for you?
I thought you were going to meet us today, but no, I'm feeling fantastic, Jason. I'm feeling amazing. And, you know, good day yesterday. I would also have to say unexpected day yesterday because the teams are at the top. I did not expect to be at the top. Like all the favorites, a lot of the favorites are still in the middle, somewhat even at the bottom. So, I mean, who knows who's going to be the top 5? I have no clue. It's going to be up in the air.
It really is. It really is going to be up in the air, and especially with the, I don't know, I guess there's a lot of pressure on the last teams currently representing their regions going into the tournament as well. So looking towards Enigma Galaxy, the last Arabian, the Titan as well, the last African representative, Damwon Kia, the last Korean representative or South Korean representative. So a lot of pressure on these teams and only 6 chances to prove themselves now.
Yeah, 6 chances, and that's pretty much happening with it's a culmination of what happened yesterday, the positions they set themselves in. But you know what, you at home, they need your support. The fan vote is going to be ending today in just a few hours of time, so make sure you're watching within the Esports Center. Use those tokens to vote for your favorite teams. I believe S2G was still #1 last time I checked. We might have a change happening over the course of today. Maybe DRS Max can get on the board.
Chance for them. I put my vote in. No, I'm not gonna lie, I put it in for Game Lord because you know what, got to give a little bit of hope that to my home team eventually, right? But yeah,
now they're your home team when they're doing all right.
Hey, I always hope, okay, but my expectations were a little bit all over the place, okay? But I am Team Narvalo today.
Well, you know where my fan vote went, Maxman?
Who? Tell me.
I went over to Sony Xperia because Sony Xperia 1 for Xperia Stream has made a collaboration with professional esports players, and you can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. That's where my vote goes. Sandstorm, where did your vote go?
My vote went for Maxman because he's an amazing analyst and he's dressed very nice today. I'm here to counteract some of Jason today.
Had a really cool transition.
John, can we get one of them in here for Sandstorm? Also, a big shout out here to Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangstar Hotel, where our world is your playground, while the players are getting to stay at and getting to chill and relax at. And by chill and relax, I mean none of that, because they're sitting there intensely reviewing all the VODs from yesterday and trying to prepare for what's on the line today. One way they can do that by preparing is with Prime Gaming. Get some exclusive in-game free PUBG Mobile items, some premium content, of course the other benefits with Prime Gaming as well. But as we move forward here, Max, I'm a little bit worried for some of these teams, to be perfectly honest. I know they say this quite a lot, but for me is the fact they don't have any of the Maserati skins just yet, which is going to be available until the 31st of December here, which you can get while playing in-game. I don't know. I mean, that's pretty sweet car. Looks pretty damn good, and you know what? If anything, it's almost guaranteed to make the top 5 here.
I was told officially that if you do have the Maserati skin in-game, you'll get official extra style points, okay, added to the mix. Ooh. So I want to see if you can get some extra style points for it.
And as we know, style points is the tiebreaker between teams after chicken dinners, place of points, eliminations, how big your roster is, who's the tallest team, who can eat the most pierogies, stuff like that. But you guys at home should be following us over on social media with all the official PUBG Mobile esports channels. But here we go. These are the teams that have been participating. If you missed out on yesterday, well, you missed out, honestly, on a crazy day of action with a lot of unexpected twists and turns. But here, we can see a couple of teams. I mean, this is maybe the highest we'll see some of the teams. Like LGD, for instance, in the 2nd place here. Not looking too hot when it comes to the overall leaderboards.
It's super interesting, really. I think that Sandstorm, as I already said earlier, I think that this first day came very unexpectedly for a lot of the teams that are currently at the top. Like, we'll look at the leaderboards later on, but DRS have been able to absolutely dominate in yesterday's matches, and are just looking hyper aggressive, and it's been paying off so well. And well, Navarro, he's just a team on his own. So he just keeps on surviving. It's insane.
He really does, yeah. I mean, look, in the first game yesterday, he managed to get 6th with 3 eliminations for his team, and again, he managed to repeat the performance in Game 4, managing to secure 3rd with 13 eliminations. He had, I think, 4 or 5 for himself in that one game, so consistently we're seeing him being the last person alive for his team, and the fact that he's securing 10 points, I'm pretty sure that there's more that he's going to be able to get today, but a very good performance and a very good start for them on day 1.
Well, we have to clarify as well, those are points they've gotten as the only player remaining for their team. So pretty much Navarro got a 5th of their points in total by himself alone, which is obviously insane by itself. But as we look forward into our top 4 smoke users, it kind of makes sense. I mean, Maxman, we've seen like walls of smokes, we've seen them utilized in so many different ways. Yesterday in particular, I feel like we couldn't even see the map at some points because of the amount of smokes we had down. But I see 96 is ridiculous.
I think that what HCF done really well throughout all of this tournament so far is that they're really good at using smokes to wall off fights. Like, for example, if a team's on 2 of their sides, they're going to just smoke off one of their sides, make sure that one team cannot spray them down anymore, and then they're just going to put 100% focus on the team that's on the other side where the smoke's not going to hide their vision. And I think that's what they did extremely well on this first game, where they were pushing, I think it was on bacon time, and also negating visibility from Alpha 7 on the side. It just enabled them to make in a 2nd place, but then the DBS, off squash happens, and I don't know what you're supposed to do against that, but not much.
Well, I mean, it's obvious, right, Sandstorm? the only way to beat a DBS is to use a DBS.
Exactly. If you can't beat them, join them. And that's what the server has been doing so far. After seeing so many fights being decided by that DBS, like we've seen yesterday in the first game, Inko versus LGD, just outside of match, and LGD didn't know what hit him at that point. And I think just every single team started to pick it up bit by bit. And I love seeing those close quarter fights with the DBS. You think you have an Uzi? You think you're gonna win? No, just get one pumped and that's it. You're done. You're dead. So let's see if we're going to be seeing the same impact from that again on today's games, or our team's going to be bringing something special.
It's insane how the DPS... Oh, okay, this was a weird one. I would love to know what was the shot call of that player. Like, let's just send us a 3-cart in a compound with no smokes and just get sprayed down by Mao Mao from LGD. That was... Hopefully we're not going to see that again, but it was also pretty damn funny, and Titan, of course, did not lose that game. But the thing is, the DPS is also being used at mid to almost long range from time to time. Like, it is go really fast, so even at mid range, I'm not safe.
Yeah, there you go.
There, right there. Perfect example.
I mean, you mentioned Titan Max, man. Really interesting to see as well. Like, if they end up qualifying somehow, because the curtain, as you can see, in 5th place, that 6th match of yesterday, I think, is going to be the real page turner, the one that everyone's going to look back on, because Axer, unfortunately, couldn't play that last match. It was 3-person team for Titan, and they ended up winning things and catapulting themselves into 5th place. That in itself is a great story, and hopefully Axer today is going to be able to help continue to build that momentum with this team. But DRS, Alpha 7, IHC, Inko, and Titan, all are top 5 at the moment. But Maxman, Bigatron, 6th place. It's possible. It's still there.
The hope is there. The hope is that, like, literally, if BTR qualify, I'm going to lose it. I will be so hyped to see them if the Grand Finals land event in Jakarta. It doesn't get any better than that. It will be the best PMGC and the best PMGC Grand Finals, Jason. It's peak fiction.
Sandstorm, Maxman did say off-air yesterday when we were done with the show that if BTR qualify for Jakarta,
not eyebrows,
he is shaving his eyebrows.
Ah, okay.
Oh, wow. You know what? Now I really want to qualify and go like straight up into 1st place. Looking right now at DRS and Inko, these two teams, I'm just going to rush right past that. DRS and Inko have been absolutely sensational. DRS for sure. Yesterday, by the way, was the best performance that we have seen from DRS in the PMGC. 81 total points, 32 eliminations. Not once have they been eliminated in the bottom parts of the leaderboard. Every single time they've been in the top 7, with 4 of those games in the top 4. They're doing exceptionally well, and not what I expected compared to the performance that we've seen before. So definitely going to be on the lookout for them in these games.
Yeah, and I think, Max, like, if we look at DRS, I mean, obviously we see them around for multiple years in a row. I didn't really have them this high on my radar, or this high on my rankings when I look at the rest of the teams they're competing against. But I am pleasantly surprised, but I do worry. Going into today, can they replicate that performance? Yes, they built up a 30-point lead between 1st and 5th place, but I'm not sure if they can do this back-to-back 2 days in a row.
I would have to agree. If you're looking back at DRS and how they played in the group stage, I think that DRS is like the middle of the pack. I didn't expect them to qualify in top 5. But this new DRS 2.0, is playing hyper passive, but the moment that they flip that switch, they just go in super aggressive mode, start clearing zone after zone after zone, and taking as much space in the circle as they possibly can. It is a team that can now convert chicken dinners. I mean, we saw it yesterday in that, what was that, game number 4, 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner, followed up with a 4th place, a 3rd place. On game 2, they got a 2nd place. They just keep getting these top 5 finishes, and when you have such a short tournament, only 2 days of play, that might just be enough to remain in that top 5.
Well, let's actually take a look at your teams to watch. Maybe either one of you do have DRS actually in there. Oh, okay. Well, Max, I'm glad I threw it to you to talk to about him. I didn't even know you had him as a team to watch, so we know exactly why you're going with them. Game Lord, I'm kind of guessing because you're French.
Exactly.
French. And then Bigatron because you don't want to lose your eyebrows.
Also, then. I don't have to speak for the segment. I don't think so. Sandstorm, why?
Several reasons. Besiktas, they managed to get themselves a chicken dinner yesterday, but chicken dinner did give you a chance to keep fighting and stay alive in this tournament. But other than that, it's going to be very difficult for them for the rest of the games. HVVP, we've seen them come back again. Chicken dinner, huge improvement on their performance. But which HVVP are we going to be seeing? The one that drops north side of George, gets a decent amount of points, like we've seen in days 1, 2, and 3 of the group stage? Or are we going to be seeing the one where they drop on the west side of Midi Base and just completely get no points whatsoever? And Inko, need I say more? I don't know what to say about these guys. I said they weren't going to get into top 5. They already are. I believe they're going to make it, and I'm just going to leave it there.
to talk about
Sandstorm did say that if Inko do qualify in top 5, he's going to shave his eyebrows. So.
I like this. This is good. I like this change of pace. We'll do that.
I was complimenting you like 2 minutes ago. You should be on my side. That's what I have.
There is no sides here on the desk. It's everyone for themselves.
No!
Maxman, what were you going to say about HVVP?
So I want to touch on HVVP because I was able to look back through the results of yesterday and through the map feed, and I really think that the main issue I pointed out yesterday is really coming into like the main issue for them, which is they are just a little bit too slow on the rotations. Like a lot of teams that play Edge are just so quick. They really are. They see the circle, boom, everyone almost instantly in their cars playing Edge circle. HVVP, especially if they go for secondary drops, they're just a little bit slower to get in like the flow of things, and they just get gate kept so often. I think they had 3-4 games in a row yesterday where they just get gate kept, and they just could not get in any strong position. I think if they just speed things up a little bit, they'll be there, because technically the entry points are good, just a bit slow. So if they speed things up, I think we can see the new HVP we wanted to see here.
Well, you know what? I mean, hopefully they've been able to realize that as well, have been able to figure some things out to improve here in that second day. It wouldn't be a PMGC in my eyes without HVP there. There's also a couple of other teams. I mean, Sandstorm, we've got Vampire Esports in 15th place. Didn't expect that to happen considering what we've seen from them in the past. They have the Galaxy in 13th place, Besiktas in 12th place, LGD in 11th, and even Reject Damwon 10th and 9th respectively. There's a lot of these big name teams and big players that we've seen just over the course of this event alone that just haven't been able to perform in that first day.
I mean, sometimes it can come down to there's a lot of pressure on the teams. It can come down to not having the international experience in these tournaments, and it can also come down to the fact that we have the best teams in the world, and there's bound to be some teams that are not going to be able to perform on that level, but sometimes we can get surprised with, for example, like you mentioned, LGD. They had a strong start in the group red, and then not being able to make it to the grand final, struggled a little bit, but they performed very well in the survivor stage, which is kind of what baffles me a little bit. Is this the group green effect? Whenever they're like teams from group green are there, LGD just can't do anything?
Well, I'm not going to answer that question, but you know what? Maybe our casters can answer that question, or just let the gameplay alone answer it, because we're going to be heading over to our commentators to kick off our first match here of the day, our one of 6 remaining matches here in our last chance stage. John Allen and Blink, take it away.
We are over the midway hump, and we are going downhill, and we will not be stopping. There are no brakes on this train length. We're inexorably drawing to a close here in the last chance stages. All these teams, they're trying to hang on for dear life.
They are 100%. I mean, there's not many places you can hang on. Some of these teams are on the outside of the train as well, so it's getting real windy out there, and there's a tunnel coming in.
In the past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth
can make their way through these last 6 matches. There are some teams that I worry about massively.
They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports. The Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began.
For that type of
as the first World Class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world.
Those numbers
with continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals was undoubtedly the most exciting event.
Heading over to our angle, our first match of the day,
Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourself a round of applause.
It is all to play for the same set.
Among the countless rising stars, one shine
Titans as well, they're playing at
Bigatron Red Aliens,
strong,
a team from Indonesia,
off of their chicken dinner yesterday, which saw them up into 5th place at the end of the day.
Just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning a chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately.
Quite a lot of teams,
and finally,
as you were saying before,
they advanced to the grand finals in second place.
Step up. But
BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SCA region.
Give a lot of people an opportunity towards the northern edge of the map to drop out towards Primorsk. It'll be difficult for HVP to it up towards North George. They're going to go for their secondary drop down towards Sosnovka. Yesterday, we saw they had a much bigger improvement when they were able to get into those circles early on. This might not afford them that same kind of chance, but a lot of times when they're playing on the northwestern edge anyway, it is a long haul down towards the eastern side of the map where we've seen a lot of these circles drop. A western circle could work out for them here, similarly for VPE, we're improving their gameplay from the center side, especially on that Miramar where they took a very
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue to support and build the SEA
it does
region.
keep the majority of this bottom part of the map
the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWR, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hope to continue their legacy of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Getting on board with Captain Messi, he's joining the PUBG Mobile Battlefield, stand out the battleground with the Messi. Grab the PUBG Mobile now.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had. This also left many players with
he looks
regret.
very cool as well. I'm jealous. I wish I was wearing that today.
The global championship in
the ability to take this all the way to the end. In the meantime, Besiktas going against Inco at the moment. Squash will try and run down one of the players and is successful with it. Looks for one more. Enjoy quite low.
Maybe Illuminate the Mother. Maybe Mega Conqueror. But C region was the best
with this vehicle. He has a really good chance to actually take down the whole team.
We heard of
Zessi does manage to pop the reload there. I knew that these vehicles were going to be contested. I didn't realize it would be full squads contesting for a couple of these vehicles. Looks like that backup did come through. Inco lose one. I think Besiktas also losing one. They will be able to res there as well. So both
with continuous
fully
efforts,
disengaging from this area and figuring out where they're going to want to go further forward.
Xavier placed third in the 2020 PMWI East
on the tables.
Also secured second place in the PMGC.
Inco's still at risk at the moment, considering their recent performances, which also made their debut 2 games has made up the majority of these 54 points. That is slightly worrying, something that does not worry me whatsoever. It makes me very happy, in fact, is that tomorrow, December 5th, we will be seeing 2022 PMGC Special Crates releasing all the way through to January 8th, so make sure you get your hands on those whilst you still can, but it is all back on this one right now, this match, this day in particular.
Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments.
We have much more info to go up from yesterday.
While also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations,
share of those 54 points.
They were not only facing competitors from the SCA region,
take a similar approach today,
where
the world. Get 2 games.
Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they could maintain the performance of the global championship,
this is now the adaptation day. This is where teams have figured out what's going on, what
on the last day of the 2022 KMC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to the
circle where they're
achieving the best result for the SCA region. They pulled off another miracle,
or even picked them up for their own.
Not enough
Inco, although very good
in 2023, decently continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything.
They had a 4-man squad. They're essentially taking down 3-man squads, 2-man squads, and it's a lot easier for them to actually hit those kind of numbers that way. This time around, I think Inco will find it a little bit harder to get those easy positions towards center. They're already losing one player, sets them back at that disadvantage.
HVVP on that south side, they did drop out to their backup drop over on the military island, all the way on the south coast. Kitsune looting up on the docks down south. Potential for them to, I guess, won't rotate, but it's more likely that they could just take that bridge on the western edge. Down one, central in apartments is a pretty powerful spot given the circle as it is. A lot of space on the northern side of the river hasn't been taken.
Yeah, I think with the plane path as well, that's kind of a likely thing to have happened here, which is where Severny shooting range all very free.
Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League
that the circle was going to head this
the SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG
A lot of the western side
they could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Towards that western coast, headed up past LGD towards North George, and had a good game. But either way, I think this is the numbers play.
back-to-back champion untuk BPMSL 2023 itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk kasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu, datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh benar-benar jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego, dan nggak berhenti di Rosemary, masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performa mereka di PMGC 2023, dan please do not pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think?
Spots game
Who will
Lord
be the
rotating
ultimate winner
past.
in this year's
Spots
PMGC?
rolling on into the compound
Will it
as
be
well.
from
Spots
FCA?
crashing in. Spots the hop out as
Way to
well.
find
Spray
out.
is not going to be good for the first knock and actually traded off Narvalo.
Greetings,
able to get
PUBG
that
Mobile players.
flush down.
The long-awaited
And
Frost
Misery
Festival
out
is
for
about to
Bigatron.
commence.
Really
In the new
needed to
version
find that first knock on the
2.9, we'll
roll-up.
be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow
Misery's
Battle is
usually very
coming to
good at
town.
that, which is catching
Furthermore,
players
you'll
off
also
guard,
get to
but I think
experience
that he
updates
was
to
a
World
little
of
bit all
Wonder
over
and
the place
Classic
there,
Mode.
panicking
So let's dive right
slightly.
into it.
Maybe holding a singular angle could be good, but I think he was attempting to
In
keep
the
himself
Frost Festival,
hidden
we'll be
from these
bringing
players
you a
as they
series
came
of
in, but there's so many
snow-themed
sight lines
content,
to that
including a
building
new
that it is
Snowy
difficult
Village
unless
themed
you are
area,
pro,
fun
in which case you
interactions
have
with
no
snow
real
pals, and
vision of
snow-themed items
being
for
able to
more
hear the
gaming
sounds of
fun
the
and
vehicles
excitement.
rolling
When
up to the
miraculous
main. That
December
surprise
comes,
play,
the
they're
frosty
relying on the
world
rest
will
of the team to
undergo
try
some
and take
magical
shots
changes.
outwards.
Stay
So
tuned for
BTR, they
updates. Don't
attempt
miss
to go
out.
for the sneaky
First, let's
assassin
take a look at the new themed
maneuver,
area,
however,
Snowy
does not
Village.
work
The
out in
village
their
covers a
favour.
wide area of
Now
280
finally
by
making their
150
move
and
out
has loads of
towards that
supplies. It's
north
located
side.
near Stauber and
Over the
Erringham,
western bridge at
Iceborg
the
and
moment.
Living, and
DRS left
Goroka
this
and
position
Vikendi.
earlier
In
on.
addition to the
They will have
buildings
to
on the
move through
ground, the
them at some
underground
point.
area of the
Chinky's in the
Lucky
way,
Ice
so there's a
Tower
lot of
is
spots to
also
be
worth
hidden in.
exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow whale, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village, and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation, as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you. The Snowball Blaster and Snowball. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow piles to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time.
Oh, another one in through the window. 2 nades, 2 knocks. It's Jet Foster, third nade through.
Snowboard will also
they will be able to find an answer a little bit. Has the MP49, a lot of bullets, but not going to be able to find the second knock off the victim. Narvalo does fall.
Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pile if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created.
I think that for Game World, they're happy that Narvalo was able to get as far as he
in
did
this
with these
World
4
of Wonder
eliminations.
update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch-me hide-and-seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a snowy village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creative
meters. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone.
Through the window, that shouldn't really happen.
As for classic mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with a full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content.
That is a nasty shift flank. It's hard north, but it keeps a lot of both sides of the river in. They're going to be difficult choices to be made in the future.
For the main
I think for A7 this is really nice.
New content will be added to the popularity battle event, Metro Royale, and season rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Opportunity to pump those scores up and really secure their position.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions,
go through
there was one region in particular that went under the radar.
That's two knocks either side, but we've rejected the back as well. This could be horrendous stuff.
Fighting for a spot in the
second knock from
2020
Mythic over onto Meku, and two players are down. It's all on Tixi to hold the front here. Rejector coming through, as you say,
which had
third
previously
party.
won third place in the 2020 PNWL
squad.
West League.
On the corner, we'll find a nade set his way. Tixi gets one back as well, and a lovely little shot through the window. Needs to hold for a second, but a third player
also successfully took 8th place.
Falls down.
For the entire EU region, this was a great start. And in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. In the 2021 PNWI, in addition to the veteran team Beta Power taking second place, the newly reorganized team in 2021 next Ria
both teams had the same idea, and you can't fault for it. It's a really strong compound over towards that Yaz Bridge crossing. So if this headed further towards that western side, this would be providing anyone that picks it up now a huge opportunity to gatekeep a lot of teams. Inco heads towards the bridge with 3 players.
Some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking second place, an incredible performance coming through from them.
Either way, for HVP, it's just a little bit too slow.
But not only that, you had the reorganized team for next Ruya in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came first in their region, and then were invited on the back of that to the PNWI West to take third place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what
very good team fight coming through from
in the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the grand finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Nexria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
And the timing was very, very close
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılmak kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rick7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin, çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı, Nexu'ya 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
Champion of 2022, it is S2G!
4 players alive. Split 2 and 2, the other
they finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takımın yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Firefly. Maalesef iki takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Firefly için işler iyi gitmemişti. Üçüncü gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Nexria and Canada Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mapples, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Elise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully got responded to PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
They know they have some good sight lines up towards a lot of this tree line, so they can just take easy shots and get themselves back into cover. Freak though, these are shots you need to hit over towards, but I think Blade just does not want to expose himself for too long. Currently 26 points, 28 after those two limbs. Quite far down towards the bottom of the lobby. Put some more points on the board today.
I'm Gold Investigator.
Roll up coming through from Game Lord.
Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness
shot
together.
Down as well. Victor and Rob's active. They want to try and create some cover, but their teammates are getting shot out in the meantime. They're not in the next circle. IHC have moved in front of them.
Welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You'll have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it.
They're going to have to move north of the river.
New competition.
Have got the shots. They split one of the vehicles. The reloads there.
Utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest.
Inside the water himself, Chunksy did go down to
ladder promotion rules.
From
Players are ranked based on the popularity they gained during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance reassignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it.
Just the one. They turn around the corners though, and they got the DBSs at close range.
Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their superior honor both in and outside the game. In-game awards include the Honor Title, Honor Name Tag, and Honor Avatar Frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
They're back, looking to move up. Schwepp does fall. It's rejected there. On the off angle, should be resable here for Vampire. 4 eliminations already on the game. Reject. Deck from Delta, either player going down. Draw some ammo, draw some sightlines away from Vampire on their approach on the southwest side, but the blue zone moving in. Shots from Ravenclaw as they crest the ridge. The backline not safe, Rules repositioning. Cannot risk this peak. Go for the spray that he wants to find, but the nade over the top. Could be on the money. It's the only one he's got in the pocket. Looks like it's on target, maybe a little bit short there. Will fall just in front of the rock that Delta hides behind. Swept swings out wide. Gianti shots over to Reject. They are caught in a trap right now.
Welcome back to the PUBGM GC 2023, and this is going to be the last chance stage here. And I'm live in Malaysia, Battle Arena PJ.
They're remaining outside the sightlines from the guys of Reject.
So Ego, and starting off our
DRS,
questions and
they
brief
just
interview
have
for
to
the
push
day.
for this team in
Now,
front.
for Alter Ego, you
we
guys were
actually do go
PMSL
down
champions
Besiktas.
back-to-back
Still
for
doing pretty
2
strong
seasons.
on that eastern
But it feels
side.
like there's a lot of challenges for
DRS
you in the
slowly being pulled
PMGC
apart
league
here by
stage.
the
What
nades.
was the biggest
Reject,
difference if
Divine,
you
sending
compare
stuff over.
during the
Killer now
PMSL
steps up,
and even
takes
the
down Schweppes,
PMGC now?
leaving VPE
Oke,
at
jadi
3
buat
for
Alter
the
Ego
time
sendiri,
being, but 6
kalian itu
eliminations
back-to-back
already
champion
found
di PMSL
for a bigger game.
dan
Inco
sekarang
currently
kamu berada di
dominating
survival
on the
stage
rank
PMGC.
side.
Jadi
Killer
apakah
last standing
perbedaan
now
di
for
antara
DRS.
PMSL
They
dan
would know
PMGC itu sendiri?
pretty much where that position is
Oke,
going to be, but
kalau
Killer finds
perbedaannya
another one.
menurut
Oh,
kita sih
he
dari
stripped it
segi
over. He
adaptif
didn't get
di
it.
tim-tim
Okay, fair enough.
global
I didn't
ini ya,
realize the
karena
rear axle was
dari
only
segi
a 90%
adaptif
HP hit,
atau
but
adaptasi
either way,
mereka
that fight takes
sangat-sangat
them
kuat lah.
back over
Jadi
the
mereka
stone.
nggak ada
They got
patokan
the
mau
smoke out,
gameplay
has that
gimana,
kind of
jadi
play
mereka
around,
menyesuaikan
got the
dari
strength and
segi
needle nonetheless.
gameplay.
And IHC pick up
Okay,
the
if
elimination.
you ask me the difference
Vampire,
between
they
PMSL
had
and
a good
PMGC,
fight there,
most of
but
the team
just
at
came
this
crashing down right at the
PMGC,
end.
they know
with
how
that
to
cheeky
adapt
little
with the
knock from Killer.
situation. They don't
Double
have
knocking
like one
factor as well.
specific play style
On the
or
rollout.
they want to play passive or aggressive. No,
Stayed hidden for
they're not
quite a
doing
while.
that. They just
Vampire down
adapt with
at
the
one
situation
active,
and
pretty
improvise
split.
from there.
Next circle finally
So I guess
takes
that's
us
the
to North
biggest
Shore
challenge
fully.
for them as well then. And now, based
Maybe
on
ASM
yesterday's
can start
matches,
capitalising off the back
are
of
there
these
any
Titans.
adjustments?
Also,
Today is your
currently
last
a
day
four-man
playing as
squad
well.
did take
You have
down
to
one
wait
of the
for
players
tomorrow.
coming through
Will there be
from Alpha
any
7 who was
adjustment
trying
for
to
your
control
team
the
to
river
just
itself
make
and
it
Revo.
for the next
Very
stage and
slowly
get a
but
better
surely
result?
made their way into
Oke, jadi
position.
buat hari ini adalah hari terakhir buat Alter Ego sendiri. Apakah menurut kamu sendiri ada sesuatu lah yang kamu rasa bisa nggak kamu lolos ke survival stage nanti? Gitu. Kamu harus apa yang kamu harus lakuin buat kamu lolos ke survival stage?
We will get some
Apa
points
yang
from
harus
this
kita
position
lakuin sih
if we
pastinya
just maintain our
lebih ke
lives. At some point, this is
mematangkan
going to become
kesalahan
hugely
kemarin ya. Jadi
contested,
kita
and
belajar
people
banyak
will be
dari
sending
kesalahan
themselves in.
kemarin.
3 points for
Kita
us in the
benar-benar
vehicles.
adjust lah untuk hari ini karena hari ini kita terakhir bermain dan
Players near the
grup
rivers
Green
haven't
besok
committed to it
masih
just
grup
yet,
Red
actually, just
dan Yellow
finding
masih
a
bermain.
spot right near the edge
Okay,
of the
so
circle right now.
for me, from Alter Ego,
So for Vampire, they
we
have
wanna do
8
our
eliminations,
best.
so
We
placement points that they
already
can rack
touch
up
up
now.
our
There's a
mistake.
lot
We
of
already learned from the past, and yes,
ragtag
of course,
teams in the river.
Today group
If they can just stay
Green
alive and not get
versus
caught
Red,
up in
but
it.
then Red is gonna
They can
play
ladder up
tomorrow, so
easily
I
6
think
to 7
we're gonna
team
perform
places
really,
here.
really well, so that Group Red is not gonna qualify
Taking
easily
shots,
to
this
the
guy
last
really
chance.
performed very
Now
well.
I'm going to touch that
Group
for a bit
stage.
more. Since you
A
mentioned
little
about
bit
your
of a
mistakes
slower
yesterday, and it's so
performance
hard
going
to
through the
actually
survival stage,
identify
but
your
has
mistake
made
in a
it
very
in.
short time.
Still had
Can
some
you
really
state out
big
some of the
moments.
mistakes that's quite major for
Seems
your
like
team?
he's still
Ya,
being the
kamu
front man of the
ngomong-ngomong
squad.
kamu ada
Those
ngomong
sixes
tentang
really caught my eye recently.
permasalahan yang terjadi lah, mistake-mistake terjadi. Bisa nggak kamu cerita sedikit aja apa salah satu contoh mistake-mistake yang terjadi di kemarin hari?
Mistik yang kemarin terjadi sih kita belum expect sama keisengan Semnan ya. Jadi benar-benar dari semua map kita benar-benar dekat sama dia dan lumayan mengganggu gameplay kita lah.
So the things that I don't expect is the playstyle from Sem9. So that's the mistake that we learned back then is because of our drop spot in every map is quite near with Sem9, and yeah, we don't
trying to survive.
We don't expect these things gonna happen, and yes, it's gonna. They give us so much trouble.
I mean, that's the unexpected to be happening on the global stage, definitely now. You mentioned about Sem9. Are they one of your greatest threats when it comes to this stage, or will there be somebody else so far?
LGD finally having to leave their stronghold.
Apakah Sem9 itu salah satu tim yang kamu ngerasa PR terbesar kamu, ataupun ada tim-tim yang lain?
2 players active.
Enggak sih. Karena emang kemarin iseng aja kita nggak expect dia bakalan main se-iseng itu.
Okay. So basically, it's not really Sem9 is our biggest threat, but then we just don't expect they're going to play like that.
Over the top from Zessi.
Okay, we might have more surprises for today, by the way. With tight points among the teams, and you still have a great chance to make it to the last chance stage. What's your focus to improve your rankings since today is your last day?
Yeah, even as a solo from this spot on the side, doesn't have to take many fights coming through from Reject, but what
Okay, jadi kalau kita lihat dari point system, point kalian itu tidaklah terlalu jauh untuk kamu lolos ke survival
last chance.
Jadi apakah fokus terbesar yang kamu mau fokusin hari ini supaya kamu bisa lolos ke last chance?
Kita lebih ngemaksimalin tiap game sih. Jadi kalau tiap game kita mendapatkan hasil yang bagus, poin juga bakalan ikutan bagus juga. Jadi kita fokus game per game.
Okay, so basically we're gonna focus on each game. We're gonna focus on our first game first. It's because of I believe if we focus on each game, the point will come afterward. So we're just gonna do our best in every single map so that we're gonna maximize our point.
I agree. It's one step at a time, one thing at a time as well. But we're done here on stage live. We're going to toss it back to the casters. Good luck, all the best for all the teams out there competing. Especially when it comes to Green Group, today will be the last day performing. And the next day they have to just wait it out. We're just going to toss it back to the casters.
A lot of the teams already have a fair few points towards the top of the lobby, feeling very healthy. Over the Game Lord currently, I believe that is Narvalo in the water himself. No, it's Victor this time around putting in the shift. Okay,
all the teams
Game Lord's going to live for a little bit longer. They're solo team apparently,
as many points
and this is good news for them. 6 eliminations, maybe further into the top in terms of placement points. Inco already, clocking in at 9. They get the majority of the work done towards that first hour of work, and then they just keep their feet up and rest for the rest of the day until they need to do something else.
Yes, they did, and I've reviewed them quite extensively.
So for them, getting their big game in, securing themselves towards the top of the lobby nice and early on, giving themselves that buffer.
However,
it's a very relaxed little last chance here for Inco.
Yesterday, the issue for them in 4 games out of the 6 was unnecessary
sweep up a lot of these points. 8 eliminations already. I imagine they're going to be able to see 3 or 4 more in the next couple of minutes. Shots over towards Alpha 7 as Ragey backs them off the wall.
Not required.
Been held in this compound for so long. Blank. Remember, this is the compound that they fought HVVP for. Both teams wanted to crash it.
You're too late.
And the fact that Alpha 7 are alive this deep in a really strong position.
And then finally, 7-9 on Erangel being able to take them out when they're trying to find cars, right? So all of these unnecessary risks that they're taking could be easily mitigated if they're just playing a bit more.
Actually, from what I said, it finds Inco. Becca maybe being dismounted there is going to look for the res onto Vitali, but another nade to follow. The cut looks a little bit too short there. YZ lets it go a little bit longer. This one, though, could prove to be a little bit more brutal, but the bounce off the rock
while you're on your new
would have been too long anyway.
Make sure you check out TikTok.
Lost in the Arsenal. Jump out wide, and YZ actually tucks back into cover. The Sixers are there with nades as well. Vitali goes down again. Becca, no. The Sixers on the other side of the river.
There's another team out there we really have to focus our attention on. A team who had a special invite into the group stage.
He's doing a very good job. I think he's realised that, you know what, he's not getting a high place, but what he can do is get a lot of items here. Squash moves up water. This is a full challenge between him and YZZ. See what you can get done here. Ragey, Yoshio goes down. Squash actually knocked as well.
They're going to maybe qualify to the survival
taking the shots
stage,
over towards Reject.
Alpha
Alpha 7 the only team in
points,
cover right now.
I want to look onto other
they have
teams
been given this one after their first initial rotation.
One of the few teams that's been added to
away from the river.
I'm especially
able to
excited
control
to
all the crossing and Titan know it. They want this compound, they want to take it back into control. 4 players alive for Titan, the only team at full power. Mafioso struggling to find an opening knock over to the squad, finally able to thread that needle. And Puncher falls first. 6 on the sidelines as well, up and into the fray. There's too many angles for him to deal with those. Cario unleashes the Groza. Looks for the flush. Over onto Puncher. The rest of the duo just staying at the back here for Titan. 2 players now alive. Alpha 7 on 3 as everybody from the river finally getting cut down. Inco eliminated. Down 1 down. 4 teams remaining now. Black.
South Korea.
What a hold there from LGD. Why is he still going? Trying to ruin chances. Son HP has to drop in towards the water himself. Most likely will get knocked out here in LGD, which is YZZ himself owning the bank, taking all the cash from the vault there and putting it in the elimination points bracket. Looks great news for him.
10 eliminations, yeah. For PMGC. So
LGD will go down there, but 3rd place, 10 eliminations, a 20-point game for LGD. Unstoppable indeed, but Alpha 7, 3 players.
To talk about obviously Sigma Galaxy and Duxan, but Max, I really want to hammer home about
figure that he could be in here. They've got to imagine he's in the tower. Now he's enveloped by the blue.
Over towards potentially
wants to bounce a nade off the wall at the last second, but will be denied even that. The point doesn't go to Alpha 7, but they get the chicken dinner nonetheless. A play from a super strong compound, hard fought for them at the start, but they kept everybody else at bay.
Hyper, because the roster they ended up fielding in Group Red wasn't the roster they ended up fielding in Americas.
I really like this though, because it completely ties into their interview to what Revo's been talking about.
I mean, to be fair, GFET on the
towards the beginning of their game,
was surprised to see them do so well in the group, considering
they were struggling a little bit getting towards the center of the circle, playing on that
I guess a lot of pressure coming away from North America in general, considering they're our only representative.
However, they were mentioning that they want to get a little bit more aggressive with their positioning, get into a spot where they find it, and not have to just think to themselves, right, we might need to scout this position before we go in, make sure it's fully sure that we can grab it up. So instead, this time around, it's a case of
fold.
We have to fight Adrian P for this spot. We're going to send directly in there, and we will just challenge out any of the team for this position, because it is the game-winning spot.
As you said already, talking about Inco, Jason, they have already played at this stage. Ninevich in particular, one of my favorite players of the region.
Didn't win that fight, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. Alpha 7 with the chicken dinner to take them up and into the first spot.
They can't beat all of them. That's not possible.
Or could it? I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, still has to come up down the way. But we can see a comparison here. Magels, obviously, McGalaxy and Magels obviously struggling when it came to placement points, able to put up a ton of eliminations and obviously double chicken dinners as well. We can see this. Obviously, the performance became the group stage quite different when it came to eliminations.
For me, Enigma Galaxy, I do feel like they were the one surprise for me, especially out of Group Red, to not advance through to the Grand Final straight away. I mean, they just felt sort of more by a few points here and there. Because Enigma Galaxy had a great start, and we know this team has a very formidable roster. I mean, I think a lot of people put a lot of stock in if Coops is gone, then if he's eliminated early, then maybe they don't have much legs to stand on. But I don't necessarily hugely agree with that.
Well, Alpha 7, they came out with the interview saying, if you come near us, we're going to shoot you down. And HVVP, unfortunately, was one of the recipients of this one. As they closed out the game, get themselves even further into top 5. And I believe even in first place now, gentlemen. This is a fantastic showing out of Alpha 7 as they look to join Influence Chairman over in the finals.
PMWI, Max, we did see
normally in the interviews, I'm not going to lie, we hear them say, oh, if we see you, we're going to like chase you down, we're going to take your compound. I don't typically believe it. I do now. They just barely saw Pixel moving of HVVP in a really good compound at that. Like, it was a better rotation from HVVP, a lot quicker. But the fact that Alpha 7 just sent it while the team was split was perfect timing from Alpha 7, and then you just can't breach it because the compound, it's hard to leave, but it's even harder to breach right Sandstorm, and that defense was just on point.
Clearly, as you said, he is the spearhead of this scenario.
The hard way,
the one that is leading the charge for this fight.
Yeah, they really did. But what we saw from Mythic in that last game, completely wiping out the HVVP lineup, and I asked this before the game, and I'm going to ask it now. Do you think they might have done better if they dropped, or if he's close enough to North George, tried to rotate there? Would have been a quicker rotation to that compound. That might have actually been the difference in them arriving earlier than Alpha 7.
How important it is
might have been the biggest difference that they needed. And at this point of the game, making that mistake, not getting a single elim either, not securing a single point, is definitely going to hurt HVVP here.
Yeah, it's going to put them even farther behind that top 5 they're trying to catch up to. But a couple of individual plays we're going to have to mention here as well. YZZ from LGD, the last surviving player from the teams out of water. First of all, I mean, obviously the confidence that goes into being able to pull off that kind of situation and knowing your limits and knowing what you need to do. But I feel like at the end, to be fair to him,
I have a bit of a grim
kind of say
for
to
Group Green, in my opinion, more to take a look at some of the highlights. Because, I mean, you've got 6 of their
the situation
teams
is really
not
out
able
there,
to make it happen yesterday, right? I think
just picked up the pieces.
Alter Ego
And I
was
think
the top out of
the
those
weapon
16
choice for him in that
22 points.
situation
And
was
that's
really
kind
good.
of why I focused on them a little bit
as we know,
in my VOD review from day to day. Because
in that
I
clip,
do
and
feel
he can
like
just
Alter
keep
Ego
spraying down
is
as
the
they
one
just come out
that
the water.
can try
Just
and
keep
get
spraying,
out
keep
of
the
that
pressure on, and it's going to be really
put
hard
themselves
to
in
make it
yesterday,
over to
it is
the
their
mainland.
last
So
chance today.
yeah, good weapon usage,
So
and
much so
YZZ. I mean,
I do believe
they had a
Alter
good
Ego
game
makes some
initially,
big
but
changes coming
making it
today,
across that
for
river
example,
as a four-man
they're
team
going to
is
go
just
north
so
on
hard.
Sandhawks because
Here you go, the
N-Hyper goes
points
down
drop
towards
7
Santali, which was a backup drop since they moved away from that West Island, for example.
I mean, if we talk about these individual point scores, we talked about was Navarro getting himself 10. I think YZZ has just been able to catch up quite a bit here because that gets LGD so close to being the top 5.
I'm 100% in agreement with you, Clarus.
I'm hyped to look at the overall rankings, but this is a game that's going to put them in good standing. What's not going to put a few of the teams in good standing, of course, if you talked about HVVP, but BTR losing that fight almost instantly to the hands of Game Lord. That's going to put Game Lord in a great position, and it's fantastic for Game Lord too, because before this game, Game Lord went 8 or 49 points. BTR was just barely above them in 6th place.
But yeah, it was kind of eye-opening, Max, as we look at Group
so
Green just
now
struggling
BTR falling
down
down, Game Lord
going up again. Actually, I got a few numbers right now.
Well, even Titan Sandstorm going up as well because they got themselves a huge chunk of points as they were already in 5th
there's a pretty significant disparity between the teams
at the time. So we see a lot of movement still happening here, potentially a lot of movement happening when it comes to a fan vote leaderboard. Remember, I said S2G was first place yesterday, and they're going to be still first place today. However, the Galaxy getting fit, maybe the only way that we're going to see the Galaxy get top 5 today.
How are 4 rivals higher?
I don't know how 4 rivals
they started off 5th,
insane situation.
then they were 4th, I think, yesterday. Now they're 3rd. Like, are they going to?
Are they coming for S2G's spot? Is that the question? I mean, we're running out of days. That's it. Today's the last day. We're done. Just 5 more games
Actually, right now they got themselves 17 points yesterday. Compare that to
I mean,
188 points in total. For me,
I
don't know if 2 days is enough for rejects and rotating lobbies for them to gain traction.
I mean, what am I going to defend? You give me a reason to defend them. From what I've seen in these games,
some of the earlier days and the earlier
they don't deserve to get into the top 5. They're just not showing what they're made of. It's not the same performance from last year's BMGC. They were sticking to the heel strat on Sandhawk yesterday as well, so there's not much left to give them at this point.
In one game, no problem, considering what we saw from them in the group stage.
The viewer survey that's
my
going to
eyes
happen
are
over
also
in
on
YouTube
them,
chat.
aside
Yes,
from
fill it out, give feedback on the show, feedback on the talent. Maybe you want me next year to bully Maxman even more.
I completely agree, and unfortunately, stop make that out of them and the Twins. But you know what? Obviously, rotating groups. I think for me, because you kind of
let's take a look though at what's really important. Excuse me today. The overall ranking is always about finding the all about all around teams. So Alpha 7 sneaking way into first place, right? You see group stage game as well has moved up. The game are 2 points behind top 5, and even LGD now just 10 points behind top 5.
Then you get to the grand finals.
That's the thing, right? When you have only 12 matches to perform to be in the top 5 position, every single game you could have a completely different ranking.
You got to be good all
top
around.
5 teams remain the exact same, but just the placements are a little bit different. But
one team I did want to
slipped down a little bit, and down 1-2, like 2 teams that I thought, yeah, they're going to be top 5, should be pretty easy.
You're struggling a little bit. There should be no chance you're ever going to fall into the bottom 8.
They got gatekept by Reject really hard this game.
On some teams' potential.
It's still 19-point difference from that 5th place spot all the way towards 12. So even teams like Besiktas have a chance to bring it back. But again, these teams at the very bottom of the leaderboard, they need to start bringing it early on in the day. So they need to bring it in game 8, game 9, of course, in Miramar and Sandhawk. If they're not able to perform in these 2 games, then the last 2 games of the day, we're just going to be focused on the top 5 teams and maybe up to 8 who is going to be challenging for those top 5 spots.
100% safe, so just
okay, well, going into our Miramar here, what about your teams to watch here? Let's start off with you, Sandstorm, since they usually start Maxman.
Normal.
See your
Then
teams,
if you want
Live
and
Galaxy,
see how it
Bacon
happens, I
Time,
think the earlier you
Agon
do it, the more
I8.
teams are going to be to that.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, with Agon IA, these guys, I mean, they showed us something special on the very last day of survival stage, but we're not seeing any of that in today's games. They were very late on their rotation coming up from the military base, and when we saw them going into zone 2, I believe, zone 3, 2 or 3 of the players had like 3 bandages and no stims. They were running out of meds, so those late rotations are hurting them a lot. Bacon, one of the top performing teams on Erangel as well. We didn't see them do anything in the last game. Didn't see them do anything day 1, so the reason I'm focusing on these teams, they're at the very bottom and they need to perform and they need to do it now, otherwise their journey is not going to be easy.
Going up against
looking at your picks, Maxman, I can see a certain team in there that you said you would not predict at all today, or at least as a team to watch. LGD,
please, sir, please,
it's not my pick. You told me to pick it for you, Jason. I took it for you. I did he do that some vampire?
I don't know whether
I didn't hear Jason do that.
I was going to say I've to be honest, I think that would be a good team to take down. But yeah, LGD, I mean, they were in a position that was not great before this game. They were in 11th position, and it was said right also that they only have a certain amount of games where they can potentially hope to be back in a race. Thanks to the performance of YZZ, they're still in a position where they can compete. They're still clearly in a position where they can be in the top 5, and as we know, Jason, they are a team that are really good at playing on Miramar. So if they can get themselves, maybe their very first chicken dinner of the last chance on this game, this would put them, normally push them up even in top 5.
Oh yeah. And top 5 obviously would make them extremely happy, but the problem is they're running out of matches to do so. There's a lot of other teams gunning out for that position as well.
Yeah, I mean,
head on over to our commentators though. You know what, for Maxman, you can throw it over. Throw it on over to John Allen Blank.
You have some of these groups here that are now
John Allen
playing
Blank, take it away.
Group Green, this is their final day today before we head into towards tomorrow. Everyone gets 2 days of play between both the survival stage and that last
Imagine being so lame that you have to get Maxman to do your throws for you. What is this? What is going on?
You know, I particularly liked when he stumbled trying to get Max these throws in the first place. They look very, very excited to get things on the road here. They had a pretty good upward trend over in their group. Didn't start off so strong, but ended it quite significantly well. Obviously not getting into towards that direct invite stage, but yeah, for Group Green, things do get a little tough here. And you know, we were chatting about, like, you know, there's really only a couple of teams from Group Green that we actually thought were fairly decent towards the end of it. It kind of felt like the group of death, but the more we look into it, the more we see there's actually some very, very good teams in some of these other groups that definitely deserve more praise. interesting step-ups in terms of performance,
I think that's
in terms
the
of gameplay.
that we
So
had,
many separate regions. I think this is one of the most inclusive PMGCs we've seen in a long time, with a lot of different regions finding their star power, finding those members that can operate on that world stage, which is so cool to me. I think that a lot of that comes down to just the format this year as well, where we have had
it seems that hot drops are happening. Like, what's going on here? Straight into the action. Is that Mad Balls under pressure already?
It
is
Inco versus Mad Balls here. And we saw this versus Mad Balls on the very first day of their group versus Falcons. They lost their hot drop, but they're used to it now. They're expecting something to go off. They've already found one knock off the back here. See if they can find any more, Jackie.
They weren't good at sprints, and they wouldn't have done good here. So we have the best of the best performing on this Grand World stage with new stars and the right world stars as well here for us. So everything has aligned
on
for this best.
Even back in regulation of Group Green, they were being tested for control. Inco are the ones that are starting to show
it has been chaotic.
Early damage done. Fleek down by the DBS. Another knock coming in blank. Bit of a trade, but now we're seeing them both be severed. Lots of damage.
We've seen a Northwestern circle before.
It was one apiece, but Inco able to get that res off there. Vitali will finish off Fleek in the meantime.
We've seen, well, not only in just this tournament, back in Group Green as well, there was this hard Northern circle. They won that as well. Hard Northern circles on Miramar are an
remaining with Tulika. He was having a fantastic day yesterday. Not about to let this game slip out of his hands, but he's only got one teammate left to bring up, but a huge amount of damage onto Squash.
Finals in Jakarta.
Last player alive, Tulika.
Right
Can he clutch
to not
this
have
out?
them there, and they're currently in 9th place. If we shut it down now,
going to be burned,
Inco far ahead.
Like a used car salesman drops down for Squash, seeing if he can clear his way through as the bullets come flying. Tulika calls for the backup of his teammates, rotating further over so he's got room to try and pick him up later if possible. Doesn't peek off the back of the bait of the movement either, so Squash still holding. Frozen expires, and it's all on Tulika for good. No chance of getting his teammates back. So worst case scenario has happened here.
Honestly,
even if either one of these solos get away and give up the final elim, you have crippled yourself coming into the opening game today. And this is it, right? They've got to roll with the punches now.
I'm also sad for whoever drops down. It's terrifying. In the meantime, you could be very happy at home because you will be rewarded.
This fight is not going to go well either way for both squads right now. Tulika is on the player side, will be spotted almost immediately. This shotgun that Squash has found himself alongside with the SK-12 that he's currently holding on to, it is just stressful to deal with now for Tulika indeed. One shot will be enough to take him down unless he's at distance, but for the Mad Balls, this is still an important fight to win out on, right? You do not want to be losing your spot in ruins. You don't want people to be feeling like you're in an easy prey.
They're one step behind you, don't worry.
That direct invite towards the PMGC, that
you are pretty happy with
championship. So for anyone watching, all the other teams that are already qualified, you know, Mad Balls having to put on a bit of a performance here, a bit of a display.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. See, I like being called a cool cat. I'll take that one. In the meantime, a lot of these teams will have to be very cool indeed because the pressure is on, massively so at this point in time. Some of these teams would like to get some more points. For Inco, I certainly know they clock in at 9, they get the majority of their work done early, and then they relax the rest of the day. You know, they're efficient workers, you know, they make it, they're smart working, so you don't put the effort in when you don't need to. But for Inco, that last game maybe wasn't the most productive power hour we have seen from Inco Gaming during this tournament. 63 points, 9 points found that last one. Usually for Inco, they're looking for a big game in terms of, you know, we're nigh on the 20 to 30 point mark, which really does seem safe. 9-point game, that's underneath the average that you would need to be hitting to make towards that top 5. Currently, they're right on the cusp of 63, and GameBot is hesitant to let up right now, getting a lot of points every single game here on Forward. Towards the start of last chance, things looked a little bit rickety for them, but the boat has been patched up, the raft looks a lot more safe and secure, and I think that GameBot does have a chance now to get towards the grand finals.
For some of these teams, some of these squads, right, it was kind of interesting because we were sort of speculating
Mad Balls very central very early. It's what they do.
In the end, they have to, but it's Inco who does engage that, and I think for Inco, maybe not the greatest thing to happen. I mean, we were talking about how, you know, here on Sandhawk, you do want to try and get as many points as possible, squeeze out out as much as possible from
on the
this
south
map,
side of Crater
because
Fields.
you're only
Down
gonna
one
see
gaming a
one
little
of
bit
it
behind on the
anyway.
queue.
You don't
Alpha
wanna
7
go
pushing in from the
heavy
northeastern
on these
side.
games.
Torre Armada right
Tixi
now,
all by his
currently on the
lonesome
east
here. No
cut
one
of
else
the
to help
circle.
him. He's got a DBS
And will be pushing in
versus
from
the
that
three-man
eastern
squad
edge.
here
A lot
of
of teams
Quest.
looking to start to move in, especially teams on the southeast.
Straight around the
DRS,
corner. Easy
Chief amongst them,
two-pump,
Puerto
double
Paraiso,
barrel action.
currently still
Straight
being
into the
looted up
face
by
of
them.
Kitsune as well, causes him to go bounding around.
Nice.
It's a
long
very aggressive bunny rabbit, and he's put the foot down back. At least hits onto one. The sprint out as well. Basically just offering themselves up as sacrifice there. Those are some freebies for Gladiators. You get the response in as well for the situation. Get everyone back on their feet. You're going to be happy with that
kind of number.
Yeah, you're going to be really, really pleased with the fact that Tixi's able to hold his own on this compound. It is typically where Tixi does play as well, over towards this eastern side, able for the rest of the team to get over towards him as well. And I think that is nice.
Again,
that's a nice
very central, very early. 6 minutes into the game on Miramar as well, to get to a central position. That's really quite snappy. It means you would have left your looting location
for Tixi,
in that 5th
he is
minute.
thanking his teammates, clapping them on the back.
Dropped out
that
late
is
as
a
well.
very, very pleasing result for Gladiators.
Not so much for Quest. So a lot of teams getting out of the way, but look at that. Level 3 helmet, level 2 vest,
good for this team.
backpack,
even after
decent on those meds as well. Game board seemed like
we saw from
managed to find a good spot.
Yesterday. I don't know how much further Quest
HUP on the other hand, up towards La Cobreria, decided not to head down towards Crater Fields as of yet. With this being further out towards that eastern side, I think that for HUP, it's more of a priority.
I think they've done well at least
right now
in
to be
kind
picking
of winning
up
the
loot in
hearts
the
of the
early
fans
game
a little bit
towards
as
that
well.
first
The time
7
we've
minutes, get
seen
themselves
from them
nice
on
and
camera,
geared,
the way they've
rather
come
than trying
across
to
in
take up
their
that ridge
interviews,
side,
and the
which requires a lot of
resilience
time
we
and
saw at
resources
least
to
in
be
regulation back
early
in
up that
Green,
side
right? You know,
too.
for him to actually
So I
fight
think
through
for HVP, this
and
is
even
not a
still
bad idea
be in
to
the
pick up
tournament in a
loot now.
position where we can still be
This
talking about him
could
right
be
now.
a very hard
At least for me,
shift
was impressive.
on this next
It just
circle,
felt like there was a
in which
little
case
bit
that
of
ridge
room
side doesn't
for him
become
to
very
get another
valuable
step
anymore
forward.
to
It's a shame
whatsoever,
how
but
some
you
of the
have to
games
come
have
down
gone
on it.
for
Let's
Quest,
remember
especially
that.
yesterday.
If it's not
It was
definite
rough.
on that
It
position,
was
when you are
misery.
leaving that
Back
spot,
on screens
you
here
have to
though.
grab vehicles and send off the top
Instantly
side. More
aggressing,
likely teams
looking
around
to
the
try
area
and
will
build
be spotting you and
themselves
taking
a
shots.
few
And I think
points
even
on
going
this
further
one.
beyond
Misery
that
got the
point,
early knock off
yesterday
with the
throughout
UMP,
Group
Red Face
Green,
and Co now
this is a
moving in
position
to
that
clear out
HVP
the
found
upper
so many
compound
points
as
from.
well.
I think everyone's aware this is happening now and will be hesitant not
it's
to
a
be
nice
looking
little
up
fight there
towards
from
the sky.
Procedure
So
Evos
was
versus
the Eagle
Enhyper,
purchase
leaving them
that
down to one
HVP
player
have
now, and I
taken
think
up
for
so
Procedure
often.
Evos, this is
Changing up
very
the
well
pace,
set up.
changing up the game
Yesterday
is
didn't look
essential
too
for
great
HVP.
for Procedure Evos.
One of the changes that they made is actually Tixi's position is a lot further west currently than it usually is. Playing on the west Crater Fields. Normally he's playing on the east
21 points though, it's
at
not
most to the
terrible.
west side of like the middle of the two craters, right? In those ridge lines. Maybe something that they've learned from yesterday's games against Bacon Time pushing in on the back. Bacon Time won't be filling in that area right now, but IHC might. Besiktas up and into a scrap with LGD as we tune back on in to the east side of the circle near Cruz de Valle.
It's good high ground, good position to
disengage
be in.
LGD. Not going to lose a player, but Besiktas again losing the spot that early on into the game is not ideal. The tumble on 2 players, but Changxin not able to capitalize. The bullet's not quite going to fill the mag enough. MVM takes up the mantle, and there goes the vehicle. 2 knocks of Besiktas.
Lying in wait,
it's careening all the way down to 1 player alive.
Hit and miss.
Yeah, when you see that type of thing where it is still open ground and LGD is able to reposition very quickly into good spots, they are heavily accurate in these games. It's difficult to get away from the sidelines of them. They're rather, instead of trying to pop you out the vehicle, they'll just send bullets in. They saw the smoke and they realised that the thunder was going to come afterwards. Circle heads out towards that eastern side and HVP make the right call. BPE on the other hand, very similar position to what they saw yesterday on that game where HVP won the Miramar. However, this is
and I think for an edge team that likes to kind of read into opponents' movements around the map and cut the legs out from underneath them, they did a good job of it in terms of
those outer
theory,
edges.
right?
So
In theory, where they were playing, it was all fantastic. Then they were going down to these engagements. They weren't always able to win it out very cleanly with a 4-man squad going onwards and just clearing from there. And they ended up just losing games very early on. And it's kind of the risk with playing edge a lot of times whilst you're holding out and guarding those edge sides, is that if you get into an engagement there, you lose it, right? There's not much chance of getting very much further into the game. For other teams that like to leapfrog from edge and then send towards a kind of a middling position between the centre of the circle and the outer side of it, you have much more chance to get further into the game and maybe pick
3. IQ cooking a nade, spots Reiji around the corner, repositions away from the nade, doesn't take any damage for it. A Molotov from Reiji to slow that corner down, looking for the res. They need to hold off on the other side of the building, but Vampire over the top of the hill have got these third-party sightlines. It's going to make it really hard for Reject to do anything other than fight forwards towards Aegon XIA. The res did come through, so they are back to full 4, but they'll need some healing done if they want to have a chance.
One of the big focal points we were kind of sort of
umming and ahhing as well. This is only 70%.
You could see the difference.
IA looking a little bit healthier right now. Nades are out, pulled out, but Reject looking to send them over towards that compound that IA moved themselves into, towards that warehouse side. A lot of open space in there, so Nades can tumble,
going into an engagement basically thinking, we've already won this. They're just thinking about the points being in their pocket. You're going to have so much more of a better time of it than going into it giving so much respect to teams, overthinking these situations. And we've seen that change. A lot of our squads from Group Green, it feels like their play styles have kind of flip-flopped more so than anything compared to what we were seeing during that regular point. This is an interesting one actually kind of ties into that. You can see here, Reject Tokyo, they're just getting a bit more confidence to fight and contest for center control. A little bit lucky there in terms of the draw of the circle, but it works out. You've got a compound, you're in a good spot, and they're going to be pleased with this, mate. They'll be chuffed with that plan. Because when they had center control, when they felt comfortable early in a compound, this is where we saw some of the better games from Reject. Because honestly, they're great on defense, good comms. It just felt like getting there was rough for them. Playing a lot of edge,
now a little bit unplayable
with
that fielded area over towards the east. Currently LGD are holding it.
Bit of a fight potentially developing here as well. You've got the push up the hill. Focus is drawn from NASA towards the backside, but a few bullets within on fire. Room for a bit of a scrap
points.
Here.
A poor game last game as well.
Nice. This is a case where
40 points hole behind that fifth place bubble.
About just swinging wide of this, potentially trying to get in underneath.
I think after probably, I would say, moving into the last 3 games, we'll be able to start discounting teams at the bottom of the tables, but for now it is still possible.
A little bit of a scout there for anyone to make it in.
Vampire
very much danger now of taking a knock. Luckily,
strong couple of buildings here to hold out the teams on the northwest.
90 miles per hour. Alter Ego
it is really nice
where Reject is playing already after gets taken down here. They try and take control of one edge, but Reject has penned them in, locks them into one location. Now the nades can start to come through. There's a lot of damage off the back there. In the meantime, Juxan does take down Ralph. We talked about him earlier being very, very low.
HVP moved down to a compound just on the north side of the circle.
Pulled on the nades for Alter Ego, looking to see if maybe there's a way they can defend themselves with
shots
these
coming
bad
through.
boys.
Trades off Avian first to 4, but it is back and forth. LGD lose 2. A blow dealt to the Korean squad, but it is given back twofold. The Forest beats out. Lovely little spray there on Tsuki. Last player for LGD going on into the fight, looking for a knock. We'll be able to find it. YZ as well. Last time survivor on the previous map, looking for more here as well, and he takes down all of that one. LGD ruined the chances for Korean squads.
Well, there's been a bit of commotion.
It is unfortunate. They'll be moving forward with just the one player. 5 elimination drags on up. That is disaster.
The longer this one goes on, so pressure being applied.
Game mode just get decimated by AHC.
Well,
just moving as a 4-man squad, and game mode cannot hold back the tide that is IHC. As they wash over them, we'll leave that compound clean of any game lord players remaining.
This is probably one of the toughest rotates currently happening on around the map, where they're sort of locked in between DX as well as Malice Esports, and DX has a fantastic control of high ground. Something we saw a lot from them yesterday is identifying some very strong positions on the map, but also being really good at holding them down. Not necessarily always in compounds, just in certain areas of the map where they have that high ground control. They can play around a little bit of hard cover and go from there. Circle moves very hard towards that north side. Now that is a little bit of grace given towards MB Esports. They can use that to their advantage. You do Alliance, they take a knock in flat, and a quick heal goes over towards Fatar there. So very, very immediate response from you do Alliance, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Slow down this aggression. Enigma Galaxy for sure would have taken them down if Godless had moved with this rotation from the rest of the squad, but over the top they go. They want to challenge the fight, but it's bad because Lords launched an 8 over their way. Oh, goodness me. 2 players down for Enigma Galaxy. Amodi gets drawn short. Ralph as well, knocked on this approach. Godless so important
Malaise Esports on this
or
side
IHC
of the map. Now,
needs to stay alive in the spot to allow them the chance here. IC, low HP, nade over the top, going to continue to come through from Lord. Nades by 2 from Nick Galaxy. IC and Alex doing a lot of work there, but a Molotov actually burning Alex away. That might tick him. Can he get the first aid off? Yep, the fire will go out as well.
That we see a fair few times that just coming to these games swinging, they tend to do well, and I would say that this is a very, very good and promising mark.
Very important there from the sidelines, but Meku coming in with HVP, looking to finish up this fight on the third party, but gets turned away there. Godless tries to get out of dodge in the UAZ, very low. Freak also finishing off Meku from the sidelines. This is not the way they wanted it to go. This could have been a perfect opportunity for that third party, but losing a member on the process, not ideal. However, they have to punch their way into the circle somewhere. This is probably the best place to do it on the top of the third party.
They have to try and do not expect that player out in the blue. Meku goes down to a fortunate circumstance there for HVP. They'll be aware of it now. Freak still low, still ticking away. Zone 4, so the zone will start to out-heal the meds. A nade over onto Alex from Tixie is good news. HVP continue their bid for this hillside. Remember, this is the Northwestern Circle. This is the circles that HVP should specialize in. Shots over their way, getting taken away. Lord dismounted as well. Heals come through, looking for Kitsune.
And they're still pushing it.
Roams the hillside further.
A really good job here. I actually like the thought process we saw from
out of that blue zone position.
Unfortunately for them, DX followed them down.
HVP, 2 eliminations to show for it.
Played from DX.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good opportunity.
A lot of
learning
times,
from that last game in the case of
chasing on this
if we
situation.
Need to punch
in the meantime, Reject desperately trying to hold on towards their central
that battering ram
compound.
to do it. We cannot have 2 players behind us watching out in towards that circle.
But they did face off versus FaZe, but they're currently still in a strong position. Gladiators, for them, this game is very, very important. They already started things off really well with a 4-limmer. It would be absolutely strange and weird circumstance that we see Gladiators get the majority of their points done on Sandhawk. As we know, they are horrid at this map. This is a map that they do not find a lot of success on, but already they're up to 7 eliminations with 4 players alive. This is starting to be a really good run for them.
And they can play on the other side of the circle. Ghost. If Tixie got down there, that would be disaster. So definitely necessary for that one. A nade over the top. Not quite land in the building. Will have spotted the arc, and Tixie going a little bit closer to it. But Matic somehow lands that nade across the road. Nick Galaxy take the tumble. HVP up to 3 eliminations now. They can control this side with Godless from IHC is still there. Is still in the shack that proves so dangerous for Nick Galaxy.
I don't know what causes them to play like this sometimes.
When you hear that third party, you don't see morning, and they're coming out with some fibrous you should know that there's at least one other player hovering around this area, but HVP,
7
again, this is a solved scenario right now where they're on that western side, don't have too much to worry about. I think for Alpha 7, this is going to be a very difficult push down from that northeast edge unless they get a circle shift.
Yeah, they desperately do. Right now,
it's a lot easier now for that side. HVP have to continue onwards. Their march is made a little bit more difficult by the murky swamps of that IA position as well as Reject in front of them.
3 eliminations now. Alter Ego also chiming in. Bit of a better rotate from them over towards
knows
the
the position of Godless, just waiting for him to peek up for just a little bit. He has to move out of this position. So for HVP, should be another secure elimination unless the players from IA can pick this up away
very much slow them down, bog them down. More nades sailing in from Gladiators, taking out the remainder now of Duxan. FaZe spots out some of the players from Gladiators, will take some pot shots towards them over towards that
of the ridgeline, but then they're directly
gives his life for the rest of the team, but it's just Paragin now. With Lamborghini down, he is able to get in, but this is more of a survival game for them.
Fairly quiet for them at the moment. They've been playing
the
near
last minute men, as usual.
Urban environment
very much
near
feels
those
like
buildings.
Back towards my university days, where the deadline's looming, and suddenly I'm in the library
chill out
for 24 hours.
But they will need to figure out where to go from here.
That's how it always goes with Gladiators, man. I
simplify
so
difficult
I'm the same. Unless the deadline's there, it's not getting done.
Looking for Godless.
And that's the way
an
they
ideal
play.
scenario.
Honestly,
pick up that elimination and maybe think where to move next.
Again,
I mean, crashing down towards IH spot, not the greatest of ideas. They're heading further down towards south. There is warehouses down there. Finally,
the one awkward encounter in the dead center as well is Reject Tokyo now basically being the Reject
by the way,
with all of
early rotation from Inko still very much paying off.
Not really what you want to be. A bit of flat sharing going on, and that's illegal. It's called sublet blank. phase,
wonders for their table
back onto DX as well, finding a way to
and they went for a 2-2 split at the beginning as well. I mean, they lost a player to get the res up, but they secured two positions around the map. VPE tried to pick up the other, in which case they immediately regrouped towards that northern side. So they're securing positions within the map at the moment. Yes, it's not the most central position, but it is somewhere to play from. You have teams like DRS, Titans, PTR, all with difficult decisions ahead of them
coming in to try and challenge us for now.
I do
Gladiators need to be ready for this one. Kitsune luckily is in position as the DBS only able to find one though, and that's not quite enough. The rest of the team instantly needs to improvise off the back of this. Sek and Mondo are down, so it's a decent start. The nades start pouring in, and it's a nice nade on the backside towards Fishboy. Just Akaze left remaining, and Gladiators quickly cleaning them up there. Up to 12 eliminations now, Jackie. A fantastic start. Tixie's flying through the air. Matic is on the support.
Slow, tactical, but successful push coming through from
This is perfection.
It's likely though with this ridgeline right in front of them, giving them the majority of their cover right now, they're going to have to fight Vampire or choose to go for Inko instead. So it is a squad fight in their very near future. Rank. Could be very, very tricky. Aegon XA and Reject have been sharing this compound as well on the western side for a long time.
With our final,
I mean, they both just realised that this is a strong spot, and it would be unideal at this point in time with the amount of low ground, flat ground around them. Let's go for a fight. Very easy third party on the cards for them. DRS trying to pick up position behind the guys from A7. Rules gets there.
He's wiped them off the face of the battleground.
Unsure about that rotation. They knew Alpha 7 were up on that cliff side
right now,
and it was completely
very strong position. Alterigo still need to work their way in as well, but they went out earlier on.
Reject in the process. Two of their players going down. He's only Gianti on the reses. Delta still on this hillside.
More points.
And only the one that is really resable in this scenario. Alpha 7
win out this game. They'll
be losing Mafioso, so they are
towards that top side. The lobby after just one match.
They pick up a point for it.
Realistically, they can get
don't want to be losing players when that squad fight is so close on the doorstep.
It'll give them a buffer. They still will need to put in the work after the rest of the day.
Very central
but they'll be in so much better stead.
A lot of buildings to cover, to hold on to, but also
so nice.
Little bits of cover that they can hold on the sides from. And I think that's the major thing that you have to concern yourself with here on Bacon's top side is that there's hills going up to this position. It's hard to push onto it without vehicles, which will really expose a lot of players coming up that way, in which case Bacon time kind of isolate, consolidate their forces onto one spot. DRS moves up, and A7 so far taking a lot of damage from them despite getting the initial knock over their side.
DRS have had them on broadside with very little cover for a long time, and now Alpha 7 are feeling that punishment. That pressure pushing on in. Revo takes the challenge, hits the drop shot for one. Carrillo wants to try and keep the squad alive as it's only now him and Revo standing, but only the one for DRS as well. Gianti falls back, regroups with a nade coming over the top. That's a Molotov to slow things down, and a nade sent back their way. I think that's coming in from Inko across the way, or even Vampire, just over that ridgeline. The res gets off for Gianti. Revo stays alive as well. Now can Carrillo find what he's looking for?
Has an idea of where they're swinging. This rock is really nice to play around, but Onzen, he's on the prowl, and he will be found by the rest of the team. More than finished off Matic. Regardless, FaZe picks himself a nice win from a very easy rotate on that north side, but for Gladiators, that could have been a lot more for them. Either way, I think it was around 15 eliminations. They finished that game with 6 points on top of it. 21 points.
The second place team going head-to-head with A7 at the moment does get dispatched.
You know what,
a really good regroup, and this is where now Bacon Time have to consolidate. The hill that was talking about, the Titans have to push up towards, and one of the four-man teams in the lobby. This is a push they can make. It's a little bit difficult, but they are held short here.
3 out of 3 of Jason predictions all in one game.
He's doing well today. The positions close by. In the meantime, HJP taking shots down towards BTR, trying to close out this rotation down towards the southwest and open up a spot for them to move in. One not found at the moment. BTR in dire straits at the moment.
This is why FaZe are winning. They're bringing the heat in. They're warm, exactly, Blank.
Over that ridgeline that they've been given. They know where BTR now, but Matic's moving slowly, speeds up a little bit as soon as those bullets start to land. Zuxi traded off as Tixie's on the ball. Liquid looking for answering shots, but Tixie does get knocked in the process. They cannot afford to lose another player here if they want to have a big game. Blank Tixie will need to be res. Kitsune right nearby, but Tixie caught out. The smoke covering off the answering spray from Matic to keep their heads down. And Bigatron not going to fall just yet. Oh, all just about going to survive behind that. The vehicle does go up, but the reses are starting to come through for Bigatron. They're keeping themselves alive. And the circle moves away. They'll have to go further. In 40 seconds.
In the meantime, we're going to send you back over to the other
Very
team.
difficult push here for Bigatron. The major thing that's keeping them in this one is having 4 players alive.
They've got the best team here. Like FaZe could get their victory off the board here.
Getting some nasty shots. A great headshot down the way. Really putting the hurt down towards Bigatron. And they're hesitating. A foot is exposed and Matic tries to take some more shots.
They didn't want to talk about it at the start of the
way
day,
but that will be them over.
It's G Gladiators.
Okay, you know what? They got themselves some ins. I can give you that much, Jason. I do.
The mix works out for them.
Talking about that.
Able to
eliminations kind of got fed to them in weird ways, especially that fight for Quest. Alter Ego changing their drop location to the eastern island, and Mad Bulls fighting
Inco,
probably
out of the teams to their northern side after they've dealt with Bigatron.
Even if you rotate late, you can make it through trifecta. You can get access.
10 teams remaining. Genfoster steps up for a second, but instantly answered by the guys from HVP. Damage sent over towards Zuxi in the back. And realistically, this team
they were in a tough spot before
coming through very strong with the mini 14s with DMRs. It's a very individual,
21. That is
a unique playstyle coming through from them.
So might be exactly what they need to get themselves in more of a safer
eliminations
position,
so far.
Make that 6 day of play
as
overall.
Matic actually takes down players coming through from Aegon I8 in fact.
Because the
very nice.
Aegon
XI8 tried to third party onto this engagement, and they're being turned away at the door. 10 eliminations for HVVP. What the hell just happened? Did they wipe out Aegon XI8? I think they did. They didn't even take a knock over their way either. Now Reject have taken that opportunity to leave, to move forwards. HVVP crunching on in. Everybody's popping off now. Bacon time, 2 players down. Right in that central position, high ground compound, very valuable.
Ego's coming in behind them.
Numbers advantage. Vampire rolling up in the northern side. Look at the teams that are starting to pull blank. The teams going down and the teams above HVVP. 12 eliminations on the game right now. And Squash, last player standing for Inco to remove potentially another player from the teams above them. Titan from the south side. Their only real competition here now.
Of FaZe here. So
what a bloodbath on this northern side. Finally, HVVP turn up the heat.
At least they got
They make it work and they're turning their attention to Reject. 13 eliminations, Vampire looking across the ridge, Inco down, and yet more teams fall ahead of them.
This is a cataclysmic performance coming through from HVP, and they just ruin a lot of these other squads' chances. They have that position, I8 crashed directly on top of them. Remember, they had 4 players, and HVP sent them packing, and now they have great sightlines over to everyone in this area of the map who are all squashed into a tiny space, have to fight off against one another. Sure, there's really not much cover whatsoever for the guys from HVP that making this happen. We've got a nice little bit of a resupply on Aegon I8 before they have to move forward a little bit more.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying.
These
Like
DMRs,
a symbiotic relationship in that compound
very well for HVP on these long-range fights, these long-range engagements where some of these people in the lobby, they're prioritizing having the DBSs, having the UMPs over the DMRs themselves, but a few nasty little headshots coming through from the guys from Matic as well.
They were trying to go for it all, and obviously it didn't pan out.
Yeah, and again, trying to make those plays that are really important for them. Considering Reject coming into this one from Group 3.
Just hit the branches. They're getting cover from it. Reject good for the spray to light it up, and Matic goes down. Vampire are taking their turn as well.
We did look at
the batting post, but with 13 eliminations, if they could just survive long enough,
it really doesn't matter for them.
They've done so much to put a dent in that gap, and the teams ahead of them.
At least them trying to scrape by as many points as possible. They got 3 of the eliminations.
Low, now just one player. The IGL Kitsune for HVVP stays alive.
For now to the next fight match.
Just be
I don't forget
the
best part of that fight here, Jason.
Which teams can survive the oncoming onslaught?
Realistically, HVP should have gone down 10 minutes ago. It was such a difficult push for them. They have hardly anything to work with. The fact they've got this far with this amount of eliminations is actually gargantuous for their side, towards 6th place now. But like you say, they just need to survive a little bit longer. Besiktas at a single player, Reject down to 2. There is a high chance that both these teams go out fairly soon. With VP understanding they have to move out this way too. We're on nice zone, and this will just pull further in.
Your results over
time suffering. They need a big game here. Blank, Vampire, Bacon time, 2 teams that you would have expected to be in those top 5 at the start of the last chance phase, but right now, death's door on their tournament. 5 eliminations for Vampire, 4 players alive. It's good for them, but Bacon time suffering a little bit heavily.
Really
Titan roll on up into the door.
HVVP
VVP eliminated, 6th place, 13 eliminations. It's a whole load of points for them. They'll be happy with that. And Titan roll on through.
When the zone started to shift away from Corey, more centralized, and they were on the east side of Corey, you were talking about what do they do here in this position, and Clark, I want you to read
2 players active, all the silence there, but they are just going to get torn through. Titan move on in. 3 players alive for Titan, but 4 for Vampire, and they're looking to turn it up. Titan getting cut out as well. Pieces over Besiktas, but they make it into top 3 as Reject now with a duo. Vampire with 4, they've been holding behind this ridgeline for so long, but now they're going to move on out. They execute on their final strategy, their end game, and 11 eliminations so far, racking it on up.
Which is our first Aaron Gale today.
The last player to stand in their way will be bringing in that 12th point for them, and a chicken dinner for Vampire. You can see the elation in this squad from the bottom of the tables. A necessary time to stand up.
The more unexpected.
100%. I mean, like, there is only so long that you can stumble before you either fall down or find your footing. VPE have found it here on that game of Miramar. 4 players still alive. This is much more the standard type of playstyle we see from VPE. Getting back in towards the mix. Schweppes putting up a big performance, which has not happened in a little while, whereas we kind of expect it from this guy being one of the best players on the squad. I am pleased with that result coming from VPE. They took that central position, and you know what's really interesting about it is the fact that HVP, that moves over towards that northwestern side, they hold on that ridge, they dominate from that ridge, but we saw VPE get a very good result from the exact same position they took yesterday. They moved further towards the east, and VPE are able to translate from that spot, so very well done to Vampire there. Most players getting a very even result of damage and eliminations and knocks, so a great game overall for VPE. But is it enough at this point?
In time in Group Green that they have to go for these game-winning moves. That had to come through yesterday. Absolutely had to come through yesterday. I think Madballs took their fate into their own hands very quickly.
It's so necessary. HVVP, 13 eliminations on the game. A lot of teams ahead of them going down early, pushing up for that 5th place bubble, pushing up to be in that PMGC finals, because Blank needed this for them to be able to stay alive in this tournament. You expect them to be going there. They expect it of themselves. Both of those 2 rosters putting in the shift.
I think for Quest, that instant elimination at the start of the day down on Sandhawk versus a team that most people regard as not the greatest Sandhawk team, will really knock their confidence in a big way. We know Quest made it in by the skin of their teeth, missing 1 point in Group 3 to get towards that survival stage. I don't know if that sort of playstyle is going to cut it here, where a lot of teams, we're starting to cut down past the teams that, you know, didn't get past the first group stage. We're now in survival stage now, where we have a lot of really strong teams. They won't just sit down and die like Gamba did.
It's not going to be anywhere near as easy or as fine of a margin. I think that's the other part as well. Is the fact that with 1 point difference, I would imagine it's going to be a little bit more of a stark contrast there as well.
I would have cried.
That would have been huge, man.
You can see what that win meant to Vampire Esports here, getting them back in the running for top 5, potentially keep that door open to get into the PMGC Grand Finals. 27 points here picked up from the team. A fantastic performance, but honestly, there was, like we were saying before, Max, when we were watching the match, there was just so much happening. HVVP as well, having a slaughter in that last match in the matter of about 7 seconds.
We were talking about it during that game, Jason, before Vampire Esport, if they want to be able to catch up, they need, for Chicken Dinner was like, no, at least 10 eliminations. They a little bit outdo that, 27 points on the game, and this just gives them, I think, a glimmer of hope they desperately needed, because things were looking so grim for them before this match, but those mini 14 fights, Sansa, was amazing from Fluke and Stone, like, these guys on point, of course, Schweppes being Schweppes is just always going to pop up.
Yeah, it wasn't just that, by the way, it was also the fact that a lot of the teams in the middle of the leaderboard are also getting eliminated. Teams from the bottom are performing, so now it's going to be very close. But Matic and what he did to IA, what he did to Reject, what he did to this entire lobby this game, even holding on to or closing on PTR, not allowing them to move for such a long time. So much damage from him, so many LMs. Very great game for HVVP. But if I'm being honest, this is the second time that we're seeing them on Miramar get gifted the first, second kind of zone. A lot of pressure is alleviated it from their shoulders. So
something that's happened.
I want to see them perform like you mentioned before, Maxman. I want to see them perform the same way Inco would if they weren't gifted the zone. Where is that performance from HVVP?
I do have to agree, but in general, I think that this is them willing to be just a little bit quicker on their rotations, even in zones where they're very familiar with, and I think that that's just a great change to what we saw from them yesterday. And man, they eliminated 2 teams in a matter of like 10 seconds. Like they just flipped the switch in that game and just went super aggressive. So good from HVP. We'll see if they can keep it up in the next match.
Mondo's coming in with
well, you know what, Maxman? I'm going to flip the switch here. Instead of doing a quick break, we're going to go for a third match
hit a couple of shots over with the DP, but I don't know, man.
This is looking pretty raw. But uncooked beef at this point blank. It is not what you want, mate. One by one, just getting finished off a little bit here for Ego. They've had such a rough couple days in terms of their opening drops. And again, you know, it does really feel like everyone's sort of passed the word around that Ego is the easier team to bully on these drops blank. It just keeps happening.
Yeah. I mean, you make yourself an easy target and teams will want those points off of you. And you don't make those adjustments, it's not going to go well in future. Maxman, very astutely Max update, little from the Max mansion itself. You know, Enigma Galaxy usually dropping towards the Chinky. The Xavier over in Blue Green refused to give up the Chinky whatsoever. They kept dropping there every single time. Even on hot drops, but this time around they drop over towards Suburban, they give it up. It's the first time they've never dropped there, and I think for the Xavier, this is actually a really important little tidbit to go off the top of, because I like this maneuver.
Welcome back, everyone. As again, we finished off our second match of the day, but we still have 4 to come, but only 4 matches left to go.
You're currently third place, 53
the top 5 teams at the end of the day will be going through into the PMGC Grand Finals, where other teams are already waiting to participate over in
when it's open,
January. Before we can even hop into our third match, which of course will be on Sandhack. I'm reminding you guys once again about Sony Xperia 1.1 Xperia stream, which was made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can get 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile, Xperia streams total cooling system, and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. I learned yesterday not to throw that over to Max and Sandstorm because they don't remember the last word for some reason, but one thing they do remember is how awesome Prime Gaming is. You get exclusive in-game free PUBG Mobile items as well as additional content beyond that. And even with the
just trying to push it to the limit down there versus Enigma Galaxy, trying to win out on that hot drop and then going out from there.
I don't know how that works,
eliminations
I thought it came
nice,
with it.
And you can't really fear that.
Let's take a look at our overalls. Let's see where we're currently standing here. Alpha 7 going to be in first place at 103 points, and we have seen Titan move up to third, but there hasn't been a shift at the moment in our top 5. However, HVVP, Vampire Esports, Game Lord, they're coming. Problem was Game Lord got 0 points in the last game.
Oh Lord, they're coming. It's Vampire Esports. Vampire started off the day in 15th position right now, Samsung. Now in 7th position, just at the door of making it potentially in that top 5 position. One other just even average game would be enough, but we know the competition towards the top is just so tough right now. All the teams are taking down one another. Tough position to be in, but at the bottom, it's looking a bit grim for the teams right now.
It is looking grim at the very bottom for Bacon, Egon IA, and for Enigma Galaxy, but for Damwon Kia, it is about 15 points for them. Or realistically, we're looking at LGD, even Besiktas, 56 points, 10-point difference from them, and 5th place. But realistically, 5th and 6th place, I think, are the ones, or 5th and 4th place, are the ones that are going to be open to, let's say, competition or contest right now for the top 5 spots. Alpha, DRS, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to take their spots away with only 4 games left to go, and the way that Alpha's been looking, and the way that DRS has been playing very passive early on, just making sure to survive into the later stages of the game. It's going to be very interesting to see these last games for sure.
Yeah, you have to imagine that if you're the likes of one of those two teams, you don't even care about playing super aggressive, you don't care about winning matches, all you care about is just surviving to the late game, right? Try to get as many points built up as placements alone, and ideally no one should be catching you. But let's see you two teams to watch here and see if any of these teams can potentially catch up into our top 5. HVP, Vampire, Alpha 7, Maxman, a little bit of a cop-out answer, but you know what? I gotta respect it.
I feel like if I pick any team outside the top 5 right now, I'm just going to bring bad luck to them. Right? I've done it for BTR, I've done it for Game Lord. It's got to end right now. So
HVP and BP are top 5 as well.
Sorry, the teams are like not in the race right now.
Okay.
Top 5,
Looking over towards you though, Sandstorm.
We have a very good
2
read
teams
on
in
where
top 5 at the
most
moment,
teams
and HVP talking through it.
Just from watching a lot of
HVP because I want to see them perform again without the zone giving them a huge advantage at the very beginning, and especially when we're looking towards Sandhawk, these guys need to perform a little bit better. When I'm looking towards the rest of the team's Titan, just consistency is there for them towards the end of day 1 and slowly getting themselves in those top 4, top 5 positions multiple times, so pretty good for Titan and DRS. Keep up that passive play in the early stages of the game, get yourself in a nice cozy position towards the end, and you should be perfectly fine and ready for the grand finals.
Well, I have read the script here, have learned that HVP will get a Northwestern Island zone. Let's see if it's going to work out for it though, as competitor commentators
in this one as well, so if teams want to get their feet wet, they certainly can if they want to live out this game a little bit longer. But for most teams, it's going to be either trying to sweep on this northern side or trying to hold towards some of these compounds on the edge.
Teams really kind of cut off from the top of the tables, from that bubble position.
If they were able to get here quick
Blank
enough,
won't have been able to hear me as I was saying that, but you guys on stream would have been able to hear what I was talking about. After this game, Blank, I was saying that we're going to be starting to see teams cut off from the top 5 bubble spots.
That is correct, John. Thank you for consolidating that into a nice, concise point for me to understand and then reply to, which I will do right now. We are, yes, 100% going to be seeing some of these teams being cut off towards the bottom side. I think for Liquid Galaxy, IA, Bacon Time, they do not have a good performance here. This is around about 50 points. It's going to be very difficult over the next 3 matches at the end of the day to actually hit up towards that top side of the lobby. Certainly possible with this type of a sprint format, and particularly with the way that the lobby currently is quite evenly split all the way down to the bottom. There's still a chance. I think Inco right now is that team that everyone's gunning up towards. Right now, HVP is currently tied with them at 66
That was a 3-pointer straight onto the head of ACO.
Yeah, certainly painful. In the meantime, Inco's getting picked up by Nick Galaxy. That's on the south side right now. Both teams were rotating in, so some pretty decent shots.
They do need a little bit more. However,
inside the vehicle itself,
I've been struggling to find that golden kind of opportunity.
They're able to find all in one vehicle. Slightly dangerous, but it's worked out for them so far. Inco taking 1 knock and a flush off the back of that.
Currently 3rd highest eliminations in the lobby. 44 for Alpha 7, IHC on 41.
As safe as possible. Alter Ego
so they have definitely had an impact.
Side towards the
I think it's safe to say.
Players, but surrounded by an N-Hyper as well as the Mad Bulls,
central style
who have picked
working
up
out
what I
for their
think is one of
placement
my
points,
favourite
which
positions
after all
in this circuit.
is that tiebreaker
really
position.
Nice ridge side that you can play from
to come
over
close
on
to
this
our first
eastern
circle
edge,
coming through.
and keeps you very clear. You do have to worry about some of the teams on the eastern side. See right now, Nick Galaxy
we're on board right now.
To stay. This is what
needing to put up a good performance at the moment, 5th place.
You're going to be driving around
right on the edge of being knocked out here. VPE, things looked very dire for them. I think they were down towards that 15th place position at the start of the day. Now up towards 7th at the moment, which is incredible to see for them. 62 points, looking to get up towards the top 5.
Up play there, trying to dash the smoke.
It's going to be hard to dismount DRS, but with Alpha 7 taking 103 points, putting that buffer between them and second place quite high. First team to reach triple digits here in the last chance. There is a lot of opportunity for other teams to leapfrog underneath some of these guys like Titans, IHC, Inco, DRS, who have yet to find those big games consistent like we're seeing from A7 at the moment.
There will never be a parking spot blank because everyone is already set up with
guns. If you're one of the teams that is looking to chase that bubble, you're very happy to see Alpha 7 earning all of those points. You're looking for them to take those points away from the other top contenders, unless all of those other guys are finishing in 4th, 5th, 3rd places, that sort of area. At the same time, you're happy that Alpha 7 are taking a big chunk away from you, because it's unlikely that you're going to get up to that first position or challenge for it, but you just want to have that bubble reduced as low as possible so that when you have a pop-off game, like
not
your
like to move
HVVP,
anytime
like your
soon,
Vampire
so
Esports.
they don't want to expend too many grenades, just sending them down over towards Reject.
So go heads up towards the northwest side, VPE,
which is guarded by
HVP,
Udo Alliance.
not happy
Eventually,
yet
they
though.
are likely
I think with this kind of circle, we've seen a lot of times to head over towards that eastern side, making that crossing from the northwest infinitely more difficult. I think with the way that we see this lineup from Besiktas, A7, Reject down towards down one, which almost makes this semicircle that encloses around the northwest island, is so hard for VP and HVP to leave that island without having to take some very early fights in this game. And we know with the way that we've extended how long these games actually last for. I mean, you used to see Sandhogs finish around 21 minutes sometimes in very hectic scenarios. Now we're usually looking at a 26-minute mark where the game comes to a close. So very interesting stuff in terms of the amount of time that you have to spend getting through a lot of these engagements. And it's no longer a case of you get through that one engagement and then you can just kind of break down towards the end of the game. Those 5 minutes may seem like a very short amount of time. When you get to those final circles, 5 minutes can be the difference between a 10th place and a 2nd place.
From either side now.
Very move from Reject up to get that crossing.
So
3 players already all the way over there. Duello still as a backstop,
if they can't find a way to calm this one down.
This is a central lobby and slap bang in the
so
center.
many angles on you.
He's on
GK
that
first over
northwestern
towards
island.
the shack right now.
Game Lord rotating around the northern side with the boat, likely to make landfall to the west.
In a pretty horrid
point just west of
right
H10
for themselves.
on the north side of that island.
Regroup, but again, GK first comes in with
the
another
rest of it
shot over
very
towards
wide
Mellor, in which case they
might
might just send towards us. The blue is pushing
they're
them
not
in.
going to take any sort of chances whatsoever.
Gorgeous for them.
In case Besiktas are holding on that northern side, but they are moving down south towards that bridge.
How many more
Vampire
are in store for them?
Looking to try and control that crossing, but they've allowed Reject in on the south side into one of the
phase
strong
straight away,
compounds
off the back
on the
of their
northwestern
chicken dinner as well,
island,
if you could
underneath
pull
those
them down
cliffs
here.
that HVVP will be looking
I
to
don't know why
exert
GK
control
keeps
over.
going for these shots, to be honest.
Yeah, getting
so
here early is a
greedy.
little bit of a Hail
Looking
Mary,
to finish off
honestly.
Melee. You
It's
can
one of
kind
those
of
positions that
understand
gives you
why
a
he's
lot
going
of
for it, though. You don't
comfortability.
wanna let
And
that
Inco were
player
looking for
live.
this as well,
They
it
are
seems.
able to
You
finally
know,
flush him
hoping
out,
to
but
sit
two
out the
players
majority of
out
the
three
game,
right
and
now.
with
FaZe
Reject already
currently
being in
have
that position,
pretty good
goodness me,
shooting
now
angles
Inco's in a
over
really tough
towards them.
spot because
Koi
this
luckily
entire
does
backward
find
decision,
another on
this
Mormon.
entire push from
So
them
close
gets
and
sent
personal,
away, and
taking
they're
a
left
lot
feeling
of
a
shots. There's
little
not
bit
a lot of
questionable
support
where they
coming
want to
through.
go next. That
Torres
confusion
understands that he
starts to
too
set
needs to get a
Where
move
do we
on
head
and quite
towards?
quickly
Which
with the
positions
circle
can we take on the
moving
map
in.
that haven't already been
Very,
taken?
very
And I
quick
think this
movements
is where it
all
gets
around the block.
very, very
Hyper, but
different.
this has been a sort of a crazy push from Hyper,
Watched the
locking
VODs
both
from yesterday,
FaZe and
done
them
that
to their
homework and realised
dooms.
that Inco were just
GK
finding
first
good
even
spots in
drops
the
over there
circle
to the
early
play
on
zone
in the
itself.
game,
This is
which
been a very,
could work
very
out
odd fight.
towards the end game,
Gladiators
and then just
looking to
sitting
maybe
there.
get
And
themselves
more than
slightly
not, they're
involved.
finding
She
those
found
spots.
inside
You
the
see that
building, and then
confusion
Hyper
really
actually
coming back to
indeed
bite
goes
them because
down.
they are just
Mormon as
circling,
well as
and there's no
Ventores
longer anywhere
might
for
be
them
able
to
to
go.
continue, and that felt like
Dogs
one
of
of the
War of
weirdest
HVVP.
fights coming through.
Smell the cordite on the breeze
and
underneath
Hyper
them.
indeed. I didn't like
Looking for
that
those sneaky little
whatsoever.
shots you can
Felt like
see.
almost a
Just
guaranteed
peeking in
hold
and out,
over
Matic.
towards its south side, just
Wants
given
to
up by some
get
odd
any sort of
angles being
information.
taken.
Probably more valuable at this stage than the eliminations.
Yeah, it really does feel like they've kind of
Because
both
HVVP
dragged
already have a
themselves
high
down.
expected value
we've no
point scoring
potential
position.
really successful outcome for either team in that
Have to see where the next
situation.
circle does
very
go,
aggressive, and very tunnel visioned.
at the moment it is very much in their favour. Game Lord making that landfall on the northwestern point
of the
island west of H10, and they are now fallen. Duello straight squash, and again Reject exerting a lot of control for getting here very, very early.
Just a present
Yeah,
for Gladiators.
it's literally the Inco
one
play.
additional point there.
It's funny
And
to
given
see it
us
come back to
some
bite
nice,
them because you
showmanship
have
in the
this singular
vehicle.
play where it's worked out so many times because other teams have not been going for the same rotate. As soon as another team takes up that position, Inco is just completely floundered by that. I genuinely don't think that they knew what to do after a team was in that position. They had no backup plan, to say the least, and hoping that that would just take the ball away. And this is the one thing that I was worried about. The one thing that I thought would cause problems in future for Inco, and it's certainly starting to rack up now as they're not finding those points. Again, 54 at the start of the day, able to get 12 points on the day after getting quite a lot of eliminations from that bankside position over on Erangel, but it's not really brought them up to speed with some of the other squads towards the top of the lobby, like Titans, who have made a really good run for it, trying to secure their place in that grand finals.
Open ground to traverse through.
If you remember, Blank, we were talking about where the bubble is looking to be at the end of today.
Weird rotation to make here.
we were looking at how many points were able to be earned in the survival stage where they all played.
There's going to be some
talk
good
about that
names
in a second. But where we're looking at that bubble being is on that 10-point average line. At the moment, a lot of teams are falling quite far beneath
looking
that
for the jump down. He was ready for that one, Blank.
Instantly spots
red face.
Tell me about this shit.
Quite red in the face after that.
It really is quite horrible. This is what I was talking about earlier, where HVP and VP still worry
looking to get involved with this fight.
Zone 2 is always the hardest shit that we are going to see. So it could really go anywhere a lot of times with this circle. Heads hard up towards that northeast side. Six is on that bridge. Now, a lot of teams at the moment, again, prioritizing those central spots, have almost ruined themselves by taking these positions down towards the south side of the mountain.
Needs to land an uppercut. I think looking too good for him, though. He'll go down to the spray. How on earth is he still alive? With a trickle of HP, Blank. It felt like he was trying to 1v4 that with nothing to his name.
Purely because there's so much incredible job there, but his side, it could be west, it could be east, but if you're on the western side, they can. A world of
not working out. Luther immediately gets inside. They want to keep hold of all four members here. They know they've got a strong position to be working with.
Trying to potentially play underneath that bridge. They've worked out for them in the last game, so why not? They have managed to pull up on that west side of the bridge that connects the northwest island and the mainland.
But 6 eliminations for Gladiators. Once again,
it really is. I'm surprised they even got that far, to be fair, as a duo. But once again, Vampire play on the hill to the northeast side of the HVVP mountain. But this time around, HVVP move in nice and early to get a little bit of a foothold to give them a route in. Last time we saw them come into conflict, IHC take a fight with LGD, and actually controlling the roll-up nuts very beautifully there as a solo outpost for
they're just fighting as
IHC.
well, Blank. I think that's the one big difference, right? Is we're seeing them play so confidently now. They're actually
pulling up
flushes
as well. Really good stuff. But when we've seen Vampire contest on that little mound to the northeast side of HVVP, we've seen them not move early enough, and HVVP have learnt that lesson.
I'm kind of waiting for teams to come towards them.
Absolutely, I think getting up towards this position gives you a lot of high ground control. I think for HVP, at the moment, those elimination counts are really giving them the majority of the points that they need, and I think it's this point in time where this circle isn't always going to favour us, but what we can do is we can shift from this mental play style of, look, we have the circle itself, so let's just continue to sweep, we'll play that 2-2 position. When they don't get the circle like this, I think they just have to completely start thinking about, right, we have to go into full elimination mode and start bringing out the big guns and just taking as many shots as possible. If we can clear out teams, we're technically clearing out space, and I like that from HVP. IHC rolling up, pretty much completely destroying the rest of LGD, who were at 60 points, they were bringing it back, but after this unfortunate loss going down 16 place now, which happens more often than not for LGD, a very streaky team. Some games they look like the best team in the lobby, and maybe even the best team out of PMGC. Then other games they look like this, where it just feels like they're not even part of the conversation. And that's a really difficult thing for me to analyse on the desk, the actual desk to analyse over on their side, as well as for you guys at home, because it feels like if you want to cheer for LGD, sometimes you're cheering for an LGD that seems completely different from the norm. It's odd to see, and I think I'd like to see LGD bring it back into that position where they're performing similarly every single time. However, at this rate, I don't think they're getting towards the grand finals.
About the smoke expiring to his left.
Onto the bridge. Somehow, Blank, Inca are in a central position. Okay, it's just one of the facts of the universe that if there's a circle, it's very, very likely that Inca
with the
are
tree geometry providing a
spot. But Nick the Galaxy move around the north side and scout out towards underneath that bridge. And actually, with Inco swimming across, trying to make it to the other side, that can be difficult. Vampire this time around, however, are going to control that approach. It didn't work out for their control over Inco, but Nick the Galaxy will feel the brunt of that pain.
Potentially here. It seems like it's the shotgun also.
Picks up
nice little GBS for close range engagement.
HVP even got involved in that engagement as well, taking shots down that way. VP though in a good spot at the moment, like you said though.
Off the mark.
Oh, he has the vehicle underneath.
A nice shot comes through. I think that's from MBE Sports actually over towards you.
He's pulling out the day. That is mean. That is really mean.
Squad finally does go down off in the distance.
Exclamation mark above his head. Alpha 7
confirm up towards the podcast. So any team that made that decision early is happy about it. But look at this. You do Alliance losing members left and right. But the drop shot will at least keep him alive for a little bit longer.
2 for 2.
The drop shot just ends up with them being dropped themselves. You got Alliance out of reject up to 5 eliminations. A very different face on this team, looking more OES today. Demonic coming through from reject. IHC could probably secure a little bit of a better position towards that top side of the top 5.
They're getting stuck into the game blank, not playing as
with a
timid,
strong
fighting
position
when
as well.
necessary, trying to play towards center.
Vampire had their turn, HVVP had their turn. It is Bacon time's turn to step
they've
up.
got to maintain
from the group green heavy
keep that
hitters.
course going. Don't let it drop off now, as they do at least
on this
find
south
their
side.
way through the test of
chance.
Voodoo and control that one. NBA
don't want to let IHC be getting these points if you're chasing for that bubble either, because they are much more within reach than Alpha 7 are. So you do want to root for them. DRS rolling across the top of the bridge. Nobody else had this idea, Blank, but it seems like nobody else had a good idea either. Into the back of the pickup. They'll be playing with the cover.
It's a nice
I like that.
We gotta go underneath the bridge.
Nades alone could be enough to deal with them.
Man, the long arm on Sara is looking good. Got nasty shots coming in from the Kaze through the smoke, takes down a fair few of them. Now Duello left to challenge versus the Kaze off in the distance.
That's not how
nice
I
shot on
see
the
bridges
edge,
in
but
particular.
quickly
However,
cleans them all up. And what a clean finish there from a Kaze at the end. It looked like it was all done and dusted for the squad, but fantastically well held out by a Kaze.
And holding on,
still at 4 players alive, but one of the final teams to be on this northern edge alongside them
to be able to get up
NBE
in there
Sports.
for the vault. But now there's 2
5
players down on the
eliminations.
inside. Alpha 7 holding off against IHC. First
about
knock is
a bit
close,
of a
but there's 2
repeat.
players still on the inside to
We
handle.
even heard about the
Rio
dinner bell,
gets
and
the
so
spray
far
down,
Gladiators
needs
have
the
been
weapon
hitting
swap,
us
a
with
sliver of
some
HP
nice
on the
mashed
inside.
potatoes
Just
at the
jittering around the
moment.
corner.
These rotates
Nervous
have
now,
been
but
claimed.
Fancy Feet win out the day. Falls back, doesn't go for the
Whatever they're
flushes,
cooking
doesn't
up
get
today,
greedy,
Blank,
and
it
sticks the
looks
res.
like
He
it
knows
is
that the last player
fresh,
from
not
IHC
frozen.
will not be able
Nothing
to
being
get this
reused
res
here.
off before
So
he can.
close.
So he'll be
Turning
able
up
to
the
play
heat,
on the
though, as
2
the
players.
kitchen
Carrillo
metaphor
stays alive,
continues.
gets
Have to
Rigo
get
back
out
into
of
the
that
fight,
one.
repositions
Melissa
Godless around the
Blaze
side. A
couldn't
DPS, a
handle it.
nade around the
Tissue
corner,
dropped.
looks to just slow
As the
things
M4
down,
will
or
give
certainly
him the
give him a little bit of
damage.
fear. And
Busy
IHC
God.
goal. It's an off
close
angle
by
coming
as
through
well.
from Aegon
They can start to
XIA,
breach
and
and clear,
Carrillo
take the
keeps
players out
Alpha
that are
7 at the
inside
top of the
of these
table.
buildings now,
do
but
not
Frozen
believe what I've
crumbles
just seen. Alpha
and
7.
cracks under the pressure on the
That's an
contact.
insane haul
And
from
it's
them,
all
but now
getting a little
IA
bit
are getting
sheepish,
involved. But
constant
again,
damage being
Revo,
fired out by
Carrillo, you
Gladiators,
cannot
sure,
count either of these
but
guys
no
out.
one
UZM
wanting
spots
to
the
make
player
the first
crossing,
mistake.
nades going
You
through
have
the
such a
doorway,
sheer
trying
number
to
of
keep
squads
Revo
all
under
close,
pressure.
shoulder to
Splits them
shoulder
up,
inside
might
of
not
these
be able to
compounds,
take
with
that
only
2v1,
Gladiators
the
being able
crossfire
to complete the push down
the 1v4s,
towards
but
each
a
side.
load of
They're in a
damage
pretty
pouring
dreamy
through.
spot right now.
Another
It's going to be
test
so
for
much
Alpha
harder
7.
for
This
this
time
heat
Aegon
map of
XIA.
teams we can
Revo
see
has
all
the
on top of each
bulk
other.
of the health
Inside
right
of the
now, and
neighborhood,
Carrillo
a
is
nasty
down.
neighborhood, Blank.
They're
They're not
taking it
friendly
in turns,
neighbors.
and nades towards
Not
the back
at all.
are going to make it even
Everyone's
harder.
just
Revo split
leaving
from his
some
teammate
horrid
right now.
messages on one another's doors right
And he
now.
looks for the challenge.
People
First
just
off,
aren't picking
take
up
it
the
down.
newspaper.
Excellent
They're
start.
turning the
Needs to
Amazon
find another.
delivery
Looks
guy
for the
away.
spray.
They
Crosses
will
the
not
doorway,
be
and he
handing that
falls
through
down.
the
Aegon
post
XIA
box to
proved to
their
be
next
just a
door
little bit
neighbor
too
at
much.
all. But
You can't
for
really blame
Gladiators,
them coming
what
off
an
the back of
incredible
that fight.
circle for
The
them.
circle
Moving
shifted
towards
down
this north
south, so
side.
now
They've
Aegon
had
XIA with a
direct
brilliant
contact
compound.
with a lot of these teams on the
HVVP
southern
controlling
edge.
the
What's
hillside on
great
that
about
western
this
edge of
rotate
it.
from
Down one
Gladiators
trying
as
to
well is
challenge,
that they
but in the
forced
meantime,
out
Game
the
Lord
map
number 6
balls
is
from
trying
this
to lead from
position
R10.
just with sheer
Follow
firepower.
up with the
Up to 9
DPS.
eliminations.
Son HP also
50
laid
points
bare
after
there.
the back of this
Hits the
game.
deck.
Just around
The
about
helmet
18
bouncing
points
off
behind
the
Mapples, who
wood
we
there.
know had a great day
Makes the
yesterday.
resounding
This has
sound
been
of
very,
defeat
very good
on
stuff
that
from the
side.
Gladiators.
BTR
And again,
similarly
it's that
succeed,
pressure
going
off
up
in that
against
first
6.
game
Misery's
that
already
allows you to
down, but
succeed
Titans
later
in a
on.
worse spot,
Moving
but
over
Nades
towards
pouring over the
NBE
top.
spot.
Jim
Set,
Foster
barely
cannot
any
handle
HP.
the amount of
The
firepower
vehicle
coming out
flies over
from
the top, and
Titans.
Sixie's
Two
there on a
players down.
Kaze.
BTR trying to activate now with the
and
Liquid.
Sports is
And
out.
two
Oh
shots.
my
Two
goodness
knocks.
me.
Liquid has to worry about his left flank though. go because Teak is there. Spray down, and he will be able to find a knock over onto one of the forward players from Bigatron. There's a res going on in the backside, and Teak is pushing up. Zuxi wants to stick this one, knows that Teak might commit, but hang on a minute, he pushes over. Titan takes down Bigatron, and Zuxi caught unawares there. You've got to wonder what was going through their mind. You take the challenge, you know Teak's pushing, but Titan stay alive on two.
Mate, they left him behind
this is
on
one
the
of those
side
speed
flight,
plays,
just in case anyone was between
oh,
the
no, what is
likely
that?
Maku's going to be a
Out in the
sacrifice in this
water
situation,
with the
but he's
loot
got
crate,
great
a small
lines of sight
island with
over
a compound down towards the
Duxan,
southeast.
providing
Maybe Titan's gonna
very,
pick
very
that
difficult
up.
terrain
I don't know
for
how
Duxan
close
to deal
anyone
with.
can get
They
towards
step
that
out of the
position.
way of the
Nebete
bullets
might be
from
able to swing his
Kitsune
way
as well.
down.
Tixi and
Remaining this game
Matic,
for a
they step
long time for
directly into
Inko,
the
but I
bullets
don't
from
know if
Maku, who's
these
very
placement
much
points are going to
safe
cut
on
it
this
for
outer
them.
edge. Luckily, Zipian is able to get some shots back over towards Kitsune, but it's just Maku and Tixi.
They got ahead of them
lighting
nice
them
and
up.
early, but Nade's still pouring
the
through.
Hydra
Fabian
right now,
moves
Frank.
down,
It
knows
feels
he
like
has
if
to get off
you
this
sever
top
one
side,
head,
considering this
two
is
more
no
will
longer
grow
an
back in
ideal
its
spot
place.
for either
That's
of these
what
teams.
Gladiators are doing doing right now. A single knock results in them finding 2 elims. Or the elims could keep on coming as well, but maybe it'll go in favour of Mad Balls as Alter Ego wanted to try and Ego challenge.
A little bit deeper there, but there's quite a lot of shallows in this river. You have to be very careful when trying to move forwards on it. HVVP moving forwards towards down one now as the circle pushes them into this engagement. So close to the rock. Needs to hold off against at least one of these players. Kitsune swings out wide. HVVP cannot afford to lose a player at this stage. They need to keep it together now. Getting the damage in. Kitsune goes low on the wide deep swing. Sung will be falling. Forest now last player standing. Fourth down one as HVVP just about holding it together. Will be caught out. Now they can move further down, but Kitsune is bleeding out. Down one eliminated. The chase is on. HVVP, they're up in fifth now.
The
fact that none of them actually went down is a huge shout. The performance going forward. Reject though, still swelling up towards that way. Dewello looking towards that position. I8, 6 eliminations so far. Looking to take down Dewello. That nade should do the trick. Takes him down. 7 eliminations for I8. Macu taking a huge amount of damage from BPE. We're watching them as they walk down this side. It's completely barren. Open ground for them. And 9 eliminations for Vampires. Looking to set themselves up towards that top side of the lobby already.
Felt like HVVP just played this a little bit too slowly, and now they're paying the price for it. 2 first aiders. Actually, Fluke does go down and reposition Stone. Looking for that cross. We'll have another first aid, but the drop down will take him down. Ravenclaw's there watching, and Matic will be the last player alive for HVVP. Has to just go for a shot, try and pick up an elimination if he can. It would be great, but Schwepp, he escapes the first set of spray, but needs to go for the reload, and he's spotted by Ravenclaw.
Mad Balls,
unfortunate for HVVP to not pick that up, but Vampire going to be really slowed down by that. They'll lose a lot of scouting power. Now lose the potential to go closer to this. Bacon Time, by the way, still alive. They are swimming across now and getting off to the shoreline. There's Shirty, and because Vampire were losing players blank, that sightline was denied and allows them an opening.
3 eliminations.
Still not so bad for Vampire. They're realistically the only ones with a strong position here, other than I8, who are looking to put up a big performance this game and set themselves up towards that 6th to 9th place bracket, where there's a chance to get towards that top 5. They will need another big game to do it, but we see them do it before UCM gets towards the coast. Stone's trying to take shots. 10 eliminations for Vampire. 4 players still on board, and already we said they're in the top 5, and they're looking to put up more points on this game, which might even see them up towards maybe even top 2 if the RS go out soon.
That's huge from Mad Balls. A complete change of pace from what we were seeing from them.
Looking trying to stop that landfall, but there's always that foothold that they've got in already. Shirty, bomb style, they just want to stay alive at this stage. They cannot afford to go down this early in this one. 7 teams remaining. Going down at this point would pretty much cut them out of the top 5 entirely.
Yeah, it's a stressful game for Mad Balls.
Take the tumble.
Not an easy one.
Vampire really striking out not only for the top 5 black, maybe looking to try and jump up to compete with Alpha 7 after this one.
Absolutely, what I'm talking about is that with the amount of eliminations here on Sandhog and so many more available eliminations
for them, it was a very wise move for them to actually just send across from the rock side in the water toward those buildings. Yes, they had to fight for it versus Malise Esports, so they were confident to do that, and it sort of gave them that winning position. I think things got dicey as soon as they started to see the circle move towards the north side. Like, how have we made a mistake? Did we make the right call here?
Just chilling.
You just got to
on this side, forced to take a breather, but they will have to move out
for
Gladiators
once again. These rotates are coming through quicker, they're more confident with them. I don't know what happened between the space of yesterday and
now
today,
have to pick up as many eliminations as possible. Deny them from BPE, but a great start from Vampire. They sink the fangs in.
Vampire need to push though. They are the ones outside of the zone right now as they're going to take the coastline. They're playing off some of the very little pieces of hardcover. There's quite a lot of trees which cut off a lot of angles and a lot of sight lines. Vampire are going to use that. Going to put these nades over the top as Fluke enters nade range. A lot of damage sent. Ghost taking the knock at that. Shirty going to go over to Shirty. From that coast side, he did move up. Orb style on the forefront as well. Able to take shots from behind this rock. He's not in the zone, sure, but he's going to play spoiler. All of this.
The #1 Gladiator fan ever.
Now on but we have to say, out wide.
It would be Gladiators.
5 eliminations on the game. Schwepp falls as well. And Shirty moves into position. Fluke behind the rock. Cannot step out because IQ's there.
And hey,
the blue zone pushes
them
Vampire in.
massive game for them in terms of eliminations. Great position going as well.
Down to Shirty here as he moves into the next circle. Bacon time start to go up on the coastline. IQ down, and Luke now takes the challenge. Shirty's there, and the Mike Ruzi gets a good spray. Takes down the 4 position for Bacon time. As 3 teams remain, 6 eliminations, but Orb Styles here as well. Looking for Shrep in the back line. Ice gets up into the fray, but gets knocked back immediately. Shirty is down and into position. Comes Shirty from DRS. A last stand for DRS towards those top 5 positions as he crawls on forward. Vampire down to 1. DRS on 1. And Bacon time looking for the res. But can they get shut down? No, the nade is not loosed. 2-player potential, but Luke in a 1v1 standoff.
They tried to also fight Doug Sandwich.
Maybe pick up his players. Unlikely to peek out too soon. Circle will move both these players in. I think that Bacon time have more time to play with here. As Shirty gets back up on his feet. That is a great molly. Will push them out to the side, but not quite enough. Doesn't do the damage. And there's a nade coming back their way. Another Molotov for Fluka gets sent. But the nade doesn't hit. That was so important.
You've got to hit that nade. Shirty behind the tree has the cover. 5 first aids will be able to heal. There's a nade in the pocket for Fluke. Needs to get a knock here. Noise is low. Healing off of the backline, but won't be able to get it off. Peeks out wide. Shirty goes down. Fluke for a challenge and Vampire fall. It's Bacon time. We said they needed it now, Blank, and they fire out from the water. They emerge victorious against Vampire, who are weaving their brutal thread through the cloth of fate. But this time around, it was not to be. Still a big game for both of them.
Bacon time absolutely drenched coming out from this game, but the heat rises from them. You can see the steam pouring off the heads because that was a firecracker of a game coming through from them. The fact they were able to live out for so long and hear the shooting and take the opportunity to get to the coastal side, understand exactly where that hard cover was. That is very good knowledge of the game there.
Okay, they moved to West, right?
Picking up that match, and VPE furious with that result. Those extra 3 points for the chicken dinner could have set them in a secure position towards the top. I am astounded by that game. It could not have been more difficult for a lot of these teams. HVP also against that slow playstyle, that careful playstyle that has rewarded them so much in the past, is coming back to bite them on these absolutely hectic circles.
Because teams that had track of them swimming probably was Precision, but they got kind of rocked up on Gladiators and kind of lost in the mix.
They've died to it twice
they were allowed
on that very specific rotation. They just haven't been able to figure out how to play it, it seems, but have to get a little bit further. What a way for Bacon time to close things down as well, with a pretty healthy elimination count as well coming through. 31 points at the start of the game. They'll have a whole lot more than that now.
Distance mark away, so potentially not seeing them. Obviously, Melise was in Lipovka, potentially not looking towards them, and we even saw Kiss You like, wait, what are you guys doing in that building? How did you guys even get here?
Right, like, Melise was like, what's going on next door? And suddenly, he would just...
Anyway, I'm done. You know what? Of course, we need a cooldown by playing some of the Frost Festival currently going on within PUBG Mobile. You can revel in the exhilaration of gliding down the slope in a snowboard and using snowbound. I talked about yesterday, potentially turning people into snowmen as well. Make sure you guys load up PUBG Mobile, download the new update, and participate and play. Because also while you're playing, we do have the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala happening with PUBG Mobile introducing a branded competition, exclusive audible rewards for you guys at home to participate and win. It's all kicking off between November 15th and December 15th. Make sure you guys get into the game and potentially able to win some rewards you can show off to your friends. Also, while you're playing in this one,
I really don't know how to start this segment here, gentlemen, because that was the wonkiest zone, the wonkiest finish out of Bacon time, but it's a delicious finish nonetheless. 25 points for the team who desperately needed them. Besides the fact that them getting points they needed, what about Vampire Esports who get 25? Agon IE, you get 13. Titan get their 12, and TRS get 11 out to the board. Some big movers happening in this last match.
I think, Jason, it's fair to say that we're going to have some new teams potentially in the top 5. I mean, mainly looking at Vampire Esports, of course. Them a new potential top 5 contender right now, but Bacon time, really, Sandstorm, I would say if they did not get this game right here, I think that they would be 100% out. But this one does add a question mark. Like,
Can they?
Who people are voting for?
Climb
Max
back up.
all
It's
aboard
gonna
the
be
Gladiator
tough,
train,
but
we have
this
to
may
wait till that
open
train
up a
takes
door for
off
them to
after
make it
the
happen.
side of a short.
It does, yeah, and it's not just that. Again, we have to look at the teams in the middle of the pack and seeing how they're performing. But putting up Noise's stats up against Fluke. Fluke almost managed to do it towards the end there. I'm surprised that he didn't use the nade a little bit early on. He might have been able to just take out the last two members of Bacon before the revive even came through. But still, very well played for Vampire to secure this amount of points in these games so far. We've seen them end the day one with 25 points. One whole day with 25 points, and now they get those in just the one game. So it is a sensational comeback from them, and they should definitely be in the top 5 now. But can they hold on? That is the question.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, 3 matches left to go today. The job's not done quite yet for all these teams. And honestly, it's just going to get more and more stressful as the matches do go on. But the best way to relax after having a stressful day with stressful matches is at the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangstar Hotel, where our world is your playground. And one thing as well to add into that, what about Prime Gaming? You get yourself some free in-game PUBG Mobile rewards, some premium content, not to mention all the rewards that Prime Gaming has as well. So that's one way you can de-stress. But they can't do it just yet. They still have the final matches to come. But what I'm mostly curious about is when we get to their overall standings. Because teams, they have to have an idea of where they're currently in the rankings. They have to know how many points they need or can afford to lose.
However,
and right now we have seen Vampire break through 4th place, moving out Inko out of top 5.
And it's so unfortunate too, because Inko had a good game plan. It was, we're just going to go play center, we're going to get a good position. Unfortunately, the center was on Northwest Island, and you know what that means when you're on Northwest Island.
Polaris,
HVVP. They learned that all the hard way, unfortunately, that game. So yeah, Inko a little bit of a tough game this time around. We'll see if they can adapt, but Vampire finally able to reach in his top 5 position. It is looking great, but that's the thing, Sandstorm. It is so close towards the top between all of these teams. At the end, these top 5 teams can be completely different in the next 3 matches.
It's interesting because Max,
yeah, I mean, if you look towards the second page of the leaderboard, Besiktas, LGD still definitely have a chance at making it towards the top 5. And again, it's just the one team that they can actually compete with, because when you look at 4th place, there's a 30+ point difference between them, or around 27 to 30 point difference, so it's going to require them to have a performance this game and then get another big performance in the next game, which of course is going to be very unlikely for a lot of these teams. But for Nigma, for Egon IA, and I think, yeah, for mostly for these two, definitely 100%, unless we're seeing triple chicken dinners from one of these teams, I don't think they're going to make it, and it's pretty sure that they're not going to be in the top 5 for now.
That was very clear that Jason said that Gladiators would win again.
I'm sure Max, you saw something
it's
there. That's
definitely going to be
for the sake of your eyebrows, Bigatron.
First place chicken dinner on this one.
Not looking good here. I mean, as you're just talking Sandstorm about needing to have 2 or 3 chicken dinners in a row, Bigatron need at least 1, I would say, for them to be in the running. They're starting to fall by the wayside here. It seems like Alpha 7, IHC, DRS, Titan, they're looking to lock in their position even further. And if you're Alpha 7, you should know in the back of your mind, one more win and we're through. Yeah, one more really good game, we're through. And they can almost taste PMGC. What does it taste like? I don't know. But they can taste it.
But again, they've just started stepping up now. I don't know what I'm talking about, really.
I'm just trying to imagine.
Really tasty chicken.
I do like the idea.
We're going in a weird direction right now. Save us. Save us.
I understand, Maxman, ice cream is your favorite treat. But you know, it's my treat. You guys have teams to watch.
If you get
take a look at what you both did. Select
and set the bar too high, you're not going to make it there again.
Inko, IHC, and Bacon time. Okay, so let's go with the LGD pick first of all here, Maxman. You did say earlier on you wouldn't pick them. I picked them for you, and then now you're picking them. So I don't know what to believe anymore.
It's not been working out. I didn't pick them. They're not able to perform, and I agree, especially with what Blank was bringing up during that game, which is sometimes they can look like one of the best teams in this PMGC period, and sometimes it just seems like they're entirely out of the conversation. And it feels like that's what we're seeing from them right now. We had that glimmer of hope from them yesterday. Now there's just nothing to show for it, and unfortunately, it seems like the further we go into these games, the more desperate it feels like they're trying to play, and it's just a desperate playstyle is not working for LGD, it's not working for VTR. We need to see a change of pace, and if it doesn't happen, I think it might just be too late right now.
They're doing that again here. It seems to be working reasonably well too. So
I would say this game would be their last opportunity. They need to get 15 points plus in this game in order to have a chance in the last 2 matches. If they don't, I think they're going to be out. When we're looking at IHC, they started off day 1 pretty strong. They had their first game with second place, 10 elims. You look at their last game as well, second place, 9 elims. But other than that, it's just been a performance that's all over the place. And we're not seeing anything good from IHC.
strategy throughout the first 3 games of today, and something definitely needs to change. For Inco, long story short, you guys started off strong. You even qualified through the strongest group in Group Green with a difference of 2 points, and now they're barely holding on to staying in that top 5 spot, so they need to kind of adapt a little bit, and we're going on the Wrangle, one of their strongest maps, so I'm hoping for a good performance from them.
Alright, let's time to head into our next match of the day here with Jara and Blake once again.
Where it feels like, especially for sort of the storyline and the narrative as well, with like the interview we had with
I said, Blank, that after this game, after that Sandrock, it was going to start to look at teams being counted out of the top 5. But now, Enigma Galaxy for me, bottom of the table.
And for him to go from strength to strength, but they were definitely struggling.
But 32 points at the bottom of the table.
What have they
no
got
idea,
up the
Black.
chops?
Maybe it was
anything hidden, anything else.
I'm not even going to. Not even trust Enigma Galaxy choking. But they are not going to be really within striking range of the top 5.
No,
I wouldn't say so anymore. I mean, Enigma Galaxy 16th place, 32 points is going to be extremely difficult for this team in the next few games. To actually get up towards that top side. You're looking at back-to-back chicken dinners now possible.
It's been fun to watch Mad Balls, which is nice to say.
Even if they don't look back in again for the team, so he's going to do some amazing work towards the start of the survival stage, really putting the team on his back a lot of times. We'll see exactly how this works out. I think there was just a bit of miscommunication, and I will maybe put this down to the fact that they've had so many sub-ins and sub-outs, not being able to have that consistent roster is hampering them a little bit because they seem to have different ideas of what they want to do at moments in the game. I mean, Liquid wanting to push that, Zuxi hanging back for the res. I mean, you either do one of the two, and I think the result is the same. They win that fight. If they both come back, went for the res and had one player hold off
realistically, they're doing really well.
Vehicles
and I think they should be proud of themselves so far.
They win that
they
fight. If they both push together, they get the refrag, they win that fight. But the fact that one went forward, gave the 1v1, and then one sat back, and then just res, which means
I think they should be very pleased with
you lose that fight 10 times out of 10. I think that is just a complete misplay on BTR's half. So I think that they need to figure out this roster they want to play over the rest of the day. I don't want to see any more subs come through because this is now really the final chance for BTR. Currently sat quite far down the lobby with 13th place, 55 points. There's certainly a chance for them, but requires these chicken dinners. And remember, they've been given a fair few chances for them. On Sandrock, they had a fantastic compound. On a Wrangle, they've had some fantastic compounds, but unable to convert that into a big win.
They can stake their claim on positions around the map, the more they can stake their claim on these rotations and be a team that some of these other squads may be a little bit scared to run into.
Including this one.
You do have that
not ideal, but at this point it might be their main drop. I feel like they've actually dropped here more over the course of this last chance tournament than they have actually been able to manage to get to North George. It's kind of crazy the amount of South Lane path cuts we've seen.
Yeah,
for HVP, I think they're more now prioritising getting that loot on board early. It's pretty easy rotation for them. DRS like to leave that position towards their northwest side quite quickly to get towards the edge side of the circles. They can start playing inwards. DRS at this point in time, it's going to be very hard for any of these teams to actually get above them or at least overtake them in this top 5 position, just because the way that they're currently earning points is very consistent. They're rolling over those numbers every single match, even when it seems very unlikely for that to happen. They're still grabbing those points. Remember to follow us on our social channels as well, guys, because we'll keep you up to date with anything that's coming through in the future, including certain rewards.
Look, to each their own.
Crates that might be releasing
unorthodox strategies do seem to work best. If your enemy can't prepare for it, you know, how can you, I suppose, in some way? That's a sense.
He's in a 720 kickflip roundhouse. Oh my lord.
Do not want to challenge this.
The standard is a 360.
LGD and Besiktas seem to be fighting quite a lot, quite early.
Man doing ollies in the car.
It's back. Goodness me. In quite a few of the games. What are you doing? Somewhat problematic going on there for you. I think you're just getting choked up about these final games. It's very emotional. I realise that, John. 100% some of our favourite teams might be going home here, but similarly some of our favourite teams might be going through, so we can be jubilant as well as sad at the same time. It's absolutely fine. I'm not sure how we pull that off.
They're on screens right now.
One face in a frown,
will take down
smile
Lord from Enigma Galaxy. And again, they keep just hemorrhaging members, I would say, on their rotates. You know what? I didn't actually get to talk about this last game, but I will talk about it now. now is that some of those
western side on the circle
extremely greedy.
Going to open up
I think that last
paths,
match, most of the teams on that south
Potato
side
Hill
realised
probably
that,
going to be
look,
quite hotly
if we're on the
contested.
edge already, I mean, they were rotating in from, what was it, Milta. They were battling out versus Inco early on.
Still
I think in that case, you just have to
Rozok.
slow push your way in towards the circle.
Quite a long drop, might actually be able to stretch out towards Sunken.
Back of this,
Down one,
they
playing in the apartment.
Taken up where Duxan was playing. Remember, Duxan got themselves a second place. Decent, good stuff.
Just trying to get as looted as possible. No one too close by. They weren't super worried at this time.
Besiktas,
though, sharing Yasnaya with
kept driving around to try and find another
This is one of the few circles we've actually seen head over towards this western side so heavily before. Gakka open now, so a lot of teams coming through from the eastern side. Now, A7 most likely going to be suffering the most because of this. They're right at the back of the queue. It's no longer a case of sitting pretty and making their way through slowly but surely towards the circle. I think there's definitely an opportunity for them to move up towards that northern side. But LGD currently holding here as well as Besiktas and BTR. That's going to be another tight rotation for them to make. It's going to be difficult to squeeze through without feeling some of the nasty bristles coming through from BTR, LGD and Besiktas through that location. Although they have made similar rotation before and been quite successful with it. Meantime, HVP, this might be a slightly more difficult rotation for them. I mean, I know I said the DRS like to move away from that position on the western bridge quite early, but this gives them the chance to stick around here for maybe a little bit longer, though with the way the circle's been panning out here, with the central play from a lot of these teams, you expect DRS to maybe head up, pick one of these nice compounds early on, just purely with the amount of useless compounds in this area and the amount of high priority compounds in this area.
We love to see it. He was doing an ollie in the car over his head. It was good stuff. We enjoyed it. We love to see it. For Reject, not quite towards the central right now, but a single elimination, that'll do the trick. They'll be happy, pleased with that one. DX Xavier also still pretty pleased their position up towards Severny, right? You know, they don't drop Pachinki, but they get themselves a very good position to work their way out from. They've got a lot of positions they're currently holding on to now. DX Xavier, typical
honestly, still feeling pretty good about them. I mean, they can move through Reject up towards Rozok side.
Something like that. Gladiators are just
in Pachinki. Very typical position for them, a great spot for them to kind of ladder out on this game, try and climb up those rankings just a little bit, considering they are so far down. We did say this is kind of a point in time where we feel like that is them just confirmed knocked out. Again, it would require a 30-point game to sit them steady with 10th place. Remember, that is profit that they need to find on top of those matches as well, because most likely 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, all going to find small points this game to try and see themselves upwards. Inco, for the first time in a long time, now knocked out top 5.
Taken down by Nasa.
It's not ideal either at such a late juncture, 9 points behind that bubble.
And I think this is something that we sort of saw over towards their group stage as well.
Try and keep
at the start,
plodding along, but there are teams at their heels.
Happy days
they're going to try and
Galaxy, some
snap out that Achilles and make that a whole lot harder.
Team. However, when you look
drawing
at them
really close to the end here,
their rotations were getting
a quarter of these games left to play. Down one, still playing.
I think that's the
a little bit split here, 3-on-1 right now.
About to go down soon, but Reject taking a lot of knocks of their own. Gladiators barely surviving themselves. Good amount of damage. Meku's on the side. Swatch to swing out.
Like
lovely nade. Will take down Meku. And now it's just Matic to try and hold down the door.
Easily.
Well, that's a nice trade, actually.
And he's playing it this time. They're not thwarted by any of the teams. They've already picked out that compound for them. So, again, we don't get that flustering. We don't get that panic.
Basically as good as gone here.
From Inco,
no
HP,
nothing to defend himself with.
In the meantime, Alpha 7 do make that rotate.
Nice retake on the compound. That was smart in the way he used his utility.
It was a tight rotation for the Gladiators. They nail it.
Prediction there,
right through that hoop, despite the flames on all sides.
Single elim on that one. Got a bit too big for their boots.
Nice.
Yeah.
And warm in the process,
but they've slowed it down. As I asked them to, well done.
You know,
this is more the Gladiators we're used to. You know, going down the first 2 stages. That's great.
Really little slow roll on.
Do something a little bit more next game. Maybe revert back to, you know, making not the greatest rotations.
Will be shot out as well.
That wasn't bad by
go down in
LGD. I quite liked it. Unfortunately for them, I think you make that rotation a little bit too late. You've got players that
this is what Alpha 7 wanted to do today, and they're executing it very well. I mean, not necessarily always getting all the points or getting all the success from it, but what you can respect from a team is finding a certain amount of success from something they wanted to do.
have gone a different way if Meku maybe had found that second shot, but like you said, some
that's
great nays
100% what
coming
they've
out from
aimed
Cook
to
there
do, and they found those spots, and it's
In the
resulted
meantime,
in
let's have a
wins,
look at where some of the other teams are playing ME spots.
spots Revo towards that blue side.
Not a huge amount of points
gets
found,
knocked
but
out
they're
here, very
consistently in the
unlikely to be
game,
brought
right?
back
And I think
towards
that's
the ball,
something that's
has to
great to
hit
see
the
so
first aid
far
kit.
on that side.
The Blues not doing a chunk of damage at the moment, can just bandage
Yeah,
that
they've
one
been
back
making a
up,
lot
get
of
the
cameo
stims and
appearances.
get moving, but that
Even
will
in
slow down the
situations
guys from
where it's just
A7,
one or
but they've
two
got something to say about this.
It feels that they're always
people are looking at this rotation and thinking, hang on a minute, Alpha 7 did really well by rotating over the north of the lake, so let's all do it. 4 teams have moved through that area.
This is one that feels like it's just a matter of
great for any of them, really. Bigatron probably ahead of the curve on it, will be able to get ahead.
Back and rejects
but they're most likely going to have to push south of the river. They see that. They're moving into Rozhok North.
To give them cover, as Nasser are definitely roaming quite far out and looking to gain
So
a good
second
understanding
circle
of what
finally
everyone
hits
is
it.
stationed,
Inco will have to
using the
move for a
reconnaissance
bunch of
and
teams.
Xenox here with the one
Pachinki, a
vehicle,
little bit of a
bit
sore
scout,
spot in the circle.
and then having a backup position. to
Move
fall
around
back
that
towards.
means that a lot of these rotations will have to
Still
go through
alive as
similar
well,
areas
Brian.
towards
Alright,
that
so
northern
that's
side
just the
or down
one
towards
man
the
that
south.
remained. I mean, his entire team
You're
basically
really
got
going to be seeing a
picked to
lot of
pieces
traffic jams
instantly.
coming through.
So I
Besiktas
suppose
still
it's
on their
best case
rotate downwards, and
scenario,
Alpha
how
7
far can
lashed
you
down
go,
the cold
right?
as they've got a
Because
long,
looking at
long
a
way to
placement
go
game
on
with
this
this
one.
one,
Chung C
pretty
still in the
early,
back for
gonna be a while on the
LGD towards
stopwatch before we
Saverni,
come back to that
trying
point.
to regroup with the rest of his team in YZZ as well as
definitely
Suki.
comes back to that case of Enigma Galaxy. A lot of their
Struggling to
rotations
find
getting
similar
read into
performance we've
towards the
seen
end of their
before,
group
towards the top of the
and not
tables.
making too many adjustments off the back
Again,
of that.
now looking back down
Again,
towards
even
the
in their
circle
group, there was a
itself,
lot of
Game
feeder
Lord,
teams down
I8,
towards the bottom as
DRS,
well,
all
which
in
just
central
allows them to
spots,
make these
HVP
rotations. And I
just
think
now
you try and do the same thing again here
a
in the
huge
survival
chunk
stage,
of
where
this
every
ground
single team
split off by
is
Quarry
very
as well as the
willing to
fielded
take
area down
shots
towards that
and
south side.
has
It will be
great
difficult to
gun
play
skill.
this
Remember,
circle.
these are
A lot of
the
open
best
space.
teams
You're
in
more
the
than likely
world,
going
all
to see a lot of
fighting
teams
out for
struggling
a
towards
place
that
in the
end
grand
game
finals
in positions
to
that
really
we
display
never want to see
what
you
their
in, which is
region, what their
lay
team
down
has
on the
to
floor
offer
in the middle
to
of the field,
everyone
maybe
that wants
behind
to
a hay
watch.
bale,
So I
which is
think
your
that
only
for
hope in
Enigma
hell of
Galaxy,
making it through the
again, it's
game.
just because you can't just randomly rotate
far
over
from
heels,
ideal.
so you need to have a bit of scouting
Time on
going
the east
on.
side.
You
12th
need to
position
ensure
even
you
after
know
that chicken
exactly
dinner.
where some of these teams might be playing, so you can angle yourself in such a way that you can cross and be out of the line of sight of some of these squads that might take shots towards you.
Well,
if
that's
we
what I'm
see it
saying.
again
Is that
on
it's
that
so
next match
surprising
from
to me
Enigma
that they've
Galaxy,
been
where
able
they
to
make a
find this
random
rotate,
like that and
and
start
it's
losing
not been
players
challenged
out the back of
whatsoever.
the vehicle.
I think
would
that this
be
is
fairly.
They
this
won't
point, it can't be luck, right?
This is another team that's feeling like
I mean, it's not luck, no, but this is the type of thing. Well, they're lucky in a way that no one's taken this at this point in time. So many teams had a lot of available time to get in towards this position. Yes, it's not the best compound. I think they've realised that, which is why there's a more priority compound down towards the south side, which VPE have. So they take the leftover essentially. But there should be other teams taking this spot. They're already much further towards circle than them. I mean, they were up towards school side about 3 minutes ago, and now they make their way down. No one takes shots at them to get this spot. This is not something that they'll get away with if they head towards the PMGC Grand Finals. This position should be taken up by that point in time, and crashing onto it, they will require a fight to get in. I don't think we've seen many times Inco have to take any kind of crashes, any kind of engagement for their compound, but when they do,
there's been a bit of a change
does not work out well for them.
For a few of them.
This hillside that's in the middle, surrounded by fields, is only going to compound the issue of it being a central lobby. Right? All of these teams focus generally on getting quite central, and the fact that there's so much, there's essentially a ring of difficult to play terrain around the centre is just going to make things a little bit faster. A knockover towards the forward point from HVVP, who are still wildly split, is going to force a fast response.
The Mini 14 pounding the pressure out.
Back up towards the high ground, I mean, it's not a bad spot whatsoever, and now with this high ground to play around with on the Quarry, they can look down to a lot of these teams who may be out in the open, provided some good sightlines their way. Game Lord again also on a really nice compound towards the road side, and we're moving further away from that nasty bit of field area down towards the southeast, which makes things a lot easier for these teams. It's going to be a bit more tactical, a lot more compound play.
How important this compound is to them over towards this really nice precision. They don't want to let
play as well to hit the helmets off, reduce supply count. A lot of these teams most likely will be moving Inco in the way, directly in the centre.
But
you wonder if
lives off
VP
the
are going
back
to
of
try
that,
and move
grazed
down or
by
maybe
the
take some
vehicle,
shots
but
towards
not
that
out
position
yet.
because
Becker
they are deadly
to take shots,
because they're
and
not
will
likely to help
finish
you in
it
an engagement
there
once it
and
pops
then.
off. They're certainly
Broken
happy
leg
to
regardless.
wander on up.
and pick up the pieces in the aftermath.
Big balls are fire as damage is done onto the vehicle. And he tries to stand his ground.
Side.
Becker quick on the medic maneuvers, trying to get the
little
healing.
bit of momentum
Meanwhile,
early to an early pick.
They're being attacked. DX have crashed onto them, but DS,
got some buildings,
they've crashed more literally just straight into the faces there, hitting the shots together, one by one. Melissa expiring as they've been stunned by the
watching out on their back.
It seems blank.
In the meantime,
LGD
from that taking
one.
shots.
DX can reset,
will be knelt.
Clean the corpses on the
Mythic
floor
takes
now
shots
as well,
over to LGD's compounds on the north side of the next circle.
So they're going to be
their backstop area.
Meanwhile,
Alpha 7 looking to sweep in on this northwestern edge.
He's been pretty damn quick with his scouting.
Has to be very careful.
He's been able to take some point man positions and look to get the damage out.
Not the most amazing spot for HVP down towards Quarry, but the high ground is nice for the time being. It's coming through from BTR over towards LGD. We said this team had to have a good performance here. YZ, bit of a clutch maestro, looking to take it to him.
We'll be able to find one, but the next knock is just too much to bear. Both of the players here down, and now it's just the forward outpost Suki for the squad. Bigatron
smart, knows he still has a team
moving in and backfilling on LGD, picking up those pieces. But Mafioso sending out wide will have heard these gunshots.
Right now for Inco,
they're thinking about how they can capitalize. So they move ahead. Do they try a third party? What are they going to do?
In angles of a lot of other teams that inside the lobby. Freak here trying to hold his own.
BTR being able to catch them on their rotate would be really nice. I mean, Kalio's already looking for those knocks which they can aggressively push on top of. You can see which compounds he's scouting to. Tixi
versus these other squads.
Gets a shot down towards Regiosio, moves out very wide here. More than likely will not be able to be picked back up again by the reject squad, which allows perhaps a future rotation from HVP up towards that northern side to get a little bit more space. Maybe just a bit more towards the central side of the lobby.
Than they have any others, and that's saying something considering we still have 12 teams alive.
Their way in
we see Procedure Evos off towards the central arena alongside
how have they managed to get through? I was going to say unscathed, but Noise does get knocked out in the open. Vampire pick that one up. The hillsides on the southwest stay in.
On board.
The circle does shrink. HVVP on 4 players. 2 players from Reject down the hill from them. Reject 4 players alive, sure, but you can't turn that slowly in front of Kitsune. Will be able to line those shots up. The players on your left though, Kitsune, you need to be worried about. Has to reposition, wants to either get the flush now or look to regroup with the rest of the HVVP squad who are looking to move forward. They want to crunch in on the position.
The longer this one goes on,
A7's coming down now as well to get
looking to set themselves
joined in on this engagement outside in the blue,
bit by bit.
outside the circle.
Looking like he wants to try and
HVV's been very cautious about any of these
third
parties. Regroup and Meku is very good that they held him in that position for a long time, allowed them to have that anchor point to come through to. Suki is put down immediately, and LGD's hopes to get towards that grand finals, getting ever slimmer as we go through 2 more games now. We'd have to have a killer LGD performance to get towards that top side. Titans also taking shots there. I think that's from one of the remaining members up towards that hillside, down towards the south.
Pressure applied on them. Fnatic from the side at least assists where possible, but he's got to scurry off. Got to reset on this one now.
Yeah, it's good potential for them to hold out DX Xavier, right? But
however, they might not have much choice. They are swinging in. They fully committed now. Luxy caught out there, but Mythic's position known. They can start to put nades in on this forward position. Misery immediately pushing through. Gen Foster on the off angle to catch those rotates out, but could go down. It could be disastrous. Carrillo lights them up, looks for 2, and he stays alive. Carrillo Forte yet again staying in the mix of it, punching it out for Alpha 7 on a crucial part of the push. Turns around. And Mythic helps him out there. Gem Foster dealt with. Bigatron finds out all about it. Why are Alpha 7 at the top? This is
a lot of history on this team, right? And I think a lot of Indonesian fans would be very excited to see this team go through to the PMGC Grand Finals, specifically just to be able to see the twins there on the grand stage.
It might be just over now for BTR. 57 points, 2 more matches. The current performance as well. I mean, you can almost expect LGD to start flying out of control towards the end of the day. But for BTR, we have not seen that similar kind of jump up in performance throughout the day. Nick Galaxy almost looking to end their run now. It's looking very bad for them.
It needs
just the one left standing now. And at the bottom of the tables, 2 eliminations on the game.
Nicely
34 points if they fall at this stage. Aegon XA pushing into their compound. IHC on the far side.
Lord from this one.
Biggie in the middle, and will fall last. That is the Galaxy out of this game, and most likely the tournament.
All pushing
I think at this point in time, we could practically say that Enigma Galaxy will not be making it through to the grand finals. They have been getting to each and individual stage by a hair's breadth as well.
And steal the compound from underneath.
Congratulations, they get this far, but I do think that
ready with the
at some point,
firing off buckshot
did
from the
have to come all
DBS.
crushing
Meanwhile,
down
the building
around them.
is burning.
Purely just with the gameplay we've seen from
them. Didn't
this
even
entire
see
time.
that one, Blank.
Kitsune
Swings
Matic,
round the corner,
still far away
hits
from
him,
the team,
takes
looking
him
up
off his
towards
leg.
Alpha 7 reject spot. I mean,
turns
it
for
would
the
still be a
back door
2-2.
as well. Read
at the
this
moment,
fight
HB
well,
really
Blank.
trying to
He's been
clear
peeked from the
this
window,
western
takes
side
half
as best as
HP off
possible.
him. Just waiting now on the off angle, tries to back Nade whilst his teammates are fighting tooth and nail. Nade's going down. Who else wants a piece of this fight?
What is this? There's three teams on the same compound. Regioso sends out the side into the vehicle to get himself some better angles. He's fighting for his life at this point in time. Spec moves in, Hoxie's half HP, and Regioso's out on the edge. Surely he spots Junie, but he doesn't inside the smoke. And now Duckshan have another battle to get through. Need to get more players back to their feet, but they're falling so quickly. Just Hoxie and Junie left alive. Junie, a veteran of these high-scale tournaments, but Nasa move in at the best opportune time. Will pick themselves up 9 eliminations off the back of this bad boy. Two players left alive, but on the southern edge, this is pretty decent stuff.
You've got Inco, Game Lord, Besiktas,
that
Reject, all also looking to leapfrog you, so not only
that's a slay down there.
As
we see both of Alter Ego's last remaining members quickly packed up and
just how far HVVP can go on their strike. Dixie moves forward. Will have seen Mythic going on in. But Mythic, as a nade of his own, puts it right on the target, just about sidestepped by Tixie. Opens the door, he's out the front, and there's the light up. You're not going to survive there. Not on a wide peak, not when you've got shots coming in from the high ground as well.
Tixie shuts down the game as FaZe again continues applying pressure.
Now they can start to focus up towards Reject spot.
Gets bitten to
Perhaps
pieces.
even Besiktas who are trying to move down from that northern side, clear out this space. Now
to gain the extra elim for their troubles.
They have slipped and slipped and slipped down towards 14th place now, 54 points.
FaZe now starting to make their move into the center, getting themselves
prime
closer
as well,
and closer,
they have had
and just trying to play
really
off whatever
solid
geometry
results
will
over
actually
the course of
provide
this
some
year.
sort of protection
They have
for
been
them.
just increasing in pace, but
suspicious about the smokes as well.
Knows
Knows that there could be someone lurking, waiting to
still
peek.
taking the
And he's
fight
got
against
contact
Game
on
Lord.
Star. Quick flick there.
Them alive.
Hits
now
the
Valor
head
swinging around
and
wide
shuts
as they
the man
move up
down.
towards Aegon XA.
Yeah, very nice little shot there and pick up from FaZe. This is a really difficult area of the map to play, honestly. We see a lot of teams play this one out. You basically just have the tower here.
Slowed up 8th position. They're 65 points to Olympus Blank. This is a team that is competing right now, and they're in a fight with 2 others. Aegon XIA, they're further out into the blue, but Titans are ahead of them, and they're taking the shots, landing them where they need to. Akashi, last standing for Game Lord.
Have a massive advantage. Despite that, FaZe is not letting that up. And it's so surprising
Akashi
when not
assassin, as we used to
Evos
call him,
take a little
surviving
quick
so
peek
long into
over
these
towards
games,
this
picking
eastern
up
side. See if they can pick
individual
themselves up
eliminations
some more
where they
eliminations.
could,
Right
but
now, they're currently running
honestly,
on 12.
I think for Game Lord,
this
been a strange
This is a game where you
occurrence of events
those
at the
limbs
moment
up,
where
even if it means you get yourself a second place, but I can see why they wouldn't want to give up the gas station here.
Maybe just they certainly were better than this in the past. I don't think it's a case of the lobby getting better. I just think Game Lord has
over towards FaZe because currently the 4-player team.
It's sad to see considering how cool of a team they were. They still have a chance though. 67 points at the end of this game. 2 more matches to play. Aegon XA up towards that top side. 7 eliminations so far. 3 players up.
Definitely
one needs resing.
Open opportunity for them. They certainly need it. Into the favor of Evos now, though. Nice first tag down the hill.
I mean, we saw them launch themselves up, but
from it.
The target was 16th place there, not 5th.
Gets the tap off that we needed to see.
Gaps that they would
need
need to
compound
close.
Control still firmly in their favor, and they're starting
jealous.
to clear out the players that were edging
Inco
closer
moving
towards them.
See the circle change pace. No one's taking shots at them either. They just vacate
move up.
ghostly there.
You've got a couple of angles.
No one even assumes what's happening. VPE could have taken shots, but they don't. They move up towards that crate. I think there are shots coming through now from them. HVP locked in combat between Reject, Besiktas on this western side. They control a lot of space. It's an incredible rich side for them to play from. But there being so many teams on this edge, it is difficult. Inco suffers some damage.
Lots of small nuances on this one, but the big focal point is just the fact that Evo is in a great position to try and command the game. Ooh, rough
on the far side, protected from HVP, but not from
Link's fine spec as he makes a rotate through. CJ Evo's now up to 5 eliminations, looking for a little bit more.
Spots yet again. Aegon XIA, they leave one player forwards.
5 elimination game.
The rest are left to deal.
It's all right.
Tighten down the hill, 2 players alive. Ghost lights up 1 and it's traded off by T. Playing low behind the tree, does manage to get a heal off.
More points.
Stands up
very
and takes
good initial nade that's sent out, but FaZe is on the backline.
Very difficult to get Ghost back on his feet, but
another amazing nade on the predict over towards G-Fan, and Redface is just sending these over and over again. Another one will take down GK first, now just FSS left alive. There will be Redface stand out for this one. One not goes over towards Luxy with 5 eliminations on board.
Good shots come back from Becca,
over towards FaZe, one of the final teams alongside with Oliolio.
You say just Vitali,
second place placement point steal
through the ranks of Besiktas.
Evos, this is where you've just got to shut things
somehow
down.
Struggling here. Ravenclaw finally might be able to get a cheek in the angle, but worried about off angles.
Nail though, bombarding down
a little bit, takes shots over a different way. Nade from Stone over towards Aegon XIA. IQ taken down on the forefront. 5 eliminations for Vampire now in 4th place on the tables. 4 out of the 5 top 5 teams have been eliminated at this stage flank. So again, it is that chase on up with Inco falling. Besiktas, HVP, the big chase is here.
But Evos
are going 10 eliminations so far. It's been a great game from them, but they've taken a couple of knocks. Have to restabilize now. Aegon XIA down in 6th place, 9 eliminations. That's good enough done with the AR.
Switches to the
again,
DBS.
A really big run required.
He's getting in their face.
What is going on? Already we see another knock come through with the DBS. Misery left alive, and he's taking damage here and there. Able to clutch it out. But Udo Alliance, they're still in the wings here, Jackie.
And Besiktas to take most of the damage, but also most of the eliminations. At this point,
is there anything that can be done?
There is a chance where
now
these 2 teams, Besiktas and HVP,
are down. They're knocked.
They're on similar spots.
Doesn't have
within the tables.
List of information that we do, though.
Been holding in this tower for so long, and finally it's coming to bear. Alive into the top 5 with Vampire down to 2 as Reiji continues to light things up. A nade over the top from Kitsune as well as they fight behind the tower with Besiktas. The next circle about to pop as well. Will take quite a lot of the pace of this next phase.
So you do a
right over the top to raise it on target. A little bit close, but gets one of them, sends another over the top. Schweppes is trying to eliminate the final player, moves up and round, but exposed by a lot of teams. The nades aren't going far enough, but 2 left remaining. Sends this one a little bit higher. Where's it bounced? Much further towards them. 2 down, now just 1 out. Has to move into the sidelines of Sung.
No utility on the side of Presija Evo so far, but that might change once they start to loot some of these crates that surround and litter the battlefield. No meds available for Misery other than those stims available for him. Might go for a quick scout in the vehicle. So far this game, Luxy is absolutely putting some mega work for them. 5 eliminations so far. First initial nade sent out. After that, there is another sent over the top.
Behind the car that they burnt out before. HVP trying to move around them as well. As Sung finally falls to a nade answer from Vampire, but they're on 2 in the field.
We can really
smart decision from Besiktas. They're going to try and get the resupply from the members of Inco that went down. Getting nades at this stage of the game is extremely important. And Inco was nowhere near anyone close enough to actually send their nades through. With being in the buildings for a while and not using much utility, that can be really big for Besiktas. Although they have kind of put themselves in an awkward spot within the circle. HVP currently in, Besiktas still have to go further. VPE, again, a good performance, looking to secure their position towards the top side of the tables and get into that grand final. A really good sprint from them today.
Rather than actually locating
resupply as well coming through for Schweppes. A full, fresh level 3 and an AUG as well on the back. A really powerful set. Reiji goes down to Besiktas, who are on 11 eliminations right now, Blank. Meku tries to get past the sightlines of the scope, but somehow staying alive. Matic gets the challenge, stays alive as well.
amount of
now
knocks that came through
HVVP have a little bit of high ground to
field,
play with.
Olio should just be sending in, looking for elimination points where he can. Just find a little bit down the start things off.
So much
all
here,
it is
and all of these teams are competing for top 5 spots now. They've done so much, and we're probably going to see all 3 of them in the top 5. The question is, in what order?
I think that Olio could have got
incredibly surprisingly good spot here for VPE. Vampire playing from the field inside. The hay bale, I mentioned it earlier. A hope in hell and a hay bale to work with. You might just need to pull out the pitchfork and start shoveling a way to get a little bit of a ditch inside of this side of the circle. Hunker down, play from there. Besiktas currently doing exactly that. Tixi just looking for these shots over towards VPE. If they can open up onto a knock, their line becomes so much
much as
easier.
it's one thing where he didn't have the
wide,
full
see if he
situation,
can find himself a better position. Tries to bait out these shots to allow Tixi to hit them.
Final fight, no matter what, HP
no, there's a player behind this crate. They've been scouting this out for a long time.
With a half HP
Once those positions are zeroed in, the power diminishes greatly. Because Meku is going to absolutely know where Vampire sit right now. Matic is, as you say, baiting out the shots, launches Tixi into the sky. Got to be careful with that.
They relay some of the plays they
do not want to be shut down because these players can hit shots like that.
Procedure Evo's playing a great game there. You know, had a good setup early. They were confident in the way they wanted to take the compound and played it
so far. They clean this out.
Yeah,
with a chicken dinner too.
Like topping the tails in terms of damage and elimination.
An incredibly strong spot.
Player within
a lot of our
big
teams
just
finally
massively over the past
putting their names on the
leaderboards. Really put in
pinning it in there
and
towards the grand finals.
Honestly, it's amazing
right at the
to
end,
see because it
little
really
bit dicey.
He sort of was overshadowed by the likes of Ryzen
start jumping
as well
above a lot of these
back
teams
on
and just
BTR.
fell off.
But look at this,
aren't able to keep the gas burning in the tank.
Constantly pressuring
the surprise entry here for me is Besiktas.
For those
to be honest,
in the future.
This is a team that I had fairly
really
closely to discounted.
You do Alliance,
especially given their performance in the regionals.
A little bit of a
getting in here to the last chance. Did not expect to be them in the conversation.
Let's get back to basics with the death.
For the top 5 spots and a qualification to the grand finals in Jakarta.
Getting themselves the victory here off the back of
here they are, fighting and fighting hard. They're on a hefty elimination count and the shots start to come through. This fight between Besiktas and HVVP, they has to come through. And Zessi goes down first. There is a nade being cooked though. They need to fade off and Enjoy lights them up. 2 players fall. And HVVP might be drawn short here. But Meku can drop these smokes. Can Peace get the nades on? Or can Schweppes light it up as well? Kitsune behind the buggy. The burn is there. HVVP struggling. Should be able to get one res. Tixi crawling forwards in the meantime behind cover of smoke. The res goes through. Just on the edge. Kitsune steps up for one more res as well. Can they get back to full force? No, they can't, but they still have 3. More than anyone else in the lobby, but Meku gets taken down by Stone, and the shots are not there to answer. They're covered off with the smoke from Besiktas. Enjoy spotted, but Matic gets the knock. Looks for the flush as well, picks up the point. We'll be able to find it. Who's getting it? But Stone is spotted as well out the open, and HVVP are striking hard. Peace there behind the vehicle. They know where he is, but 2 players active for HVVP. Peace tries to hold it on Outblank. Elimination. Stone. Schweppes finish off the final player from Besiktas. Only find themselves in 3rd place. Unlikely he's going to make it through. HVP have done an astonishingly good job with the smokes. The Cloud has kept them safe for so long, and that will take them to greater heights there towards the sky and in the top of the leaderboard. What a good job from HVP. A really tough spot to play from with so many teams around them, making it difficult. I think for Vampire, they had a chokehold of that lobby for a long time.
I was a bit surprised.
It's definitely those smokes coming out from HVP. Not only did they deny the sidelines from Vampire Esports, set themselves on the right side of the ridge. They control that side of the ridge for so long as well. Just
the craziest way to get to that point,
play out this end game, which allows them to take shots towards Besiktas, glide back, get those reses right at the end.
No, indeed.
It's very, very well done.
As well, with the amount of wins that they're able to garner. Very important for their
I really like that
what is only 2 days of gameplay. Also, you do Alliance kind of making what I would say almost a surprise entry when it comes to the upper echelons of this game. Not necessarily because of the circle and how things were playing out, but they were in a very wide split start things off for you do Alliance. And then
from both
I think when it gets down to that 4v1, 3v1 scenario at the end, it's very difficult for him to make that call to try and crest the hill.
Those loot crates,
considering the elimination feed and how it all works
for them. And I mean, it's making the best out of a bad situation, and that's what HVP and Vampire have done today to get towards the top.
Like a bunch of solos, we're just not quite sure at that point. So let's not take the risk. Let's try and survive, try and just secure secure second place. So I do get the idea. If you did know that was a misplay, but as you said, I don't think it had to make either. It was. But if you did know, then unfortunately it wasn't a good match. Like, still a second place, so a good match. Currently the best match for the
I was actually doing my impression of Gladiators that game, just not being here. I don't know, that's a little mean. But I think the game that was most just about the teams who desperately needed to get the points under their belt, getting those points under their belt. You guys were talking about the Siege. Obviously, this is their last day of play as well, so they really have to rack up as much as possible to build that buffer. UD Alliance, this is the first time they are playing, so they can get some steam going here as they go on forward into this one. And Nazir, which, I mean, 9 eliminations, that's a good start. I think for me, for a team like that, it's a confidence boost. It's to show them that, okay, we can compete against these teams, even though we might have been struggling the first couple of matches, but where can they go from here? And obviously, we still have that one Aaron
HVVP, another chicken dinner to add to their tally, and another 25 points to boot. A massive game for this team.
Not really much to say about them either. If you have anything to chime in with Kalaris, but
into an organization, though, after this, maybe they'll be able to get one for the finals of PUBGC, because that's the track they're currently on here to make. Gentlemen, a fantastic game.
If you think
the
about
field finish was very interesting, I think we should say, as Vampire unfortunately shot. Basically, it felt like every angle by every team.
Maybe you'd have
we even
to
see
kind of have a
Vampire
bit of a
getting
skirmish
21 points,
with the remaining members of Alliance, kind of north
even
of you.
Aegon
They're
IA
also wanting to be approaching
this
from
has
that
to shift
similar
up the
angle.
standings quite
Maybe
a
you
bit.
lose people out on that, but
It
they
really has.
decided, no,
And Vampire,
let's
like, they got
take
himself
that
right now
south
a
side,
chicken
which
dinner with
is
12
covered
elims.
a
He's
little
second
bit
place
more
with 13
by,
elims in the previous two
terrain
games,
as a
and now they've
whole,
got
and
himself
actually take some
another
really
second
good
place with
skirmishes.
double-digit
I'm impressed from that
eliminations
game.
coming their way. I don't know what changed happened between yesterday and today, but I'm loving it, and it seems like when they just get into that late game position, they still have 4 players alive, they just overwhelm the lobby at some point in time, unless you have Sung, which it's a field finish. Yeah, going to have the snake. It's going to be an issue, of course. But if Sung is not there, chances are with those 4 players, they get the chicken dinner. So I'm loving this new Vampire. They're looking so streaky today.
Excitement. So,
all right, well, we're going to head to a short break while we kind of wrap our heads around what just happened. But when we come back, we're going to finish breaking down this last match and get you ready to go for our penultimate match of the last chance stage.
But watching them, I'm having a field day.
Absolutely. I love that, Jason is so excited that he went slow-mo for that throw. That was amazing. Beautiful stuff. We got the hands up. Everyone wants to speak to the teacher, apparently. Tudika doesn't know what's going on. That's fine. Zerich just slamming down. What a weird scenario that was. Okay. I do think... yes. I have 2 boys in the back like, we're just here. Zerich and Tudika doing everything. Zerich's like, another rotation's gone wrong. Again. But to be fair to the Maples, I think honestly Tudika probably is a little bit stressed because he has done so much work for them. I think he's really doing well for the team. I'm actually very pleased with his results because I think he's come a long way in the year he's been playing with the Maples. Used to be a case that he was a bit of a loose cannon on the team, always going a little bit too far away from them, but he plays much more as a good teammate now, supporting Zerich. I'm seeing a great front liner without getting too aggressive, so I've been very excited to see the development coming through from Tudika in particular.
He's looking good, man. He really is. And I think, it's interesting because this entire Maples roster
So an Xperia 1-4 and Xperia stream made in collaboration with professional Maxman?
Esport players.
Yes, it is. You get 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Don't worry, I was going to test you on that one, Sandstorm.
I was ready, though!
But welcome back, everyone, as we finished off again our 4th match of our final day of play here. Let's take a look at our overalls and see how things might have shifted up. And we are going to see a big shift in what? Vampire Esports coming for that first place.
And we're only really
Are you kidding me?
This
is mad. This is a team that started with 25 points and they're 4 points away from first. In 4 games! Where was this, Vampire? Where was this before? Why did you have to give us a heart attack?
Third and final Erangel then.
DRS, they're still keeping up the consistency. Good for them to remain in the top 5. Only 1 point ahead of Titan, but HVVP breaking in and getting to 94 points. And now we're seeing the margin increasing a little bit between qualifying and not. Only 12 points between Besiktas and HVVP. That game was pure gold for Besiktas Esports.
Besiktas currently the only team from Turkey that has not qualified. They could potentially make it right here if they keep on this kind of streak. And on the second page, I mean, as we said, Jason, we're going to start to cut out teams and all the teams at the bottom here. I would even have to say potentially even LGD are looking like they're pretty much out of the picture with their performance. They're just a team that's not been able to showcase what they have
have been able to do at their peak in this PMGC, and now they just kind of fell off. Damwon is not looking too good too. Maybe Sun's performance kept things relevant for the team a little bit, but if you're on the second page at this point with 2 games remaining, you're going to need a chicken dinner. Otherwise, it's not going to go your way.
Bigatron, Bacon Time, they need to really step up here. This last 2 matches to go, right? You have to have at least a chicken dinner in one of them, potentially just 2, or at least a game with a ton of eliminations. We know both teams are capable of it. As we head over to Miramar, knowing that other teams will be playing safe, other teams will be playing even more carefree, realistic. They have to have a big game themselves. But I feel like the strategy of the lobby does change quite a bit as we get towards the very end of events like this. We'll take a look at your guys' teams to watch. So you guys explain why you went with who you went with. We have HVP, IHC, and Sigtus out of almost both of you. We have the reject pick coming in last second here out of Sandstorm. So talk to me about the reject pick first.
Reject have been, I mean, we've said it multiple times, all we see from them is a flash in the pan, one great game, and then they just completely disappear. Which surprised me considering that they're one of the strongest teams from the region. And I expected them to do a lot more throughout the games. They might surprise us with something here, but I just picked it because I want to focus on them and maybe see something. I'm not asking for a chicken dinner, I'm just asking for something from Reject. Besiktas, the last game that they got, definitely good for them. They have something to build off of, and IHC, we're seeing the consistency, but it's downhill, unfortunately. They were in the top 5 and now they're not. They have 2 more games to stay in, so what happened, IHC? Where's your performance gone? Where are those elims? Where are those points? You need them again.
Unless we roll the dice and...
I'm looking back on IG's numbers real quick right now, and the thing is, they're still getting themselves some decent eliminations. The thing is, they're not getting into the late game ever. Like, they get themselves first game, 3 eliminations, then 6 eliminations, then 5, like, which is decent. It's a decent average to have. They just go out at 11th place, 13th place, 15th place, and I think the main issue with that is they're just trying to take fights to stay relevant in the overall rankings by getting these big elimination games, but just using a player here, a player there, and then you have your vampires or your HVPs that still have 4 players alive at the very end. You're going to hit that wall eventually, and it's just not going to work out. So sure, taking fights is good, but you need to keep those players alive to really aim for that top 3.
In the dark right now.
Well, here we go, gentlemen. 2 matches left to go, separating all these teams at a chance at the PMGC final. Going on over to our casters here so we can dive right in to Miramar.
Unlimited points on the last.
Not just any Miramar, the last Miramar on the cards for, well, 11 of these teams. Quite frankly, we are going to be saying goodbye to 11 of them after the Erangel that is still yet to come blank. We are not going to be happy to do it, but it's going to be exciting to do so.
Yeah, it's very difficult for us to make a decision like
this is
where
though. I have missed
these plays should end up. I think that everyone's really tried very hard throughout this entirety of the survival state, as well as the last chance. I don't think there's a single team that has dropped really low down. I think over the Enigma Galaxy really, but again, they've had their group, in which case they had to really push it all the way to the end, and then the survival stage where it's another one of those really big pushes to get towards the end as well. I think that they've been really stretching where their limit lies, and I think that anyone who is a fan of that team can be proud of them for that fact. But at this point in time, it is now pretty much impossible for them to make it through in towards the top 5 with the profit gain that's probably going to come through from a lot of these teams. HVP get a quick drop up towards La Cobraria straight away. Is the team that's right on the edge at the moment. 94 points for them in 5th place. Beneath them is Besiktas with a 12-point gap between 5th and 6th. That is really cool. Quite large in terms of points if HVP are able to score some this game, but again, very doable. Unfortunately, Besiktas is a team that sometimes does well, sometimes gets these big points, but oftentimes we're seeing lose players early in the game and not make it all the way through. It would be a shame for the Turkish fans to see this team go home when they have done so well before. However, we have some very strong representatives already qualified for Turkey.
Which feels like, you know... It feels like you're failing at the first aspect of PUBG Mobile, right? And that feels bad to say because I know they're a good team.
Lies
that's
on
like
the Miramar, 11 of 12.
Get some vehicles on the drop, go from there.
A Western drop for LGD, potentially
the way to word it in a friendly manner
with
is
Enigma Galaxy, who have nothing to lose right now.
Today.
They are at the bottom.
They've been using the...
I need to just figure out something
the carpool lane.
Yeah. It's not ideal. That's for sure.
LGD, who 12th place right now, again, Max was even saying, it feels like at this stage they might just be cut out. 34 points behind the bubble at this stage. They need to make up that difference. And when you've got the teams fighting so heavily for those spots at the top as well, it's likely that that bubble is just going to move too far away from you. You're expecting it.
I need to say that on PMGC.
Well, we were expecting it certainly at the start of today to be around that 120 point mark. So for LGD, they would need to double their points in the next 2 games. That's 2 30-point games. Very, very unlikely.
I do love the idea that they've not
it's
not
really difficult to hear. You're also hoping now that teams in that top 5 bracket don't get good games going forward. They're getting these 0.2 point games, which at this point in time where you're at that top 5, there's a little bit of mental pressure relieved, but it's a case of now you're just looking for those consistent points. Before, for some of these teams like Vampire, there was a case of we have to step it up. We have to get some massive games going forward. We cannot afford not to go for these crashes because we need the elimination count to see ourselves find towards the top. But now they can just think about getting some fairly standard 10-point games, which should see them in the fairly easy scenario getting towards the grand finals. 2 matches remain though, and anything can happen with this sprint format, especially where we have so many good teams coming from these regions. You can see that we have so many good teams just the way that the points are distributed. We have a very even distribution going downwards all the way from first place. Bacon time though, finding one from down 1.
Towards that
them down to just 3 now. Down 1 with 63 points in 11th place. A team that has a chance to get towards that top side, but again, very similar to LGD. It will be extremely difficult, and you need 4 players alive. You need 4 players alive at this point in time to get those big elimination games. And losing one early like this requires you to have a very weird entrance towards the circle, and then also one of those odd finishes where you almost guarantee a win from the position you have.
Nacer dropping over towards Rozok right now.
Pretty much, I would say 11th down, going down in the first 5 teams is a death sentence to your run.
Another circle, very similar to our last one angle, up towards that
dead on arrival at this stage. So if you're down 1 LGD, Bacon Time, BTR, Aegon XIA, you fall early in this game, that's going to be it. There's no way that you're going to be able to make it on up. With the speed at which teams are streaking out at the top.
Looking
one of
at
those
some
teams,
of the
HBVP,
spots, though, just seeing if there's going to be
moving into 5th place.
Here
they were denied a direct qualification spot. They were right at the top. They were powerful in Group Green, one of the hardest groups that comes through. But here they are, struggling to maintain that spot in the 5th place. I'd expected them to be a direct qualifier, to be honest. I didn't even expect to see them in the survival stage, in the last chance stage. But here they are.
You can't be doing that.
Good God, they've been given a run for it. The last day of gameplay, though, the last day of work, and they can take a little break over the holidays. Come back to Jakarta as long as they can stay in the top 5.
Retinas will be taking damage, Blank.
Oh, absolutely.
Practice will be important though.
Just have
no real time off for these guys. Constant analysis, constant work. A little bit of time off though is required 100%, especially after survival stage and the last chance where things can get out of control so quickly.
Can we get a rematch, please?
HVP over in green. I think that not getting in for as a direct qualifier is maybe a little bit more excusable considering the amount of powerhouses that were in that lobby. It was difficult to keep up with some of those teams, putting in an incredible amount of work towards that top side. But now in survival stage and the last chance, some of these teams might be weary, a little bit tired.
I'm only joking.
But we are going to head over towards 5 days.
NBE Sports. I don't think they've done too badly at all. Kaze's kind of been
position.
Like
only 2 players here. Quick with these shots. MVM has to go down here. Tixie's running for it.
Just a very, very fast push. Spots an ankle speed. Sees the player, gets the knock, but answered. A shot through the wave, but there's a backup from Matic who's low though and needs to stay alive. Flush 1 goes through. Suki around the corner takes the second player. And HVVP drawn short here by LGD.
A little bit haphazard.
The Chinese team cuts
the
CIS squad in half.
For instance, they had an opportunity on that last match to escape.
Not a good start for HVVP.
Over towards Inco.
Not at all. I think this is a good opportunity taken by LGD, though.
It wasn't the fact that Becker just
heading straight towards the position, understanding that Tixie's been out here on his own a fair few times. They get 1 point off the back of that. Now they're looking for a high placing. Maku, Kitsune, send up.
The shotgun, but a great
hold out these players.
Will take down Shifan a little bit of that green being punished away there in the box compound.
A resupply from both Tixie and Matic. Fortunate turn of events for HVP.
Their match is going to be infinitely harder because of this. Remember, they're in 5th place. Besiktas could jump up. Really, they're only saved right now by that 12-point margin between them and Besiktas. But IHC could have a good game. Inco could have a good game.
Into Quest's domain.
Terrifying being on that 5th place.
Ready to rumble. They assault onto the close range players. Good damage done onto the getaway vehicle as well as Al Haji is throwing out the bullets. And they're chasing the Quest convoy hard on the tail, Blank, looking to see if they can actually fight this one back and chase it down.
I mean, they desperately need the points, right? And I mean, FSS is moving straight up towards the top side of Everest, trying to escape as quick as he can.
Circle on the eastern side.
Get his level 3 and high kick done here. Vahidan sends towards that top side, just tries to spot for him, but I don't think FFS is going to be in this situation for too long.
That has been planned. That is purposeful.
We'll just be getting away
towards the end of the day where you've only got
HP here.
One Miramar, one Erangel left remaining.
I think they did a pretty decent job.
Very, very cruel. But also, that's what you have to do. When you get to the last 2 matches, with there being no more of these matches left and no more of these maps left,
the last chance,
pulling out something a little bit interesting,
in this location, dropping down
a little bit unexpected is exactly what you need to maybe get yourself a head start. But with LGD now down to 3 players, the HVP, those 2 players did put up a good fight versus them.
DX,
a little bit awkward for them, but 2
in terms of fighting for common drop spots. They've been willing to
have lost a player
mold
as well. You talked about how you need 4 alive.
Or work around some of our
teams like Down 1, Aegon XA8,
from them, which
Game Lord, LGD now as well, down to 3.
Game out. At least back
HVVP, sure, they're down to 2, but they've got an elimination, and if they can keep trucking, if they can get 8 points this game, would be phenomenal as a result. Just to keep them in that running for the final game.
Did at least get away. He's
with Besiktas currently, you can see them down towards that southeast side, moving up towards Impala. DRS are completely in their way. Could cut them down in their tracks, which should be massively good for HVP to remain in that 5th place spot. So now it's on Besiktas. Can they step up? Can they perform versus this crash coming in towards DRS's position? A very, very important fight for them because they can open that up. They have a lot of space now down towards the south side where the circle has landed to play from. There's really not a lot of space in this circle either over towards the eastern side of Lebendita. So much fielded area there. A lot of teams prioritising this northeastern side of the circle itself to pick up some high ground positions and play from there going forward.
Quest tries to come in for a little bit of
team on the chase right now, currently playing West.
Very ready for the same peak again.
Near Graveyard, coming towards Labendita now.
Fancy here, and Quest realizes probably
DRS would have spotted Zessi moving through.
This one,
Rules is getting into position to take shots out that way as well.
Still looting, they've got a lot of time ahead of them to make this one happen.
Should be able to scout that out. Zessi certainly giving his position away as Rules.
So a lot of this
Greens over the hillside. The rest of Besiktas yet to be able to back this position up, but Peace is going to commit Sun HP and enjoy breaking up the rear as well, but half HP leaves them a little bit diminished in this fight. What they'll need to do is get inside the compound, get inside of Impala, and try and heal on up. The circle shrinking as it is, it's all about staying safe for them.
Trying to hard commit.
Do have eyes on.
Pick it up.
Down towards Besiktas,
follow-up
drop
shot.
towards this compound.
Quick pre-fire as
well. Information back.
Paranoid about the peak there, coming around the corner.
That way. HVP, close combat. With Nick Bagazzi earlier, but able to get out of dodge fairly quickly down towards Minas Generales and Lebendita. Again, this is just about remaining hidden on the rotates. BTR up on high, realise that this is the game for them.
Give up the fight on that one.
Big has to come through.
From Reject Tokyo.
Not seen those massive elimination games coming out from Bigatron. That's what is required in these final matches to get towards their home ground.
Puzzle for them, and they're also heading over towards Rozhok. So you do have a potential here where you're going to have quite a few close grouped squads actually.
The bubble moving further away from you as well.
Down. They might actually get a bit of a read on this one.
God, I think it's Curtains for this squad at this
big
stage.
Split for them as well actually. Basically running a buddy system
haven't
of
demonstrated
2
to
players
us
a
that they
piece.
deserve
On the
this
bridge
spot.
cam to the left, you can see Rosemary as well starting to inflict some damage.
Sometimes miscommunication. I mean, they've
That's
made a
another
substitution.
Hot spot. In terms of the heat map there, Gladiators
swapping out the twins, but
just above Quest.
Quest
hasn't really gained them any momentum.
Edging closer towards FaZe after hearing the dinner bell being rung.
Is unfortunate,
but quite a lot of teams that
might not be able to make it to their home
early,
ground.
like Jackie, and they decided that they're not going to move across the bridges. They're going to get stuck in over towards this ridge side on the western edge. And I think that has made for a very interesting western side to circle. A lot of these teams opting just not to push forward.
Over towards
Quest, I think that was a rundown over towards Alter Ego that was found there. So they took a couple of pot shots. Luther looks over towards Tunica, will find the initial shot on DBS.
On the underneath,
just slightly, now looking for Zerich, who is holding his own as best as he can.
Crash that one. It's a decent-ish position.
A bit sloppy to get the final pickup there in the end, but they're still fighting.
It would be probably the most impact that Big Galaxy could have on this lobby is taking down the remnants of HVVP at this stage.
Ooh, look at the nade lineup on that as well.
Taking a force out of the race in this game for that 5th place spot, but Inco want to move closer to the center, as they always will do. Reject will be looking to hold them out for it though. Squash goes down early and shots over the way.
Had to let it go.
Are good to kick things off. For Reject on their hold. Becca lobs a nade around the side, but Tarly falls and Reject get yet another opener into the fight. And Inco really coming a part of the scenes here. However, Nenebeti is traded off towards the last players.
From most angles here, Coops does fall back
after at least
playing his initial card.
Holding the door frame, back up 1, 2. Hang on a minute, he's turned the tides a little bit here. One player standing on both of these squads now, as Reggie just looks for the flushes, looks to pick up the team. They're playing it calm. They know that they need to keep things strong for Reject if they want a chance here, but Becca has other ideas. Inco moving through, trying to stall the resin, and on the inside he takes a lot of damage. Reggie falls, and Becca gets off the 1v3 for Inco to stay alive. Reject eliminated.
They're not in the worst spot in the world,
that is disastrous, and in the meantime as well, Bigatron have fallen, bringing an end to their campaign.
Still need to get
that's almost over there. Inco, Becca really bringing it back. What a play from him from the outside. Reject falling apart at Becca's hands.
Red that really do need to get a move on at this point in
Inco
time.
happy, Nenebete really bringing up the rear for them throughout the days, but Becca has been a stand-up in his own right.
Quite dominant, a lot of smart maneuvers going around. This is
Inco in it actually, 79 points now set tied with IHC. To try and get back in towards that top 5, but with the one player remaining, that may be all the points they get on this game.
Close quarters combat being the aggressive maneuver here from Alter Ego, kicking the doors, going, running on in, and finding the pickups with both barrels there. Stereo connection onto Quest, so they're taking down.
Grinding out those points.
Are close
They've had one chicken dinner so far this tournament.
Their ears are perking up.
Still just kept up that pace. Probably the most consistent, I would say, out of these top 5 current holders.
Game here, rather than trying to get involved with potential dribs
don't bring anything
of Elim points.
Absolutely insane to the party, but what they do bring is just consistency, like you say. Very difficult to not see them towards that end game.
They've still been controlling the outer.
I think grinding is definitely the best way to put it. I mean, they never get off that wheel.
Balls pushed in and applied a bit of pressure onto them.
Very good for them. HVP still in the circle, and a potential to maybe get some more points in this game from this position again. Very difficult for any of these teams to move through. Open ground all around.
You can see that a fair few of them have already lost players. So the battle of attrition has been going on in the background. The only actual squad
LGD to move up towards Titans. 6 takes a lot of damage. Zessi tries to finish him off.
Taking a couple of fights here and there, trying to escape from it. And you can tell that's kind of the survival stage mentality of a lot of these teams.
Pretty crucial teams to be taking shots at as well.
That's it, we'll just leave it alone.
96 points, only now 1 point ahead of HVP with the elimination that they were able to claim.
Horribly wrong, really pear-shaped in that sense.
Starting to close that gap as well. They're 12 points behind HVVP, sure, but
on the outside edge.
Now with 83, they're only 13 points behind Titan.
In terms of being able to spot out teams and take
Gates were pretty firmly shut at the start of this game, but now
you can get a flush. But leaving this position also is a little bit rough
just a little bit now.
Surrounded by some compounds that can quite easily
takes down Killer Suki. Take that elimination away. Happy days. YZZ
probably one of the smarter
players. Big sprays over that way.
On the outside edge.
DRS will regroup over towards VPE's position.
Can get away with maybe a quick knock and then a retreat back to the rest of the team.
They have been on a streak today, on a massive tear. In fact, Blank. They started today on 25 points. Did Vampire 15th place. now
They
up
should
on
have known
108.
there might be more teams
They managed to get
coming through on this
83
area
points
and just
today.
allowing Mela to
And as I've
immediately
reminded
pick
people
himself
before,
up.
Down One
Quick
currently
and
hold the
cheeky
record for
flush
the
on
highest
towards
single-day
them.
scoring
The
in this stage
gets
of the
shut down
tournament,
almost
with
immediately.
86 back in the survival stage. You see them actually quite close towards the top here. They're definitely going to be capable of taking that home. 3 points stand between Vampire and that record.
Wide berth on the rotate, trying to
What a way to challenge for the top spot. Bacon time as well. Shots over onto Besiktas, who are the chasing team for the bubble.
If you could assist Mela.
Really dangerous here for Besiktas right now. Losing your opportunity during this game after just about making the circle would be disastrous for them. Good start though with the DBS.
Oh, cut down though as a trade comes through for Shirty. Low HP on the back lines and Zessi needs to equalise, but he's not going to be able to get the angle just yet. Bacon time want the res, trying to keep up as 4. 2 eliminations so far on the cards. Besiktas want to lose the nades. Res comes through, the reposition can come out for Bacon time. They're going to fold it back, try and get this heal and stay safe. Consistent, they've got the point. They don't need to overcommit. Besiktas are just locked in this spot. So hard to crawl out from the smoke as it starts to cloister for them just a little bit. They try and send away, but Ice is here.
Just driving his way
up the
through straight
pieces.
away. We'll put a pin in that though. There's a fight going on, and FaZe are fragging back. They found their way through all of the gladiators in seconds there.
This is good news for
again, this is
HVVP.
Mela just absolutely
Gonna tumble out in the open.
Today. I mean, we saw that
leaves
on
the car
that
upside
last
down,
game,
need
almost
to
a
get back on the road quickly, but they slow all the way down. Becker's there, launches the nade over, they're going slow, can he hit it? Has to go for the trade, he stood up against Reject. Now Besiktas, a new challenge, but he's spotted in the vehicle. Will take a lot of shots from Zessi as well, but Becker is holding out well. A lot of damage to the Besiktas squad, but they're taking it as good as they give. Becker will fall down and onto the inside. Besiktas try and stay alive. Becker will be eliminated for Inco.
59 points. It's
They started the day in the top 5, but now they are towards the middle pack and will not be happy about it. One game left in their campaign, and Enjoy stays alive for Besiktas to keep their run.
On the other hand, they've had some pretty cool standouts today.
Move the vehicle.
Not always been able to get all their players towards that
end
game,
get away from that
but you know,
spot.
at least some
Pretty much
eliminations
just a matter
every
of
single
time
time.
for
They're already up to 30
Besiktas
points
this point,
on their
2
first day.
points
Good to
found.
see.
With 13 teams remaining, if he goes out very
It is
shortly,
nice for them. Big game.
that run,
Even if
that
they go
chase
out
is going to
now,
be
you've
ever
still been able
harder.
to achieve
And
a lot in
IHC, the new
terms of
contenders,
the elims and the other
to
chicken
pull
dinners
HVP
they've
out
taken.
from the top of the
More to be
tables,
done
but they
for
need a big
FaZe
game
as
to
well,
make it
of
happen.
course.
But 4 players
As in,
still
this is the
alive,
end
looking pretty
of
good for
their
them.
run. They'll still have tomorrow to come back out
A lot of the
swinging
teams at the top
up
here
against Group
still in the
Yellow
game.
and see what they can do there.
Besiktas,
Fight continues on now,
the
though.
most in danger right now.
Frozen. Being really
Although
close
Besiktas are in the
terms
centre
of
of the circle.
positioning. You were thinking maybe there was chance for a fight
players
over
all.
there. We'll join
HVP
that
very
again
difficult.
though once things kick
all
off. For now
eyes on
you've got the
Enjoy at the
rotate
moment. For
on
HVP, they need to
screens.
make a run
and
out.
Melise
They could potentially
still
even
trying
just
to
look
make their
to
move.
take some shots
Trapped
towards some
under
teams
the
rotating in
bridge
towards
here
the circle,
as Theo
maybe
Later
head up towards
wants
the
them
north.
to
That's
pay
always
the
an option.
toll. He is trying to
For them,
defend
their
this,
rotation
it seems.
very, very difficult.
DBS in a hand.
The reason
Close
we
quarters
talk about it so
engagement
much
up
right
against
now
the
is because for
SMG just peppered
HVP,
instantly.
survival
Overwhelmed there and
is
crumbles
very
because of it. So the
much
remaining
essential
members
for them if
of
they want to
Melise
remain in
are
that top 5 spot,
expired,
because IHC
and
currently
Inco
is
could
chasing.
potentially
They're on the
third
outside of the
party from
circle,
there.
they'll
Had a
have to
read on
move
the hill,
towards
but don't
Aegon
regret
XI8. Either
for
way, if
Inco,
IHC
it's
go
a little
down
bit of a
now,
difficult
though, and
scenario for
HVP
them,
go down
but they're able
shortly
to hold on
afterwards,
to it.
it would still be
But
pretty much
if they
okay.
continue on, I think this has been one of the more consistent teams from our lobby so far.
HVVP are making their break. They're both in the same vehicle, Blank. They might be right up towards Enjoy, but they've drawn short a little bit. They hop out and they are still alive. Taking shots over to them. Not really anyone at this stage, but IHC move through, open up well onto the engagement. And Ghost, the only player standing, finds Alex. A teammate actually, I think, got the flush there, so the point potentially denied to IHC.
Here as well.
They get another knock onto the other players. Another knock comes through. 2 nades from Ghost. Icy wants to put one out the window, back into the shack, but did they spot the cross? They will have heard it now. The footsteps are there. Peeks out wide for a little bit of an engagement, but fades away to the other side of the building. Catches them lacking. Icy takes a little bit of a tag. 2 players for IHC. And Aegon XI8 towards the bottom of the tables yet again. Fighting strong right at the end. He wants the flush, he wants the point, and IHC are going to be unhappy about it. Cuts another one. Finds the shots open through the window and has one more to do, but can't quite find it. Could have been disaster striking for IHC, but now they can regroup on the south side of the circle.
There's no point if it occurred to Spec to just use the first aid kit in his inventory at all.
Crucial fights.
What was he doing jumping down with 10 HP?
HVP's so close to the team that's currently chasing them.
With that, and then
IHC getting their members back on their feet, but they will be extremely low in the process. Becker
a total misplay.
He got
in
a
my
vehicle
opinion,
real
from
deep
what
towards
was
that shack.
Incredible opening
So
fight
important
there
for them.
from Specs
He's keeping
himself.
Enjoy
And then
nice and
eventually
safe,
able
and
to
he's playing
clutch
the
this
same
out.
strat, nade in hand,
Basically all
waiting for
down
any
to the
crashes
fact
that come
you
their
just
way.
Don't use the utility that's on side. There was more than enough time and
rolling
chance
around
to
out in
use
the
it.
open.
Just the aggression there
right
was
now,
a little
hedging their
bit
bets.
silly in my opinion.
Playing for
Reject
survival.
still pushing onwards,
Reasonable
currently up to
position.
34 points, 37 if you add the eliminations on. And I think you know what, they've had a decent day today. They've been really trying to hit those numbers where they can. They understand that time is wearing thin for them too.
Would be good news, but Meku's been spotted. Rules. Lands one, the second comes through, and that's actually from IHC. Leaving Kitsune solo, but he's in the next
story for Rejects, it seems, as they go for the swoop in.
Really good shot from them, and not many other teams that challenge them out too much.
The bicep man hits
DRS up towards Vampire's spot.
Lufa again,
nasty surprise here.
Misery, and one
the
by
nades
one,
over the top.
Evos
DBS as well, and Vampire
they are falling
on a
out
massive
quite quickly.
breakout today, looking for a little bit more.
Wants to try and save
DRS, those 3 points that they need to equalize. Stone catches it on the wide swing, but a lovely little peek in and out brings Vampire down a little bit more even into the engagement. Delta, a lot of damage sent back his way, but the knock is good. Stone is there. Ravenclaw took a lot of damage in the meantime, but there's a third party. Enigma Galaxy pinching these points away where they can. Vampire did not manage to get that elimination. DRS, however, still down to 2, and this is good news for HVVP as well, because it means that if they stay alive, they get a couple more placement points playing.
A bit too early there.
Kitsune could ladder them up over DRS and push DRS out of the top 5, even if they go down soon.
Will finish it off, and Pazija
In the meantime, IHC taking some nasty damage coming through from Bacon time on their cross.
The game from last match.
One player in Godless sent up towards the Vampire compound.
We'll take it off your hands, no
Currently
problem. Quick
embroiled
push
in combat
picks
with
up
the
a lot
guys
of
from
eliminations off the back.
DRS.
Some really nice shots with the DBS.
Very good today, but two players remaining.
A lot earlier on. For Udo Alliance, it's starting to get a bit better.
Also suffering
each and every
a lot of
single
damage,
game,
and
you know,
I think
their averages
more
are
than likely
looking
you
too
will
bad
see
at all.
IHC start to move up towards a position where they will
championship level
taken
of
out.
averages,
HVP down
but some other teams who really have not
was
done that
fifth
at all.
place
I would say
margin,
it's a
only
promising
1
start
point
for
found,
Udo
95
Alliance.
points. Besiktas in that position that Enjoy has. It's very hard to dismount him without getting close, and I think he will live out for a long, long while until the circle pushes him out from that position itself.
At least keeping games going
Damwon might look to try and crash into the position
low in terms
in the
of
next
manpower.
phase.
So Udo Alliance, pretty good job of at least being a thorn in the side of some other teams.
IHC have split now.
What can they get done
so
here?
they're playing
though?
2 and 1. One towards a third party
there is a
with the engagement of DRS and Vampire.
As a W, as a chicken
But
dinner,
the fact that DRS are
play
taking
your
heavy
cards
L's right now
correctly,
in this engagement
still
is
just
good news for
keep his
HVVP
attention
fans.
drawn in the direction of
DRS
Reject.
moving on through. Godless spots it. Doesn't actually manage to find the first shot onto Delta. That looked a little bit shaky. But Godless gets it done. And that is DRS out. 10 eliminations. Sorry, 0 eliminations. 10th place coming up through. That keeps HVVP and DRS very, very close. 95 to 97 right now, so very much a battle for the bubble. Titans are going to fall as well. It stays alive, and IHC might leapfrog all 3 of those teams playing with a good game here.
Across the Udo as well of his position.
Move up all the way to the top if they can keep it moving.
From the distance. Udo
Keep the candle burning. Enigma Galaxy looking down towards
guys
from Alpha 7 who roll up, look to
about 4 seconds that mini 14.
Solidify that position towards the top of the tables. 8 eliminations so far for them on a really good game.
Will be
on that side of the map, just been crushing it. Bacon time as well. Maybe going out here and ending their run in the last chance. Down 1. Also have dice towards them.
Try and take him down, but it is Olio to spot that one out. Once again, we see Udo Alliance in this situation where they
there's no way they're going to get into the top 5,
on this game. They came second on that
might
last
ruin
match
the chances for a lot of other people. There, you said Enjoy might last for a little bit longer. Made it through the window, 7th place, 2 elims.
Towards Coops, last player remaining.
That'll leave them down a little bit lower, but how far can IHC go right now? They have 9 eliminations.
Swoop in like an aggressive seagull.
They were sat, what, 97 points for DRS is the marker for them. They're currently on 80.
They take that one down instantly. Udo Alliance.
The placement points that they can rack up as well with the center of the circle position that they have. Potential, it could be a 3rd place position for IHC.
Off here on Reject Tokyo. And
definitely doable for them. IHC really needed this, and I think that they have played a good game over in survival stage, as well as here.
Keep in mind,
Frozen's back into the fold.
They were picked off by Reject quite some time ago. He was hoping to get revenge, but he'll find nothing for his
troubles. 10 eliminations now for IHC, really taking it to the limit for the Mongolian team.
Seeing red now as we fall to our final 3 squads. Hey, look at the damage being inflicted here as well, Blank. Softening them up now. Confidence is there. This could be
opens up
where they start to
towards
rev their
down 1.
engines for the dive.
Yeah,
this, of course, has been important engagement for the
like
top spot as well. But Nick Galaxy rolling up to Game Lord.
The distance
Takashi holding on the inside.
One from MBE
covering off that door frame.
Get on that res there. They want to get something done off the back of it. They might just send in over towards MBE cut down by
Ravenclaw from Vampire on the south side. 8 eliminations from Alpha 7 opens the gap between them and Vampire.
Off the back of that one.
But if they go down here, it would be very, very tricky for them to get much further. Vampire have taken a knock. They want a third party. There's a trade back and forth between Game Lord and Nick the Galaxy as Takashi pushes on out, looks to push through the smoke, has to be on the swivel, fights 1-for-1 yet again, and the trades are even once more. 2 players down on both sides in this compound. Freak and Victor the next challenge to go through, and Victor wins it out. No trade is there. Will go for the flush immediately as well, leaving them the first full hit going on in by Vampire. Starts to descend. Alpha 7 on the other side. The top 2 teams in the lobby taking their toll. 10 eliminations for IHC on the south side as well. And the teams from the top of this hill will have to push down towards them.
And leaving them with a decision to make.
It is just
quick move to
the
get
sounds of wings flapping.
Have to give up the goose on
buffeting the rest of these teams back. Victor still going strong though for Game Lord. 5 eliminations found. Now Valo
every time there's
still
a peak,
knocked here. Lord last remaining member for Nick the Galaxy. IHC down below.
So if there is contact,
Vampire
someone else can help out
would look
as well.
to finish this one in first place. A very unlikely first place entry too. Like you said, John, there's been a gargantuan point scoring day for them today.
Could potentially throw a spanner in the works
the final game of the day. I'm going to need to get out my abacus.
This is looking great for Alliance.
Yeah, pretty much this is one of the circles that Reject likely was hoping for as well, because Olio on this spot had to be pushed out of it before stage 8. Realistically, this is a very early way to end the game.
Points they've got, I think they've already leapfrogged over HPVP, top 5 now.
Unheard of. This game was extremely quick in terms of play.
Starting to ramp up very, very, very quickly.
They know they need to get further into the
circle.
With
that one going down soon, surely.
Yosio as well as Sarah.
They can get some cheeky shots over to IHC's position.
Getting Olio off from
Game Lord potentially also soon to fall. Avalo cut down.
Much more even
last player standing.
The fact that he's able to take pot shots downwards provides so much information.
Keep themselves up.
IHC
spot
towards the rest
another
of his
point.
teammates.
11 eliminations
causing
now.
So much problems. He's finally off it now.
They can turn their attention to Vampire, but they still have this backstab potential.
Move off towards the rest of
Game Lord full.
A7 massively unwilling
to
let up on that first spot. They light up IHC. No knocks found though. And Carrillo sent backwards from Zjol.
That's Reginosio.
The building that held Enjoy now giving Forest Sanctuary. Mythic out wide on the angle. Not really peek into it. Sees the crate in there, probably desperate to see what he can find in there, unless it's already been resupplied out of the smoke.
Fantastic.
Take cover off Mythic's angle. Vampire.
What? Revo?
Revo?
Okay,
they just leave
themselves
laying there in the open.
Where did that come from? I have no idea what.
Too easily.
Okay, well, here we go. Nade over towards Forest with Vampire out of the mix. Forest has to push out wide and gets cut down. IHC, they're definitely going to be in that third place.
Leaving it into the final fight there.
Vampire didn't have the highest elimination count of the placement points they had.
Honestly,
it wasn't out of the question.
When you're in that situation and you are MBE Sports, you just have to
all of these points to go over,
and you can withstand
full 4 eliminations.
Unfortunately for them, Olio
eliminations on the cards for Alpha 7.
With
that 4K nade from Revo, we're definitely going to need a replay on that. Into the fight now, 4 versus 3. IHC fighting for the spot. Nade over the top is good. Mythic will fall, and that's the off angle. Crucially found. Revo in for a second. Zjol up for the challenge, and 2 of the players fall from IHC. Alex now with a 1 versus 2 against Alpha 7.
Will this be where they
Top
win?
fraggers in the lobby.
Mythic flushed. Looking
for more. Carrillo in for the challenge. Around the side of the tree. Alex will not be able to find him, but he gets the flush on the Revo. The blue zone pushing. Carrillo biding his time, getting the heal. They're slurping up those points as well. Out to the open, definitely the challenge. Wait for Carrillo to beat. Can he get the win on the knock? Will he be able to find the second player beating? No, Carrillo just is able to step out, get the spray, and Alpha 7 take the chicken dinner. In the penultimate game, the final Miramar. Specialists at this map, they show us why, but what a run from IHC.
That today looked like they were
see
kind of nipping
Revo
at
is
heels
so happy
and
about that game.
themselves
He
in a
was
good position.
dominant. I
Now
mean,
it
I'd
actually
be doing
seems
that as
comfortable
well.
to think, you know,
Straight
can
feeling
maintain
like the
this
carry
game
after
for
that
their day
nade
2
was
tomorrow
thrown,
as well,
decimating
alongside
the guys from
potentially the next two
Vampire,
games we have
bits and
coming
pieces
up.
of them
Then
flying all
Alliance are
over
actually in a much
Miramar
better
at the
position
end.
than it felt like
But
potentially
Alpha
they were
7,
going to
they
be
take a
coming into
massive
this.
amount of
They're
points,
looking
should
good
put
in
them
the
on
survival
top.
stage right now,
1500,
taking to it quite
1600 damage for Revo.
Yeah, it's a really nice jump up from
In
them
the
as well.
second to last match to do that as well, 1100 of Mafio, so this has been a ridiculous game for these two lads. But for IHC, that's the big storyline that we're looking at. Getting a massive amount of points on that one. It was very, very good for them as well because they were just securing points where they could. They knew they had to get rid of that one as fast as possible as they wanted to get further up in the rankings. That's going to see them massively secured towards the grand finals. It'll be really, really difficult to remove them from that one. But now we have probably 6 teams with 90 points apiece, very close to one another in the leaderboards, and it could be 3rd, 4th and 5th interchangeable from many different squads.
Absolutely. Alpha 7, with that final fight as well, have tied the record with Aegon XIA. 19 eliminations on the game plan. What a way to claim the top of the tables.
Are secured
they
here.
still have one game left to go, but we are back going down a lot lower.
Big
and
victory,
being in the mix and more worried probably about getting eliminated than anything else.
During this
might
entire
not be
day,
possible
this is
for
technically
Vampire
the
to jump
easiest
up
for Group
in
Red
this
to go
final
against,
game. We'll
considering
have
the
to wait and see though. We're looking at Vampire, DRS, Titan, HVVP, HC Esports, and on the outside you've got Besiktas all looking for those other 4 spots.
Yeah, really happy with UD Alliance getting himself that split. Of course, the circle not ending towards that kind of gas station location, so it wasn't too likely to leave it. And when you have that 4-man split, pretty much, Jason, there's not much you can really do, and you're just very predictable behind that pylon. The moment you try and keep your head around the corner, you're going to get completely wrecked. So, 24 points on this one for UD Alliance. Great match, and also played over
Wow! There you go, that's the chance for that one. Thank you. Even though it was really properly seen it. Yeah, they were laughing together after that victory. They were like, we've seen this circle before! And we got further down from the previous game while doing it. I mean, they were holding strong up in the north, right? Like, they controlled so much room with this to be able to then head south that I think they actually really did, no joke, take learnings from the previous game and apply them here.
They got Northern Soldier, right? No one is going to be on this game in this lobby stopping that kind of rotation. No one is in between their drop rotation and the spot where that game ends, so it's not going to be happening in 1,000 years. Yeah, Rio. Sure, he was able to confirm that game earlier on match number 3, but here he's able to survive with his team and get things done. So happy about that one, though. If I want to take the
that had to have been one of the most awesome finishes we've seen so far today. I think Vampire Esports were knocking on the door of Alpha 7, and well, Revo had an answer for him. It was a grenade in the face of all 4 players, knocking them out, getting them 34 points on the match. A ridiculous game here for Alpha 7, and they've almost solidified, if they haven't already, their place at #1 here at the end of last chance.
For Reject, it was a no-look grenade too. He just threw it and he just turned his back to like, yeah, easy, cool. It just felt like a movie right now. He just put that in slow-mo, goes up an entire new Die Hard, but what an amazing game from Alpha 7 coming in from the eastern side. I would have to say Sandstorm really silent and just striking when all the teams are fighting outside the compound. They just pick up the ACC, play the high ground position, and then they just unleash absolute hell onto IHC. But IHC, this is a game Sandstorm, they needed for a chance to be in top 5, and it's going to be so close to the last game.
And this is why I was focusing on IHC and I was focusing on the side of Reject, teams that needed to perform in order to have a chance to get to the top 5 in the final game. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for the side of Reject, but IHC did. And Revo with 1.6. That is the most damage we have seen in a single game from one player. The second that we have so far, from what I could find, was top from Godlike Stalwart with 1.4k. But 1,600 damage from Revo is... And the fact that Mafioso also has 1,000 damage. What is the entire team's stats?
I do want to give a special shout
That's
out
my
to
question.
Also to different players that we haven't really touched on just yet. Spec from now.
Yeah.
Coming in
I don't know what else to say.
When we saw
but we can see here of our rankings.
Somehow the Vector, he was able to just hold on. But then Nenebetcha on the other
go into the last match here, you can see save his team. HVV will save himself 2 points away, but Sheik does at 86 points. They're 12 points away. It's coming down to just, unfortunately, just a very few amount of teams here, Max Ben, to see who can make it into top 5.
And the thing is, even if you're IG, you're not safe. You're 8 points ahead of HVVP, and there could be teams down below. There can be some competition. Titan Gaming and DRS can have a better performance. I know this is something we tend to repeat a lot as we get closer towards the end, but hot drops are going to be a real potential issue in this game, because now you've got teams in the middle of the pack that are potentially in reach of that top 5. They've got nothing to lose. A big game is all they need. Teams even like Game Lord, Reject, Damwon, they do a massive hot drop, give themselves a huge game. Chances are it could work out, so these teams are going to be on fire this last game. They're going to throw everything they can in this game to potentially make it in the grand finals.
Back in B4, I mean, you're talking about the middle of the pack teams. I'm looking towards the bottom of the pack teams. Dragon, I8, your Bigatron, Jadigma. But guys, they literally have nothing left to lose here. They could try to spoil the hopes of some other teams by dropping on top of them, and that's the ones I'm really looking for professional esports players, and you guys can dominate the lobby.
Definitely not cool. And the thing is, like, I'm looking at the teams that have similar drops. You have the likes of IHC when we're looking towards South George Bull. They have dropped there before. We also know LGD like to be in that similar location as well. HVVP like to drop towards the north side. So that's already 1 point of contention. You also have the likes of Milta when we're looking at Titan DRS. They also have a similar spot baked towards the side of Milta Power. There are too many locations shared by 2, 3, 4 teams. We haven't seen hot drops throughout the games in day 1 and throughout the games of day 2, but this is definitely the moment where it should happen. And we got too many teams to watch out for.
We're going to head to a short break while we get things ready to go for our first of 2 matches on Miramar. Both and we'll did choose here for this final game, the last chance stage. IHC, Inko, HUVP. I understand all the picks from you guys, to be honest. I think the only one I'm really curious on is like the DRS Titan picks. Walk me through the Sandstorm.
Basically, they are on the edge. They are tied with 98 points. They're not guaranteed to go as of yet because you have HVVP contesting them, and Besiktas, there's only a 10-point difference, 12-point difference. It's possible. The game is in their hand. Them qualifying to the grand finals, it's up to them. It's whether you play slow, you play smart, you play calculated, you don't take any needless fight. The longer you survive, the better it is for you. So as long as you don't make those mistakes, you should be good to go.
Actually, I think it's a really good pick to go for DRS because, as you know, this is a team that's all about survival, playing hyper-passive in the early game, avoiding fights. So if DRS go on the early game stage, that would be a team potentially targeting them in this match. But knowing them, they're going to avoid it like the plague, just try and make it in that at least top 5 position to secure their spot. I think DRS might be good after this.
I'm going to get a little bit worried for some of these teams. We take a look at the player shots. You can see Besiktas here. They are within reach of getting through into top 5, but it's if they can close things out here, if they can hopefully have a strong game, even Game Lord here, Navallo, I don't know what kind of match you need to have. Maybe just by yourself, if your teammates go sit it out, go take a break here, because maybe you alone will be enough to help carry Game Lord through. But it's tough times. I mean, if you're one of those teams who don't have a chance, it's a little bit depressing here going into the final match of your season of 2022, but at least you can potentially spoil things. Maybe you move up the rankings for some more earnings as well, but I definitely would not want to be in the shoes of any of these teams.
Still clearly aiming for that top 5 position. It's such a tough position to be in, but unfortunately you cannot let that affect you. You really cannot let that affect you because, as you said, if you're one of the teams in the middle of the pack, you will need a massive game if you want to just barely push yourself in top 5. And on top of that, you need teams like your DRS, your Titan, your IHC to have a really bad last game. What a better way to make them have a bad game? Hot drop them, maybe shut down their rotations early game, and really take the matters in your own hand. Let's see how things are going to go, but it's going to be a wild last game.
Sandstorm, before we go to the casters here, describe how this last match is going to go in one word.
Look at the end of the day is where
epic.
That 16 plays.
All right, take it away here for our last epic match with John Allen and Blake.
25 points.
Okay, one more chance, and it could not be closer. 4 positions still very, well, pretty much uncertain as to who is going to be able to take them. Which teams are going to be left out in the cold? It is winter time,
but we'll find out as we kick in.
And everybody looking to try and keep warm here with the promise of a ticket to Jakarta.
If you take a look out of your left window, you'll see
there's a lot of teams still available to get into. So I mean, I know this is crazy to say, but Reject still have
a chance. Damwon still have a chance. Game Lord still have a chance. It just all relies on DRS, Titans, HVP going down early. Besiktas still trying to make their way in towards these final moments of the tournament. I think the worrying thing for HVP at the moment is if they are dropping on a tiebreaker in 5th place between DRS or Titan, their issue is that they've got 51 elimination points, they've also got 45 rank points,
here in the survival stage,
maybe not so much of an issue anymore,
that they have been able to put up
which
and
will
get
see them
in.
winning that tiebreaker out. So for DRS Titans,
one of the teams
have to not hit those tiebreakers in the first place. Again though, Besiktas, Inco, Game Lord, Reject, Damwon, it is ridiculous how many teams can challenge out for those top spots. Right now, HVP, they need a good game here on our angle, and they have had some ups and downs here on this map. Either not finding the best position, or getting left out in the cold on the edges, and LGD currently have been giving them some real troubles.
Something absolutely insane can happen here on these last two
northern side. Looks like potentially maybe a little bit of a hot drop scrap, but LGD dropped short and onto the vehicles early, actually fighting off against Bigatron.
Sure
YZ. He's going to go for this turnaround. Liquid give him the slip again. Trying to run to cover. There's backup from Bigatron as well as Misery looks to swing in, pick up his teammate. Not much point unless you have a gun, but they're going to try and run him right off the road. What is that? Is that a shotgun? I think it's a shotgun in close range. Unlikely. What? Bigatron! No way! They just split apart, but MVM crashes on into the side of Liquid. They get away with the buggy. I thought that was going to go well. Hang on a minute, Damwon, it's all popping off. Rejects now into a fight as well. Hot drops coming through at the start of the last game of the tournament. And the placements are going to get a little bit easier if teams are going to start to diminish themselves with wild starts to things. Damwon and Reject, both on 74 points, both close to one another.
That's why we've avoided that one, but honestly,
at the moment,
probably for
it's
the best,
Damwon with the advantage. Forest is low, both teams have lost a player, Divine is down.
But you don't really want to be in there.
Raging soon to follow.
Yeah, it's currently 1
We'll have got Rez there. Needs to hold on the outside. Divine wants the Santal, cuts down through the alley. Wants the shot on the Fabian, but has to fade away. Does fall down on the inside as Divine hops on in. 2 versus 1 now. Pushes up the stairs, knows there's a player in there. Swings in with a micruzy and cuts across on a straight. The points coming on through. The punch is there. Bit too bold there, mate. Fabian cuts it out.
Obviously, it wasn't too great.
You wonder if they've got enough ammo left in the
magazine
to finish out that engagement. But Damwon will sit at 4 points gained there, as well as have 3 players to play the rest of the match out. HVP sent all the way over towards North George. There's 2 teams ahead, Titans, DRS. DRS do not go out early. Many times at all.
Not really a possibility.
If these 2 teams
here
fall now,
Nassar,
it makes it so much easier for HVP. Again, so that is if HVP don't fall themselves, because Titans and DRS, I think they've done an excellent job during this last chance to get themselves towards where they are right now. DRS, unfortunately, has been falling slowly but surely, because you do see that consistency coming out from DRS, but you don't see those similar games that IHC, VPE, as well as A7 have shown us over these last 6 matches, which is just unbelievable point scoring in certain games, and having that star power to hit those big matches. A 19 elimination game, A7 100% should leave last chance with that grand total prize pool at the top.
They're the only team currently over that 120 predicted
as well,
bubble.
I think it's made it
average.
So hard to
Vampire
really truly assess
that
the situation. I don't even know by the end of today if we'll have the best lay of the land of how things are going to look by the end of
that is a point,
stage.
And that is
any sort of the theory we came into it with initially with
Titan, of course,
the idea of
place,
Root Green being
breaks the tie with DRS.
Death that it was that had so many
just a toe ahead
teams in it, translating into survival stage. Felt like it kind of wasn't an accurate depiction of day one.
Off the triple-digit
then
mark.
now we're seeing some of them
Titans, that was important not to
top.
fall to that.
Good test of some of the
Inco
other teams now in the lobby for today.
Had a chance at the top. We're there for a long, long while. They go for the same strap. Central, set us up, set us back. But Brinko, for them, It's a big game needed. Right? This can't be one of those matches where they sit central and hope that the game comes to them, because it certainly will not. These teams are hunting for eliminations. You've already seen what Down One have done.
Brazil as a region as well.
Getting reject confirmed to not go through to that grand finals, not have a chance to sit at the top of the top 5 in last chance itself. We are first team leaving us here.
They had to fight tooth and nail. Similar story to Quest to barely make it.
A couple of times we've seen HVVP go down to the fact.
I think the more surprising one
as well is,
a little bit too long. Deeper down towards the
Don't move early enough.
I'm kind of expecting a bit more from maybe your
this time around from North George. We've reached that 5-minute mark, so soon they should be looking to leave.
Rotate towards one of them fighting here though, as they are going aggro. Broken journey for combat as they look to try and
long journey ahead
in. Bullets from
behind
the
that eastern side of the map, which has caused some problems in the past.
That one will
all that knowledge that they've garnered, all that knowledge they've gained,
backed up by his teammates.
The past 2 days has to be brought into this one right now.
Taking a huge amount of
very small
Duxan, like
point difference between
really aren't giving up anything.
DRS and Titans, even they consider themselves above IHC, but right now it's just those 2 teams they're looking to beat. Again, they have to beat everyone underneath them. Besiktas, Inco, Game 1, Down 1. They're on for a big game.
On every single
certainly something that could prove a big
First
problem
couple
for
of
them.
Just have been hellish for them. Gfan almost spinning out there on the vehicle as Vinny continues to pepper those shots.
A lot of the teams really cut out at this stage.
And Hoxie will
we talked about it a lot in the last game.
And Hyper out with some beautiful gun skill coming through.
I would say, well, obviously with Reject going down,
Duxan picks themselves
definitely
up
not going to be making it. But from
12th
downwards, also,
right, Duxan needs to do a little bit more.
There's no way you make this at this stage.
That's a great start from them here on
any of these
Miramar,
squads, it's
and
just
see them a
too
little bit
much.
safer coming into the survival stage.
Reject
was
probably the last squad that could have made it
41
from this
points.
lobby.
It's not too
12
bad,
downwards,
honestly. It's not too
making
bad.
it through.
They have certainly struggled,
LGD,
but they're struggling against
sadly,
the tide
we're
here.
not able to bring out that monster that we've seen in them before, the Dr. High. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde scenario we get from LGD just does not come out here. Bacon Time as well will not be going through despite their incredible performance over in the group stage.
I8,
it was a great performance
for them as well.
to take them as far as they've come, but this is
safe at all.
The dead end for them. BTR, Enigma Galaxy also will not be joining us for the grand finals.
It doesn't matter how much of a buffer you've got, Blank. I'd still be a bit scared. You never want to leave it up to someone else, right? So
Blue Zone envelops HVVP on the northwestern side. Still yet to move. 7 minutes now.
Always going.
They are really picking through everything in North Georgia Pole.
To be done relatively.
LGD have already made that break for it. MVM into the ruins on the south side of the river. They don't cross up north. A lot of that area getting cut out in this circle.
There wasn't a level playing field. There wasn't a point.
They'll try and move in on that south side with Down One and Reject taking that fight earlier. You were talking about how it made it easier for HVVP. It's going to make it easier for LGD as well. That area on the northern side of that chunk on the south of the river will be a little bit more open. Less sidelines to worry about.
Kind of playing that very aggressive,
run through.
gorilla strong together mentality
on the west side of Rozhok,
overwhelm opposition by running as a pack.
Obviously don't want to go this way at that time just because of where the circle is landing. A7
might not be
heading further down towards that south side, towards where Besiktas currently are playing.
Leaving yourself with no chance
to get points BTR moved out from there much earlier. Eco's got a little bit of a lineup underneath them to the south side. HB locating a compound to play from all the way on that northern edge.
It's going to cause a bit of a cascade. Everyone wanted to get themselves into the center
on Novo still playing on the island. They'd have to move through and pass Titan. 4 points behind at the start of this game, Titan were from IHC. With the elimination point that they've got, they are currently... they were 6 points behind at the start of the game. They're now 5 points behind. They get a squad wipe, they get a placement point. That's going to push them up and over that barrier. And if you're ahead of one other team in this group confirmed, it's kind of likely that you are going to stick it up, because unless Besiktas blast out, there is only that one spot really that could chop and change. At the moment, HVVP have that unfortunate mantle.
Region as well as themselves, getting themselves fairly decently confirmed towards that last
line
chance.
is
There
so
still
close
more
as
to be
well.
done in those 2 days following, but at least they get a break
step
in
that you
between.
need to take, but you're hoping that
Some of these
DRS
other
and
squads
Titans
at the
don't have
moment,
that good game, but
some
the same way I'm hoping that
serious
DRS and
pressure on
Titans
them.
do have
But
that good game.
Miramar, obviously one of those matches where you
DRS
really
are on
want to
track
keep
for
all
it for a
four
very
players
long
aligned
time, but
towards
maybe
that
this
end
is
game,
all
and
that
a
they
lot of
have. I mean,
teams
Titans
are
and
looking to pick
DRS
up some
currently so
central
far,
positions early
majority
on.
of the
Reject
points that they've
still
gained is
following
through
that
placement
same
points
mentality
alone,
of picking up
not
that
those
central
eliminations.
spot at the beginning of the game. They've done a great job to
But
do
if they
it
can
down
get those
towards the
consistent
south side
points,
already.
and
This will see them
HVP
in a good
fall
position,
early, as we've seen
pick
them
up some
do
more of those
multiple
points.
times,
Yes, they're not picking up those big chicken dinners,
game
but
over.
they are very much
Suki
definitely
taken
in that
down to a
top
spray
three
from
a
Fluke.
lot of the
Not going to
time
find
now.
a
So,
trade. Oh,
you
there
know,
it comes.
I think they
YZ
are another team that just felt the
does
pressure
manage
from
to pick
yesterday,
that one up.
weren't able
Vampire
to
lose
play
a player to
comfortably,
LGD.
a
LGD
little
went
bit
north of the
fidgety
river. I
in
thought they were
their
going to
seats,
stay
but
on the
this
south
time
side, but they did swing north and actually have slowed HVVP's approach.
They look like
Give them a lot of cause for concern. And HVVP will be very nervous to take these
I think both of us are pretty happy to witness.
Not moving
here,
just yet.
Looking a lot more
waiting,
like
biding their
themselves.
time. Again,
Interesting game
getting
so
towards
far.
the end game is very important.
Few
We've seen
skirmishes, few
HVP
fights
do
just
something
to
similar to this
get
in the
the
past
backs up
over in
opponents.
PMWI.
Of the match
Going for that numbers play.
Peppered bullets being thrown
Sitting
in
it
the
out
direction of
almost.
Now though, as Tixie and Co start
Might
to
not even
scout
play
out,
PMWI, just in
fan themselves
Western
around,
Europe.
and
It's
look
just
for the information
sitting it
on the
out,
rotate with the
trying to go for those placement
Levi's
points,
really
hoping that sets them over the edge.
for a heavy
In the case
hit
of Western
on
Europe,
this.
it did
He's
not.
got the bullets for it.
The
Man's
team got
200
far more
rounds
eliminations,
in
but
the
I think
back
that's where
pocket, so he's
maybe
willing to
identify
just
the overall
fire off
ranking,
a
see
few
that
warning
Titans and
shots
DRS don't
and
always
keep
get
looking
the huge
for
amount of eliminations that maybe
Here's the
HVVP
overall lay
find.
of the
So
land, though, the way
a
things
survival
are
game
looking
could be
with
good
the
here for
matches
HVVP.
that are barely coming up towards
The option that they have,
end
other than going across the river in the same
That
fashion that
would be
LGD did,
Alliance
is
that
swing
have
all the
to
way
fight
to the
through
north
if
of
they head into
Yasnaya,
the zone, and
where they
they've
might
got,
find
again,
this
another
Bacon
nice
Time
spread.
fleeing towards
Hindu
them.
Alliance,
In
I have
fact,
enjoyed the
they
way
might
they've
find
been
them anyway,
playing
as
Blank
Bacon
in
Time
terms of
getting
relying
sent
on each
back
other
by
as duos.
Besiktas,
Feels like they have
currently
a lot
playing
of faith in their
on the
setup,
east side
so
of
they'll play
Yasnaya
off each other's
Poliana on a
contact.
2-2
And they're
split
probably
with
gonna
the
be
other
tested
duo
by Melise
down
as
south
well with
side.
this, so
Instead, though,
this actually might be an
HVVP looking to
opportunity
mount
to
up
see
for the
if their
bridge.
combat skill is
No
looking
one
as
on the other
real
side
as
to
it
control
has
them
been
right
over
now.
the course of
Kitsune
the
will
day.
see
Yeah,
Bacon
for
Time
Hindu Alliance, I
moving,
think
and
they've
Bacon
had some
Time will
really,
see
really
him as
strong,
well.
like, edge
Kitsune
play
needs to get
style
back to
where
the rest of the
they'll
team.
play off
Cannot
one
afford to
another,
go
and I
down
think
here.
that
They
they're
cross the
cautious
bridge,
enough
and they
to
know
actually
there's
go for
teams
that
across the
play style as
way,
well, where
but they
they
will
won't
hold
push
the
out
gas
the ball
station,
too
or actually
far a
maybe
lot of
even
times,
overshoot it
which
as
is
the
something
circle
that's very
shrinks
rare
down.
to see
Again,
in
a
these
little bit
edge-style
leaning to the
teams.
east.
I think sometimes it's all or nothing for
A lot
some
of
these
positions
squads,
now already
but
taken
these
up within the
squads certainly
circle.
have been
HVP again
plagued by
is
that
that
curse
slow
sometimes
push, that
so
slow
far
rotate
already.
that they really
But
do
it's been
suffer
pleasing
from,
to see UD
whereas
Alliance being
most
able
teams
to
have already
really
found a position
show a
within the
masterclass
circle.
of how
There
to
is a
do this
slight
one in
edge
the survival
towards that
stage.
northern side that they
For
might
some of
be
these
able
teams
to
towards that
play, but
northern side moving
LGD
through,
in very
munching
close
away, got a little
vicinity,
bit open
who
area
are really
down
looking
towards
rabid
Trimasera
during this
at the
game, just
moment.
taking any
Also,
fights
bit
where
of
they
a
can.
horrid position to play. I think Nigma Galaxy quite
HVVP
happy
swirling
over
around
towards
that
the
tower.
north side of Trimasera right
It's
now.
in the next
with
circle.
relative
Could
safety,
be
being
very,
able
very
to
valuable
have
for
a
them.
good outlook over towards some of these players that
So
are
what, 5 or
down
6 teams who are
towards the
crucial for
northern
these
edge
spots,
on
and
the low
Vampire
ground
getting
at the
spotted by
moment.
Besiktas.
Reject still just holding on to this central
Vampire have lost a
position.
player
though, and
already.
I think for them,
They're not fully
again,
out of danger
it's
yet
just nice
either,
to
Blank.
see them play much
Would be
more
pretty
like
unfortunate for them,
usual
certainly,
phase. I want to see
if
them
they did go down and if they fell all the way out of the top 5, but
currently challenging 118 out for their spot, and I think Mella's really proven his worth on this squad.
They could be pushed up on over,
as much
but that would require.
Like we're going to get 7 eliminations on this match and
5 20-point games from other teams.
Much higher placing,
4 20-point games from other teams, right? Which is, I think, unheard of.
Visualize that.
Very unlikely to see some. I think that the most you'd see 3 teams getting 20 points.
To finish.
Again, that is a couple of teams getting huge amount of eliminations, some teams getting the chicken dinner and very little eliminations towards the end, which is something you realistically only see over towards Sandpop or Angle. Typically, one team will be the greatest winner of them all, holding one singular location, everyone else suffering at the hands of them. I think Galaxy looking to take a dip out of this game fairly early,
and single-handedly
as IA starts to pump up those numbers just a little bit. 13 minutes into the game, Hamodi hits a nasty shot up towards Blade. The headshot is nice.
But a pincer maneuver comes in from Aegon XI8 and they establish a crossfire nice and fast. Free glass standing, spots Ghost, gets the knock, takes a lot of damage, has to heal it back on up, but in comes UZM, rolls up to this ridgeline yet again. First aid should be popped off there. Freak will be able to get it done. Grenade from UZM, wants to put it behind the tree, but the Molotov backs him off his own. Nade to follow it up as well from Freak. I think the Galaxy, they don't want to go down without a fight, but Aegon XI8 in the meantime picking up the pieces at the back. As UZM has done the job. job. The distraction is good, and they can stay alive as 4. Enigma Galaxy, only the 1 now, and actually use the M thinks better of leaving this entirely. Scouts out the rest of the hillside.
Meku on the hillside flank. They thought
their
bad days were over. They thought
here,
it was safe to go back into the water, but Meku is there.
Inside the tree line, IX should be able to finish one off, but good return fire. When the circle coming in, might be a little bit difficult to pick up the player, but it does stop short now. Circle moves down towards Inco, the magnetic team, which case the circle has benefited them so many times. HVP instantly rotate over towards that eastern side, directly towards Alpha 7, who are an absolute tear during these games. They should know they're in the vicinity. I think taking any engagement with Alpha 7 is danger, considering just how good they are.
Who just have had a bit of a struggle so far.
Matic rolling around in the back. They're thinking about where they want to go. Currently pulled up short across the road from Besiktas. Currently 86 points for Besiktas. They haven't managed to get any eliminations just yet. And they slow things down a little bit. They want to play along this hillside. Kitsune scouting south. No one really ahead of them there. Alpha 7 might have sightlines from the western, from the eastern side of that rotation.
Look at this.
What can they do here? Besiktas will have to move in as well. Potentially looking to line up a fight.
In a vehicle graveyard at the minute.
Just smoke and burn tires all around them. And now they're getting 2 points would see them safe.
As Levi's lurking on the hillside, hits them with a big surprise. Kante's gone down. This is not looking good
leap and a bound in this final match where
trying to go full
any mistake
get out of there, see if
leads to absolute disaster. Game Lord currently shunting out the guys from IA.
Surely.
Yeah, I think
on that western edge,
bit off a little bit more that they could chew in that situation. They took shots over towards Gladiators as well. They were able to finish off one of them at least.
Titan, southwest
it's
side.
Opened them now up to this
playing
fire
in the next circle.
IHC
also. Inside the next circle as well.
Looking at the lay of the land,
DRS a little bit further southeast, but they have got the forward position. All 3 of the teams ahead of HVVP.
Yes, they took a fair bit of damage. 2 players still left alive. Those down towards the south side of the map.
Get a little bit of a foot in the door. They are the last chasers.
Spot towards this circle.
With Besiktas in their way as well. Could not be more metaphoric of the tables themselves.
It's nice to see Ego as well, actually taking it to task with currently the top squad
difficult
in the lobby.
Anything like this is worth a long consideration.
Oh, no.
And now they rock up, send out
definitely seeing a
as the squadron, fast as they can, past Besiktas, past Alpha 7. They're getting through the thorns, fairly unscathed here too. BTR is in the way.
Jim Foster, 3 players alive with him for Bigatron. 7. They haven't been able to hit these shots, and Jen Foster doesn't hit them either. Tixie managed to get it all the way across the road. They know this position. HVVP, they're in the circle. They start to bloom those smokes. How on earth they got across without taking a single point of damage there is incredible. No idea how that happened. But either way, couldn't have happened at a better time for
him. I mean, those have got a pretty direct trajectory on those bad boys.
Making sure there's no one coming through
there.
To maybe Besiktas move out. HVP set themselves up to maybe challenge versus this.
Whilst they were slightly distracted by the final player coming through.
Besiktas much more in danger from LGD right now. As in come Titan, this is crucial. Titan need to win this fight to stay alive and keep themselves going. They will do just that, efficiently, effectively. And they'll chase down IHC even further, making them not so certain of themselves.
As well as Rosemary.
Titan are at 4, 5 eliminations now in the game. A good run for the squad. Vampire, nade from Agon XA8. Answering, no, not going to find a knockback their way. It's UZM and Blade playing for the squad of Agon XA8. As the shots do look for the flush, but Ravenclaw wants to pick up the points for Vampire themselves.
You're still standing.
The circle shifts away. It's only IHC of the big set of teams that are in this next circle.
From the shrapnel on that.
So amused. I mean, it's happened time and time again, and somehow Inco is able to grab the circle and sit it right down around them.
Take Melise out of the.
You know, there's a chance here for Inco. There really is. Haven't done so much so far. They do typically wait to the very later parts of the game before they start taking any kind of shots towards anyone else, but they need big eliminations. Sitting still, sitting pretty, looks nice. It doesn't get you the big prizes.
Playing the longevity on this one.
Again, just these shots just aren't sticking in this final game blank. LGD, they lose 1,
it's felt like the longer
but they will be able to get over with 3.
The more they've looked confident, the more they've warmed up into the day, and it really feels like they're hitting a bit of a stride now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great lead from Udo Alliance as well, because they sense that that fight is very clean. Yeah,
lose one on the cross, that's from DRS.
Steal some away,
two teams battling out against one another, and look at that, a massive amount of damage comes their way.
We have a strong position.
I think that's down to just one player now.
One player left for Titans. A really important position for them. 5 eliminations on the game. If they go down here, blank, they will set the marker.
Against Nick for Galaxy.
Does Besiktas try and make this mad dash as well? Sun HP cut down out in the open. The outside chance here for the top 5 spots. Down to 2 players now. Zessi tries to drop that smoke. 1 player remains for them.
Not ideal on their getaway though. Last
as the Titans continue to just stay alive on that 1 that they have.
He'll tumble down the hill.
They will fall. 5 eliminations in 10th place.
Rigo thrown into a fight
up
they probably
to
don't want to be involved in.
103 points.
Might have got away from the jaws of defeat previously, but they've run into the big beasts of
HVVP. They've had 2 eliminations, but DRS have had 3
as well, and they're closing in.
103 points is the marker now in 4th place currently for Titans, but they're out. Kitsune able to lay it down as well. And another 2 points added to the tally for HVVP in crucial fashion, in crucial time.
He's at least being able
up towards the last 8 teams. HVP just need to go a little bit further now, and the placement points might just see them a little bit ahead. Besiktas still chasing, but 1 player, Inco, directly in the centre, but much further to go for them with only the 2 eliminations they've got so far. It is so down to the line right now, and Titans are terrified of what could come next.
Grim terrain at this point in time, where you just
DRS need to fall right now, and HVVP soon after, for them to be safe.
Running into a different squad that you might not have scouted out
over the
earlier, which is
from Alpha 7, tournament leaders,
trying to take control
trying to take down
as much as possible.
The squad from the CIS region. Besiktas eliminated, so no chase other than HVVP for this position, but they're down to 3 now, and Alpha 7 are hot on their heels. They're trying to sweep out on this northern side. They're forced into the fight with down 1, and shots from Rebo light them up on the back as well. It could be all drawn short here. Tixi has to hit the deck, and HVVP's run could be over. 4 eliminations. They're on the chase. They're 1 point behind DRS right now. They're on 100 points total. 7th place right now. They need a couple more placements to see themselves over the Titans. Stay alive. All desperate positioning. Every single ridgeline matters now for HVVP as they lose Kitsune.
Tries to reposition, but
and Alpha 7 might just rock up on this position as well. Take a little bit more from them. Look how low Meku is. They need 2 placements, and that would just about do it, but look at the amount of teams that have so many players left on board. Down 1, close to falling, but realistically HVVP are the only ones close by to make that happen.
The back door for Spec. He's found the engagement. Got a few pot shots off. Kind of fragmented this setup now from Udo. If Stark keeps progressing on this flank, there's room for the actual elims to go his way. He
and with
could
the first knock from
IHC cleanly right now.
They're going to be happy to be able to pick up these points on a team that's chasing them.
In the meantime, see if they can get a quick sniff of this one, but Star looking to finish out this fight, and I love the fact they went into this with the 2 players.
Cluck is there though
on the side.
They've been shut out
now just 1 player
so many times.
Spec, who has a lot to account for here.
They need to stand tall now. They need to stand strong. No meds for Meku. I wonder if Tixi can even throw a bandage over. Has got 5 of his own.
They're starting to look down the hill.
Might think to do so.
Finally, they will spot the head.
But perhaps it's better to just invest in keeping Tixi alive. Meku down.
Out of the running. Losing an awful lot.
Has to make the long crawl, but very unlikely it'll happen.
Quickly down
for Alpha 7,
stage 6.
Saving grace for HVP that maybe soon they'll have to deal with bacon time.
Contain everyone as well. Some more fights.
They can remove them in a full 4v4. Maybe Tixi can steal away some of these eliminations.
We get Tokyo set up inside of a compound though, sitting pretty at least.
Tixi needs these teams to go down. They need to start making moves. Bacon time are going to start to move in as well. Alpha 7 taking knocks from Bacon Time across the way. They've been preoccupied with taking Tixi out.
Focused on Quest. I say Quest, it was just
DRS playing with 2 now on the southeast side. Inco with sightlines over their way. There's a fight raging on the northern edge with Alpha 7. If Alpha 7 go down, Tixi could crawl forwards, but it looks like Bacon Time will not be able to do that. IHC are taking a fight as well with down 1.
To them at this point in time.
3 players on the inside. 5 eliminations, 6 eliminations for Alpha 7. A team has fallen. 6th place now guaranteed for Tixi.
5 matches, but this one looks
DRS
a
could potentially fall. IHC could also go down. Down one, right at death's door.
Tixi just has to go for a bit longer.
One of the most even.
This guy has always been known as one of the most aggressive. But right now, he needs to calm down to control the
players left alive.
Literal molten iron flowing through his veins.
Moving to stage 7, this is going to really tighten up. And teams
stalwart versus this lobby. DRS slowly losing members.
Because it's
down to just one now. This could be it. Get to a top 5.
Strong
Down one's close to going out.
And FaZe doesn't want to give it up. I think they would have hoped that more teams would have gone down at this point in time. But again,
the ladder up is there.
This was a match where they had a nice
will be ahead of them.
It's one where I wanted to see
the
more of their
flush.
players
Last
make
player
it to the
now,
end game,
Delta
chunky win
for the squad. Titan already, I think, at risk.
Means is this an easy test at all? We've
with 103 points on the game. 6th place position.
Goodness me.
It's so close, but I think Titan might have already slipped out, Blank.
A lot of risk taking.
Tixi's down. Out in 6th place.
No easy
we'll have to find out where it
this
lies at the end of this game. The desk will bring us the information.
Pressure on you.
But now it's glory on the line for A7.
Well,
Inco also looking for a big game here.
In such a big tournament.
A chaser. Not a lot of eliminations found for them though, John, and that's the big scary thing.
In every play you make, a single mistake is the difference between your legacy
HVVP is really down to the wire for them. But they do have the chicken dinners to back it up. The tiebreaker will go their way should it come down to that.
Towards the backside, closing in on
FaZe. You do not want to be risking it like this.
Alliance POV here. They push up towards the center
We've
camp.
almost confirmed our top 5 as well. It is between HVVP.
Ooh, nades right on target. The Molotov burning brightly.
Everybody else fighting for the gravy.
He's already down. Quick peek from the second.
Alpha 7 roll on in. Playing spoiler to HVVP's chance.
To get vicious.
But they might not have been able to do quite enough as the teams in front of them fall. Inco. Vitali goes down. The nade doesn't catch Carrillo. Mafioso on the off angle. Looks for Nenebete. Has backup, but the shotgun over the wall is good. Hopping back and forth. He's not French, but he's certainly frogging it up in this compound. A hop over, finds the high shot as well, and Nenebete for Inco. Brutal on the approach for Alpha 7.
They are dwindling now.
Inco now at 8 eliminations in a top 3 scenario.
Flax comes over the top side with the DBS.
Fairly high here, John.
But he just
87 points, third place.
Time to pull out his
10 points already delivered there. It's at 97. Inco might even make the jump themselves.
They'll be pretty pleased with that one. We're going down in 6th place will not give them that many placement points. That's the difficulty at this stage of the game with so many teams still remaining in. In the meantime, Reject are pushing in so quickly over towards this position, swiftly taking control. They haven't lost any players as of yet, and Lucas on the top floor will drop back down again towards the garage side as they slowly pick apart the guys
in this match. IHC would have to absolutely hit a slobber knocker here with some insane shots their way. Vitali checking the bushes.
Take it for themselves.
But Zul and Godless have to move out into open ground.
And right now, Lufa strikes on the first, cleans the man up, taking them out of commission.
How unfortunate for HVVP that Inco,
that are starting to rebuild,
the team that just sends to the middle,
off so they can play together. Attention focus
given
on the
this
man
circle
outside,
again.
But it's the people in the building that you need to be worried about. Drop down connection. Lufa tried to go for a hell of a play, but he's been slain. Mela replying back with a shotty as well. Good for 2, Blank. Could have made that uncomfortable.
Mate, Mela has been an absolute firecracker of a player.
Decent shots from Squash.
Unbelievable plays coming through.
Both teams now waiting for the last zone.
IHC
has to take the 2v4 of their lives.
Quick flicking towards these players.
Third place with no more eliminations might not cut it here for Inco.
But luckily for Reject,
every single extra point counts. The amount of eliminations still available here. 5 extra placement points on top of what they've already gained.
Damage to the Galaxy. 2 teams
might just be huge. Tixi had to go for a bit longer.
Reject looking to stamp their ticket through to the last chance stage. What a nade over the top there.
And Inco, like we said, they have the 2 big matches of the day. That's all they need. Efficient.
One player remaining now for Reject.
Delta could play
this is
spoiler.
all crumbling. it's all falling to pieces quite quickly.
Needing a 10 elimination
dream
game
for the Japanese side that they'd be able to revitalize themselves in the last 2 games of the day, be able to show up when it matters most, is quickly falling away from them. But
or actually to jump on over 25 points would see them at 104.
You've got DX roaming in, putting the pressure
just
on
over.
the aggravating squad.
So if Delta gets an elimination onto one of IHC, and then IHC
rejects at least a moment to breathe, but it's
find the last player from IHC finds Delta, they can't do it. They will lose the tiebreaker, but they would get the. Oh, hang on a minute! I can't even run these numbers right now. I'll have to wait for the desk.
But
let's
just watch this game. For a peek up onto
Delta.
Meanwhile, Freak aggressive downhill.
The next zone will close. And actually,
into MBE.
IHC are closer to the center.
On
the corner that they hold.
Inco will have to leave first. Quite quickly if this keeps up, and we're getting closer and closer to deciding who takes the chicken dinner here on Miramar.
Huge chicken dinner required here for Nick Meganis to keep themselves in the running, going forward. And Freak find the last player coming through from
and then Everton moves out towards the smoke.
Looks down towards Sarah, drops a Molotov, will reposition him.
covering.
Lamborghini would have spotted him if it wasn't for Lord, who makes it up towards 12 eliminations.
Those vehicles
DX,
so
the only
important.
thing standing
that cover
between
that they
them and a 25-point game
it's the only thing they can play around, but the smoke is there. And I bet they pick up the 9th elimination now. Godless is soon to fall, and they might have just done it, but in comes Seol. Looks for the flush, looks for the point to stay alive. Squash, is they going to find it? Has a first aid, needs to find it now. 10 eliminations, they've managed to make it. Inco might have done the unimaginable. Have they done enough? Is the barrier going to find themselves there? They're happy, but the table's still in flux.
Blowing Lord to pieces with it.
I am flabbergasted at the 2 endings from the survival stage and last chance.
He goes down for keeps as that
put in the work towards the end of the day.
Away the chicken dinner.
Again, they are magnetic when it comes to these circles.
Here on Miramar.
Just waited this one out. And Alpha 7, as strong as they are, deny the chance of HVP with some incredibly good shots, but allow Nenebete, who's been absolutely unbelievably good this entire last chance with the DBS, sends out so many shots there, takes down 2 players and then can send backwards. Alpha 7 could have shut them down there and then, but Nenebete stands up tall to the big brother Brazilian squad.
The PMGC Grand Finals after this. I mean, some of their control has been marvelous.
And with that, not only
those nades,
if they're able to make it in, that would be both Brazilian teams going through to the final from this last chance stage. Both Alpha 7 and Inco making it would be absolutely crazy.
It always feels like they're so stocked on rounds, so stocked on utility.
I have no words, John. I have no words.
Smartly.
The amount of times that these players, these teams have pulled something special out the back pocket at the very last minute has been incredible. This is one hell of a PMGC. These things just do not happen. I can't even begin to imagine how HVP is feeling right now.
I think that's a deserved
right on the edge.
And one of those where it shows that DX do have a lot of talent.
I could not tell you.
Seeing more
the numbers
are
just too tight. It is all up to this. They might have jumped over Titans.
3.6.
HVP might be a little bit ahead of that. The top 5
fairly similar.
Can't wait to find out.
From DXavious, so no one's really slacking, no one's really dragging their feet either. I think for DXavious,
it looks like, hang on a minute, they've just found out. I feel like Inco know. What a way to find out. The celebrations are there. I think that can only mean one thing, Blank. They are going to join their Brazilian teammates.
That was an explosive
into the PMGC in Jakarta.
So whilst me and Blank clean up the dust with our little dust pans, let's head back over to a nice clean deck with Jason Catlin.
We have to get that dust pan from you because I've been using it here on the net to keep it squeaky clean, and DXavious keeping that match squeaky clean themselves. Okay, so even further up in the leaderboard, and obviously we've talked a lot about DXavious here, but the fact is they're a team that's now solidified into the last chance qualifier in just 2 days of time. I think our focus is maybe more towards the team like the Galaxy has done.
Yes, exactly. They needed to get themselves a big game here, Jason, if they wanted to push themselves up into the top 16 position, which this game is exactly what they did. Because, guess what? They did not really play in the first 2 minutes of this match, so instantly that's going to improve your odds of being able to get a good game before that. I think, Kalashnikov, looking at this game, we have positions like what they were doing, maybe a little bit too split, making themselves very vulnerable to Enigma Galaxy to then take what I think was possibly a game-winning position. So Enigma Galaxy saw an opportunity, saw a weakness.
The shotgun heard around the world for Nenebete. Inco Gaming might have just qualified through. We saw celebrations, but we haven't seen it locked in just yet on our side. 26 points coming in for them as they fend off Alpha 7 at the very end.
That regrouping, and that
might have been enough to qualify them through. But looking at the rest of them, 17 for Alpha 7, IHC with 15. Let's just take a look at overalls now so we can see who has made it in. And Inco Gaming by 1 over HVVP and Titan have done it.
Team across these 2 days of games.
If it was tied 2, it would have been won by Inco still. They got more placement points. But Inco Gaming, we said it, Jason. There was one game they had to go for the chicken dinner with a lot of elims. That was their only opportunity to make it over into the PMGC 2022 Grand Finals, and they keep the dream alive with a central position. And that fight, Nenebete Sandstorm, I mean, what peak fiction right here. What's going on?
Inco, one of the teams that qualified by 2 points only, managed to do it again at a qualify by a difference of 1 point. What is the story of this team and making it into the next stages of the tournament? My god, HVVP and that last player trying to survive as long as possible. Titan getting eliminated earlier on.
Xavier in first place. Are they a first place team?
But having
all of this.
They were like, what, third place going into this final match, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah,
Yes,
fourth place at 96. And to fall at the very end, but to be honest, gentlemen, the best part about this is we think back to day 1. Sandstorm saying there's no way he's going to make top 5 here.
Yes, they're currently sitting in first
And
place.
they did. They made it by 1 point. But unfortunately, that means Bigatron won't be there to play. This isn't a team
in front of the home crowd
that's going to win
the Global Championship Grand Finals
over in
Turkey
January here. But we can see all the teams participating now here in the Grand Finals. Honestly, this is setting up to be the best PMGC. It's already been the best PMGC, but the best PMGC Finals
Sometimes
we've
when you
ever
want to be a CCT, you got to be a bit flashy, right?
It's going to be amazing, Jason. I mean,
you got to
every
go
single
out and
team
get
that's qualified in the group
15,
stage, of
16,
course,
17,
came out like
18
absolutely swinging.
dinners.
The last chance
right
was
now,
down to the wire for a lot of these teams. I think that
so
I would.
far their biggest
No,
game
mate, I was
going
going to say I would not have it any other way, but there's just so many teams that could have qualified. It was just who was going to make it, no idea. But I definitely am happy with this lineup. And SMG and also Alter Ego are 2 amazing teams from, of course, Indonesia, and of course from the PLC team SMG. So
they're just,
I cannot wait. 1 month cannot pass any sooner, Jason. Okay, Christmas, screw that. Get in the Grand Finals right now. Okay, I don't want my presents.
But this is my question. Why are we waiting a month? Can we not get it started tomorrow? Please. These games are too spicy to wait a month for.
More consistently than
the top one.
No, we can't.
For example, I think Matt was
Here's our
really good
MVP though, the
fan
last
when
chance
their team
stage is going to be
great,
Revo, and why
especially
wouldn't
when
it
they're
be? I
gonna
mean, the
start coming
nade
in. I
we
think
saw
they're
from him
gonna
over
be
onto
competing for
Vampire
that
to
first place,
completely
so
demolish
I
them with
think that
just
would be
one
an
nade
aspect of
alone
the
was
gameplay where they
amazing.
could improve
But
on,
Alpha
which
7 in
is tough
general
to do on such
has
a
also
small
just
amount of
been
time, but when it comes to
almost on a
macro
whole
and
nother
the
level
overall
compared to a lot of the teams we've
rotational
seen
game
so
plan,
far in the last
it's hard
chance
to beat
stage.
right now. I would say they have some
And
extra
hopefully
threats
this
in
time.
the lobby when it comes to
No, I was just going to say, hopefully this time they'll be
these
able
late
to
games.
perform at the highest level possible when they get to the Grand Finals. Alpha 7 does have a history a little bit when it comes to getting to that final stage of the tournament, getting towards fighting the best of the best, and then just faltering at that last hurdle. But now, having 3 teams from the PEL, having 3 teams from Brazil as well, that is definitely a clash that I've been waiting to see for such a long time. And especially with Influence Chairman as well being there for Brazil. I said it in week 1 that they're going to be one of the contenders for top 5 at the end, so I'm still watching that.
Alright, well gentlemen, that is going to be it for us for now. I'm sorry, Max, we're going to get your point in a second. We have to hear from the guys on stage. They have just qualified through in 5th place by 1 point. Let's hit that on the stage with Inco.
How things are looking before the last day of the survival stage. It's been a great
Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is impossible. We're back right here at the main stage of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022, where we have just concluded the 6th and final match of day number 2 and the final day of the final chance qualifiers. It's of course, ladies and gentlemen, I am joining together with Nanabat here from Team Inco Gaming. They just recently finished their final match, and of course, congratulations! You've just made it to the next round itself by having just 1 point difference than the 6th place. So how are you feeling right now?
Então, ele disse que nada é impossível, porque depois do final do jogo vocês conseguiram a classificação por um ponto. Então, como está sentindo?
Com a adrenalina lá em cima, muito energizado e muito feliz de a gente ter conquistado essa vaga aí.
So I say, like, of course, like, he's very happy. The adrenaline, like, is still high. He still doesn't believe that they made it.
Well, they definitely made it right there. The results already out. And of course, what does it mean for you and your team to advance to the finals this time?
Então, o que significa para você e para o vosso time ir para o final desta vez?
Cara, é um sonho pra gente. É tudo que a gente veio batalhando até chegar aqui e acho que significa é o nosso sonho.
So for them, it's like the dream that came alive because they'll be fighting all the way like for this dream, and now the final they can make it.
It's truly a dream come true. And of course, what was your plan before the match? What was going through the team's mind during the last circles of the match itself?
Então, qual é o plano antes do último jogo e o que é na cabeça de vocês durante as últimas círculos do jogo aí?
Rasga pro meio e mata quem tiver na frente.
So he said like he's just like going to the center and kill whoever was in front of them.
I like that a lot. Very simple and straightforward. Go to the middle, go and kill everyone, and just go for the win itself. And of course, last question here. Now you guys are making it to the main event of PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Which teams are you looking forward to defeating in the grand finals and why?
Então, vocês já conseguiram ir para a final? Qual é o time que vocês querem derrotar mesmo na final e por quê? Qual dos times vocês querem mesmo derrotar na final?
Puts us in a good position. Let's have a look at what we're dealing with there.
Is it like all of the teams?
Killer play.
All right, there you have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to Inco Gaming for that amazing gameplay right there. And of course, that concludes all the matches we have right here at the last chance qualifiers, the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be passing over to our host and analyst to get a little bit more details about what has transpired throughout the whole competition right here. And of course, we will see you guys in a bit. Take care, everyone.
They're quite used to playing down towards the south side of Los Leones, so should be able to work with this one just a little bit.
It's like his answer. So which teams are you really looking out for in the main event? And I don't even speak Portuguese, but I knew that word todos. All of them. And I mean, to be fair, right, if you want to be playing in the finals, you have to be one of the best teams in the world, one of the best 16 teams in the world, and they're all going to be there participating. This is going to be tough for all the teams, but at least for Inco and obviously all of our other teams who have qualified today, they get a month. That Maxman and Sandstorm aren't happy about, apparently, to prepare for the event. I would rather give them time to prepare, Sandstorm, than to make them play tomorrow.
You know what? You're right. I agree. 100%. You need to give. Yeah. You know what? You need to give a chance. True. Then you're wrong.
For that one. Okay.
No, I'm just not right. I think give the team a chance to prepare. Obviously, for these teams, right? They've been playing out the last few weeks as well, trying to prepare for this one. If you were a team in Group Red, well, you basically went into Group Red of having to play it. Then you had a couple days off. You went to the survival stage. Then you had no days off. Then you went into the last chance. So there's really no time for those teams to really prepare. It's been a marathon for all of them. But before we do end off the show here, gentlemen, I want to just give you a chance each to give your thoughts about everything
coming into cons our teams early on in the game.
Best PMGC, I think I already said this quite a few times, but really being able to see all these teams go down to the wire to hopefully make it in the top 5 has been just an amazing experience, and it's really hard to put into words seeing how these teams have been able to qualify until the very end. I do think that it's very unfortunate that the hopes of some of the teams have just been shattered on the finish line, mainly looking at HVP. So close yet so far, but you know what, still more PUBG Mobile coming in next year for them, but man, I can't wait for the grand finals. 1 month, cannot get past too quickly.
Teams are concerned with getting into Los Leones, just in case this does end up being
for myself, definitely not what I expected when it came to seeing these being the top 5 teams to qualify to the grand finals, but honestly, roller coaster of emotions. Since week 1 in Group Red, seeing the group of Dad, seeing Group Yellow, and then all of them coming against each other throughout the survival stage and the last chance. Definitely best PUBG Mobile Global Championship today, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the grand finals. And if there's going to be a back-to-back world champion in Nova, or are we going to see a new name?
Yeah, it would be nice to see a new name, but then again, it would be nice to see the triple 3 in a row, which is what triple means. I know. Grand final victory for Nova Esports, but obviously have to wait about a month until then. January 6th is when things will be kicking off in Jakarta, in Indonesia, to find out who will be #1. We'll see you guys then. Hope you guys have a great time off, but make sure you're back here for the grand finals.
We'll see what we get out of it and what plays are made. Taking a look as well for some of our teams down towards the bottom end of things. Just thinking about what we see from them today. Honestly, I think now, with the way that it's kind of shaping up and how it's been established over the course of the day, it does feel a lot more representative of what we've seen. Melise really haven't had the greatest day of it, down into place there, probably sealing the fact that you really haven't accumulated more than enough points that you need over the 2 play days for them. Inco as well, always room to get a little bit further up. You hope to see the Brazilian side get a bit of a move on. Here they're just taking damage, not what you want if you're a fan of the region. But I'm sure Influence Rage will be doing more than enough to slide the flag once they come back into rotation tomorrow.
Honestly, Influence Rage just had such a significant day yesterday, which with the way they were playing, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. Fully on board with Polaris there saying that, you know, that is the first place team, and I don't really think there's anyone else who's going to take away that first place spot away from you, considering that the Xavier now falls 3 points at the end of the day. Last day for them to accumulate points as well. With Influence Rage being, what was it, 77 points into their point total overall. They're not far behind of what is 2 days of play occurring in just 1 day for Influence Rage. Big Galaxy, that was a really, really good result in that last match. And it was a strong performance as well, with a lot of eliminations found for themselves. Despite that, they're still in 16th place with 28 points. So even with a big game like that, where Enigma Galaxy still got to toil away at these points totals and get the pickaxe out and start hitting these amazing veins full of elimination points and placement points total, because their job's not done yet. And although that was a strong game for them, it's one of the only strong games we've seen from them today. But again, I think for a lot of teams, they're in real difficult patches for themselves. And again, all we can do is just watch how this map plays out, how these teams make their maneuvers, what players want to do with this, and are they going to send this as hard as they can? Are they going to try to go for something a little bit more consistent? Certain teams don't have that luxury of choice. Melise Esports, they've just got to really take it to the max level. They've got to pull out the bandana, tie it around the back of the forehead, and go full Rambo in this game.
Giving it to the maximum is kind of the only opportunity you really had. I think playing timid, playing your cards close to your chest this late, when you know how bad it's gone with the overall point score, you've got to take a different approach. You've got to kind of turn up the ante a little bit, get a bit more aggressive, take more risks that potentially you otherwise wouldn't go for, and play for those picks, pay for eliminations, because there's room for it. I mean, if you're talking about Influence Rage as well, those 77 points, keep in mind, they only had the 1 chicken dinner of the course of that entire time, right? The rest of it was all elims. It was all just big games where they were constantly padding stats, constantly finding more and more opportunities to play off the back of the gun skill and build themselves a point score because of that. That's what you need to do. And we've seen prospects like that from a few of our teams today. Gladiators have looked a lot more lethal. They look like they're willing to take fights. Mad Bulls have been roaming a lot more. They had some big point scoring games in terms of their elims. They comboed with the 3 wins that you've seen over the course of the whole affair. Definitely a lot more room for carnage, I think, at this point. Playing safe is going to win you no fans this week.
Need that support from the back line as well, honestly, to really rev yourself up into these matches. For Gladiators, I'd agree with you, they look a lot more lethal coming into these matches, and I think the big thing, the big change at least for them, it is much faster gameplay, much faster rotational style, which does lead them to be making a fair few more mistakes, but it also leads to more variance in terms of getting those big matches. Before, they didn't really have a hope in hell of getting more than 4 eliminations and maybe 1 or 2 placement points, which they realised is just not enough. And I think this year has been a year for them of just trying to perfect this new playstyle of heading sensor, getting these faster rotations working, and we saw it do fairly decently over in their region in particular. But they admitted themselves that it's a new playstyle for them. It's one that they're not super comfortable with just yet. Next year, likely, it's going to have a much bigger benefit for them. But they know they need to bring that playstyle out here in the final day of their group 3 in the survival stage to ensure they're able to get as many points as possible. They realise that they don't want to leave this up to chance like they did last year and just get pushed out in those final moments. Circle does move over towards that eastern side. Madball's fairly happy with this one as they're holding over towards Portugal Iso. Quest moves up towards that northwest side and lost Leones as opposed to holding on that eastern coast. You kind of respect the decision, but it has sort of stunted them out of play.
It's been synonymous with their brand today as well. It's been unfortunate. They haven't really had too many opportunities to play the game out to the best of their abilities. It's always very unlucky. Some of the positioning, seeing the movement, repositioning coming in from LPL. They start to set their focus on a further forward position. Regiocio taking a lot of damage. Engine smoking. His back's going to be up. Scared about what's going on around him, but they are still alive for now. Engine's now starting to burn as the jump out the vehicle. Saved by the car, as that will actually pluck Gladiators out of the air. Perfect timing on that. If it was calculated, that is magnificent, as they've been able to turn the tide on this fight. Gladiators look like they had the drop onto them and should have been able to take out OCO quite cleanly. Instead, they body block it and find the frags, fragmenting Gladiators down to just a 2, and they're quite far back. The trades on this aren't going to be easy, and Sara's already on the res.
Yeah, it's sort of a ridiculously aggressive player coming through from Gladiators as well, jumping out the window there with more vehicles in pursuit. A 4v2 on the outside, you're likely just to get shut down in an instant. Beautiful DBS shot, takes down Matic in the process. In that situation, you just want to hold the building, right? Pull out the nades, try and get something done alongside with that, and then wait for the cover coming through from Kitsune and Tixi. You playing a 2-2 split, right? But you're playing it as if you're all 4 in that one building. So I really did not enjoy that play whatsoever from the Gladiators, and they deserve to have those 2 players get taken down in that process. So bit of a split mentality in the team there. Now just 2 left alive. We know Gladiators do go for these quite frequent salvage games, but remember, 62 points still feels a little bit iffy at this stage of the game for the survival stage. I think, you know, for them it's all about trying to get as many eliminations extra as possible now, as many extra placement points, because after this they're done.
And that's the point we need to have at home as well, you know, for the viewers at home to understand the real influence of it. You won't have any more opportunities because, of course, you know, with 3 groups being mixed into the lobbies here, each of them getting exactly 2 days of play, you only have those 2 days. That's it. And your days are now expiring. This is the last game. So any points you find for yourself here, sure, that's all said and done. But then you factor in the points you brought up the desk, you brought up again here as well. Influence Rage already nearly have more points than our top teams after playing double the amount of games. And that is a terrifying position to be left in. If there's another squad that steps up massively as well, who knows how the final standings could be looking, and which teams will progress when all is said and done. Lots riding on this. It's why this last game with Miramar needs to have some major moments in it. If you want points, you've got to get them now. So Gladiators, even down to just the duo, need to have a good game of it. Need to try and squeeze as much as they can get from this one, Blank.
You sort of saving grace in this is that you just hope that Influence Rage can suck up so many points towards that top side of the lobby that 16th place bubble doesn't move that much, right? But with Madballs not playing in, with the Xavier not playing in, currently the 2 heavy hitters so far in this lobby as well, you know, I don't know how much that point vacuum is going to do for you. We will wait and see for tomorrow, but right now there's teams that need to get a move on. Alter Ego, 43 points. Not safe at all here with only 1 player down, 3 players up. Also not another ideal scenario for Siege Evo. A little bit further too. Reject want more points on board. Currently though, their more consistent play style of trying to get towards that center arena, play off the back of that one, does seem to be working despite the horrid day they had yesterday.
Resilience there being the key part. Being able to have that mental fortitude of bouncing back and keeping the focus on, even if you are a little bit upset with what went down or what you left up to history. It always shows just how far you can go in these events. NBA's here towards the ridge side, just a paranoid. You see turning all around them, suspicious about where the fight is going to be coming from. It's trees as well. Levi's from the side strikes, and that's perfect. They had baited the attention of the first man. Oh, with all their focus down the ridge on Lamborghini, Levi's just ruins them. 2 back-to-back 6 shots, and he's just chock-a-block full of confidence now. They want to go in blank. Parajin's hot behind the wheel as well, so he's going to be coming in to assess. They're swooping in. This should be a clean-up on them. They outnumber them 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great play from DX overall. You can see the quick flick decision in the sense of Levi sees that he's got 2 eliminations. I'm making the call now to push, but I'm going immediately. The rest of the team instantaneously responds, and this is just the communication you can tell going through from DXavier. Very difficult to talk about communication a lot of times, but easy to see in this situation with a quick response coming through from the rest of the team of DXavier, and exactly why we consider them to be one of the best teams in this survival stage so far. Parajin luckily hits that first aid kit just after the nade pops. We'll bring him back up towards 70%, and although they did get those first 2 initial knocks here, DXavier's not sure whether pushing the issue here is worth it or just getting further towards a circle. Reject taking a fight of their own alongside with Inko and Nick Mechanicsy. They look incredibly low though here, with Reject trying to hold on. Nice nade from Zara will finish off a lot of the boys from Inko, and now they are out, down in 21st place. Their day of play is over until tomorrow. 21 points, it's not too bad.
No matter if you're up or down, team up with friends. No matter if you're noob or pro, team up with friends.
Raging on.
No matter if you're team up with friends.
Quarters engagement. Peppers the bullets around the corner, but just missing the push in. Superstar here for Voodoo Alliance. Jumps out the window, looking for the close quarters finish on that one.
I'm afraid to lose.
Misery's close by. Knows it's getting pushed by Lusty as well, but didn't expect the nade from the heavens. They drop that one. Low the big Voodoo. Stay alive. Reset.
Bonus points. Go and rank up.
It looks fairly decent. Kitsune, last player alive now for Gladiators, well renowned for his survival in these squads, in these lobbies. See how much further we can get into this match though, because there's a lot of pressure on him. That can change in this situation. Apple's also trying to look for another good game on this one over towards the western side. Have 4 players up and running, 2 eliminations so far too.
See the hyenas in the lobby, realize how many people are lurking around, how many points that translates to. Levi's has been sick today, really good with some of the shots that he's been landing. Here he tries to play with timing, wait for the push on in, supporting off the back of the contact found from Lamborghini as they hit those shots pretty cleanly and leave us in a position where MVE are being dissected quite far.
Here's Messi, away from 2, 3, 4.
Also scrapping.
The world best player.
Stereo battles occur.
Shows us just what he's about to get.
And get themselves some extra elims to work with. FaZe have handled the situation.
Hi everyone, welcome to my secret line.
Everything's
coming together right now.
As they are out.
This here is just the stage that ensures your safety during your ride.
This team going forward. So Rodrigo, they've just got to cross their fingers
now. He goes. What?
It is powerful and comes ahead of them tomorrow. Parajin drops out. It's fist five from top side, getting a good straight out, but not quite enough as DXavier handles them. And you can tell just the skill level from DXavier off the back of this fight. They get the 2 limbs, they move up. They have the wherewithal as well to be like, look, this fight's not worth taking. Let's go grab that high ground in front of them. Whilst we've delayed them a lot here, the blue's going to push them in. They're going to have to move up towards us in this spot, and we can take them out later. So there's plans upon plans upon plans here for DXavier, and it's just nice checkpoint gameplay for them, always having a good idea of what's going to come next and how to set themselves up best for it. So for DXavier. Strong control on the south side, pretty much cleared out most of the deadly teams, just Enigma Galaxy as well as Reject ahead of them, who are both hurting in a big way. Enigma Galaxy down to 2, as are Reject.
A lot of damage. A lot of broken rosters already. So you're not fighting at full power. It means that things are going to get a little bit more slapdash. Some of the plays might be a bit more haphazard. Potentially expecting DX again. Just looking for damage onto your face. They've got nice cover here from the bridge side positions. They're going to be happy with that. Laying around it. Now Haji zoomed in, looking to beat from a substantial distance. And fair play. Al Haji, good read. Perfect placement with the crosshair. Hits the shots onto Misery, and that is exactly what he's going for. A miserable way to go out as the zone will consume him. He knows about Luxy Blank. He's sniffing him out and looking to punish. Mela will at least try and draw the attention his way. Easy. So now though, this is looking pretty good for Quest. The high ground you've got to play with here is going to be nice for them. Makes a change for once.
Yeah, for Quest, realistically, it's now or never. They need a chicken dinner on this match and fair few eliminations off the back of it. If they want to try and have some kind of chance to get in towards that last chance, I just don't really see it happening. Again, it was very last game for Quest over in the group stage. It was the very last game for them here in the survival stage as well. But with so many big squads still up and kicking, with DX down towards that south side, Mad Bulls off towards the western edge, there is that scariness to it. A little bit terrifying to pull through here for Quest. A lot of teams just hanging on for dear life now in this lobby. We're moving in towards really rough terrain, right, where we're slowly sloping down towards that low ground in the center. Most teams attempting to hold on to this high ground on the edge as long as possible.
Oh, Haji, back behind the driving seat, trying to find some space to play with. There's not much room though. A lot of names all close by. A lot of room for a fight to kick off the back of the first domino falling. Melise will suffer from success early. It seems here they're taking a bit of damage that will slow them down. They are spreading out, going for the revive on Poser. They have to control the roadside. Supply drop in between them as well. Issue goes for the advancement on that. Everyone else getting closer and closer as well. Ducksam has started to rotate around, and that's up towards where we're seeing Quest play from. Quest are now engaged down on the road. Quick crash on NASA. Didn't expect to see this one as they go in for it. Full frontal assault in the building. Kante swinging. Katana as he'll chop his way through the first with the shotty. Trade back by Star, and Quest is slowing down for him blank. It needs to be a quick change of pace here. Al Haji, he's used all his bullets. Has to quick switch to the secondary. Hits the shot on the drive-by and snatches it away.
5 elims at least on this game so far, up to 24 points total, but with 3 players. Looks a little bit hopeless at this point in time, but there is a chance off the back of that. There's teams all around them. They'll have to fend off against FaZe, currently trying to push in towards Mad Bulls, trying to pick up some more points at the end of their day of play. Frozen will pick up on Zen, spots some more players coming in, and there is a jump out the window there as Frozen gets knocked himself. Moment he's down. This is back and forth here. Mad Bulls versus FaZe, 2 teams that are incredibly well versed in terms of gun skill. Finally will be finished off, and of course it's too little to make it happen.
Big plays there, finally shutting down FaZe that have actually had a pretty sick day of it. They've had a lot of room to expand and take points, even taking chicken dinners here today. So being able to stop them now and stop it expanding further into the last game of these 2 groups clashing will do wonders for you if you don't have another game to be played going into tomorrow. Evos, or at least just Luxy, the lurker, he's been making a wide rotate on this. Slowly but surely he's starting to stop a step his way up the back and does assault. Hits the first, looking for a follow-up as well it seems, as he's putting the pressure on the back of Quest. In the compound.
But Luxy as well, he knows that any elimination point going forward would be so good for him. Drops one off towards the right side of the building. More Molotovs being sent through now. Able to pick himself up that flush towards Bahidan. Duxan is now out, 25 points on the day. But for Luxi, it's an important fight. Anywhere he can get further into this game is good for him, but there's walls in front of them. It's going to be very difficult to play off the back of. He opts just to send away here, but he'll be sending into very treacherous waters going forward, Jackie.
Oh yeah, you're going to need the Wellington boots, mate. As you are going to be knee-high in the murk. Oh, easy firing off shot after shot. Luxi tries to find safe haven behind the tractor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're currently tuning in to the official broadcast of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022, and we're currently tuning in to day number 2, or should I say, the last day of the last chance qualifiers, featuring 16 teams and only 5 will move forward to the main event, which will happen early next year. And of course, joining me right here is none other than Mafioso from Team A7. You guys know this, they're currently in second place, so you guys had an amazing performance yesterday. One winner-chicken dinner. And of course, you guys stopped a little bit on game number 2, but so far overall number 2, right? So are you confident that you'll be playing well today? And how is the team looking right now?
Então, ele previsou a equipa para jogo muito bem feito ontem, que estão no top 2 e com uma vitória de chicken dinner. O que vocês vão fazer hoje? Estão confiantes que vão ficar na mesma posição?
A gente está muito confiante hoje, porque a gente vem trabalhando muito para trazer um bom resultado aqui nessa Last Chance. Então hoje a gente vai fazer o mesmo jogo de ontem e acredito que hoje vai ter mais vitória do que o jogo de ontem.
So yeah, they are very confident for the game today because they be like playing hard like for the last chance, and they will try like to do the same game as yesterday, but like with more wins for today.
Wow, they have more wins for today. That is definitely something that we look forward to. And of course, of all the 3 maps that we'll be playing for today itself, which one is your team most confident and comfortable with? And what problems do you face on the other 2 maps? Or are you just really good at all the maps?
Big news there for
Então, tipo dos 3 mapas, qual é o melhor mapa para o vosso time? E qual é o problema que vocês enfrentam nos 2 mapas? Ou se vocês vão de bem em todos os mapas?
Acredito que o nosso melhor mapa é Arangel e os nossos 2 piores são Sunrock e Miramar. Sunrock devido ao nosso spot, que é no centro do mapa e muitos times caem ao redor, pode travar a gente. E Miramar devido à nossa rotação atrasada. Os spots são bem no norte do mapa.
So like for them, Arangel is like the best map for them, but like Sunrock, and they have a problem because they land in the middle, and then all the other teams like are around them, so it's very hard like to fight all of them. And for the last map, like they all score like for the north, so sometimes they lose like some time doing like the translation, so they will lose time to get to the center.
Great, amazing analytics on what they feel as a team right here. And of course, how are your teams plan to stay in position 5? Of course, we know that the top 5 will move forward to the main event of PMGC. So are you guys going to be playing more aggressive? Are you guys going to play safe? Tell us, what is your plan for today?
Então, qual é o plano para o jogo de hoje? Vão jogar mais agressivo para continuar no top 10 ou vão fazer jogo mais assim retardado?
No jogo de hoje a gente vai jogar no mesmo estilo de jogo para garantir o top 1, a gente quer o top 5, mas a gente quer o top 1, ficar em primeiro lugar, vai ser muito gratificante pra gente. Então a gente não vai evitar de trocar tiro, se a gente tiver que matar, a gente vai matar. E espero vocês aí na busca desse top 1.
So for them, of course, like they'll play like the same game, but even for him, it's like they'll be like more aggressive today. Because of course they want to be in top 5, but they want to finish like today like as the top 1 team.
Wow, they're not stopping at number 2. That sounds very, very positive coming from Team A7. Now, last question right here. Now, if the teams are hearing this, anything you want to say to all the other 15 teams competing here at the last chance qualifiers for PMGC?
Então, como última pergunta, ele tipo quer dizer, qual é a mensagem que você quer enviar para os 15 outros times que estão aqui jogando o PMG.
A mensagem que eu queria enviar é que para eles tomar cuidado com a gente está muito confiante, a gente vem treinando bastante, estudado bastante eles e hoje a gente vai mostrar o poder da nossa bala.
So the message for all the teams is like for them to be careful because they be like studying all the different like 15 teams here and for them to be like very careful because if they see them they'll be shooting at them.
Be careful, ladies and gentlemen. A7 is coming for you. Thank you so much, Matthew. Chris with an amazing interview. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kickstart match number 1 in a few short moments. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this with, of course, with the host and analyst. And we'll see you guys in a bit. Take care, guys.
Remember, this is just a duo for Mad Balls. Only 2 as they are fighting a numbers game. Oh, Melise eating Natho Blank. CEO later as he got a bit too comfortable on this one.
Melise Esports playing a very aggressive lineup versus the front here, trying to absolutely suffocate these two teams in front of them. Desperate for this chicken dinner. They know how much it means to them, but they need every single point here. They have to squeeze every ounce of value out of this game. So for Melise Esports, this is them in their dying throes. For Mad Balls, this is a glorified run towards the end of it. And like you said, for the boys on Nigma Galaxy, this is just an entrance into the conversation with the big dogs towards the top side. Melise Esports will finish off the Mad Balls. Now just Nigma Galaxy, Freak and Coop, try and remain in this game, get themselves a chicken dinner.
The Melise Scorpions are on the move, scuttling their way towards the final few players.
It is the final day of action here.
Spray down.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022 last chance stage. At the end of our next 6 matches, only 5 teams will join the rest. We've already qualified through. It's the biggest event of the year, kicking off in January. It's going to be a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line, and of course the title of being the #1 team in the world. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and we have the cutie boys next to me of Maxman and Sandstorm to break everything down that's been happening yesterday, which was an extremely exciting day. And of course, it's coming today. Cutie number 1, that's you, Maxman. How's things going to be going for you?
I mean, it was now or never.
But I'm feeling fantastic, Jason. I'm feeling amazing. And, you know, good day yesterday. I would also have to say unexpected day yesterday, because the teams that are at the top, I did not expect to be at the top. Like, all the favorites, a lot of the favorites are still in the middle, somewhat even at the bottom. So, who knows who's going to be the top 5?
Very surprising in that fact, but when it mattered most,
it really is going to be up in the air, and especially with the, I don't know, I guess there's a lot of pressure on the last teams currently representing their regions going into the tournament as well. So looking towards Nigma Galaxy, the last Arabian, the Titan as well, the last African representative, Damwon Kia, the last Korean representative or South Korean representative. So a lot of pressure on these teams and only 6 chances to prove themselves now.
Yeah, 6 chances, and that's pretty much happening with what are the culmination of what happened yesterday, the positions they set themselves in. But you know what, you at home, they need your support. The fan vote is going to be ending today in just a few hours of time, so make sure you're watching within the Esports Center. Use those tokens to vote for your favorite teams. I believe S2G was still #1 last time I checked. We might have a change happening over the course of today. Maybe DRS Max can get on the board.
Throughout this survival stage.
I put my vote in. No, I'm not going to lie, I put it in for Game Lord. Because you know what, got to give a little bit of hope. That to my home team eventually, right? But
oh, now they're your home team when they're doing all right.
Hey, I always hope, okay, but my expectations were a little bit all over the place, okay, but I am Team Narvalo.
Well, you know where my fan vote went, Maxman?
No, tell me.
I went over to Sony Experience. Sony Experience, one good Experience streams, made a collaboration with professional esports players who play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Experience Total Play System and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. That's where my vote goes. Sandstorm, where did your vote go?
Of course, you said perfectly.
My vote went for Max
that all teams do not want to see do well
very nice today.
was Melise. Was any of these teams at the bottom?
I'm here to counteract some of Jason.
John, can we get one of them in here for Sandstorm? Also, a big shout out here to Pullman Kuala Lumpur, Bangstar Hotel, where our world is your playground, while the players are getting to stay at, getting to chill and relax at. And by chill and relax, I mean none of that, because they're sitting there intensely reviewing all the VODs from yesterday and trying to prepare for what's on the line today. One way they can do that by preparing.
They might end up being
exclusive in-game free PUBG Mobile items, premium content, of course the other benefits, Prime Gaming as well. But as we move forward here, Max, I'm a little bit worried for some of these teams, to be perfectly honest. I know they say this quite a lot, but for me is the fact they don't have any of the Maserati skins just yet, which is going to be available until the 31st of December here, which you can get while playing in-game. I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty sweet car. Looks pretty damn good. And you know what? If anything, it's almost guaranteed to make the top 5 here.
I was told officially that if you do have the Maserati skin in-game, you'll get official
extra style points, okay, added to the mix. So I want to see if they can get some extra style points.
And as we know, style points is the tiebreaker between teams after chicken dinners, placing points, eliminations, how big your roster is, who's the tallest team, who can eat the most pierogies, stuff like that. But you guys at home should be following us over on social media, on the official PUBG Mobile esports channels. But here we go. These are the teams that have been participating. You missed out on yesterday. Well, you missed out, honestly, on a crazy day of action with a lot of unexpected twists and turns. But here, see a couple of teams. I mean, this is maybe the highest we'll see some of the teams. Like LGD, for instance, in the second place here, not looking too hot when it comes to the overall leaderboards.
It's super interesting, really. I think that Sandstorm, as already said earlier, I think that this first day came very unexpectedly for a lot of the teams that are currently at the top. Like, we'll look at the leaderboards later on, but DRS have been able to absolutely dominate in yesterday's matches and are just looking hyper-aggressive, and it's been paying off so well. And
are the Turkish
Gladiators he's just a team on his own.
To get to the next stage of the event
he just keeps on surviving. It's insane.
Like we're saying,
he really does, yeah. I mean, look, in the first game yesterday, he managed to get 6th with 3 eliminations for his team, and again, he managed to repeat the performance in Game 4, managing to secure 3rd with 13 eliminations. He had, I think, 4 or 5 for himself in that one game, so consistently we're seeing him being the last person alive for his team, and the fact that he's securing 10 points, I'm pretty sure that there's more that he's going to be able to get today, but a very good performance and a very good start for them on day 1.
Well, we have to clarify as well, those are points they've gotten as the only player remaining for their team. So pretty much Navarlo got a fifth of their points in total by himself alone, which is obviously insane by itself. But as we look forward into our top 4 smoke users, kind of makes sense. I mean, Maxman, we've seen like walls of smokes, we've seen them utilized in so many different ways. Yesterday in particular, I feel like we couldn't even see the map at some points because of the amount of smokes we had down. But I see 96 is ridiculous.
I think that what HiCF done really well throughout all of this tournament so far is that they're really good at using smokes to wall off fights. Like, for example, if a team's on 2 of their sides, they're going to just smoke off one of their sides, make sure that one team cannot spray them down anymore, and then they're just going to put 100% focus on the teams on the other side where the smoke are not going to hide their vision. And I think that's what they did extremely well on this first game, where they were pushing, I think it was on Bacon time, and also negating visibility from Alpha 7 on the side. It just enabled them to make it a second place, but then the DBS, off squash happens, and I don't know what you're supposed to do against that, but not much.
Well, I mean, it's obvious, right, Sandstorm? The only way to beat a DBS is to use
And we are back on the live stage and the Malaysia battle
beat him, join him, and that's what the server has been doing so far. After seeing so many fights being decided by that DBS, like we've seen yesterday in the first game, Inko versus LGD, just outside of mention, LGD didn't know what hit him at that point, and I think just every single team started to pick it up bit by bit. And I love seeing those close border fights with the DBS. You think you have an Uzi? You think you're gonna win? No, just get one pump and that's it. You're done. You're dead. So let's see if we're gonna be seeing the same impact from that again on today's games, or our team's gonna be bringing something special.
It's insane how the DBS. Okay, this was a weird one. I would love to know what was the shot call of that player. Like, let's just send us a 3-cart in a compound with no smokes and just get sprayed down by Mao Mao from LGD. That was, hopefully we're not going to see that again, but it was also pretty damn funny, and I don't lose that game. But the thing is, the DBS is also being used that mid to from time to time. Like, it is go really fast, so even at mid-range, I'm not saying. There's 2 there, right there. Perfect example.
I mean, you mentioned Type Maxman, really interesting to see as well. Like, if they end up qualifying somehow, because Curtin is in 5th place, that 6th match of yesterday, I think, is going to be the real page turner, the one that everyone's going to look back on, because Axer, unfortunately, couldn't play that last match. It was a 3-person team for Titan, and they ended up winning things and catapulted himself into 5th place. That in itself is a great story, and hopefully Axer today is going to be able to help continue to build up momentum with this team. But DRS, Alpha 7, IHC, Inko, and Titan, all are top 5 at the moment. But Maxman, Bigatron, 6th place, it's possible.
It's the hope is there. The hope is that, like, literally, if BTR qualify, I'm going to lose it. I will be so hyped to see them if the Grand Finals land event in Jakarta. It doesn't get any better than that. It will be the best PMGC and the best PMGC Grand Finals, Jason.
Sandstorm, Maxman did say off air yesterday when we were done with the show that if BTR qualify for Jakarta, he is shaving his eyebrows.
Ah, okay.
Wow. You know what? Now I really want to qualify and go like straight up into first place. Looking right now at DRS and Inco, these two teams, I'm just going to brush right past that. DRS and Inco have been absolutely sensational. DRS for sure. Yesterday, by the way, was the best performance that we have seen from DRS in the PMGC. 81 total points, 32 eliminations. Not once have they been eliminated in the bottom parts of the leaderboard. Every single time they've been in the top 7 with 4 of those games in the top 4. They're doing exceptionally well and not what I expected compared to the performance that we've seen before, so definitely going to be on the lookout for that in these games.
Yeah, and I think, Max, like, if we look at DRS, I mean, obviously we've seen them around for multiple years in a row. I didn't really have them this high on my radar or this high on my rankings when I look at the rest of the teams they're competing against, but I am pleasantly surprised, but I do worry going into today, can they replicate that performance? Yes, they built up a 30-point lead between first and fifth place, but I'm not sure if they can do this back-to-back 2 days in a row.
I would have to agree. If you're looking back at DRS and how they played in the group stage, I think that DRS is like, no, middle of the pack. I didn't expect them to qualify in top 5, but this new DRS 2.0 is playing hyper passive, but the moment that they flip that switch, they just go in super aggressive mode, start clearing zone after zone after zone and taking as much space in the circle as they possibly can. It is a team that can now convert chicken dinners. I mean, we saw it yesterday in that, what was that game number 4? 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner, followed up with a 4th place, a 3rd place. On game 2, they got a 2nd place. They just keep getting these top 5 finishes, and when you have such a short tournament, only 2 days of play, that might just be enough to remain in that top 5.
For all the fans for Mela and FaZe Clan out there.
To watch. Maybe either one of you do have DRS actually in there. Okay, well, Max, but I'm glad I threw it to you to talk to about it. I didn't even know you had it as a team to watch, so we know exactly where you're going with them. Game Lord, kind of guessing because you're French.
Please continue to cheer him and supporting him for tomorrow and the next day.
I don't have to speak for the segment. I don't think so. Sandstorm, why?
Several reasons. Besiktas, they managed to get themselves a chicken dinner yesterday, but 4 of their 6 games were in the bottom 4. So that chicken dinner did give you a chance to keep fighting and stay alive in this tournament, but other than that, it's going to be very difficult for them for the rest of the games. HVVP, we've seen them come back again, chicken dinner, huge improvement on their performance, but which HVVP are we going to be seeing? The one that drops the north side of George, gets a decent amount of points, like we've seen in days 1, 2, and 3 of the group stage, or are we going to be seeing the one where they drop on the west side of Lily Base and just completely no points whatsoever. And Inco, did I say more? I don't know what to say about these guys. I said they weren't going to get into top 5. They already are. I believe they're going to make it, and I'm just going to leave it
eliminations leading the tournament. We heard Jackie talking about
Sandstorm did say that if Inco do qualify in top 5, he's going to shave his eyebrows.
I like this. This is good. I like this change of pace. We'll do that.
I was complimenting you like 2 minutes ago. You should be on my side, Max. What happened?
There is no sides here on the desk. It's everyone for themselves.
No!
What were you going to say about HVVP?
So I want to touch on HVVP because I was able to look back through the VODs a little bit yesterday and through the map feed, and I really think that the main issue I pointed out yesterday is really coming into like be the main issue for them, which is they are just a little bit too slow on the rotations. Like a lot of the teams that play Edge are just so quick. They really are. They see the circle, boom, everyone almost instantly in their cars playing Edge circle. HVVP, especially if they go for secondary drops, they're just a little bit slower to get in like the flow of things, and they just get gate kept so often. I think they had 3-4 games in a row yesterday where they just get gate kept, and they just could not get in any strong position. I think if they just speed things up a little bit, they'll be there, because technically the entry points are good, just a bit slow. So if they speed things up, I think we can see the new HVP we wanted to see here.
Well, you know what? I mean, hopefully they've been able to realize that as well, and have been able to figure some things out to improve here in that second day. It wouldn't be a PMGC in my eyes without HVVP there. There's also a couple of other teams. I mean, Sandstorm, we've got Vampire Esports at 15th place. Didn't expect that to happen considering what we've seen from them in the past. They have a Galaxy in 13th place, Besiktas in 12th place, LGD in 11th, and even Reject Damwon 10th and 9th respectively. There's a lot of these big name teams and big players that we've seen just over the course of this event alone that just haven't been able to perform in that first day.
I mean, sometimes it can come down to there's a lot of pressure on the teams. It can come down to not having the international experience in these tournaments, and I can also come down to the fact that we have the best teams in the world, and there's bound to be some teams that are not going to be able to perform on that level, but sometimes we do get surprised with, for example, like you mentioned, LGD. They had a strong start in the group red, and then not being able to make it to the grand final, struggled a little bit, but they performed very well in the survival stage, which is kind of what baffles me a little bit. Is this the group green effect? Whenever they're like teams from group green are there, LGD just can't do anything?
BTR? Hello, you didn't even mention them. I'm not going to answer that question, but you know what? Maybe our casters can answer that question, or just let the gameplay alone answer it, because we're going to be heading over to our commentators to kick off our first match here of the day. Our one of 6 remaining matches here in our last chance stage. John Allen and Blink, come back tomorrow. Once again, our official smartphone provider here at PMGC, the Infinix GT 10.
We are over the midway hump, and we are going downhill, and we will not be stopping. There are no brakes on this train, Blake. We're inexorably drawing to a close here. With the last chance stages, all of these teams, they're trying to hang on for dear life.
They are 100%. I mean, there's not many places you can hang on. Some of these teams are on the outside of the train as well, so it's getting real windy out there, and there's a tunnel coming out, so they got to duck their heads, make sure that they can make their way through these last 6 matches. There are some teams that I worry about massively. I'm looking it down towards the bottom of the leagueboard. Vampire Esports 25 points by Econ Time. The 2 Thai teams joining one another arm in arm at the bottom of the leaderboard itself. I do think that a comeback can still be made, but it will be very difficult to make happen. LGD, on the other hand, known for that type of bounce back nature. They're very elastic, very trampoline-like. We'll see if they can hit those numbers today themselves to come towards that top 5, because yesterday there were some things that just weren't working out for them. But heading over to Orangle, our first match of the day, and it will be all concluding in 5 more matches after this.
It is all to play for the same set. With AXA back in for the Titans as well, they'll be playing at 4 players strong, which is good news coming off of their chicken dinner yesterday, which saw them up and into 5th place at the end of the day, just about pipping out Bigotron on a tiebreaker, with, of course, that chicken dinner being the deciding factor. So it is still very, very close towards the top of those tables. Very, very hotly contested by quite a lot of teams. As you were saying before, Vampire Esports and Bacon Time, they will need that step up. But we've seen them from them before, that they can have that sort of gumption, and they have had those pop-off days.
Looking at this playing path, it's very awkward, honestly. Down towards this south side doesn't give a lot of people the opportunity to get up towards the northern edge of the map. VP is going to drop out towards Primorsk. It's going to be difficult for HVVP to get up towards North George. They're going to go to their secondary drop down towards Sosnovka. Yesterday, we saw they had a much bigger improvement when they were able to get into those circles early on. This might not afford them that same kind of chance, but a lot of times when they're playing on the northwestern edge anyway, it is a long haul down towards the eastern side of the map where we've seen a lot of these circles drop. A western circle could work out for them here. Similarly for VPE, we're improving their gameplay from the center side, especially on that Miramar where they took a very central position. But this circle basically favors absolutely everybody. Anyone can get towards this spot nice and easily. It does keep the majority of this bottom part of the map in, which does make things a little bit harder for anyone towards that Sosnovka military base in the first place. Getting across those bridges is going to be a little bit more difficult, considering some of the complications in terms of gatekeeping going on.
Pretty tricky, those vehicles, hotly contested, I imagine. Vampire split, uncontested actually, over towards Primorsk. No one dropping out at that stage of the plane path that early on. Will not have any contest for that spot on the tables. Of course, you want to be getting on board with Captain Messi. He is joining the PUBG Mobile battlefield. Stand out in the battleground with a Messi football 100%. Grab them in PUBG Mobile now.
100% worth it as well. Looks very cool. Flavor's 100% rocking it over on the interviews. He looks very, very cool as well. I'm jealous. I wish I was wearing that today. It would give me the comfort, the ability to take this all the way to the end. In the meantime, Besiktas going against Inco at the moment. Squash will try and run down when the players are successful with it. Looks for one more. Enjoy quite low. Away. Splash will no piece. Almost going for another here with this vehicle. He has a really good chance to actually take down the whole team.
Like Zessi does manage to pop the reload there. I knew that these vehicles were going to be contested. I didn't realise it would be full squads contesting for a couple of these vehicles. Looks like that backup did come through. Inco lose 1. I think Besiktas also losing 1. They will be able to res there as well. So both of these teams fully disengaging from this area and figuring out where they're going to want to go further forwards, because they both now have 3 players alive. Inco 4th place on the tables, 12th place in Besiktas.
Yeah, Inco's still at risk at the moment, considering their recent performances, which is a case of 2 games has made up the majority of these 54 points. That is slightly worrying, and something that does not worry me whatsoever. It makes me very happy, in fact, that tomorrow, December 5th, we will be seeing 2022 PUBGC special crates releasing all the way through to Journey 8, so make sure you get your hands on those whilst you still can. But it is all back on this one right now, this match, this day in particular, where we'll be finding out exactly which top 5 teams will be heading through to the grand finals. Honestly, it is getting a little bit scary as we're seeing a much more info to go off from yesterday. And again, like I was saying, Inco, 2 matches make up the vast share of those 54 points they have. Now they could take a similar approach today, where, you know, they get 2 games and they're very happy. It seems so secure towards that top 5. However, this is now the adaptation day. This is where teams have figured out what's going on, what works, and they will have looked at yesterday, they will have looked at Inco's rotational paths, where they're finding these positions to get towards the circle, where they're sending central as well, and maybe even looking to cut those rotations off, or even pick them up for their own. And Inco, although very good at the macro, decently good towards that end game of picking up a lot of eliminations, usually do it where they are the 4-man squad, they're essentially taking down 3-man squads, 2-man squads, and it's a lot easier for them to actually hit those kind of numbers that way. This time around, I think Inco will find it a little bit harder to get those easy positions towards center, and already losing 1 player sets them back at that disadvantage.
HVVP on that south side, they did drop out to their backup drop over on the military island, all the way on the south coast. Kisune looting up on the docks down south. Potential for them to, yes, they can boat rotate, but it's more likely that they can just take that bridge on the western edge. Down 1, central in apartments is a pretty powerful spot given the circle as it is. A lot of space on the northern side of the river hasn't been taken over.
Yeah, I think with the plane path as well, that's kind of a likely thing to have happened here, which is where Severny shooting range all very free. HVP may have made a different call if they'd known that the circle was going to head this far towards that northern side. They might have even taken all the vehicles that they could, considering this lobby is very eastern-centric. A lot of the western side isn't taken up by teams, so they could have easily picked up some vehicles towards that western coast, headed up past LGD towards North Jordan, and had a good game. But either way, I think this is the numbers play. This is the one you go for. It's the most consistent. You're not relying on the circle a lot of time. It still gives you a lot of loot. You get looted early as well. You don't want to be in North George towards that 4-minute mark with absolutely no gear on you whatsoever, and then forced to make a very hectic rotation comes up too. So I think this is the smart move from them. Similarly, I-8 down towards Sosnovka, they can move out. There is IHC in this area though, so there's a lot of teams all trying to get their way through outside of Sosnovka. So both these teams will have to be a little bit careful.
Bacon time at the bottom of the tables right now. Get central fairly early. Currently playing, well, I'd say central. They're sort of on the outside of the center pack right now, but it's a pretty solid compound as well. Like nice sight lines out nearby to them, having a lot of rotational opportunity ahead of them. But with how tightly packed the center is, it might be curtailed that little bit. Misery spots Game Lord rotating past. Spots them rolling on into the compound as well. Spots them crashing in. Spots the hop out as well. Spray is not going to be good for the first knock, and actually traded off. Narvalo able to get that flush down. And Misery out for Bigatron, really needing to find that first knock on the roll-up. It was curtains from there.
Misery's usually very good at that, which is catching players off guard, but I think that he was a little bit all over the place there, panicking slightly. Maybe holding a singular angle could have been good, but I think he was attempting to keep himself hidden from these players as they came in. But there's so many sight lines into that building that it is difficult unless you are prone, in which case you have no real vision other than even being able to hear the sounds of the vehicles rolling up to make that surprise play, and then relying on the rest of the team to try and take some shots outwards. So for BTR, they attempt to go for the sneaky assassin maneuver, however it does not work out in their favor. HVP now finally making their move out. This is towards that northern side, heading over the western bridge at the moment. DRS left this position earlier on. They will have to move through them at some point, but the Chinky's in the way, so there's a lot of spots to be hidden in.
Western bridge, uncontested. And Vampire, as you said, out of the way. Forwards on that western side, Alpha 7 swinging up north. It's a little bit quieter now, but I imagine just on the southwest side of those Yasnaya fields could be a little bit hotter. I mean, we saw obviously the roll-up from Game Lord over on that side, close to Bigatron down on 3.
Bigatron obviously losing a couple of players, not ideal, but again, this is why most teams will shift really central early on. I think it's acceptable to play very center on that first zone shift just because you're expecting a circle like this to occur. And then people can start to play edge from here on out. But getting a central spot early gives you a very high chance of getting in towards that area. Game Lord deciding to move a little bit further in, clear out maybe one of these teams. BTR have to be quick with it now. Obviously getting shunting out of that top 5 placement. 51 points tiebreaker on the chicken dinner. Going down here at the start of the day would not be good for them. So when they goes through the window, it's absolutely perfect. Liquid will be going down first.
Oh, another one in through the window. 2 nades, 2 knocks. It's Jed Foster, a third nade through. They will be able to find an answer a little bit. Has the M249, a lot of bullets, but not going to be able to find the second knock onto Victor. Narvalo does fall, but Bigatron swept aside. Game Lord, their bane right now. Very central of the circle as well, and a powerful garage to be able to claim for Game Lord moving into those top 5.
Exactly, John. That pushes them up past Titans nicely with 53 points, just behind Inco at the moment by 2 points overall. That's a 4th place finish. So Game Lord doing a very good job so far. Yes, a lot of these points have been kind of almost saved by Narvalo, able to get a few eliminations here and there on board, which does pump up that totals a little bit. We saw that he got 10 points yesterday. Either way, if you look at that, a 10-point margin underneath them at the start of the day would have sat them in 39 points, would have been in 11th place. With 10th place at the moment, so you're a bit worried about that type of thing. I think that for Game Lord, they're happy that Narvalo was able to get as far as he did, but these 4 eliminations and a good first take on the circle gives them a lot more loot in terms of being able to grab the supplies that BTR dropped off the loot crates, and then also have this position to play around with. Bacon Time are starting to roll up on that top side. No real compound for them though, so Game Lord still have this really strong compound towards the center of the circle with high ground to play around with. There's walls around here too, which makes the crash a little bit more uncomfortable. I think maybe BTR just had to be a little bit quicker with those nades, and for Game Lord getting up like that with barely any smokes and then just nading through the window, that shouldn't really happen as often as it did, and I think they were feeling maybe a little bit afraid after Misery did go down how quickly as he did.
HVGP now have swung all the way up to that northern side. They were playing on the north edge of the river. LGD were in this position, but the rotation paths from here they'll be much more familiar with. Blank obviously normally going in from North George, so potentially a little bit stronger. IHC, south side, going to be crawling on at that edge. They are south of the Yasnaya fields, close by to Titan, who have moved a little bit off of Potato Hill now. The circle comes to a crunch. Aegon XI8 pushing in from that south side will be behind Titan, DRS to their side. That is a nasty shift, Blank. It's hard north, but it keeps a lot of both sides of the river in, and they're going to be difficult choices to be made in the future.
I think for A7, this is really, really nice for them. I think the fact that they were all the way on this northeastern side, they were looking like they were going to be able to find a way in towards the circle. Setting us up a little bit further towards Rozhok, and then goes further north on that side, gives Alpha 7 an excellent opportunity to pump those scores up and really secure their position towards that top 5 and head through towards the PMGC. It's been very rare that we've not seen Alpha 7 go through to PMGC, but already I think that's 2 knocks either side, but with Reject in the back as well, this could be horrendous stuff.
Oh, a second knock for Mythic over onto Maku, and 2 players are down. It's all on Tixie to hold the front here. Rejector coming through, as you say, third party. Matic and Tixie now for the squad. Carrillo on the corner will find the nades in his way. Tixie gets one back as well, and a lovely little shot through the window. Needs to hold for a second, but a third player from HVVP falls down. It's Matic rolling up, the seat swap's there, and they're out. Both Alpha 7 and HVVP try and crash the same compound, Blank, and it goes to hell for HVVP. Reject move in and look for the third party as well.
It's just that speed that is on the side of A7. They were further towards that northeast. They could get inside that compound early. Both teams had the same idea, and you can't fault them for it. It's a really strong compound over towards that Yaz Bridge crossing. So if this headed further towards that western side, this would be providing anyone that picks it up now and a huge opportunity to gatekeep a lot of teams. Inco heads towards the bridge with 3 players. They're going to hold down there for the time being. Reject hope to get in on that fight. Either way, for HUP, it's just a little bit too slow, and I think that when you're trying to crash a compound like that, you have to be really, really quick, very dominant. For Alpha 7, it was less of a problem for them because it's a very long rotate for some of these teams to head over Yasnaya, past the lake, round the side, and have a huge amount of sightlines to see that one happening. For HUP, they have to be a little bit more aware, which is why they need Kitsune in the back. Either way, good job to Alpha 7. Very, very good team fight coming through from them to pick up the compound and get those angles over towards the guys from HUP as they crashed. Now, they can start to really get some more points and get a cracking game on board with 78 points already accrued. They might look to overtake DRS on this game.
I don't know if it's possible, but I would love to see a replay at the start of that fight, because there were two knocks that we didn't see, and the timing was very, very close to both of those teams into the compound. Alpha 7 did get there first, just a little bit, but I would love to have seen right at the start when those knocks started to come through. Titan on the north side of the lake now might try and move into the area. Alpha 7 trying to fend them off on the north edge.
Like we said before, this is a very difficult cross down towards Alpha 7's position. A lot of open ground here, over towards this pizza wedge, essentially over towards that western side. Another difficult circle comes through. LGD is in an alright spot at the moment, but you really do wonder where this circle is going to end up, because if it ends up right on top of the bridge, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these teams to find anything to work with. Inco down towards inside the bridge. They're on the backside. This is hugely central. This is classic Inco gameplay.
GD really powerful in their position. North Shore, very likely that it will be finishing there, but LGD can just sit here and control everybody else trying to make their way across, as can Inco. Unfortunately though, Alpha 7 move on out. It's over the top, Vitali low, Becker at the back. Will be able to stay alive here. Another nade on in to try and pick up the flush. Rez is very, very tricky there. Down one, trying to get across the bridge, shut down. I'm gonna say 4 players alive. Currently split 2 and 2. The other 2 players on the east side of Rozhok. As down one sit above them. Vampire, you can see just about coming over that hill on the western edge. North Shore for Vampire already. They're in one of those towers, but they're going to have to move further in. They know Aegon Exaya in here, and they should know that DRS are rolling up on their north side.
It's a hard cross here. I think Schwartz is playing this one very, very well, knowing that probably his offline position makes them play. UCF goes down, Enigma Galaxy. There's a lot of eyes on this position. Ghost is the only one left remaining over towards Rozhok's side, but should be shortly returning to the fold. Game Lord rocked up. They did take a knock in the process, but able to get the boy back up on his feet for the time being. That's it, Ashley over that side. They go through, they're heading down, they go towards Aramo.
Stays alive, however. In comes Robs, Victor and Kashi to back Novalo up on the hillside. They know there's more players here. They know they have to push further north. East side flank, IHC covering off. Smokes being thrown down. 4 game lords that makes slick sight lines to create a channel towards the Enigma Galaxy fight. But nades in that way. Amodi launching them back on over. No one going down just yet. The rest of down one trying to get across. Oh, a shot's out just yet, but everybody's turned their attention that way now. Vampire have to be on the swivel, actually managing to get all the way across. Down one gaming will stay alive for now. Raging shots over towards Alpha 7. Actually, hey, they're still peppering away at Enigma Galaxy, despite being right on the south part of the circle.
It's been a survival game here for Aegon. They know they have some good sightlines up towards a lot of this tree line, so they'll just take easy shots to get themselves back into cover. Freak though, these shots you need to hit over towards him. I think Blade just does not want to expose himself for too long. Currently 26 points, 28 after those 2 are lived. Quite far down towards the bottom of the lobby, looking to put some more points on the board today.
Nice little roll up coming through for Game Lord. Freak now last standing for Enigma Galaxy, but Novalo gets shot down as well. Victor and Robs active. They want to try and create some cover, but their teammates are getting shot out in the meantime. They're not in the next circle, and IHC have moved in front of them. For the chaos that they were involved in with Enigma Galaxy, Dauntless side swipe on the off angle. And teammates will fall. 2 players now left standing for Game Lord on the south side, and a tricky rotation ahead of them. Likely they're going to have to move north of the river, and IHC have got the shots. They split 1-on-1 in the vehicles. The reload there, and the back player actually going to be able to get to the coastline. likely to get across, but still somehow squeaking it through. Forward position will be taken away from them, however, and it's just Victor left.
Inside the water himself. Chunksy did go down to a shot coming through from Besiktas all the way on that eastern side. They'll have to move further in. Inco once again find themselves a very troublesome spot, but a spot that they have lived in. The nades from Revo didn't quite do the final job towards them, able to live a little bit longer, get away, and can remain on this bankside. And although it was very rough to play
in the past 5 years,
now everyone realizes it's a hot spot.
Excellent teams and players in
all
all 5
down,
major regions.
down, traded off
still remembered
just
by
the
us
one.
to
They
this
turn
day.
around the corners though, and
At
they got the
same
DBS
time,
at close range. I think there were several going off there. There's at least 2 on the roster.
On the occasion
Vampire
of this
keeping
5th
the shotguns
anniversary,
in hand.
let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports.
But the circle's still
the
enclosing.
Southeast
We'll have to
Asia
move out from
region,
this position,
where
trying
all
to get
the
as many
stories
reses
began.
through as possible before
As
they
the first
start to
world
make that
class
grand dash.
PUBG Mobile Star Challenge
Becker
gathered
taking
professional
shots.
players from
Inco
all over
already
the
up to
world.
3 eliminations
With
so far
continuous
from the
development,
waters below.
the 2019
Sharks
PUBG Mobile Club
looking for a
Open
little bit
Global
more to
Finals
chew.
is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
Goes up.
2019
over the top
Ball
squash
Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourself a round of applause.
Off the bank side, and one.
Among the
really
countless
struggling
rising
here.
stars,
Inco doing a stellar job. 3 eliminations so
bright.
far.
Bigatron,
Forest should
Red
be
Aliens,
spotted.
a team
DRS
from
in the meantime,
Indonesia.
southwest side. Vampire at their back. Looking to move up. Schwepp does fall. Rejected there.
Just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia
Resible here for Vampire. 4 eliminations already on the game.
In the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage,
either player going down.
Competition kicked off immediately.
Draw some ammo, draw some
finally,
sightlines
they
on
advanced
from
to the Grand
Vampire.
Finals in
On
second
their
place.
approach on the southwest side. Blue
BTR
zone moving
demonstrated
in. Shots from
impeccable
Ravenclaw as they
strength
crest the
in
ridge. The
By
back
the end,
line not safe.
BTR was
Rules
leading the lobby
repositioning.
by a significant 106
Not risk this
points,
peak.
bringing the first
Go
ever
for the spray that he wants to
title
find.
to the SCA region.
Over the top. Could be on the money. It's the only one he's got in the pocket. Looks like it's on target. Maybe a little bit short there. Will fall just in front of the rock that Delta hides behind. Swings out wide. Yancy shots over the reject. They are caught in a trap right now.
Tim yang punya segudang
DRS needs to
prestasi.
stay strong.
Mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat. Zuxi, Luxi, Tyson, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue to support and build the SCA region.
Killer now steps
In
up,
2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams
Killer
joined
last
the
standing now,
competitive
full
stage.
DRS. They would know
In the 2020
pretty much where that
PMWL,
position is going to be, but
BTR
Killer finds
once
another
again
one. Oh,
championship
drifted
in
over.
the
He didn't get it. Okay, fair enough. I
This
didn't
had
realize the
given
rear axle was
Southeast
only a
Asia the
90%
title,
HP
the
hit, but
strongest
either way,
region
Vampire
in the
takes
world.
the knock
They
back
hope
over the
to
stone.
continue their
Got
legacy
the smoke out,
of the
has that
PUBG
cover
Mobile
play
Global
around,
Championship, the
regardless,
pinnacle
threads the
of
needle
PUBG
nonetheless,
Mobile
and
Esports.
IHC pick up the
However,
elimination.
BTR was not
They
able
had
to
a good
repeat the
fight there, but
performance from the
just
previous
came crashing
year.
down right at the end.
We
With that
take
cheap
left.
little knock
Let's
from Killer.
go.
The
Winner
double
with a
knock, in fact,
chicken
as
dinner.
well. On the rollout.
XQ.
In for quite a while.
With the
Vampire
rise
down
of
at one
Team Nova,
active, pretty split.
countless
Next
brilliant
circle
moments were
finally
had,
takes us to the
but
North
this
Shore.
also left many players with regret.
Maybe A7 can start to capitalize off
After
the back of this
BTR Red
Titans.
Alien
Also,
won the
currently a
Global
4-man
Championship in
squad
Kuala
did take
Lumpur,
down one of the
we
players
thought
coming
C
through
region
from Alpha
was the
7 who
best.
was trying to
We
control
thought
the
nobody
river
could
itself and
beat
Revo.
C region.
Very slowly
Except
but surely
maybe
made their way into
RRQ
position. I like
Athena,
that play
maybe
from Titans.
Illuminate the Murder,
Carefully.
maybe
In the
Mega
meantime,
Conqueror.
making time
But
in
C
the
region
water.
was the best
Inco's
this time.
still dominating
And
from this side.
we get to the league.
It was
We
one of
could
those
have a
pushes
team
where it's
called
like, this
Nova.
might not work out for us
We
for the
thought
first 10
maybe
minutes, but
this
trust
team
me,
is
lads,
not that
we
good.
will get some points from this
On the
position
contrary,
if we just
they
maintain
owned
our
all the
lives.
teams.
At some
They
point,
were
this is going to
very
become hugely
good.
contested, and people would be
Let's
sending
move forward
themselves
to the
in
year
3 points more us
2021.
in the vehicles.
With continuous efforts,
Ravenclaw
more
wants
teams
to
and
join
players joined the
players
program.
near the rivers. Hasn't
For example,
committed to it
Deep
just yet,
Savior
actually. Just
placed third
finding
in
a spot
2020
right near the end of the
PWI
circle right now.
Also secured
So for
second
Vampire,
place
they have
in the
8
PMGC
eliminations, so placement points that they can rack up now.
FaZe Clan
There's a
also
lot
made their
of
debut on the world stage.
ragtag teams in the river.
Có thể nói nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của đội ngũ Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với Phép Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
The year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SCA. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PWI in both the main and after party tournaments.
Very interesting little angles, peaks that's coming
while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations,
on the circle and Titans.
They were not only
pushed their
facing
luck
competitors
actually.
from the
They
SCA
go for the
region,
full-on
but
crash
from
over
all
towards
over
Alpha
the
7.
world.
They just found
Everyone
the compound
was
play
talking
from.
about
Decided
VCE
this is
and
better for them
wondering
to
if
just
they
stay
could
on the
maintain
score
their
rather than
performance at the
risking
global
full-on fight.
championship, or if it
With
was
this
just
circle,
stroke
with the bank
of
in
good luck.
play,
On the
although
last
it's very
day of the
risky and
2022
horribly
PUBG
dangerous
Grand
this
Finals,
type of terrain,
VP won
they're
3
more than
chicken
likely
dinners
going to live for a
alone,
long
moving
while
from the
just
bottom of the
sticking
table
score
to
as opposed
6th
to going
place,
for a full-on
achieving
roll.
the best result for the SCA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly was not enough to win it all. In 2023,
in the buggy,
VPE
be able to
continued
bandage
their
up.
impressive performance. They once again
Get a little
won
bit of healing
everything at the 2023
PMW.
PMW.
That south side, you see just all of the teams who went to the river as a last chance. LGD finally having to leave their stronghold. Shektush ready and waiting to receive. Won't find a knock just yet. 2 players active. YZ and Suki. Suki already on the high ground. He's still in the next circle. Playing around that bridge. Shektush though, they know where that is. The nade over the top from Zessi. Finds the high ground knock, and LGD join the teams in the river crawl. Vampire just picking up more and more points here. I mean, Ravenclaw is in such a powerful position.
Yeah, even as a solo from this spot on the side, he doesn't have to take many fights coming through from regen, but what he can do is certainly pick up some good points down towards the river. Might not get a huge amount of placement points here, but any team that he can remove,
But don't
is
forget,
good news
Alter
for him.
Ego, an Indonesian team,
Still has
showed
cover
a
from
very
the rock,
strong
but
performance
Besiktas
by
will
winning the
have
Super
clean
League
lines of sight
twice.
this direction
The SCA Super
as
League
soon
was
as
an
they step
upgrade
up,
to the
but they're
previous
more
championship,
likely
which
going
by
to
many
commit
is
to just
considered
going
to be
north
the
of
most
the river.
competitive league in
On
PUBG
this
Mobile.
next circle, they have
They
30
could
seconds to play.
potentially
The
become
question
the
is,
next
what will
legend
they
of
do
the SCA
with the
region.
position they've been given? Zessi actually looks for a
Untuk
swim
dibilang
across.
legend,
Ravenclaw steps
gua
up
rasa
for
belum
more.
sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat mendapatkan back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023,
As soon as he takes
itu
those
menurut
shots,
gua
they go down.
hanya sekedar untuk hasil
10th place
pembuktian
for
gitu bahwa
Vampire,
Indonesia tidak
which is
kehabisan
really
pemain berbakat.
unfortunate.
Ya mungkin contohnya
But
Rosemary
with
gitu.
9 eliminations
Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh benar-benar jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego dan nggak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu. Untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performa mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please do not pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
They get the
So what do
majority
you think?
of the work
Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC?
and then
Will
they
be
just
from
keep their
SCA?
feet up and then
Well, there's
rest
only
for the
one
rest
way
of
to
the day
find out.
until you need to do something else, or at least the manager asks them to go do
Greetings,
something.
PUBG
So for
Mobile
them,
players,
getting their
the
big game in,
long-awaited
securing
Frost Festival
themselves
is
towards
about
the
to
top of the
commence.
lobby nice
In the
and
new
early on,
version
give themselves that
2.9,
buffer.
we'll be introducing
It's a very
battles filled with a
relaxed little
frosty
last chance here
atmosphere.
for Inco.
Snow Battle is coming to
This
town.
is where Inco
Furthermore,
can
you'll also get to
really put the
experience
hurt on him.
updates to
Sweep up
World
a lot
of
of these
Wonder
points.
and Classic
8
Mode.
eliminations
So let's
already.
dive right
I
into
imagine
it.
they're going to be able to see 3 or 4 more in the next couple of minutes. Shots over towards
For the
Alpha
Frost
7 as
Festival,
Reiji
we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content,
been held in this
including a
compound
new
for so
Snowy
long.
Village-themed
Remember,
area,
this is the
fun
compound that they fought
interactions
in
with snow
PvP
pals,
for.
and
Both
snow-themed
teams wanted
items
to
for
crash
more
it.
gaming fun and
And the fact
excitement.
that Alpha
When
7 are alive,
miraculous
this
December
deep
comes,
in
the
a really
Frosty
strong
world
position.
will undergo some magical
Just makes you
changes.
wonder
Stay
what
tuned for
PvP
updates.
could have done
Don't
with
miss
it as
out.
well.
First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has
Why said
loads
it?
of
Fights
supplies.
Inco.
It's
Becca
located near
maybe
Salver
being
and
dismounted
Erringham,
there.
Iceborg
He's going
and
to look
Living,
for the result of
and
Vitali,
Garoka
but
and
another
Kent.
nade to
In
follow.
addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower
go a
is
little bit
also
longer.
worth
This one,
exploring.
though,
Make
could
use of the
prove to be a
two-story
little bit
layout
more
to experience a
brutal, but the
completely
bounce
new
off the
battle
rock
experience. Sound
be
the
too
bell
long
in the
anyway.
Lucky Ice Tower, and you can
Note
even
off
summon
in the
rewards.
Arsenal,
Additionally, the
jump out
village also
wide.
has a
YZ
snow
actually
whale,
tucks
which
back
can help
into
you
cover.
quickly
The
move
Sixers are
around
there
and
with
gather
nades as well.
supplies. It
Vitali
allows
goes
you to
down again.
navigate
Becca,
flexibly between
no.
different areas of the
on the other
village,
side of
and
the
also
river.
swiftly relocate to advantageous
out of
positions
nades now.
during battles
Vitali
for your team to counterattack
5
more
elims now for
effectively.
LGD.
Of course, course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush.
That, you know what,
What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation, as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you. The Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow piles to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon.
Danger falls first. 6 on the sidelines as well. Up and into the fray. There's too many angles for him to deal with those. Cody unleashes the Groza.
Such as walking, running,
Looks
jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the snowball blast. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow tundras, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone.
Taking all the cash from the vault there and putting in the elimination points bracket.
There are 4 lost little snowmen and the lucky snowmen. Search for the 4 hidden snow tumblers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snowpal.
From a super strong compound, hard fought for them at the start, but they kept everybody else at bay until to the end.
In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a snowy village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone.
Ensure that we can grab it up. So instead, this time around, in the case of
we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with a full auto mode to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar.
Well, off the 7, they came out with the interview saying, if you come near us, we're going to shoot you down.
Different regions were fighting for a spot in the recipients of this PMGC.
They closed out the game, get themselves even further into the top 5.
Canada Power, which had previously won third place in the 2020 PMWL West League, as they managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC.
Normally in the interviews, I'm not going to lie, we hear them say, oh, if we see you, we're going to like chase you down, we're going to take your
entire EU region.
I don't typically believe it. I do now. They just barely saw pixel moving of HVVP in a really good compound
seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. In the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Canada Power taking second place, the newly reorganized team in 2021 next Rio.
That defense was just on point.
Yeah, I found out.
Surprisingly,
the hard way.
Place.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they really did. But what we saw from
the EU
Mythic
region
in that
seems to
last
just have
game,
endless
completely
potential.
wiping
There's
out
always
the
a number of
HVVP
astonishingly
lineup.
talented newcomers.
I asked this before the game,
ranks,
and I'm going to ask it now. Do you think they might have done better if they dropped?
You had some of the veterans there for
close
sure.
enough to North George, tried to rotate
second place,
would have been a quicker rotation to that compound. That might have actually been the difference in them
arriving. But not only that,
earlier
you
than
had the
Alpha 7.
reorganized team
Might have
for
been
next
the
Ruya in
biggest difference that they needed.
2021.
And at this point in the game, making that mistake, not getting a single elim either, not securing a single point, is definitely going to hurt HVVP.
PMWI West to take third place.
Yeah, it's going to
so
put them
these
even
new
farther
talents
behind
working
the top 5
as
they're
this
trying
new
to catch
roster
up to.
at the time.
But a couple of individual players we're going to have to mention here as well. YZZ from LGD, the last surviving player from the team's out of water.
To see what they've got.
In the 2021 PUBGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the Grand Finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Nexria finished 4th and 6th, respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit.
And I think
now they just needed an
choice for
opportunity.
him in that situation was really good. He was playing the PP Bison, which as we know has got a lot of ammo in that clip, and you can just keep spraying down as they just come out of the water. You can just keep spraying, keep the pressure on, and it's going to be really hard to make it over to the mainland. So yeah, good weapon usage and YZZ. I mean, they had a good game initially, but making it across that river as a 4-man team is just so hard.
There you go, points for Alpha 7, 23 LGD though, 20 points. I mean, if we talk about those individual point score, we talked about was Navarro getting himself 10. I think YZZ has just been able to catch up quite a bit here, because that gets LGD so close to being in top 5 now.
I wonder how close it is. I'm hyped to look at the overall rankings, but this is a game that's going to put them in good standing. What's not going to put a few of the teams in good standing, of course, we talked about HVDP,
let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC.
Losing that fight almost
at a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships,
and it's
a
fantastic
team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
Champion of 2022, it is
S2G was first place yesterday, and they're going to be still in first place today. However, it is the Galaxy getting fit.
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region today.
How are 4 rivals higher?
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis'le birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PWI. Veteran teams like Nexria and Canada Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified.
Let's take a look though at what's really important.
Subsequently, top recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Elise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
I've seen HVDP slip down a little bit, and Damwon too, like 2 teams that I thought, yeah, they're going to be top 5, should be pretty easy. Struggling a little bit, and I had a good start, but they got cake hit by Reject really hard this game.
It's still 19-point difference from that 5th place spot all the way towards 12, so even teams like Besiktas have a chance to bring it back, but again, these teams at the very bottom of the leaderboard, they need to start bringing it early on in the day, so they need to bring it in game 8, game 9, of course, in Miramar and Sandhawk. If they're not able to perform in these 2 games, then the last 3 games of the day, we're just going to be focused on the top 5 teams and maybe up to 8.
Welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You'll have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition. Ladder competition.
Well, with
the Popularity Annual Gala event,
these
we'll be utilizing a new
they
ladder
showed us
promotion
something
system.
special on the very last
Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S,
when we saw them going into Zone 2, I believe Zone 3.
With Triple S
2 or 3
being the
the
highest.
players had like 3 bandages and no stims. They were running out of meds, so those late
Players are
rotations
ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period.
one of the
For
top
rounds
performing
1 to
teams
9,
on
the
Irregular
ladder
as well.
results are settled at the end of every round battle. Apart from ladder grade C,
everything they
Each ladder
want.
has
So
100
the reason I'm
spots, with
focusing
the
on these
top 20
teams, they're
promoted,
at the very
the
bottom,
middle
and
60
they need to
retained,
perform,
and
and
the
they need to
bottom
do it
20
now.
demoted.
Otherwise,
If
their
you're trying
journey
to
is
move up the
done.
ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's
Looking at
retained
your
threshold
picks,
or higher
Maximan, I
before
can
each
see a
round is
certain
settled.
team in there that you said you
Additionally,
would not
ladder grades can
predict
only be
at all
promoted
today,
or demoted by
or
one
at
grade
least
at a
as a team to watch.
time, so your
LGD
performance in the assignment round
It's
is
not my pick.
crucial.
You told me to
Be
pick
sure
it
not
for
to
you,
miss
Jason.
it.
I took it for you.
Final
I
showdown.
took the Besiktas and Vampire.
Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala,
and it was
who
said
will
right
emerge as
that
the
they only have
ultimate
a certain
winner.
amount of games where they
New
can
exclusive
potentially hope
rewards.
to be back in the race.
At the end
Thanks
of
to
round
the
10,
performance of
rewards will be issued
YZC,
based
they're
on the
still in a
player's ladder
position where
grade
they
and
can
final
compete.
rank.
They're still playing
For
in a
outstanding
position where
players,
they
they will
can be in the
receive
top 5,
exclusive
and as we
rewards
know,
that can
Jason,
showcase their
they are
superior honor both
pretty
in
good
and
at
outside the
playing
game.
on
In-game
Miramar.
rewards include the
So
honor
if they can get
title,
themselves
honor name tag,
maybe
and honor
their very
avatar
first
frame,
chicken
which
dinner
are sure
of
to
the
make you
last
stand
time
out.
this game,
Moreover,
this would
there
put
are
them
also
normally
physical
push them up
trophies,
even
interviews, custom-made popularity
top
gifts,
5
official
Aussie
social media
would
promotion,
make them
game exposure, and
extremely
other
happy, but the
exclusive
problem
honorable
is they're
rewards.
running out of
Gain
matches
global
to do
renown
so.
both in and outside
A
the
lot of
game.
other teams
What are you
gunning
waiting for?
out for that
Participate in the
position as well.
2023 Popularity
So we head
Annual
on over to
Gala
our
now.
commentators, though. You know what, for Maximan, you can throw it on over to John Allen and Blake here for once.
Okay, John and Blank, take it away.
Imagine being so lame that you have to get Maximan to do your throws for you. What is this? What is going on?
You know, I particularly liked when he stumbled trying to get Max to throw to us in the first place.
Yeah.
And then Max was just like, you know, take it, boys. And we did. Well, we took it off his hands. And now we'll take the pressure away. And we'll have to sit back here and watch for 30 minutes as some of the best teams of the world are going to get cut out. You know, we're not seeing a lot of these guys going through over to the grand finals. 11 teams will be leaving us now. A lot of these teams
Welcome
are fan
back to the
favorites
PMGC
too. I don't think there's anyone here in this
and this is going to be the last
PMGC
chance
stage
stage
that no
here.
one's cheering
And
for.
I'm
If everyone's
live
cheering
in
for these
Malaysia,
teams,
better
I'm
in a
passionate about all these
PJ,
teams as
with
well.
me none
There's so
other
many
than
cool
Potato coming out from
and
Alter Ego,
interesting
and starting
step-ups
off
in
our
terms of
questions and
performance,
brief
in terms
interview
of
for the
gameplay.
day.
So
Now,
many
for
separate
Alter
regions.
Ego, you
I think
guys
this
were
is one of
PMSL
the
champions
most
back to back
inclusive
for 2
PMGCs
seasons.
we've seen in
But
a
it
long
feels like there's
time,
a
with
lot
a
of
lot of
challenges
different
for you
regions
in
finding
the
their star
PMGC
power,
League
finding
stage.
those members
What
that
was the
can
biggest
operate
difference
on
if we
that world
compare
stage, which is
during the
so
PMSL
cool to
and
me. And I
even
think
the
that a lot of
PMGC
that
now?
comes down to
Oke, jadi
just
buat
the
Alter Ego
format
sendiri,
this year as
kalian
well,
tuh
where we
back to
have
back champion
had
di
a
PMSL
much
dan
more
sekarang kamu
evenly
berada di
based
survival stage
tournament
PMGC.
format in which case
Jadi
teams
apakah
can get in
perbedaan di
where,
antara
you know,
PMSL
you
dan
do very well in
PMGC
your
sendiri?
league stage, you
Oke,
get a big
kalau
bump up in
perbedaannya
performance and
menurut
point
kita
over
sih dari
towards those
segi
finals in
adaptif di
PMPL,
tim-tim
which has meant that a
global
lot of our
ini ya,
teams that
karena
are
dari segi
consistently the
adaptif
best have
atau
had that
adaptasi
big
mereka
chance and that
sangat-sangat
big
kuat lah.
advantage to get
Jadi
towards
mereka
the
nggak ada
finals. And if they
patokan
don't
mau
make it through
gameplay
the
gimana,
finals,
jadi
well,
mereka
they weren't good at
menyesuaikan
sprints and they
dari
wouldn't
segi
look good here.
gameplay.
So we have the
Okay,
best
if you ask me the difference between PMSL and
on this
PMGC,
grand
most of the
world
team
stage
at
with
this
new
PMGC,
stars and
they know
the
how to
right
adapt with
world
the
stars as
situation.
well
They
here
don't have
for us.
like
So
one specific
everything is
play style
aligned
or
for
they want to
this
play passive
best.
or aggressive.
I
No,
will go
they're not
ahead
doing
and say
that.
it,
They
the
just
best
adapt with the
PMGC
situation
we have
and improvise
ever
from
had.
that.
I mean, it's not
So I guess that's the biggest challenge
it
for
has
them as
been
well. Then.
chaotic,
And now,
particularly with
based
that
on
last
yesterday's
Angle
matches,
2 and these
are there any
teams,
adjustments?
these
Since today
players
is your
have had to
last
deal with
day
some
playing
very
as well,
awkward
you have to
scenarios
wait for
and have
tomorrow.
dealt with them
Will there be
admirably
any
as well.
adjustment for
We've
your
seen a
team
Northwestern
to just
circle
make
before,
it
Blank, it was
for the
HVVP's
next stage
game.
and get a
They
better
couldn't have
result?
it at a more
Oke, jadi buat hari
time
ini
as well.
adalah hari terakhir buat Alter Ego
We've seen,
sendiri.
well, not only in just this
Apakah
tournament,
menurut
back
kamu
in
sendiri
Green as well, there was
ada
this Hard
sesuatu
Northern
lah
Circle,
yang
they
kamu
won
ngerasa
that as well. Hard
bisa
Northern
nggak kamu
Circles
lolos
on
ke
Miramar
survival stage nanti?
are an
Gitu.
HVVP
Kamu harus apa yang
speciality.
kamu harus lakuin
they need these points now. Can they get them
Apa
when
yang
it
harus
matters
kita lakuin sih
most?
pastinya
I feel like this is a team
lebih
that
ke
will be so
mematangkan
disappointed not to
kesalahan
see
kemarin
the
ya. Jadi
PUBGC
kita belajar
finals in
banyak dari
Jakarta.
kesalahan
It
kemarin.
would feel quite
Kita
right
benar-benar adjust
to
lah
not
untuk
have
hari
them
ini
there.
karena
And they're
hari
currently
ini
in
kita
9th
terakhir
place.
bermain
Shut it
dan
down now.
grup green besok
Inco
masih
far ahead
Blue
of them.
Red dan
Well, I
Yellow
mean,
masih bermain.
this is what I'm saying.
Okay,
There's so
so
many teams that we
for me,
would
for
lose
Malta Ego,
that you would be
we want to
hesitant
do our
to see
best.
not go
We
through. And the thing
already
is in the
touch up
top
our
5,
mistake.
all
We
of these
already learned from
teams,
the past,
I would
and
100%
yes,
support
of course,
going through the grand finals.
today
I would also
group
be 100% sad
green
if we
and
didn't see the likes
versus
of
Red, but
BTR,
then Red is gonna
HPE,
play in tomorrow,
Damwon,
so I
Reject,
think
VPE,
we're gonna perform
Agon,
really well, so
Bacon
that
Time,
group Red is
Besiktas.
not gonna
There's
qualify
so many
easily
teams
to
here.
the
Just naming
last
the whole
chance.
table.
I'm
Honestly,
gonna
the
touch
whole,
on that
all
a
of
bit
them.
more.
I would be
Since
so
you mentioned
sad to
about
see
your
all of them.
mistakes
Every
yesterday,
time
and it's
someone
so hard
puts
to
themselves
actually
up into the
identify your
finalist
mistakes in a very short
towards that
time.
top 5,
Can you
I'm
state
happy.
out some
I'm
of the
happy
mistakes
for them.
that's
I'm also
quite
sad
major
for
for
whoever
your
drops
team?
down.
Ya,
It's
kamu
terrifying.
ada
In the
ngomong
meantime,
tentang
you can be very happy at home
permasalahan yang
because
terjadi lah,
you
mistake-mistake
will be
terjadi. Bisa nggak
rewarded
kamu cerita
with a
sedikit
PUBGC
aja?
special
Apa
crate from
salah satu
2022,
contoh
and that
mistake-mistake yang terjadi
releases tomorrow.
di kemarin hari?
Early Christmas gift, guys.
Mistake
Don't
yang
be worried. And
kemarin
it doesn't end on Christmas Day.
terjadi
It
sih
goes
kita
all the way through January
belum
8th. So
expect
if you
sama
mistake, you're spending time with family.
keisengan
Maybe you're
Simnan
trying
ya.
to put that phone
Jadi
down.
benar-benar
And
dari
those
semua
meals
map
that
kita
you're spending
benar-benar
with all your
dekat
friends
sama
and
dia dan
family as well. Perhaps you can pick your
lumayan
phone back up
mengganggu
again.
gameplay kita lah.
Rolls around 26,
So the
but
thing that I
realise that
don't
the
expect
2022
is the
special
players
Great
time
still
from
here.
SEM9, so that's the mistake that we learned back then is because of our draw spot in every map is quite near with SEM9, and yeah, we don't.
They're one step behind you.
We don't expect these things gonna happen, and yes, it's gonna.
You are the
give us so much trouble.
I mean, that's the unexpected to be happening on the global stage, definitely now. You mentioned about SEM9. Are they one of your greatest threat when it comes to this stage, or will there be somebody else so far?
Kamu ngomong SEM9 nih, kamu SEM9. Apakah SEM9 itu salah satu tim yang kamu merasa PR terbesar kamu, ataupun ada tim-tim yang lain?
I said, you know, they clock in at 9, they get the majority of their work done early, and they relax the rest of the day. You know, they're efficient workers.
So basically, it's not really SEM9 is our biggest threat, but then we just don't expect they're gonna play like that.
That last game,
okay, we might have more surprises for today, by the way. With tight points among the teams, and you still have a great chance to make it to the last chance stage. What's your focus to improve your rankings since today's your last day? And what do you think is the most important outcome for today's game?
That's underneath the average that you would need to be hitting to make towards that top 5. Currently, they're right on the cusp of 63.
Jadi, apakah fokus terbesar yang kamu mau fokusin hari ini supaya kamu bisa lolos ke last chance?
Towards the start of last chance, things look a little bit rickety for them. The boat has been patched up, the raft looks a lot more safe and secure, and I think the game does have a chance now to get towards the grand finals.
Okay, so basically we're gonna focus on each game. We're gonna focus on our first game first. It's because of I believe if we focus on each game, the point will come afterward. So we're just gonna do our best in every single map so that. Yeah, we're going to maximize our point.
I agree, it's one step at a time, one thing at a time as well. But we're done here on stage live. We're going to toss it back to the casters. Good luck, all the best for all the teams out there competing, especially when it comes to Green Group. Today will be the last day performing, and the next day they have to just wait it out. We're just going to toss it back to the casters. Casters, take it away.
A lot of teams looking to start to move in, especially teams on the southeast. DRS, chief amongst them, Puerto Paraíso. Currently still being looted up by
there, Potato, Altigo, and all the teams from Group Green.
It's been a long run for them to get towards the circle itself. Interesting stats towards the end of the day was the amount of smoke usage. We saw IHC being dominant in terms of that position with 90 smokes thrown over the course of yesterday, which is a lot going through there.
I'm not even going to go back. Look at Kalaris first. Altigo had
look at that
a
kind of
rough day,
number,
to say the least.
It's a bit
Yes, they
terrifying
did,
to some of
and
these
I've
teams.
reviewed them quite
16 per game
extensively.
on average,
So obviously we heard in the interview there that SEM9 was one of their downfalls. Luckily for them, they're not playing today. However, I think
it to a compound
that is not the
underneath
issue
Game
for
Lord.
them. Yesterday,
Again,
the issue for
very,
them in
very
4
central,
games out of the
very
6
early. 6
was
minutes into the
unnecessary
game
risks.
on Miramar as well
Sandhawk,
to get to
you
a central
caught in the
position.
water, BTR
That's
takes
really
you down,
quite snappy.
you're done.
It means you would have left your looting location.
The other water scenario on Erangel as well, that was not required
late
whatsoever.
as well. I mean, you're going to be
first game on Erangel where they're coming late to the circle, they're trying to go for a central spot. You're too late. Try and play edge instead. Again, another unnecessary risk. And then finally, SEM9 on Erangel being able to take them out when they're trying to find cars, right? So all of these unnecessary risks that they're taking could be easily mitigated if they're just playing a bit more
towards that eastern side. I think that
PUBG Mobile and trying to play a bit more of a
more of a
style.
priority to them right now to be picking up loot in the early game towards that first 7 minutes,
ready to talk.
nice and
geared,
rather than trying to take that ridge side, which requires a lot of time and resources.
2023, and while you're on your new lovely device, make sure you check out TikTok with the tag PUBGM 2023 to find out some stuff behind the scenes.
Could be a very hard
for you guys to watch, and of course, we do post about the event. Make sure you use the
in which case that ridge side doesn't become very valuable anymore to you whatsoever, because you have to go down off it.
Out there, we really have to focus our attention on a team who had a special invite
when you are leaving that spot, you know, you're having to grab vehicles and send off the top side.
I don't know if I want to talk about
around this area will be spotting you and taking shots.
I want to talk about
even going further beyond that point, yesterday, throughout Green, is the position that HVP found so many points from. I think everyone's aware that this is happening now, and will be hesitant not to be looking up towards the skies, towards those eagle perches that HVP have been taking up so often. So changing up the pace, changing up the game is essential play of HVP.
One of the changes that they've made is actually Tixie's position is a lot further west currently than it usually is. Playing on the west crater fields, normally he's playing on the east or at most to the west side of, like the middle of the 2 craters, right, in those ridge lines. Maybe it's something that they've learned from yesterday's games against Bacon Time pushing in on the back. Bacon Time won't be filling in that area right now, but IHC might. Besiktas up and into a scrap with LGD as we tune back on in to the east side of the circle. Mjolnir, Cruz
I'm also hyped for Duxan as well.
Disengage, LGD.
South Korea,
not
let's
lose
go.
A player, but
here we are.
Again,
They're awesome. They're awesome.
Early on into the game is not ideal. The tumble on 2 players, but Changxi not able to capitalize. The bullet's not quite going to fill the mag enough. MVM takes up the mantle, and there goes the vehicle. 2 knocks for Besiktas.
Great at assimilating information.
Careening all the way down to 1 player alive.
Yeah, when you see that type of thing where it is still open ground and LGD is able to reposition very quickly into good spots there.
That's great stuff to talk about. Obviously, didn't make it away from the But Max, I really want to hammer home about Gladiators. My attention actually are over towards potentially Eco Gaming because obviously they've seen their brethren teams
Circle heads out towards that eastern side. HVP make the right call.
Perform pretty well.
Very similar
they can rise up and be another Brazilian strong power team.
But
also, and Hyper, because the roster they ended up fielding in Group Red wasn't the roster they ended up fielding in Americas or the team they ended up fielding in North America.
And now HVP A7 forced to play
to be fair, GFAN on the roster was surprised to see them do so well in the group, considering GFAN's kind of been out of the team for a while now. But they have, I guess, a lot of pressure coming away from North America in general, considering they're our only representative.
Challenging A7, IHC on the
it's going to be tough
right now.
Zipan is watching a lot of, like, doing a lot of viewer parties, watching a lot of the different regions. So I think that might help out actually, because he knows kind of what to expect.
They'll know that this is the HVP zone, right? So now they're going to have their wits about them.
So maybe that has been helping them out
into the fight with Aegon XIA playing on the south chunk of the central area here. IQ opens up with a knock onto Duello. Reject now active with 3. IQ cooking a nade. Spots Reiji around the corner. Repositions away from the nade. Doesn't take any damage for it. Molotov from Reiji to slow that corner down. Looking for the res. They need to hold off on the other side of the building, but Vampire over the top of the hill have got these third-party sightlines. It's going to make it really hard for Reject to do anything other than fight forward towards Aegon XIA. The res did come through, so they are back to 4-4, but they'll need some healing done. They want to have a chance.
Of eliminations and obviously double chicken dinners as well.
Medkits as well.
We can
only
see
70%.
Obviously the performance
IA looking a little bit healthier right now. Nades are out, pulled out.
For me, Enigma Galaxy, I do feel like they were the one surprise for me, especially out of Group Red to not advance through to the grand final straight away. I mean, they just fell short of more by a few points here and there because Enigma Galaxy had a great start, and we know this team as a very formidable roster. I mean, I think a lot of people put a lot of stock in. If Coops is gone, if he's eliminated early, then maybe they don't have much legs to stand on. But I don't necessarily hugely agree with that. Of course, he is a force to be reckoned with, right?
Could be dangerous
somebody that is going to be sitting very strongly with him, as you can see with the 43 elimination. But this team still is able to play a macro game, even if Coops is gone.
Mafioso towards that northern side, watching the crossing on the road, making sure that no one's coming down there, and they have good sightlines down towards DRS too,
similar to Nomi, similar to Matic, who's kind of off by himself, but also the funny thing was, he was the tip of the spear team for the most part. He would be like the first one across the road to get position for his team, but to be so confident and so successful to be able to do that, that it allows the Galaxy to kind of adapt their style quite a bit to how Coops can perform.
If you're Enigma Galaxy, you don't need an IGL. You just need to, Coops is in game, we just follow Coops.
Enable him.
No, just enable Coops exactly to kind of take these fights, because clearly, as you said, he is the spearhead of these scenarios. He's the one that is leading the charge for this fight. And a lot of the time, it's very successful when it works out that way. And the rest of the team, sure, they can frag out. We know Lord, we know Freak, we know how Ralph can also pop off in these matches.
I think after probably, I would say, moving into the last 3 games, we'll be able to start discounting teams at the bottom of the tables, but for now, it is still possible.
Which is what I wanted to see almost from Quest with Al-Hajj, but it's just not been the case. Al-Hajj has been going out early, so it goes to show how important it is to hold out the teams on the northwest. Like Coops alive until the very end.
Yeah, it is really nice to work from. I mean, there's a lot of open ground, so this area is
going to work out for them.
Held off, made sure it's
if you're looking on this graphic,
Radio Seal
currently Reject, we had some great moments, right, Kalaris, in the group stage, but they've been a little bit invisible currently at the start of this tournament. There's still a bit of time for them to come back and hopefully qualify for the last chance, but Reject have not had the start I was expecting, and that might be also off the back of that long break between Group 3 and now this point of the tournament.
Honestly, I have a
Shots
bit of a
coming
grim
through, trades off
Group
Favian
Green,
first to fall, but it is back and forth. LGD lose 2. A blow dealt to the Korean squad, but it is given back twofold, and Forrest peeks out. Lovely little spray there onto Suki. Last player for LGD going on into the fight, looking for a knock. Will be able to find it. YZ as well. Last time survivor on the previous map, looking for more here as well, and he takes down all of that one. LGD ruined the chances for Korean squads.
Today, so much so that I do believe that all 3 goal makes some big changes coming in today. Like, for example, I think that they're going to go north on Sandhawk because Hyper goes down towards Camp Charlie, which was a backup drops instead moved away from the West Island, for example. So
as a
we'll see if
four-man
that
squad,
pans out here
GameLock
today.
cannot hold back the tide that is IHC. They wash over them. And we'll leave that
I will say this,
I'm
100% in agreement with you, Clarence, but one thing we can't forget about is that the difference between 16 plays and 8 plays is 15 points. Now, obviously, if you're Melissa in the situation, that's over doubling your points, but it's not that big of a gap at the moment, so it's really going to come down to those potential 1, 2, 3 points that means whether you're into the last chance or you're unfortunately PMGC run will be done. So it's still extremely close, but yeah, it is kind of eye-opening, Max, if you look at Group Green.
I think they've been given a lot of chances. They can get those chicken dinners being in some good spots, but unable, with the players they currently have, to bring that firepower to the table.
Between the teams that are between these 2 groups, it is going to be a bit rough. There's room for them to, of course, catch up here, but as we know, for the survival stage, it's only 2 days. The team of Group Green only have 6 matches remaining
to slow down this aggression. Nick the Galaxy for sure would have taken them down if God wasn't with this rotation from the rest of the squad, but over the top they go. They want to challenge the fight, but it's bad because Lords launched an 8 over their way.
You just cannot have the
oh,
impact
goodness me.
No, for sure.
2 players down.
It's a terrifying prospect,
Galaxy.
kind of
Modi
down.
gets drawn short. Ralph as well knocked on this approach.
Right now, they got themselves 17 points yesterday.
Or IHC
to the group
needs
stage
to stay alive in the spot to allow them the chance here.
I don't know if
low
2
HP
days
nade
is
over the
enough
top,
for
going to
Rejects
continue to
and
come through from
rotating
Lord.
Lobbies for
Nades
them to
find
gain
2 from Nick the Galaxy,
Rejects
Icy and Alex
performances came
doing a
in
lot
the
of work
latter
there, but a
stages
Molotov
of
actually
their
burning
group
Alex
as a
away.
whole,
That might tick
compared
him.
to some
Can he
of
get the first aid off? Yep, the fire will go out as well.
That said, as well,
First
there's
aid
some
necessary.
uncharacteristic numbers that came out from yesterday. Procedure, for example,
Free
only
to third
10
party.
eliminations across 6 games. This is a team that can
Freak,
get that
very
in
important
one
there
game,
from the
no
sidelines for
problem,
Meku coming in with HVP, looking to finish up this fight on the third party, but gets turned away there. Godless tries to get out of dodge in the UAZ, very low. Freak also finishing off Meku from the sidelines.
I completely agree.
It's not the way they wanted it to go. This could have been a perfect opportunity for that third party, but losing a member of the process, not ideal. However, they have to punch their way into the circle somewhere. This is probably the best place to do it on the top of the third party.
Finding the best
Do not expect that player out in the blue. Meku goes down to unfortunate circumstance there for HVVP. They'll be aware of it now. Freak still low, still ticking away. Zone 4, so the zone will start to out-heal the meds.
Finals where it's going to be a sprint
over onto Alex from Tixie is good news. HVVP continue their bid for this hillside. Remember, this is the Northwestern Circle. This is the circles that HVVP should specialize in.
I did want to focus
Shots
on
over
really quickly
their way,
because I want
getting
to throw this
taken
out
away.
there.
Lord dismounted as well. Heals come through, looking
You're
for
so far in the
Kitsune.
lead, there should be
Tixie
no chance you're
roams
ever
the
going to fall
hillside
to the bottom
further.
8.
Freak
Do you start to
disengages. He's moved on up and out of that blue zone position.
Rotational pass to some of the
Fluck
teams.
comes through. HVVP, 2 eliminations to show for it.
Case in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good opportunity. Learning from that last game in the case of, look, if we need to punch in somewhere, we need that battering ram to do, and we cannot have 2 players behind us watching out towards that circle,
you want to see it, okay, but other teams
wait
going to take that risk. I'm not
closes
quite
a little
sure.
bit
You could
more
do it if you want that the second half of the day.
I think you don't expect Freak out the blue, like you say, in which case they do lose a player in that process. It's absolutely fine in my opinion, but now at least they have a position to move in towards the circle. Yes, Aegon and Reject are in front of them.
Then if you want to
There's
see how it
definite
happens, I
possibility
think
to
the
pick up a
earlier you
position
do
that
it, the
Freak's
more
currently
responsive
playing
teams are
in
going to be
over
to
on that western side, and it's better than nothing.
Dropping them, right? So
it's behind that big ridge line as well to the west of Aegon XA. You can see that's exactly where they'll go. It's fully covered, and they can play on the other side of the circle. Ghost, if Tixie got down there, that would have been disaster, so definitely necessary.
I have a thought.
One a nade over the top.
I do think
not going to land in the building. Will have spotted the
I mean,
arc, and Tixie
considering that
going
I
a little bit
think
closer to it. Matic
here.
Somehow lands that nade across the road. Nick
Galaxy
take the double.
Based on these two groups alone,
up to 3
I wouldn't even
eliminations
mind
now.
looking
They can control
towards
this side, but Godless from IHC is
on
still
Erangel.
there.
If you
He's
think
still
about
in
their
the shack,
potential
that proves
rotational
so
paths from
dangerous
something like
for Nick
Gasnaya going up against kind of Rozhok, sometimes those can potentially clash from here from time to time, and Erangel is the most, as we all do our little things. Please, sir, I want to be next. I think that could be a target. If they were going to do something, I don't know whether they will.
On that western side, that's too much to worry about. I think for Alpha 7, this is going to be a very difficult push down from that northeast edge unless they get a circle ship up towards them, which they do. It's a lot easier now for their side. HVP have to continue onwards. Their march is made a little bit more difficult by the murky swamps of that IA position, as well as Reject in front of them. It's going to be difficult to get through there, and it might just be a case of waiting it out. Matic knows the position of Godless, just waiting for him to peek up for just a little bit. He has to move out of this position, so for HVP, should be another secure elimination unless the players from I8 can pick this up away from them.
This week's going to be so damn good. Like, the quality of games yesterday was great. If that carries on, I'm living.
Smoke is there.
Yeah, I mean, we were having a little chat behind the scenes there. I mean, to be honest with you, there's a lot to talk about here.
Swing down to the south side of the ridgeline, but then they're directly challenging Bigatron's sidelines.
Before we head in towards tomorrow, everyone gets 2 days of play
from
between
that southwest side of the circle.
Bigatron,
and fairly quiet for them at the moment. They have been playing near
real danger,
urban environment, near those buildings.
You do Alliance,
very
they look
unlikely
happy,
the
they
team's
look
going to be
ready to
rotating
go.
it behind
They
them.
look very, very
just
excited
chill out
to
for a
get
minute
on the road here.
We'll need to figure out where to go from here.
Good upwards trend over in their
so
group.
so
Didn't
difficult
start
now
off so strong,
get
but
past
ended
this
it quite
position.
significantly
Looking
well.
for Godless,
Obviously not getting into
an ideal
scenario,
invite stage, pick up that elimination,
yeah,
maybe
for
think what
group
to
green,
move next.
things do
I
get
mean,
a little
crashing
tough
down
here.
towards
You
I8
know,
spot,
we were chatting about,
not
like, you know,
the
there's
greatest
really
of
only
ideas.
a couple
We're
of
heading
teams
further
from
down
group green
towards the
that
south. There is
we actually
warehouses
thought
down
was
there.
fairly decent
Finally,
towards the end of it.
it goes down to
felt like a
Inco.
group of death, but
Very
the
long
more we look
distance
into it, the more we see
Inco, by the way,
very, very
that
good
early
teams
rotation
in
from
some of these
Inco
other
still
groups that
very much
definitely
paying
deserve
off.
more praise.
It's working out yet
Absolutely,
again.
I think that's sort of the speculation
Team in
that we
fifth
had
place right now.
when
I
came
mean,
to
it's
disagreements, you know, like
doing
looking
wonders
back
for their
on
table
it,
standings.
in retrospect about the rose-tinted
Yeah,
goggles,
they went for a
green
2-2 split at the beginning
really,
as well. I mean, they lost a
upper
player
echelons
to get
of
the
that
res up,
were
but they
absolute
secured
masterclass,
2
right? Even
positions
Reject
around the map.
Tokyo can be
VPE
lumped
tried
in
to
without
pick
how
up the
well
other,
they were
in which case they
playing
immediately
over
regrouped
that
towards
week.
that northern
But
side. So
since
they're
coming
securing
into this,
positions
well, hang on a
within the
minute,
map
hold
at
that
the moment.
thought. It seems
Yes,
that
it's not
hot
the
drops
most
are
central
happening.
position,
Like,
but
what's
it
going
is
on here?
somewhere to play
Straight
from.
into the action.
You have
Is
teams
that
like
Mapples
DRS,
under pressure
Titans,
already?
BTR,
It is
all
Inco
with
versus
difficult
Mapples here.
decisions
We
ahead
saw
of
this
them
versus
trying to move
Mapples in the
downwards.
very first day of their group versus Falcons. They lost their hot drop, but they're used to it now. They're expecting something to go off. They've already found one knot off the back here. See if they can find some more,
trying to allow the rest of A7 to get through. They set up in the vehicle, and slowly but surely they have just pulled each other towards this ridge side.
Now, Mad Bulls always feel that they were hit with pressure on Sandhawk, even back in regulation of Group Green. They were being tested for control. Inco are the ones that are starting to show off.
Very, very slow, tactical,
but down by the DBS. Another knock coming in blank, bit of a trade, but now we're seeing them both D7. Lots of damage across either squad now.
It was one of pace, but Inco able to get that res
so it is
off
a squad
there.
fight
Vitaly
in
will
their
finish
very near
off
future.
Fleek in
Could
the
be very, very
meantime.
tricky.
Zerek desperately trying
Reject
to
to be
hold
sharing
his
this
own.
compound
Becker
as well
trying
on
to
the
head down
western
the
side.
stairs. Nice little peek out coming through from Inco.
I mean, they both just
Mad
realised
Bull
that this is a
left
strong
remaining,
spot,
but
and
it's
it would be
Tulika. He's having a
unideal at this point in
fantastic
time with
day
the amount of
yesterday.
low
Not
ground,
about
flat
to
ground
let
around
this
them.
game
Go for a
slip
fight.
out of his
Very
hands. But
easy
he's only got
third
one
party
teammate
on the
left to
cards
bring
for
up. A
them.
huge amount of
DRS trying to
damage
pick up that
onto
position
Squash.
behind the guys from
Last
A7.
player
Rules
alive,
gets there.
Tulika. Can he clutch this out?
Unsure about that rotation. They knew Alpha 7 were up on that cliffside, and it was completely
salesman drop down
push.
for Squash, seeing if he can
just
clear
going straight
his
over
way
towards
through
it.
as the
Luckily, they do
bullets
get
come
knocked back
flying.
over their way, but DRS have lost
calls
2
for the
in the
backup of his
process.
teammates.
2 of their players going
Rotating
down. There's only
Fabregas, he's got
Gianti on the
room to
res.
try and
Delta
pick him up
still on
later,
this
if
hillside.
possible. Doesn't peek off
I
the
think
back
the
of
one
the
that
bait
is
of the
really
movement
resible in
either.
this
So
scenario,
Squash
Alpha
still
7.
holding. Frozen expires,
losing
and it's
Mafioso,
all
so
on
they are
Tulika for
gonna be
good. No
nerfed
chance
down
of
to
getting
3.
his teammates back. So worst case
They pick up a
scenario
point
is
for for it,
here.
but
even if
don't
either
want to
one
be
of these
losing players
solos
when that
get
squad
away
fight
and
is
give
so
up
close
the
on the
final
doorstep.
elim, you have crippled yourself
Bacon
coming
time,
into the
an
opening game
opportunity
today.
to pick up some big
And
points
this is
here.
it, right? They've got to roll with the punches now.
Nice high ground to play
Nigma
around
Galaxy
with.
also
A
had
lot of
peek in
buildings
here
to
with
cover,
Ralph
to
off in the
hold on
distance
to,
alongside
but
his
also
teammate.
a
So
lot of
this fight is not going to go well either way for both squads right now. Tulika is on the broad side, will be spotted almost immediately. This shotgun that Squash has found himself alongside with the SK-12 that he's currently holding on to is just stressful to deal with now for Kulika.
Consolidate their forces on
one shot will be enough to take him down unless
A7
he's
so
at
far
distance.
taking a
But
lot of
for the
damage
Mad
from them,
Bulls, this is
despite
still
getting the
sort of an
initial
important
knock
fight to
over
win
their
out on,
side.
right? You do not want
DRS
to
have
be
had them on
losing
broadside with
your
very little
spot
cover
in
for a long,
ruins.
long
You
time,
don't
and now
want
Alpha 7 are
people to be
feeling that
feeling like
punishment.
it's
That
easy
pressure pushing
play
on in.
come
Revo takes the
towards
challenge,
that
hits the drop
direct
shot for
invite
one.
towards the
Carrillo
PUBGC,
wants
that
to try
global
and keep the squad alive as it's
championship.
only now him
So
and
for
Revo
anyone
standing,
watching,
but only
all
the
the
one
other
to
teams
DRS
already
as well.
qualified.
Gianti
You know,
falls
Mad
back,
Bulls having to
regroups
put
with
a
a
bit
nade
of a
coming over the top.
performance
That's a
here, a bit of a
Molotov to
display.
slow things down, and a nade set back their way. I think that's coming in from Inko across the way, or even Vampire just over that ridgeline. The res gets off for Gianti. Revo stays alive as well. Now can Carrillo find what he's looking for? Can he get that knock? Because they're all grouped up. Vampire as well could find it
from
if they launch the nade in the right direction. Vampire just slowing this fight down, making it so hard, lines them up, hits the deck, cannot stay exposed for too long, and it's Inko to take shots over towards DRS as well. Look at the fire coming in over the heads of Alpha 7, suppressing DRS, and there's the nade they were looking for. Revo takes down DRS, now they can turn their attention to Inko.
If you will.
The second place team going head-to-head with A7 at the moment. Let's get dispatched. A really good regroup, and this is where now Bacon Time have to consolidate. The hill that was talking about, the Titans have to push up towards one of the four-man teams in the lobby. This is a push they can make. It's a little bit difficult, but they are held short here. Sending smokes up towards that top side as well as nades to clear the positions close by. In the meantime, HVP taking shots down towards BTR, trying to close out this rotation down towards the southwest and open up a spot for them to move in.
Yeah, I mean,
Would have not
for some
found
of these
at
teams,
the
some of these
moment
squads, right, it
BTR
was kind
in
of
dire
interesting because we
straits
were
at
sort
the
of
moment
speculating
with
is Mad
no
Bulls
real
want to
space
hot
to
drop.
move through.
In the end, they have to, but it's Inko who does engage that. And I think
of that
Inko
ridgeline that they've been given.
not
They
the
know where
greatest
BTR now,
thing to
but
happen. I mean,
moving
we
slowly,
talked about
speeds
how,
up a little bit as soon as those bullets start to land. Zuxi traded off as Tixie's on the ball. Liquid looking for answering shots, but Tixie does get knocked in the process.
You're only going to see one of it anyway.
They cannot afford to lose another player here if they want to have a big game plan. Tixie will need to be res. Kitsune right nearby, but Tixie caught out. The smoke covering off the answering spray from Matix. Their heads down. And Bigatron not going to fall just yet. Oh, just about. Going to survive behind that. The vehicle does go up, but the reses are starting to come through for Bigatron. They're keeping themselves alive.
Bounding around.
And the circle moves away. They'll have to go further.
And he's put the foot down, Blank. At least it's onto a one. The sprint
very
out as
difficult
well.
push here for
Basically
Bigatron.
just
The major
offering
thing that's keeping
themselves
them
up
in
as
this one is having
sacrifice there.
four
Those are
players
some
alive.
freebies
They've
for
got a lot of
Gladiators.
squad.
You get the
Really
response in
take
as
these
well for
angles
the
off of them.
situation.
Matic though hitting some
back on
nasty
their
shots. A
feet.
great
You're gonna be
headshot
happy
down
with
the
that.
way. Really putting the hurt down towards Bigatron. And they're hesitating. A foot is exposed. And Matic tries to take some more shots. Peeking either way of which, but that will be them over.
For the rest of the team to get over towards them as well. And I think that is nice. That's a nice regroup coming through from Gladiators. A lot of times they've been fairly slow on that approach. One player is always lonesome. Backup doesn't come half as quick enough a lot of times. So for Tixie, he is thanking his teammates, clapping them on the back there. That is a very, very pleasing result for Gladiators. Not so much for Quest, currently on 13 points. It's not really looking too good for this team.
But
even after the
guys from HVP, damage sent over towards Zuxi in the back, and realistically this team
Quest is going to be able to get
coming through very strong with the mini 14s with DMRs. It's a very individual
no matter what
and unique playstyle coming through from them.
I
Zuxi
think
goes
they've done
down,
well, at least
HV
in
up
kind
to
of winning
5
the
eliminations
hearts of
so
the
far,
fans
make that
as well,
6.
the time we've
As
seen
Matic
from
actually
them
takes down
on
players coming
camera,
through
the way
from
they've come across
Aegon
in their
IA, in fact.
and the
Very, very nice. Aegon XIA tried to third party onto this engagement. They're being turned away at the door. 10 eliminations for HVVP. What the hell just happened? Did they wipe out Aegon XIA? I think they did. They didn't even take a knock over their way either. Now Reject have taken that opportunity to leave, to move forward. HVVP crunching on in. Everybody's popping off now. Bacon Time, 2 players down.
It was
right in that central position. High ground compound, very, very valuable. Titans have the numbers advantage. Vampire rolling on up in the northern side. Look at the teams that are starting to fall blank. The teams going down and the teams above HVVP. 12 eliminations on the game right now. And Squash, last player standing for Inko to remove potentially another player from the teams above them. Titan from the south side, their only real competition here now.
Leaving them down to 1 player now. And I
What
think
a
for Pasija, Evos,
bloodbath
this
on
is
this
very well
northern
set
side.
up.
Finally,
Yesterday didn't look
turn
too
up the
great
heat.
for Pasija.
They make it
Evos.
work and
I
they
mean,
turn
they
their
were
attention to
doing
Reject.
extremely well
13
over
eliminations.
in
Vampire looking
group
across the ridge.
stage, but
Inko down.
fell
And
off
yet
just a little
more
bit there
teams fall
towards
ahead of
our
them.
first day of play for Group
This is
Green.
cataclysmic
21 points, though,
performance
it's
coming through from
terrible,
HVP.
it's not
And they
ideal
just
either,
ruined a
but
lot
it's
of these
good
other
enough.
squads' chances.
Evos,
They have that position. IA crashed directly on top of them. They had 4 players
And HVP send them packing. Things up. And now they have great sightlines over to everyone in this area of the map who are all squashed into a tiny space, have to fight off against one another. Sure, there's really not much cover whatsoever for the guys from HVP with them making this happen. We'll have got a nice little bit of a resupply on Aegon I8 before they had to move forward a little bit more.
These
DMRs, the M4s working out very well for HVP on these long-range fights, these long-range engagements where some of these people in the lobby, they're prioritizing having the DBSs, having the UMPs over the DMRs themselves, but a few nasty little headshots coming from the guys from Matic, as well as Kitsune, disgusting stuff.
I feel like we saw a truer test of them, at least in Group Green. You know, from what we saw yesterday,
Puncher just hits the branches, they're getting cover from it, Reject looks for the spray to light it up, and Matic goes down. Vampire are taking their turn as well at the batting post, but with 13 eliminations, if they could just survive long enough, they have done so much to put a dent in that gap, and the teams ahead of them
squad is just a little bit difficult
like flies. It already now
they've been making a lot of
laid low, and now just one player, the IGL Kitsune for HVP stays alive.
Around the map and cut the legs out from underneath them. They did a good job of it in terms of theory, right?
Realistically,
where they were
HVP should have gone down 10 minutes ago.
It
was such a difficult push for them. They had hardly anything to work with. The fact that they've got this far with this amount of eliminations is absolutely gargantuan for their side. Of course, 6th place now. Like you say, they just need to survive a little bit longer. Besiktas and a single player, Reject down to 2. There is a high chance that both these teams go out fairly soon with VP and Standard. They have to move out this way too. We're on knife zone, and this will just pull further in.
Between the center of the circle and the outer side of
it. A big game here.
You have
Blank,
much more
Vampire,
chance to get further into the game.
Would have expected to be in those top 5 at the start of
the
last chance phase, but right
really
now
at
Death's Door on their tournament. 5 eliminations for Vampire, 4 players alive. It's good for them, but Bacon Time suffering a little bit heavily. As Titan roll on up into the door.
Some of these teams
HVP eliminated 6th place, 13 eliminations is a whole load of points for them. They'll be happy with that. And Titan roll on through. Breakfast as Bacon Time.
Yeah, that was one of the big focal points.
Chow down on by Titans.
Slamming and R-ing over about how you could see
2 players active. All the style is there, but they are just going to get torn through. Titan move on in. 3 players alive for Titan, but 4 for Vampire, and they're looking to turn it up. Titan getting cut out as well. Pieces low for Besiktas, but they make it into top 3 as Reject now with a duo. Vampire with 4. They've been holding behind this ridgeline for so long, but now they're going to move on out. They execute on their final strategy, their end game, and 11 eliminations so far, racking it on up.
And we've seen that change.
A lot of last player to stand in their way will be bringing in that 12 point for them, and a chicken dinner for Vampire. You can see the elation in this squad from the bottom of the tables.
You can see here,
necessary time to stand up.
Getting a bit more confidence.
100%. I mean, like, there is only so long that you can stumble before you either fall down or find your footing. And VPE have found it here on that game of Miramar. 4 players still alive. This is much more the standard type of playstyle we've seen from VPE, getting back in towards the mix. Sweat putting up a big performance, which has not happened in a little while, which we kind of expected from this guy, being one of the best players on the squad. I am pleased with that result coming from VPE. They took that central position, and you know what's really interesting about it is the fact that HVP, that moves over towards that northwestern side, they hold on that ridge, they dominate from that ridge. We saw VPE get a very good result from the exact same position they took yesterday. It moved further towards the east, and VPE are able to translate on that spot. So very well done to Vampire there. Most players getting a very even result of damage and elimination of knocks. So a great game overall for VPE. But is it enough at this point?
Very well known for some of their more smart rotations. A little bit of a scout there from Ralph. He's in very much danger now of taking a knock. Luckily, the vehicle is going at a strong 90 miles per hour.
HVP
goes zooming in towards where Reject is playing.
A lot of teams ahead of them going down early, pushing up for that 5th place bubble, pushing up to be in that PMGC finals, because Blank,
them into one location.
Now
the nades can start to come
them
through.
To be able to stay alive in this tournament. You expect them to be going there. They expect it of themselves. Both of those 2 rosters putting in the shift.
Pins pulled on the nades for Alter Ego, looking to see if maybe there's a way they can defend themselves with these bad boys. The problem is they've already taken so much damage Reject Tokyo setting themselves up. They're trying to reset in terms of the defense and readjust what positions they're playing from so they can support each other. There is nades in play as well. Reject Tokyo is normally very good on lining up those double nades. That could be something to come back towards. So now we'll see what's happening up on the hillside as well. There's been a bit of commotion here. Teams have been making their presence known, and that high ground control is going to be worth its weight in gold the longer this one goes on. So pressure being applied there. Rotation coming in as well. You've got Alliance on the move. They start to make their way over. Dropping the smoke, so they've actually got some cover to work with. And you'd need it, because Melissa are close by, and they're eagle-eyed, Blank.
You can see what that win meant to Vampire Esports here, getting them back in the running for top 5, potentially keep that door open to get into the PMGC Grand Finals. 27 points here picked up from the team. A fantastic performance, but honestly, there was, like we were saying before, Max, when we were watching the match, there was so much happening. HVP as well, having a slaughter in that last match in the matter of about 7 seconds.
We were talking about it during that game, Jason, that for Vampire Esports, if they want to be able to catch up, they need a chicken dinner was like, no, at least 10 eliminations. They a little bit outdo that, 27 points on the game, and this just gives them, I think, a glimmer of hope that they desperately needed, because things were looking so grim for them before this match, but those mini 14 fights, Sandstorm, were just amazing from Flukev and Stone. Like, these guys are on point, and of course, Schweppes being Schweppes is just always going to pop off.
Yeah, it wasn't just that, by the way. It was also the fact that a lot of the teams in the middle of the leaderboard are also getting eliminated. The teams from the bottom are performing, so now it's going to be very, very close. But Matic and what he did to IA, what he did to Reject, what he did to this entire lobby this game, even holding on to or closing on BTR, not allowing them to move for such a long time. So much damage from him, so many elims. Very great game for HVP. But if I'm being honest, this is the second time that we're seeing them on Miramar get gifted the first, second kind of zone. A lot of pressure is alleviated from their shoulders. So I want to see them perform like you mentioned before, Maxman. I want to see them perform the same way Inko would if they weren't gifted the zone. Where is that performance from HVP?
I do have to agree, but in general, I think that this is them willing to be just a little bit quicker on their rotations, even in zones where they're very familiar with. And I think that that's just a great change to what we saw from them yesterday. And man, they eliminated. There you go. 2 teams in a matter of like 10 seconds. Like they just flipped the switch in that game and just went super aggressive. So good from HVP. We'll see if they can keep it up in the next match.
Well, you know what, Maxman? I'm gonna flip the switch here and send us to a quick break while we get things ready to go for a third match of the day.
Pulled and pushed in multiple directions here. It felt like they weren't quite sure which fight they wanted to set their gaze on, but now they've been thrust into one. They have to try and survive, taking a ton of damage up against Evos. Good lay of the land from Link as well. No to look towards the distance and see just over the ridge side where his next opponent is coming from. They've got an understanding of where exactly he's playing towards, but with the bullets connecting, they can start to farm up these Eagles. Melisse, meanwhile, are crashing down as well. This is Yu Alliance still trying to push over that hill. They've been doing this for quite some time, Blank, and maybe it's going to start to work out. Nice connection on the Levi. He's dropped and finished off for good, and they're still pushing it.
Yeah, Clutch doing a really good job here. I actually like the thought process we saw from Yu Alliance. Unfortunately for them, DX followed them down on that south side, which is a really cool play from DX. You don't a lot of times see teams chasing on this situation. In the meantime, Reject definitely trying to hold on towards their central compound. They left it, they moved towards that north side, but they did face off versus FaZe. But they're currently still in a strong position. Gladiators, for them, this game is very, very important. They already started things off really well with a 4 limmer. It would be absolutely strange.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, we finished off our second match of the day, but we still have 4 to come, but only 4 matches left to go.
As we know, they are horrid at this map. This is the map that they do not find a lot of success on, but already
other teams are already waiting to
with 4 players alive, this is starting to be a really good run for them.
Of course, we'll be on Sandhack. I'll remind you guys once again about Sonic Xperia 1.0 Xperia stream, which was made in collaboration with professional esports players. You get 90 hertz in PUBG Mobile. Xperia streams total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. I learned yesterday not to throw that over to Max and Sandstorm because they don't remember the last word for some reason. But one thing they do remember is how awesome Prime gaming is. You can get exclusive in-game free PUBG Mobile items as well as additional content beyond that. And even with the Prime benefits, it's a win-win-win situation.
Had their breakfast this morning, and they're coming out with some fiber numerous maneuvers.
I don't know how that works.
Very solid.
I thought he came with it.
They're making 7 elims to the name blank.
Let's take a look at our overalls. Let's see where we're currently standing here. Alpha 7 going to be first place at 103 points. And we have seen Titan move up to third, but there hasn't been a shift at the moment in our top 5. However, HVP, Vampire Esports, Game Lord, they're coming. Problem was Game Lord got 0 points in the last game.
Oh Lord, they're coming. It's Vampire Esports. Vampire started off the day in 15th position right now, Samsung. Now in 7th position, just at the door of making a potentially net top 5 position. One other just even average game would be enough, but we know the competition towards the top is just so tough right now. Teams are taking down one another. Tough position to be in, but at the bottom, it's looking a bit grim for the teams right now.
It is looking grim at the very bottom for Breakin, Aegon IA, and for Enigma Galaxy, but for Damwon Kia, it is about 15 points for them. Or realistically, we're looking at LGD, even Besiktas, 56 points, 10 point difference from them, and 5th place. But realistically, 5th and 6th place, I think, are the one, or 5th and 4th place are the ones that are going to be open to, let's say, competition or contest right now for the top 5 spots. Alpha, DRS, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to take their spots away with only 4 games left to go, and the way that Alpha's been looking, and the way that DRS has been playing very, very passive early on, just making sure to survive into the later stages of the game. It's going to be very interesting to see these last games for sure.
Yeah, you have to imagine that if you're the likes of one of those two teams, you just don't even care about playing super aggressive, you don't care about winning matches, all you care about is just surviving to the late game, right? Trying to get as many points built up just from placements alone, and ideally no one should be catching you. But let's see your two teams to watch here and see if any of these teams can potentially catch up into our top 5. HVP, Vampire, Alpha 7, Maxman, a little bit of a cop-out answer, but you know what, I gotta respect it.
I feel like if I pick any team outside the top 5 right now, I'm just going to bring bad luck to them right now. I've done it for BTR, I've done it for Game Lord, it's got an end right now, so
that's an unlucky knock.
HVP and VP are top 5 though.
Even though
sorry, the teams are like not in the race right
now. This little high ground is currently have control over.
Looking over towards you though, Sandstorm,
on this side.
Again, 2
coming
teams in
off
top 5
high
at the
ground
moment, and
is very
HVP
difficult, so they're trying to milk it.
HVP, because I want to see them perform again without the zone giving them a huge advantage at the very beginning, and especially when we're looking towards Sanhok. These guys need to perform a little bit better. When I'm looking towards the rest of the team's Titan, just consistency is there for them towards the end of day 1 and slowly getting themselves in those top 4, top 5 positions multiple times, so pretty good for Titan and DRS. Keep up that passive play in the early stages of the game, get yourself in a nice cozy position towards the end, and you should be perfectly fine and ready for the
eliminations now, Jackie.
Well, I have read the script here, have learned that HVP will get a Northwestern Island zone. Let's see if it's going to work out for him, though, as we head over to our commentators and kick off the 3rd match of the day.
This is perfection put together so precisely from Gladiators right now. That was beautiful. The nade work to defend after the crash was on point, and then straight back into hungering
really
kind of
cut off
the peak down the hill, beautiful connection on the aim skill as well, and we get left.
Blank won't have been able to hear me as I was saying that, but you guys on stream will have been able to hear what I was talking about. After this game, Blank, I was saying that we're going to be starting to see teams cut off from the top 5 bubble spots.
Peek out from Sara.
That is correct, John. Thank you for consolidating that into a nice, concise point for me to understand and then reply to, which I will do right now. We are, yes, 100% going to be seeing some of these teams being put off towards the bottom side. I think for Enigma Galaxy, IA, Bacon Time, they do not have a good performance here that sits around about 50 points. It's going to be very difficult over the next 3 matches at the end of the day to actually hit up towards that top side lobby. Certainly possible with this type of a split format, and particularly with the way that the lobby currently is quite evenly split all the way down to the bottom. There's still a chance. I think Inco right now is that team that everyone's going up towards. Right now, HVP is currently tied with them at 66 points. That tiebreaker currently being placed with points they were able to accrue on both sides. 38 eliminations from 28 rank points there for HVP as opposed to 32 on Inco. They do need a little bit more, however Inco so far have been struggling to find that golden kind of opportunity they're able to find over the past couple of days, where they were getting those big points, getting those big numbers put up.
Bit of a peek out here from FaZe though.
HVP
Gladiators
third highest eliminations
on the
in the lobby.
Closing
44 for Alpha 7 and
using their
IHC
utility to try and blow Lufa out of the
so they have definitely had an impact.
Barreling
I think it's safe to
swing
say.
from FaZe on the stairway as well.
Again.
And that connects. The
Meku, that central style
blue,
working
down on his
out
last
for their
legs
placement
now,
points,
as
which
they first
after all
onto him.
is that
Gladiators with
tiebreaker
only
position.
a duo remaining, Blank.
To come
I
close
think
to our first
regardless
circle
what
coming
happens
through.
there, I think Gladiators are fairly pleased
Wait
with
for
this
that one to
result,
hit.
right? Meku was always left behind to try and help the rest of the team get further up. Now it's Matic in a 1v3 scenario. It's going to be very difficult for him to pull this type of thing off. Goes to the pre-fire.
Things looked very dire for them. I think they were down towards that 15th place position at the start of the day.
This
Now
rock
up towards
is really nice to play around, but on Zen, he's on the prowl, and it will be found by the rest of the team. Mormon finishes off Matic. Regardless, FaZe picks himself a nice win from a very easy rotate on that north side, but for Gladiators, that could have been a lot more for them. Either way, I think it was around about 15 eliminations they finished that game with.
There is a lot of opportunity for other teams to leapfrog
21 points is
some of these
just
guys
a
like Titans,
very
IHC,
nice start
Inco,
for them.
DRS,
You know what?
have yet to
Jason
find those big
right to
games
bring him up at the
consistent
start
like we're
of the
seeing from
day.
A7 at the moment.
It's crazy, isn't it? You know, we sit there. Jason
and if you're one of the teams that is looking to chase that bubble, you're very happy to see Alpha 7
3 out of 3 of Jason predictions.
Right? You're looking for them to take those points away from the other top contenders, unless all of those other guys are finishing in 4th, 5th, 3rd places, that sort of area. At the same time, you're happy that Alpha 7 are taking a big chunk away from you. It's unlikely that you're going to get up to that first position or challenge for it. You just want to have that bubble reduced as low as possible so that when you have a pop-off game,
the moves
like your
inside and
HVVP,
outside
like
of the
your Vampire
battleground,
Esports,
and they got the chicken.
you have managed to put yourself back in the running.
Nose up at that one. But
so go heads up towards the northwest side. VPE,
HVP,
not happy yet though. I think with this kind of circle, we've seen a lot of times it head over towards that eastern side, making that crossing from the northwest infinitely more difficult. I think with the way that we see this lineup from Besiktas, A7, Reject down towards down one, which almost makes the semicircle that encloses around the northwest island is so hard for VP and HVP to leave that island without having to take some very early fights in this game. And we know with the way that we've extended how long these games actually last for. You used to see Sandhawks finish around 21 minutes sometimes in very hectic scenarios. Now we're usually looking at 26-minute mark where the game comes to a close. So very interesting stuff in terms of the amount of time that you have to spend getting through a lot of these engagements, and it's no longer a case where you get through that one engagement and then you can just kind of wait out towards the end of the game. Those 5 minutes may seem like a very short amount of time. When you get to those final circles, 5 minutes can be the difference between a 10th place and a 2nd place.
Very early move from Reject up to get that crossing. 3 players already all the way over there. Duello still as a backstop, but this is a central lobby and slap bang in the centre. He's on that northwestern island. Game Lord rotating around the northern side with a boat, likely to make landfall to the west point, just west of Hartin, on the north side of that island.
They needed those points here because they were in a tough spot before.
The rest of it a very wide berth, though.
20 points before this match, and now extra 21. That is
they're not going to take any sort of chances whatsoever.
That might be exactly what they need to get
Besiktas are holding on that northern
position,
side, but they are moving down south towards that bridge.
But another team we have to dive into
Vampire
here is Reject in particular, because
try
the
and control
position
that crossing.
we
They've allowed Reject in on the south side into one of the strong compounds on the northwestern island, underneath those cliffs that HVVP will be looking to exert control over.
Game-winning play, right? Like
yeah, getting here early is a little bit of a Hail Mary, honestly. It's one of those positions that gives you a lot of comfortability. And Inco were looking for this as well, it seems. You know, hoping to sit out the majority of the game, and with Reject already being in that position, goodness me, now Inco's in a really tough spot because this entire macro decision, this entire push from them gets sent away, and they're left feeling a little bit questionable where they want to go next.
And go north towards FaZe. I think they already took one elimination off of FaZe, so they knew that they were weakened in a weakened state.
This is where it gets
slow, very
very different for Inco, considering a lot of teams have made that analysis, watched the VODs from yesterday, done their homework, and realised that Inco were just finding good spots in the circle early on in the game, which could work out towards the end game, and then just sitting there. And more often than not, they're finding those spots. You can see that confusion really coming back to bite them because they are just circling
eliminate
and there's no longer anywhere for them to go.
You can also maybe eliminate some players of Gladiators as they get pushed down Bootcamp Hill.
Smell the Cordite on the breeze
you can
underneath them.
Through the rocks, maybe make over to FaZe. I think that was the better approach. But to be honest, the moment Xavier died, right, Polaris, they could play those rocks and survive.
Get any sort of information, probably more valuable at this stage than the eliminations.
Available, but
because HVVP already have a high expected value point scoring position.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, like a symbiotic relationship.
Have to see where the next circle does
go,
but
Wild. The thing I look at it is
at the moment it is very much in their favor. Game Lord made that landfall on the northwestern point of the island, west of Hutton, and they are now
almost absolutely not. So I think that, you know,
finding squash, and again, Reject exerting a lot of control for getting here very, very early.
Plays that are really important for them.
Yeah, it's literally the Inco play. And it's funny to see it come back to bite them, because you have this singular play where it's worked out so many times, because other teams have not been going for this same rotate. As soon as another team takes up that position, Inco is just completely floundered by that. I genuinely don't think that they knew what to do after a team was in that position. They had no backup plan, to say the least, and hoping that that would just take them all the way. And this is the one thing that I was worried about. The one thing that I thought would cause problems in future for Inco, and it's certainly starting to rack up now, as they're not finding those points. Again, 54 at the start of the day, able to get 12 points on the day after getting quite a lot of eliminations from that backside position over on the Wrangle, but it's not really brought them up to speed with some of the other squads towards the top of the lobby, like Titans, who have made a really good run for it, trying to secure their place in that grand finals.
Cool, it's fair enough. There's only one.
If you remember, Blank, we were talking about where the bubble is looking to be at the end of today.
Avoiding those as much as possible, because
we were looking at how many points were able to be earned in the survival stage where they all played. Yeah, we'll talk about that shift in a second. But where we're looking at that bubble being is on that 10-point average line at the moment. A lot of teams are falling quite far beneath that at this stage, so we might have a reduced bubble at this point. But Blank,
one thing I do want to mention really quickly,
quite
you said it while we were watching the game.
It really is quite horrible. This is what I was talking about earlier, where HVP and BPE still worry for themselves when you see a shift like that. Zone 2 is always the hardest shift that we are going to see. So it could really go anywhere a lot of times with this circle. It's hard up towards that northeastern side, which sits on that bridge. Now, a lot of teams at the moment, again, prioritizing those central spots, have almost ruined themselves by taking these positions down towards the south side of the mountain.
If they'd have come in from the north,
you're going to be struggling for a lot of them. Titans, on the other hand, who have yet to move, actually secure themselves a good spot within the lobby if they move in the next couple of minutes, purely because there's so much open space on this eastern side. It could be west, it could be east, but if you're on the western side, you're in a world of hurt anyway with the amount of teams already here.
The Inco duo sending as fast as they can towards the water and trying to potentially play underneath that bridge. It worked out for them in the last game, so why not? They have managed to pull up on that west side of the bridge that connects the Northwest Island and the mainland.
Yeah, I think the guys on this touch on a really important point.
It really is. I'm surprised they even got that far, to be fair, as a duo. But once again, Vampire play on the hill to the northeast side of the HVVP mountain. But this time around, HVVP move in nice and early to get a little bit of a foothold to give them a route in. Last time we saw them come into conflict, IHC take a fight with LGD, and actually Alex controlling the roll-up nut beautifully there. There's a solo outpost for IHC.
You don't really know what marker you're aiming for, right?
We'll be able to look for these flushes as well. Really good stuff. But when we've seen Vampire contest on that little mound to the northeast side of HVVP, we've seen them not move early enough, and HVVP have learned that lesson.
So you have to push it to the max.
Absolutely. I think getting up towards this position gives you a lot of high ground control. I think for HVVP, at the moment, those elimination counts are really giving them the majority of the points that they need, and I think it's this point in time where this circle isn't always going to favour us, but what we can do is we can shift from this mental playstyle of, look, we have the circle itself, so let's just continue to sweep and play that 2-2 position. When they don't get the circle like this, I think they just have to completely start thinking about, right, we have to go into full elimination mode and start bringing out the big guns and just taking as many shots as possible. Because if we can clear out teams, we're technically clearing out space, and I like that from HVP. IHC rolling up, pretty much completely destroying the rest of LGD, who were at 60 points and they were bringing it back, but after this unfortunate loss going down to 16th place now, which happens more often not for LGD, a very streaky team. Some games they look like the best team in the lobby, and maybe even the best team out of PMGC.
towards that survival
then other
stage.
games they look like this, where it just feels like they're not even part of the conversation. And that's a really difficult thing for me to analyse on the desk, for the actual desk to analyse over on their side, as well as for you guys at home, because it feels like if you want to cheer for LGD, sometimes you're cheering for an LGD that seems completely different from the norm. It's odd to see, and I think I'd like to see LGD bring it back into that position where they're performing similarly every single time. However, at this rate, I don't think they're getting towards the grand finals.
So I'd imagine it's going to be a little bit more of stark contrast
onto the bridge. Somehow, Blank, Inca are in a central position.
That would have been huge,
it's just one of the facts of the universe that if there's a circle,
not going to happen.
Very, very likely
they will try and instigate the
are
fight, though,
right
onto
in
the
that
lead
spot. But Nick the Galaxy move around the north side and scout out towards underneath that bridge. And actually, with Inco swimming across, trying to make it to the other side, that can be difficult. Vampire this time around, however, are going to control that approach. It didn't work out for their control over Inco,
it's quite a curious way to start off the day, really, in terms of some of the teams that we saw playing well. It was a bit more unexpected for me. After what we saw from Gladiators,
HVB even got involved in that engagement as well, taking shots down that way. VP, though, in a good spot at the moment. Like you said, though,
you hit that point on the meter,
he has the vehicle underneath.
Back. I think they do it just to like spite everyone.
He's pulling out the day. That is mean. That is really mean.
They do, man. They really want to kind of like rope you into the idea that it's not going to happen.
Alpha 7,
and then, you know, they
make all the fans book their tickets last minute. 4-man squads. So far, though, Godless getting knocked 2. That's them down to just 2 players.
It's a good game from them.
Continuing on that streak. 2 for 2. Love to see this fight right now. I mean, it is all going off in IHC. Would really like to get some points of purely taking out A7 out of the way. Means that a lot of those points being ripped away from the top of the lobby. IHC probably secure a little bit of a better position towards that top side of the top 5.
Losing Alva off the back as well.
With a strong position as well.
Something that's happened a few times now, coming through
Vampire had their
from
turn.
the boys on the squad.
HVVP had their turn. It is Bacon time's turn to step up from the group green heavy hitters.
Just maybe drop trash around
on this south side.
Mansion.
Might ruin
Don't go for
Alpha
this
7's
2-2 split between Lipovka as well as Mansion
Don't want to let IHC be getting these points if you're chasing for that bubble either, because they are much more within reach than Alpha 7 are.
Of course,
you do want to root for them.
DRS NBE Sports is going to come
across
down
the top
here
of the
and
bridge.
start
Nobody else had this idea, Blank, but it seems like nobody else had a good idea either. Into the back of the pickup, and they'll be playing with the cover.
I like that, Lloyd. It's like everyone's, we gotta go underneath the bridge. And DRS is like, why don't we just use the bridge?
Looking pretty raw.
Let's just go on top.
This
makes no sense. In fact, everyone else in the lobby, completely illogical usage of the bridge, which is, this is a comfortable way across, let's swim. That's not how I see bridges in particular. However, Inco seems to find success off the back of that approach anyway. Alpha 7, though, with 2 players, actually taking down more from IHC. So once again, another 2 for 2.
I mean,
and holding on, another not come through on that side. That's VPE, Vampire getting involved.
And you don't make those adjustments.
They needed to be able to get up in there for the vault, but now there's 2 players down on the inside. Alpha 7 holding off against IHC. First knock is close, but there's 2 players still on the inside to handle. Rio gets the spray down, needs the weapon swap, a sliver of HP on the inside, just jittering around the corner. Nervous now, but Fancy Feet win out the day. Falls back, doesn't go for the flushes, doesn't get greedy, and sticks the res. He knows that the last player from IHC will not be able to get this res off before he can. So he'll be able to play on the 2 players. Carrillo stays alive, gets Rigo back into the fight, repositions Godless around the side, a DPS, a nade around the corner, looks to just slow things down, or certainly give them a little bit of fear. And IHC, it's an off angle coming through from Aegon XIA, and Carrillo keeps Alpha 7 at the top of the table.
I do not believe what I've just seen. Alpha 7, that's an insane hold from them, but now IA looking to get involved, but again, Revo, Carrillo, you cannot count either of these guys out. UZM spots the player crossing, nades going through the doorway, trying to keep Revo under pressure. This splits them up, might not be able to take that 2v1, the crossfire will be the 1v4s, but a load of damage pouring through.
You have a lot of room to
test
switch up
for Alpha
tactics,
7.
to
This
switch
time
up
Aegon
strategies.
XIA, Revo has the bulk of the health right now, and Carrillo is down.
19 points.
They're taking it in turns, and nades towards the back are going to make it even harder. Revo split from his teammate right now.
Trying to win out on that hot
and he looks for the challenge. First knock. Take it down. Excellent start. Needs to find another. Looks for the spray. Crosses the doorway, and he falls down. Aegon XIA proves to be just a little bit too much. You can't really blame them coming off the back of that fight. The circle shifted down south, so now Aegon XIA with a brilliant compound.
everyone else in
HVVP
this
controlling
lobby
the hillside on that western edge of it. Down one trying to challenge, but in the meantime, Game Lord and Bashik just trying to lead from Hard10.
Than you actually are.
Vallo up with the DBS, Son HP also laid bare there.
Like it's hard for you to fit through doorways.
The helmet bouncing off
Build
the wood there.
Up by making yourself
makes the resounding sound of defeat.
That was what they did. I mean, even back in Group Green, right? It was kind of them versus Bra. It was just like the
Misery's already down, but Titan's in a worse spot. But Nade pouring over the top, and Jim Foster cannot handle the amount of firepower coming out from Titans.
2 players down. BTR trying to activate now with the Liquid 1 and 2 shots, 2 knocks. Liquid has to worry about his left flank though, because Teak is there, sprayed down, and he will be able to find a knock over onto one of the forward players for Bigatron. There's a res going on in the backside, and Teak is pushing up. Zuxi wants to stick this one, knows that Teak might commit, but hang on a minute, he pushes over. Titan take down Bigatron, and Zuxi caught unawares there. You've got to wonder what was going through their mind. You take the challenge, you know Teak's pushing, but Titan stay alive on 2. This is one of those speed plays you either commit to one decision or the other. What is that?
It's so unfortunate
out in the water with the loot crate, a small island with a compound down towards the southeast. Maybe Titans want to pick that up. I don't know how close anyone can get towards that position. Nivete might be able to swim his way down. Remaining in this game for a long time for Inco, but I don't know if these placement points are going to cut it for them. Titans for Tixie and HVP looking to move up towards down one's position. They got ahead of them nice and early, but Nade's still pouring through. Fabian moves down, knows he has to get off this top side, considering this is no longer an ideal spot for either of these teams. Song waiting.
Naya, MBE spots drop around this location as well. You're sort of playing with fire at that point.
Doesn't quite get into the deep water in time. Maybe he thought that it was a little bit deeper there, but there's quite a lot of shallows in this river. You have to be very careful when trying to move forwards on it. HVVP moving forwards towards down one now as the circle pushes them into this engagement. Sung close to the rock, needs to hold off against at least one of these players. Kitsune swings out wide. HVVP cannot afford to lose a player at this stage. They need to keep it together now. Getting the damage in. Kitsune goes low on the wide, deep swing. Sung will be falling. Forest now, last player standing for down one as HVVP just about holding it together. Will be caught out, and now they can move further down, but Kitsune is bleeding out. Down one eliminated, the chase is on. HVVP, they're up in 5th now.
The fact that none of them actually went down is a huge shout for the performance going forward. Reject though, still spotting up towards that way. Duello looking towards that position. I8, 6 eliminations so far. Looking to take down Duello. That nade should do the trick. Takes him down. 7 eliminations for I8. Maku taking a huge amount of damage from BPE, who are watching them as they walk down this side. Is completely barren, open ground for them. And 9 eliminations for Vampires, looking to set themselves up towards that top side of the lobby already.
Felt like HVVP just played this a little bit too slowly, and now they're paying the price for it. 2 first aiders. Actually, Fluke does go down and reposition Stoned. Looking for that cross. We'll have another first aid, but the drop down will take him down. Ravenclaw's there watching, and Matic will be the last player alive for HVVP. Has to just go for a shot. Try and pick up an elimination if he can. It would be great, but Schweb, he escapes the first set of spray, but needs to go for the reload, and he's spotted by Ravenclaw.
The mass migrations are coming through.
Unfortunate for HVVP to not pick that up, but Vampire going to be really slowed down by that. They'll lose a lot of scouting power, and they'll lose the potential to go closer to this. Bacon Time, by the way, still alive. They are swimming across now and getting off to the shoreline. There's Shirty, and because Vampire were losing players blank, that sightline was denied and allows them an open.
Down towards the compound.
Still not so bad for
Rejects,
Vampire. They're realistically the only ones with a strong position here, other than I8.
Straight onto the head of
a big performance this game and set themselves up towards that 6th to 9th place bracket, where there's a chance to get towards that top 5. They will need another big game to do it, but we've seen them do it before. UCM gets towards the coast, Stones trying to take shots, 10 eliminations for Vampire, 4 players still on board, and already we said they're in the top 5, and they're looking to put up more points on this game, which might even see them up towards maybe even top 2 if the RS go out soon.
Meantime, Leeds Esports situate themselves all the way over towards Lipovka, try and keep themselves as safe as possible.
Trying to stop their landfall, but there's always that foothold that they've got in already. Shirty, Bomb Style, they just want to stay alive at this stage. They cannot afford to go down this early in this one. 7 teams remaining. Going down at this point would pretty much cut them out of the top 5 entirely.
Keeps you very clean.
Big Galaxy
you have to worry about some of the teams
take the tumble.
On the eastern
Vampire
side.
really striking out not only for the top 5, but maybe looking to try and jump up to compete with Alpha 7 after this one.
Absolutely, what I'm talking about is that with the amount of eliminations
here on Sandhog, and so many more available eliminations for them. This could be a gigantic game for these lads. You can see these guys are just trying to get onto the edge of the rock, because I think in certain cases you
see the heads-up play there, trying to dash the smoke.
It's very unlikely you're able to hit it, but it's very dangerous being close to these players, because there is a chance it happens. Everyone just chilling on this side, forced to take a breather, but they will have to move out from the side of this rock soon.
And
Bacon time would look to get close.
Worsens even
Unlikely,
more for them.
as Aegon
still
with 3 players now have to pick up as many eliminations as possible, deny them from VPE, but a great start from Vampire. They sink the fangs in.
Vampire need to push though.
Yeah, and they won't be leaving anytime soon.
They are the ones outside of the zone right now. They're going to say, take the coastline. They're playing off some very little pieces of hard cover. There's quite a lot of trees which cut off a lot of angles and a lot of sight lines. And Vampire are going to use that. They're going to put these nades over the top as Fluke enters nade range. A lot of damage then. Ghost taking the knock at Shirty. Going to go over to Shirty. From that coast side, he did move up. Orb style on the forefront as well. Able to take shots from behind this rock. He's not in the zone, sure, but he's going to play spoiler to all of this engagement. Bacon time, 4 eliminations now on the game. Shirty moves out wide. What's the challenge? 5 eliminations on the game. Sweat falls as well. And Shirty moves into position. Fluke behind the rock. Cannot step out because IQ's there. And the blue zone's pushing Vampire in. AQ maybe going down to Shirty here as he moves into the next circle. Bacon time start to go up on the coastline. IQ down, and Fluke now takes the challenge. Shirty's there, and the Mike Cruzy gets a good spray. Takes down the 4th position. More Bacon time as 3 teams remain. 6 eliminations, but Orb Styles here as well. Looking for Shrep in the back line. Ice gets up into the fray, but gets knocked back immediately. Shirty is down and into position. Comes Shirty from DRS. A last stand for DRS towards those top 5 positions as he crawls on forwards. Vampire down to 1, DRS on 1, and Bacon time looking for the res, but can they get shut down? No, the nade is not loose. A 2-player potential, but Fluke in a 1v1 stand.
Range on it, trying to debate whether or not he wants to engage on this one.
More likely to peek out too soon.
Such a substantial drop.
Circle will move both these players in. I think that Bacon time have more time to play with here. Shirty gets back up on his feet.
So this could start getting
that is a great molly. Will push them out to the side, but it's not quite enough. Doesn't do the damage. And there's a nade coming back their way. Another Molotov for Fluke to get sent. But the nade doesn't hit. That was so important. You've got to hit that nade. Shirty behind the tree has the cover. 5 first aids will be able to heal. There's a nade in the pocket for Fluke. He needs to get a knock here. Noise is low. Healing off the back line, but won't be able to get it off. Peeks out wide. Shirty goes down. Fluke for a challenge and Vampire fall. It's Bacon time. We said they needed it now, Blank, and they fire out from the water. They emerge victorious against Vampire, who are weaving their brutal thread through the cloth of fate. But this time around, it was not to be. Still, a big game for both of them. Bacon time absolutely drenched coming out from this game, but the heat rises from them. You can see the steam pouring off the heads because that was a firecracker of a game coming through from them. The fact they were able to live out for so long and hear the shooting and take the opportunity to get to the coastal side, understand exactly where that hard cover was. That is very good knowledge of the game there coming through on Sandhog, picking up that match. And VPE furious with that result. Those extra 3 points for the chicken dinner could have set them in a secure position towards the top. I am astounded by that game. It could not have been more difficult for a lot of these teams.
Very quick movements all around the block for Hyper, but this has been a sort of a crazy push from Hyper, locking both FaZe and them to their dooms. GK first even drops over there to the play zone itself. This has been a very odd fight. Gladiator is looking to maybe get themselves slightly involved. She found inside the building, and then Hyper actually indeed go down. Mormon as well as Ventores might be able to continue.
Have to get a little bit further. What a way for Bacon time to close things down as well, with a pretty healthy elimination count as well coming through. 31 points at the start of the game. They'll have a whole lot more than that now.
Hold over towards its south side, just given up by some odd angles being taken.
Yeah, it really does feel like they kind of both dragged themselves down, you know, with no potential really successful outcome for either team in that situation. Very aggressive and very tunnel vision in the way that they played it. So both squads basically being destroyed because of it. I mean, yeah, sure, FaZe still has presence at least, but oh, hang on, hello, straight into Matic. Okay, I guess, favour, in fact, just a present for Gladiators, right? Because they've given them one additional point there and given them some nice showmanship in the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, I think he realised it was over as soon as he started spinning out of control. Nice shot there from Metro to CJ Evo. Try and stop off to get a little bit of scouting done and realise that actually, quickly, put some gas in it. Change the gears as fast as possible, please. Nice rotate from Pasija Evo, so they do get in front of the guys.
I really don't know how to start the segment here, gentlemen, because that was the wonkiest zone, the wonkiest finish out of Bacon time, but it's a delicious finish nonetheless. 25 points for the team, desperately needed them. Besides the fact of them getting points, what about Vampire Esports who get 25? Agon IA get 13, Titan get another 12, and TRS get 11 out to the board. Some big movers happening in this last match.
I think, Jason, it's fair to say that we're going to have some new teams potentially in the top 5. I mean, mainly looking at Vampire Esports, of course, they're a new potential top 5 contender right now. But I mean, Bacon time, really, Sandstorm, I would say if they did not get this game right here, I think that they would be 100% out. But this one does add a question mark, like, can they climb back up? It's going to be tough, but this maybe opens up a door for them.
Engaging with the nades.
It does, yeah, and it's not just that. Again, we have to look at the teams in the middle of the pack and seeing how they're performing, but putting up Noise's stats up against Fluke. Fluke almost managed to do it towards the end there. I'm surprised that he didn't use the nade a little bit early on. He might have been able to just take out the last 2 members of Bacon before the revive even came through, but still very well played for Vampire to secure this amount of points in these games so far. We've seen them end the day 1 with 25 points. 1 whole day with 25 points, and now they get those in just the 1 game, so it is a sensational comeback from him, and they should definitely be in the top 5 now, but
looking too good for him though. He'll go down to the spray. How on earth is he still alive with a trickle of HP blank? It felt like he was trying to 1v4 that with nothing to his name.
I mean, Xenox did an incredible job there, but his quest coming in over towards Reject. They're holding on as best they can. The crash is not working out. Luther immediately gets inside. They want to keep hold of all 4 members here. They know they've got a strong position to be working with. Duello moves in, tries to clear out the player,
premium content, not to mention all the rewards that Prime Gaming has as well. So that's at one way you can de-stress, but they can't do it just yet. They still have the final matches to come, but what I'm mostly curious about is when we get to their overall standings, because teams, they have to have an idea of where they're currently in the rankings. They have to know how many points they need for to lose. Right now, we have seen Vampire break through 4th place, moving out Inko out of top 5.
And it's so unfortunate too, because Inko had a good game plan. It was, we're just going to go play center, we're going to get in a good position. Unfortunately, the center was on Northwest Island, and you know what that means when you're on Northwest Island.
I think that's the one big difference, right?
They learned that on the hard way, unfortunately, that game. So yeah, Inko a little bit of a tough game this time around.
Engagements,
but Vampire finally able to breach in this top 5 position. It is looking great for them. That's the thing, Sandstorm. It is so close towards the top between all of these teams that at the end, these top 5 teams could be completely different in the next 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, if you look towards the second page of the leaderboard, Besiktas, LGD still definitely have a chance at making it towards the top 5. And again, it's just the one team that they can actually compete with, because when you look at 4th place, there's a 30+ point difference between them, or around 27 to 30 point difference. So it's going to require them to have a performance this game and then get another big performance in the next game, which of course is going to be very unlikely for a lot of these teams. But for Nigma, for Aegon IA, and for mostly for these two, definitely 100%.
Yeah, an absolute
unless we're seeing triple chicken dinners from one of these teams, I don't think they're going to make it, and it's pretty sure that they're not going to be in the top 5 for now.
Smoke's been dropped down by Malice Esports. They don't want to get caught off on the side here. In the meantime, Becca on his lonesome trying to take down the rest of DXA.
Not looking good here. I mean, as you're just talking Sandstorm about needing to have 2 or 3 chicken dinners in a row, Bigatron need at least 1, I would say, for them to be in the running. They're starting to fall by the wayside here. It seems like Alpha 7, IHC, DRS, Titan, they're looking to lock in their position even further. But if you're Alpha 7, you should know in the back of your mind, one more win, and we're
surviving their position.
One more really good game, we're through. And they can almost taste PMGC. What does it taste like? I don't know. But they can taste it.
What can they do
really
in a
good
spot like this?
Just trying to imagine.
Really tasty chicken.
Adjusting the crosshair, paranoid about the smoke expiring.
We're going in a weird direction right now. Just save us, save us.
I mean, I understand Max ice cream is your favorite treat, but you know it's my treat.
Reject once they expose themselves. They've got a three-pronged smoke wall
select
blocking themselves at the minute with the tree geometry providing a bit of cover
Inko,
as well.
IHC, and
Slowly
Bacon Time.
pushing their
So
way
let's
up
go with
past
the
the
LGD
bushes
pick
now.
first of all here,
As
Max.
Lufa
You
will jump
did
in
say
the
earlier on you
rotate
wouldn't
car.
pick them. I picked them for you, and then now you're picking them.
As he drove
So
up.
now
It seems
it's
like he knows he could be peaked from the ridge side.
It's not been working
So we'll
out.
smoke
I
that
didn't pick
off
them.
and
They're
try
not
and cover
able to perform,
himself.
and I agree, especially
Runs
with
up
what
top
Blank
flank.
was bringing up
That's got
during
a
that game, which
DMR
is
as well to work
sometimes
with
they can look like
potentially.
one of
It
the
seems like
best
it's the
teams
shotgun
in this
also.
PMGC period, and
DBS
sometimes
for
it just
close
seems like
range
they're
engagements
entirely out of the
and
conversation,
nade
and it
for
feels
Boo.
like that's
That
what we're
could be a
seeing
bit
from
of a
them right
banger.
now.
Seems like it should be on
We had that
target,
glimmer
but
of hope from
slightly
them
off the
yesterday.
mark.
Yeah, you really
Just
need
nothing to show for it, and unfortunately, it seems like the further we go into this game, the more desperate it feels like they're trying to play, and it's just a desperate playstyle is not working for LGD, it's not working for VTR. We need to see a change of pace, and if it doesn't happen, I think it might just be too late right now.
So any team that made that decision
Okay, well,
early
speaking of
is
too late,
happy about
Bacon
it. But look
Time,
at
is it
this,
too late
UDO
for them
Alliance is
Sandstorm?
losing members left and right.
I would say this game would
will
be
at
their
least
last
keep them alive for a
opportunity.
little
They
bit
need to get
longer, but the
15
drop shot
points
just
plus
ends up
in
with them
this
being
game
dropped
in order to have a
themselves.
chance
UDO
in the
Alliance
last two
out
matches.
and Reject
If they
up to
don't,
5
I think they're going to be
eliminations.
out.
A very
When we're
different
looking at
face on this
IHC, they
team,
started off
looking
day
more
one pretty
ONES
pretty
today.
strong. They had
Demonic
their
coming
first
through
game
from
with a second
Reject.
place, 10 LMs. You look at their last
This
game
is
as
more
well,
what we wanted,
second
right?
place,
You're
9
raving
LMs.
hell a
But
little bit,
other
man,
than
but
that,
they're
it's
getting
just
stuck
been
into the game plan,
a
not
performance
playing as
that's all
timid,
over the place.
fighting
And we're
when
not seeing
necessary,
anything good
trying
from
to play
IHC
towards
throughout
center,
the first 3 games of
contesting
today.
control when
Something
needed.
definitely needs to
It
change
is
for
better
Inko.
Reject, but they've got to
Long story
maintain
short, you
that,
guys started off
keep that
strong.
course
You
going.
even
Don't let it
qualified
drop
through the
off
strongest
now,
group
as
in
they do
Group
at
Green
least
with a
find
difference
their
of
way
2
through the
points, and
test
now
of UDO
they're
and
barely
control
holding
that
on
one.
to staying in
NBE
that top
keep
5
popping
spot,
up
so
all over the shop.
they need to kind of
It feels like
adapt a little bit, and
NBE
we're
have
going
just
under
been
Wrangle,
running
one of their
back and
strongest
forth,
maps, so
trying to stay
I'm hoping
alive
for a
from
good
this
performance from them.
roadside, having
Alright,
a
well, it's
little
time to head
moments of
into
chip
our
damage
next match
onto
of the day here
anyone
with
that
John
peeks into
Blake
them.
once
They're still
again
here for
to take
now,
us back
just in
into area.
front of Rejects. They're exposed if they go for a bit of a push. They're just using the
I said
smokes
Blank
to hold
that after
themselves for now.
this
but
game,
Zara
after that
is
Sandhog, it was
engaging
going to
with
start
it.
to look
It's
at
a
teams
nice
being
first. Now, got
counted
the lineup
out
on the second
of
as
the
well,
top
Blank.
5. But
The
now,
nades
Young
alone
Galaxy
could be
for
enough
me,
to
bottom
deal
of
with
the
them.
Man, the long arm on Sarah is looking good, but
13
points
at the bottom
coming in
of the
from
no idea,
Kaze
Blake. Maybe
through
it
the
was
smoke, takes down a fair few of them.
I'm not even
Now
gonna,
Duella,
don't even
left
Stigma
the
Galaxy
challenge
joking.
versus the Kaze off in the distance, nice shot on the edge, but quickly cleans them all up. And what
I wouldn't say so
clean
anymore. I
finish
mean,
there
Nick
from the Kaze at the end. It looked like it was all done and dusted for the squad, but fantastically well held out by a Kaze. Gladiator's still at 4 players alive, but one of the final teams to be on this northern edge alongside them and NBE Sports.
Luxie coming out, Luxie back in again for the team. We saw this guy do some amazing work towards the start of the survival stage, really putting the team on his back a lot of times. We'll see exactly how this works out. I think there was just a bit of miscommunication, and I will maybe put this down to the fact that they've had so many sub-ins and sub-outs at the moment. Not being able to have that consistent roster is hampering them a little bit because they seem to have different ideas of what they want to do at moments in the game. I mean, Liquid wanting to push that, Zuxi hanging back for the res. I mean, you either do one of the two, and I think the result is the same that they win that fight. If they both push back, went for the res and had one player hold off behind where the vehicles are going to cover, play an off angle, they win that fight. If they both push together, they get the refrag, they win that fight. But the fact that one went forward, gave the 1v1, and then one sat back, and then just res, which means they're in a static position, you lose that fight 10 times out of 10. I think that is just a complete misplay on BTR's half. So I think that they need to figure out this roster they want to play over the rest of the day. I don't want to see any more subs come through, because this is now really the final chance for BTR.
They're in a pretty dream spot right now.
Quite far down the lobby with 13 plays, 55 points.
We can
There's
see all on
certainly a
top of
chance
each
for
other
them,
inside of the neighborhood, a nasty neighborhood.
Remember,
they're not friendly neighbors.
A fair few chances for them. On Sandhog, they had a fantastic compound. On Wrangle, they've had some fantastic
doors right now.
Unable to
People
that into
just
a big
aren't
win
picking up the
is
newspaper.
worrying.
They're turning the Amazon delivery guy away. They will not be handing that through the post box to their next door neighbor at all. But for Gladiators, what an incredible circle for them. Moves up towards this north side. They've had direct contact with a lot of these teams on the southern edge. What's great about this rotate from Gladiators as well is that they forced out the map balls from this position just with sheer firepower.
Yeah,
Up to
for
9
HUP, I think they're
eliminations,
more now prioritizing getting that loot on board early. It's pretty easy rotation
just
for them.
around
DRS
about
like to
18
leave that position
balls,
towards
who
their
we
northwest
know
side
had a
quite
great
quickly
day
to get
yesterday.
towards an edge
This
side
has
of
been
the
very,
circle.
very good stuff from the
It was
Gladiators.
DRS at this point in time. It's going to be
very hard for any of these teams to succeed later on. They're moving over towards or at least overtake them in this top 5 position. Just because
flies over the top and 60's there on Kaze. He's quickly put down, and MB Esports is out. Oh my goodness me, Gladiators are fighting.
What are we watching? Remember to follow us on our social channels as well, guys, because
that was a blockbuster. They come flying through the air,
rewards,
hit the griddy on that one as the shot connects mid-movement, and they just continue on as well. This is ridiculous. Meku and Kitsune just putting bullets down range blank. They are farming.
This was a great move from Meku as well, mate. They left him behind on the side swipe, just in case anyone was between the trees. Likely Meku's going to be a sacrifice in this situation, but he's got great lines of sight over towards Duxan, providing very difficult terrain for Duxan to deal with. They step out of the way of the bullets from Kitsune as well as Tixi and Matic. They step directly into the bullets from Meku, who's very much safe on this outer edge. Luckily, Zipian is able to get some shots back over towards Kitsune, but it's just Meku and Tixi lighting them up.
One side of our face
they're
in a
the
frown,
Hydra right now, Black. It feels like if you sever one head, two more will grow back in its place. That's what Gladiators are doing right now. A single knock results in them finding 2 elims.
Western side on the circle.
Coming as well, but maybe it will go in favour of Madballs as Alter Ego wanted to try an Ego challenge, but they go down quick. They've got cinder block shoes on that one as Malise third party
dropping down
and
towards
Madballs hold on to their compound. Gladiators though still showing that they're handy with the sharpened steel,
playing in the apartment,
slicing their way through anyone that peeks into them. Now just pushing up the road to close down these and make sure these eliminations are there for good Blank.
Besiktas though, sharing the
flies over
with
towards that position, has the M4 in hand.
This is one of the few circles we've actually seen head over towards this western side so heavily before.
In the back here, another nade flies over the top.
So a lot of teams coming through from the eastern side.
Vehicle has eyes on, just needs to hit these shots now, but it's sort of being cut off by the fire, by the smoke. Stands up to try and hit this one. Step out is there and Tixi gets taken down. Meku left remaining for the squad, but honestly, with the amount of damage the Gladiators been able to do, they've just been looking for those eliminations. We talked about this early on as well, Jackie, in the sense that eliminations desperately what you need. This is what you can confirm in these games. This is what you know you can handle, and I appreciate that they're just fighting for them.
In the meantime, HVP, this might be a slightly more difficult rotation for them. I mean, I know I said the DRS like to move away from that position on the western bridge quite early, but this gives them a chance to stick around here for maybe a little bit longer, though with the way the circle's been panning out here, with the central play from a lot of these teams, we expect DRS to maybe head up, pick one of these nice compounds early on, just purely with the amount of useless compounds in this area and the amount of high priority compounds in this area.
They do find Meku. He's exposed himself from behind the rock. Now it's simple pickings. As long as Madballs could reset, you do have an edge. The battle of attrition is in your camp. They're setting themselves up for a chicken dinner, but Zerich will expire.
Still moving upwards.
Duxan, this is going to be a very important game for them. You know, 3 eliminations, it's not ideal. You go out this with a second place, 6 points, 9
also
points
in
total.
power at
it
the moment,
doesn't
so
feel
honestly,
great.
still feeling pretty good about them. I mean, they can move through, reject up towards the Rozhok side.
13 points on this
and even
match
feels in
really
very typical position for them, a
the
great spot for them to kind of ladder out on this game, try and climb up those rankings just a little bit, considering they are so far down that we did say it's kind of a point in time where we feel like
as well,
that is
and they
just
pick themselves up
yet
another chicken dinner.
It would require a 30-point game
to
to sit them steady with 10th place. Remember, that is profit they need to find on top of those matches as well, because most likely 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, all going to find small points this game to try and see themselves upwards. Inco for the first time in a long time
to
now
decide
knocked
your
out
fate
from
in
top
the
5.
survival stage. You want to make as many points as possible.
It's not ideal either at such a late juncture. 9 points behind that bubble.
Madballs are doing in droves.
Yeah, it's a stressful game for Madballs as well. Not an easy
one.
You
along,
can see
but there are
that
teams at
they're
their heels.
not super excited about this because it's more of a relief
snap out
than
that
anything
Achilles
to
and make
pull
that
off
a whole lot
dinner.
harder.
Playing within Lipovka, there was
come.
so much
Drawing
infighting
really,
in
really
that
close to
area,
the
getting
end here.
forced out by the Gladiators. I think it was a very wise
games
move
left
for
to
them
play. Down
to
one,
actually
still
just
play.
send across
A little
from
bit
the rock
split
side
here, 3
in
on 1
the water
right now
toward
with
those
Inco on the south
buildings.
side.
Yes, they had to fight for it versus Malise Esports, but they were confident to do that, and it sort of gave them that winning position. I think things got dicey as soon as they started
to see the circle move towards the north side.
Picked up a position on the map that they could find
make the right
easily.
call here, but you just got to follow through.
Move directly to it this time. They're not thwarted by any of the teams that have already picked out that compound for them. So again, we don't get that flustering, we don't get that panic
between the space
through
of
from
yesterday
Inko, which
and
kind
today.
of spelled their doom on that last match. In the meantime, Alpha 7 do make that rotate that we were mentioning before up towards Saverni side over the top of Yasnaya. It was a tight rotation, but they nail it there, get right through that hoop despite the flames on all sides.
This is exactly what we wanted to see in terms of them giving us a good game, showing us they deserve the invite, the first place, and they're able to make some moves here. What more in store for us though, and can they keep it up? We'll find out. Let's get back to the desk with the number one Gladiators fan. It's Jason Kaplan.
Vampire around the side, LGD caught out by Mythic.
Sorry, I think
will be shot out as well. MVM going to go down, and LGD.
The number one Gladiator fan ever. But we have to say, it wouldn't be Gladiators if they didn't show up exactly when they needed to,
and they're
kind of advance
very well
in an event.
I mean, not necessarily always getting all the points or getting all the success from it, but what you can respect from a team is finding certain amount of success
did the exact same thing
they
the other
wanted
way
to
around.
do. I mean, they mentioned they want to be more aggressive in taking positioning around the map. That's 100% what they've aimed to do, and they've found those spots, and it's resulted in wins. It's resulted in a lot of points as well. Piso spots Revo towards that blue side, gets knocked out here, very unlikely to be brought back in towards the fall, has to hit the first aid kit. Blue's not doing a chunk of damage at the moment, can just bandage that one back up, get the stims and get moving, but that will slow down the guys from A7, but they've got something to say about this.
People are looking at this rotation and thinking, hang on a minute, Alpha 7 did really well by rotating over the north of the lake, so let's all do it. 4 teams to move through that area.
That
be great for any of them, really. Bigatron probably ahead of the curve on it, will be able to get ahead. But they're most likely going to have to push south of the river. They see that, they're moving into Rozhok North.
Yeah, go on.
No, you go on.
I was going Doolally in this game.
Second circle finally hits it. Inko will have to move for a bunch of teams. Pachinki, a little bit of a sore spot in the circle.
End like this, and for teams
move
to
around
manage their way through
a lot of these rotations will have to go through similar areas towards the north side or down towards the south.
To try and make this work.
You're really going to be seeing a lot of traffic jams coming through. Besiktas still on their rotate downwards, now Alpha 7 left out in the cold as they've got a long way to go on this one. Chunk C still in the back for LGD towards Saverni, trying to regroup with the rest of his team in YZZ as well as Suki.
To get through safely was something to be seen, but if we're
to
talking
find
about how
similar
teams got
performance we've seen
into
before towards the top of the tables.
Let's also mention Alter Ego.
Again, now looking back down towards the circle itself. Game Lord, I8, DRS,
what are they
all
doing?
Central Sports, HVP, just now making their move through
really
a huge chunk of this ground, split off by Quarry as well as the fielded area down towards that south side. It will be difficult to play this circle.
They
a lot of open space. You're more than likely going to see a lot of teams struggling towards that end game in positions that we never want to see you in, which is lay down on the floor in the middle of a field, maybe behind a hay bale, which is your only open hell at making it through the game.
I said it before this game, constantly taking risks here in PUBG Mobile. They're playing a very risky style. They're
time on the east side. 12th position even
where
after
they
that
shouldn't be,
dinner.
going where they shouldn't be, and eventually, yes, they salvaged this, but only because teams that had track of them swimming probably was Pasija,
well,
but
that's
they
what I'm
got
saying,
kind of rocked
it's
up
so
on
surprising to me that they've been able to find this rotate, and it's not been challenged whatsoever.
On the show
I think that this is...
Am I taking crazy?
At this point, it can't be luck, right?
Anyway,
I mean, it's not luck, no, but this is the type of thing. Well, they're lucky in a way that no one's taken this at this point in time. So many teams have a lot of available time to get in towards the position. Yes, it's not the best compound. I think they've realised that, which is why there's more priority compound down towards the south side, which VPE have. They take the leftover essentially, but there should be other teams taking this spot. They're already much further towards circle than them. I mean, they were up towards school side about 3 minutes ago, and now they make their way down. No one takes shots at them to get this spot. This is not something that they'll get away with if they head towards the PMGC Grand Finals. This position should be taken up by that point in time, and crashing onto it, they will require a fight to get in. I don't think we've seen many times Inko have to take any kind of crashes, any kind of engagement for their compounds, and when they do, it really does not work out well for them.
And participate.
This hillside that's in the middle, surrounded by fields, is only going to compound the issue of it being a central lobby. Right? All of these teams focus generally on
little
getting quite
rewards for you guys
central.
at home to
And the
participate
fact that there's
and
so
win.
much,
It's all kicking
there's
off
essentially a
November
ring of
15th, December 15th.
difficult to play terrain around the centre. It's just going to make things a little bit faster. A knockover towards the forward point from HVP, who are still
don't forget about
wildly split, is going to force a fast
You can rub
response.
the engine with the iconic Pagani and Mola and Zonda
Heading back up towards the high ground is not a bad spot whatsoever, and now with this high ground to play around with on top of Quarry, they can look down to a lot of these teams who maybe out in the open, finding some good sightlines their way. Game Lord again also on a really nice compound towards the roadside, and we're moving further away from that nasty bit of fielded area down towards the southeast, which makes things a lot easier for these teams. It's going to be a bit more tactical, a lot more compound play.
And also, last but not least, before we head to a break here, the new
precision DMR play as well to hit the helmets off, reduce supply count for a lot of these teams, which most likely will be moving from a lot of these spots. Inco directly in the center. We wonder if VP are going to try and move down or maybe take some shots towards their position, because they are deadly neighbors to have, because they're not likely to help you in an engagement once it pops off, but they're certainly happy to wander on up and pick up the pieces in the aftermath.
LGD, northern side. Lost a little bit of momentum early to an early pick. But they're still on 3. They've got some building, which is more than can be said for quite a few of these players. HVP getting back together, getting Tixi back to his feet, redistributing. Really watching out on their back. In the meantime, LGD taking shots. Chunksy will be knelt. As Mythic takes shots over to LGD's compounds on the north side of the next circle. This is their backstop area. Alpha 7 looking to sweep in on this northwestern edge.
I think Meku has to be very careful now, currently holding on a compound on that western side. Not the most amazing spot for HVP down towards Quarry, but the high ground is nice for the time being. Nades coming through from BTR over towards LGD. We said that this team had to have a good performance here. YZ, bit of a clutch maestro, looking to take it to him.
We'll be able to find one, but the next knock is just too much to bear. Both of the players here down. Now it's just the forward outpost Suki for the squad. Megatron
they've gotten these last 2 matches
moving in and backfilling on LGD, picking up those pieces. The Mafioso sending out wide. We'll have heard these gunshots.
Keep in
thinking about how they can capitalize. So they move ahead. Do they try and third party? What are they going to do?
Into the PMGC grand
There's a good chance here for taking up Suki's position, and BTR being able to catch them on their rotate would be really nice. I mean, Kadio's already looking for one of those knocks which they can aggressively push on top of. You can see which compounds he's scouting to. Tixi gets a shot down towards Regiosio, who moves out very wide here. More than likely will not be able to be picked back up again by the reject squad, which allows perhaps a future rotation from HVP up towards that northern side to get a little bit more space, maybe just be a bit more towards the central side of the lobby.
Just an uncomfortable rotation from Bacon Time.
It feels hard to kind of
move their way in through about 4 or 5 different teams. Look at that. How have they managed to get through? I was going to say unscathed, but Noise does get knocked out in the open. Vampire pick that one up. The hillsides on the southwest stay in. The circle does shrink. HVP on 4 players. 2 players from Reject down the hill from them. Reject, all players alive, sure, but you can't turn that slowly in front of Kitsune. You will be able to line those shots up. The players on your left, though, Kitsune, you need to be worried about. Has to reposition, wants to either get the flush now or look to regroup with the rest of the HVP squad who are looking to move forward. They want to crunch in on the position.
A7's coming down now as well to get joined in on this engagement outside in the blue, outside the circle.
Gotten into them.
HVP's been very cautious about any of these third parties. Regroup with Meku is very good that they held him in that position for a long time, allowed them to have that anchor point to come through to. Suki is put down immediately, and LGD's hopes to get towards that grand finals getting ever slimmer as we go through 2 more games now. We have to have a killer LGD performance to get towards that top side. Titans also taking shots there. I think that's from one of the remaining members up towards that hillside, down towards the south.
Keep going, I guess, the time being.
Bigatron taking on Alpha 7, the
I
top
do like
dogs
the
in the lobby.
idea that you've gone,
Good
okay,
test
well,
for
look,
them, surely.
You're doing pretty
not
well
one they want to take at the moment.
Let's slow that down.
However, they might not have much choice. They are swinging in. They're fully committed now. Luxy caught out there, but Mythic's position known. They can start to put nades in on this forward position. You can see Liquid and Misery immediately pushing through. Jen Foster on the off angle to catch those rotates out, but it could go down. It could be disastrous. Carrillo lights them up, looks for 2, and he stays alive.
So
Carrillo Forte yet again staying in the mix of it, punching it out for Alpha 7 on a crucial part of the push. Turns around and Mythic helps him out there. Jet Foster dealt with. Bigatron find out all about it. Why are Alpha 7 at the top? This is why Biluxi might just have one last throw of it. One last pitch towards the backlines. Carrillo has the nade though. And there's the shutdown. Besiktas third party.
It might be just over now for BTR. 57 points, 2 more matches. The current performance as well. I mean, you can almost expect LGD to start flying out of control towards the end of the day, but for BTR, we have not seen that similar kind of jump up in performance throughout the day. Enigma Galaxy almost looking to end their run now. It's looking very bad for them.
And see what happens.
Just
I think that's
the
what
one left standing now. At the bottom of the table,
really
2 eliminations on the game.
You have to get
34 points if they fall at this stage. Aegon X8 pushing into their compound. IHC on the far side. Lord
have to play out these matches.
Biggie in the middle and will fall last.
I was going to
that
touch
is
on
Enigma Galaxy out of this game and most likely the tournament.
Unfortunately,
I think at this point in time we can practically say that Enigma Galaxy will not be making it through to the grand finals.
We'll wait and see.
They have been getting to each an individual stage by a hair's breadth as well. I mean, it's a congratulations they get this far, but I do think that at some point it did have to come all crushing down around.
I do agree with you in that sense, where it feels like, especially for sort of the storyline and the narrative as well, with like the interview we had
still far away from the team, looking up towards Alpha 7 and Reject spot. I mean, it would still be a 2-2. I think that at the moment, HBB are really trying to clear this western side as best as possible.
For him to go from strength
with Alpha 7 on 2, with Reject a little bit diminished as well on 3.
What have they got up the chops?
Quite reasonable. Besiktas have the third party angle.
Maybe we'll see
if
it's going to come out. This is probably the best time to do it.
Really solid for this next
very limited chances. We've got 3 games.
Gorgeous for them. They still have to deal with Alpha 7. They never go down easy here. Finally.
That's the end for
one player's removed, just Mythic remaining.
Just leaving it in the hands of other teams.
do not want to lose another player in this instance.
We'll see where we're going with it.
Going down to 3 would really diminish the amount of power that they can bring towards the end game of this circle.
Even if they don't
with so many teams
exactly
ecstatic
every time you see him on
control,
Tulik honestly didn't look too pleased with his win. I think that was mostly just like
risk of being overtaken by HVP now with the strong position they hold on the eastern side, western side of the circle.
You know, if they can just keep that up, that's probably the ideal scenario.
Really not ideal, but you've got Inca, Game Lord,
did seem a bit on edge.
Reject also looking to leapfrog you, so not only can HVVP do so,
worries away
the lobby as well.
Right now, I do think they should be a little bit more elated than they actually are. I know that sounds crazy.
Just how far HVVP can go on that strike. Dixie moves forward. Will have seen Mythic going on in. But Mythic has a nade of his own, puts it right on the target, just about sidestepped by Tixie. Opens the door, he's out the front, and there's the light up. You're not going to survive there. Not on a wide peak, not when you've got shots coming in from the high ground as well. Tixie
saved away for that last chance phase. Right now,
good response there from them. Now they can start to focus up towards Reject spot.
Currently in first, obviously
perhaps even Besiktas, who are trying to move down from that northern side and clear out this space. Now one. Felt like they go further, but they have slipped and slipped and slipped down towards 14th place now, 54 points.
Secure their position at this point. The rest of these games now,
it's a team in their prime as well, Blank. They have had
just be studied,
really solid results over the course of this year.
Maintain this kind of pressure on